Konoha in the Hokage's office. Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, pipe in his mouth, stared out the window. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on the fourth Hokage's statue, casting a faint golden light. Today was the one-year memorial of the Nine Tails attack, and the whole village was shrouded in a solemn atmosphere. A mountain of paperwork on the desk waited to be signed, but Sarutobi only took a deep drag of his pipe. The Third Great Ninja War had left Konoha badly weakened, and now it had suffered this devastating blow. The fourth had fallen, countless shinobi had died, and civilians were displaced. The orphanage had long since become overcrowded, and the village's reconstruction efforts were faltering. The glow in the pipe flared and dimmed, much like his current mood. In the orphanage dormitory, 5-year-old Suzuki Kaze suddenly bolted upright from his bed. A violent headache made him clutch his head and scream, then he passed out again. The children's cries drew the caretakers, and the room erupted into chaos. A few hours later, Fengzheng slowly regained consciousness. His temples throbbed wildly, unfamiliar fragments of memory colliding in his mind. This isn't a hangover headache. He surveyed the simple tatami room, his gaze falling on his noticeably smaller palm. I've shrunk. 2 boys in patched clothes rushed into the room. Fengzheng, are you okay? Fengzheng forced himself to stay calm and closed his eyes. With a stabbing pain, foreign memories surged like a tide. War orphan, parents dead, living under others' roofs. More terrifyingly, this place was clearly Konohagakure from Naruto. Damn, he swore inwardly. Just last night, he was rushing to meet a project deadline. Now he was a civilian orphan in a war-torn world. No Kekkei Genkai, no system cheat. Only a fragile life that could be crushed by war at any moment. The orderly's footsteps grew nearer. Feng gritted his teeth in a world where human life was worth less than grass. He had to find a way to survive as soon as possible. How exactly does this world work, he wondered to himself. From the fragments of memory, he knew that the parents of this body had perished during the Nine Tails rampage, and only he had survived by a hair. After being sent to the orphanage, the root once came to inspect adoption eligibility, but no one ever took him in. The Nine Tails attack was a year ago. Now at 5 years old, I'm a full 4 years older than Naruto and the others. That age gap meant more time to train. The Uchiha massacre would happen in 7 years, the plan to destroy Konoha in 12 years, and Pain's attack in the Fourth Great Ninja War in 16 years. While he was calculating this, a strange energy suddenly flowed through his body. Chakra. There was no record of this in his memories. Could crossing over have activated a chakra aptitude? That would be good news. At least getting into the Ninja Academy would be easier than for a civilian. But worrying about chakra amount now was pointless. The urgent task was to familiarize himself with his surroundings. He stopped pretending to sleep and sat up. Dusk had already fallen outside the window. The clock pointed to 6:30, and hunger hit him in waves. I haven't eaten all day. He reminded himself to keep up his childlike appearance, hoping no one would notice anything amiss. When he opened the door, 2 playful children immediately swarmed him, Sakai Eiichi and Aoki Daisuke, both roommates and friends. Eiichi had also been devastated by the Nine Tails incident, while Daisuke's parents had perished in the Third Shinobi World War. Fuzii, are you feeling better? Daisuke asked anxiously. He rubbed his temple and explained, my head doesn't hurt anymore. Sorry for waking you earlier. Eiichi exhaled in relief. Good, that's all that matters. We were all worried. At that moment, the rumble of his stomach drew the boy's attention to his abdomen. Fuzii scratched his head awkwardly. I'm starving. Of course, you slept the whole day, Daisuke said, putting an arm around his shoulder. Let's go to the dining hall. As they walked down the corridor, many orphans cast curious glances, and some even asked about his condition directly. Fuzii smiled wryly. It seemed the morning's commotion was now common knowledge. The courtyard, home to more than 250 orphans, was at that moment bathed in the warm orange of the sunset. He was eager to confirm whether Naruto was also at this orphanage. Walking into the dining hall, a middle-aged caregiver came up to meet him. Her name was Saya, her face kind, and her tone concerned. Kazimasa, are you all right? We had the doctor examine you, but they couldn't find anything wrong. Seeing you unharmed finally puts my mind at ease. But you'll need another checkup. Kazimasa nodded. Thanks, but I'm starving right now. Is there anything to eat? Dinner's still being prepared. I'll get you something to eat first. Saya brought over a plate of food. Daisuke and Eiichi had already run out to play. Kazumasa ate while looking it over. The food tasted ordinary, but it would fill his stomach. The orphanage provided 3 meals a day and fruit, just no meat. The nutrition was fairly balanced. At least he wouldn't go hungry during training. Eat your fill first. He wolfed it down and went back to his room. He collapsed onto the bed and let out a long breath. Today had been dangerous. No one had noticed his disguise as a child. Luckily, there were no ninjas in the yard. But what should he do next? Having been transported to this world, he refused to be cannon fodder. Foreseeing the future was an advantage, but without strength, it was all empty talk. Besides, the plot wouldn't necessarily follow Naruto exactly. There were too many loopholes. Giving away information? Absolutely not. Once noticed, he'd either be tortured or fall into Danzo's hands, his advantage lost, maybe even altering the world line. Get stronger first, then talk. Feng resolutely decided. But obstacles were everywhere. Civilians couldn't access ninjutsu, and he had to wait until next year's enrollment. Although he knew the effects of the jutsu, he only remembered the hand seals for shadow clone technique. Problem was, that's a forbidden jutsu at the Jounin level and extremely dangerous. Knowing the seals wasn't enough. Chakra control was the key. These hand seals require chakra to flow in specific ways or to exhibit particular attributes to activate. Practicing blindly before mastering the technique is pointless. Fengzheng thought for a moment. Better to first train the jutsu that don't require hand seals. Rasengan, attribute training, chakra control, these can all be practiced now. Since his chakra had already awakened, control training was especially critical. The trouble was he had to hide it from everyone. Focusing training in Konoha could be postponed. Climbing trees to train was too conspicuous in a ninja village. It was practically impossible to avoid all eyes and ears. Fortunately, the first 2 stages of the Rasengan could be practiced secretly, and the beginner stages of attribute training could also be done covertly. Besides that, he needed to strengthen his body. Fengzheng pinched his limp arm. This was probably the most important thing. He wasn't exactly sickly, but he was far from robust. He had to start with basic training and gradually build endurance and strength. The thought of Master Roshi-style intense training even flashed through his mind. Enough, I won't think about this now. Hopefully my head won't hurt again tomorrow. Fengzheng shook his head and fell back asleep. At dawn the next day, the darkness outside the window had not yet faded. Fengzheng looked toward the dim horizon and raised an eyebrow. Only 5 o'clock? No wonder I'm so energetic. I slept all day yesterday. Remembering last night's plan, he clenched his fist. If I'm determined to get stronger, I have to stick with it. Fortunately, this damn headache has finally quieted down. He climbed out of bed quietly. Ingi and Daisuke were still fast asleep. He hadn't expected the children to wake so early, so after a quick wash he slipped out of the dormitory. To the north of the orphanage was a wide playground, while the east, west, and south sides were ringed by dense woods, like a miniature forest. Konoha was full of training grounds like this, but unfortunately the orphanage had no dedicated facility nearby. Houses stretched along the west side, and the market buzzed 100 meters away. Fengzheng fixed his gaze on the sea of trees to the east. This grove might serve as a temporary training ground. It wasn't the best choice, but at least it could conceal some secret practice. He made plans for when he might have his own room, but for now he would test his physical limits. The creaks of stretching limbs startled the morning birds, and after 10 minutes of warm-up exercises he began to run laps around the field. The track, with a perimeter of 100 meters, felt easy at first, but after only a few laps he was already breathing heavily. Fengzheng stopped to catch his breath, sweat dripping from his chin. He had just finished running 28 laps around the training ground, nearly 3 kilometers. When I was 5 in my previous life, I couldn't even run a kilometer. He leaned on his knees to steady his breathing, sensing how unusual this body's condition was. The original owner of this body had never exercised, yet its current stamina was astonishingly strong. Is it that people in this world are born with special physiques? Or is it the chakra he awakened yesterday at work? After a brief 5-minute rest, he began a new round of training. 2 sets of push-ups, 12 each. 4 sets of sit-ups, 15 each. 3 sets of squats, 12 each. Finally, he barely managed 8 pull-ups. The amount of training was just right. It pushed past his limits without burdening his body. When he returned to the orphanage, it was just after 7:30. His roommates were still asleep. Feng quietly finished his bath and sat on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. What time do they usually wake up? If they all only got up at 8 for breakfast, he'd have a chance to secretly practice leaf control. He picked up the leaf he had brought back from his morning exercise and lightly traced the veins of the blade with his fingertips. The 5 basic chakra natures of the shinobi world: fire, wind, lightning, earth, water. Although chakra paper is needed to test aptitude, in theory, every ninja can master all natures. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, didn't Shikamaru command everyone to use Earth style? Mudwall? If one could master all natures like the third Hokage, their strength would surely leap forward. But the immediate priority is to find the nature that suits oneself best. Lightning Release is his first choice. That kind of ferocious, destructive power, if he could, like the Raikage, make lightning his own, his speed, strength, and defense would all see a qualitative leap. Water Release is also good. Although not his favorite, the second Hokage's water-style legacy remains in Konoha. That's a ready-made treasure. As for the remaining 3 chakra natures, each has its own limitations. Wind Release may be deadly and versatile, but there really hasn't been a Kage who rose to that rank solely because of it. Even the successive Wind Kage didn't rely exclusively on Wind Release to secure their positions. Kazemasa only remembered Danzo having used Wind Release, but that technique was utterly ineffective against Sasuke. But on second thought, becoming the first ninja to reach the shadow rank using Wind Release alone would be pretty exciting. Earth Release is actually quite practical, probably second only to Lightning Release. But few people in Konoha use Earth Release, so it's even hard to find information. Fire Release is powerful, but most of its techniques are too easy to dodge. The only top-tier fire release technique Feng Zheng remembered was Amaterasu, but unfortunately, he couldn't use it. Uchiha Madara's Great Fire Annihilation was domineering, turning everything into a sea of flames, and many people could perform it. But Feng Zheng wasn't sure whether Konoha would allow learning that move, or whether ordinary people could unleash a firewall of that scale. There weren't many choices right now, so he might as well let go of restraint. Perhaps this place hid more ninjutsu than in Naruto. Of the 5 elements, Feng Zheng only clearly knew how to train Wind Release. He would have to figure out the others himself. He decided to stall for now and deal with it after getting into the academy. Before that, regardless of what element he was naturally suited for, he'd tackle Wind Release first, bite off that hard bone. Feng Zheng concentrated, mobilized his chakra, and exerted force toward the leaf, intending to split it in 2. Practiced for half an hour, Yezi didn't move an inch. The orphanage breakfast bell suddenly rang throughout the place. At the sound, Ingyi and Dafu also woke up. Dafu rubbed his eyes and looked at Feng Zheng. "Morning, getting up this early today?" Feng Zheng tugged at the corner of his mouth. "If you sleep too early, you naturally wake up early too." Ingyi lay on the bed laughing. "Oh, no nightmares and screaming today, huh?" The two of them remembered Feng Zheng's cowardly look from last night and burst into laughter again. Feng Zheng gave 2 dry laughs. "You two lazybones get up, I'll go grab breakfast first." Aichi and Daisuke immediately jumped out of bed to grab their toothbrushes. For the next week, the wind was the same every day. They always got woken by the alarm when they rose early to exercise. Whenever he had spare time, he sparred with the leaves, and his morning workout added punches and kicks. He noticed that Aichi and Daisuke often went out on missions together, leaving their room frequently empty, especially during the few hours after breakfast and before dinner. Kazemasa seized the opportunity and buried himself in intense chakra control practice with leaves. Kazemasa sat cross-legged on the bed, his forehead pressed to a single leaf. He slowly gathered chakra to his brow, and the leaf trembled slightly as the chakra flowed. This basic training not only improved chakra control precision, but also honed mental focus. He recalled that Naruto had emphasized the same point when practicing the Rasengan. In the crowded room of the orphanage, no one noticed the child who always hid in the corner. The earlier incident of fainting after a scream had long been forgotten, and only 2 playmates showed slight displeasure at his aloofness. Feng Zheng kept his back to the door while training, fingertips always ready to sweep away the leaves on his brow. Once, When a caretaker suddenly pushed the door open, he instantly halted and naturally curled the leaf into his palm. 6 months passed, and Feng Zheng's progress was visible to the naked eye. He could run 50 laps continuously on the playground. His push-up and squat training volume had doubled. He found this body grew far faster than in his previous life. Most remarkably, his chakra steadily increased. Though without any baseline for comparison, he couldn't measure the exact level. Training wind nature was particularly grueling. It took 3.5 months to slice through the first leaf, and half a year before he could cut steadily. With no shadow clones to cheat and no master to guide him, this pace was already not easy. Since he couldn't reach the advanced standard of cutting through waterfalls, he picked up dead branches to continue refining his control. A turning point came in the 5th month. An elderly couple with white hair came to the orphanage handing out water balloons, and Feng Zheng quietly hit a few. These were exactly the key tools for learning the Rasengan. Following the method from his memories, he tried to use chakra to impact different parts of the balloons. After a few days, he could simulate chakra flow, but still couldn't pierce a balloon. Is it because I don't have enough chakra? Feng Zheng muttered, staring at the water sphere spinning in his palm. Sigh, worrying about it now won't help. Better to practice shape manipulation more. A few months flew by. Feng Zheng turned 6 and was finally eligible to take the Ninja Academy entrance exam. With 2 months until the test, he specifically asked about the exam content. Hearing it mainly tested physical fitness and chakra control, he felt much more at ease. Those were both things he had a foundation in. He trained as usual, but added one more exercise, throwing wooden shuriken. Every afternoon, he slipped into the small grove, drew a target on a tree trunk, and practiced aiming over and over. There was no other way. The orphanage was poor and couldn't afford real shuriken, so he whittled wooden darts from branches. Cutting the wood required using wind nature chakra, which actually helped him develop better chakra control. Feng Zheng still had a thought. Since chakra could be concentrated in the legs to increase speed, or in the fists to add power, then using chakra to assist while doing push-ups, could that break his limits? He tried it, and sure enough, his strength and speed skyrocketed. But a problem arose. The chakra was being wasted too quickly, and his reserves simply couldn't hold out. So he changed his morning training routine. First do a normal round, then redo it with chakra engaged. That way both his physical stamina and chakra control improved, and even his chakra reserves began to grow faster. Feng Zheng pondered for a long time before he figured it out. Every time he drained his chakra, his reserves increased a bit. Now he had 2 ways to expand capacity: either train and meditate, or burn his chakra to death. Maybe there are other methods too, he muttered, scratching his head. In the blink of an eye, the day of the exam arrived. Feng got up early, hurriedly washed, and was about to head to school. In 10 months, this was the first time he hadn't done morning exercises. Daisu and Eiichi were still packing up. Feng waited for them. This year the orphanage had 7 boys and 2 girls taking the exam, and everyone had agreed to leave together. The caretaker, Tanasuk, had come along as well. As soon as they reached the school gate, the children were stunned. The playground was packed with people, the lines stretched long. Naomi couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God, there must be at least 1,000 people here, right?" Tanasuk adjusted his glasses. At least 1,200. Last year 1,600 took the exam, and in the end 303 were admitted. The children all looked at him in unison. Kazimasa squinted as he scanned the crowd. Many parents wore Konoha forehead protectors, clearly members of ninja families. Tanasuk leaned in and whispered, "Those are children trained by the clans. Their pass rate is very high." Several children from the orphanage immediately clenched their hems in nervousness. "Don't panic," Tanasuk said with a smile, patting the kids on the shoulder. "Most of the examinees come from ordinary families. You have a good chance." At that moment, a chunin hurried over and blew a whistle. All examinees assemble at the back field. The training ground faced the towering Hokage rock. The statue of the 4th Hokage looked especially solemn in the morning light. Kazimasa tilted his head up to stare at the stone figure, wondering whether the massive monument concealed some secret. In the lecture hall conference room, Naruto rubbed his temples as he read through the reports. After the war, there was a shortage of personnel, and the 3rd Hokage had specifically assigned him, a special jonin, to proctor the exam. This year, there were astonishingly 2,147 applicants, 30% more than last year. First, screen out those whose taijutsu is insufficient. He waved to Doi Masashi. Doi, standing in the center of the examination field, immediately raised a megaphone. First test, begin. The first test begins. Before the proctor could finish speaking, he had already flashed onto the track. Run 5 laps with me, 500 meters per lap. Everyone must keep up with my pace. The examinees surged forward. Masashi sprinted out first, with the others close on his heels. Feng Zheng thought to himself, this level is far too easy. I could finish it with no trouble on the second day after I transmigrated. After 10 months of special training, he could now run 8 kilometers without breaking a sweat. If he used chakra, he could even surpass 10 kilometers. For the first 3 laps, everyone could keep up, but starting on the 4th lap, people began to fall behind. By the end of the 5th lap, only heavy-breathing teammates remained beside Feng Zheng. A girl and 2 boys hadn't made it to the finish. Eliminated for not completing 5 laps. Zhengji announced loudly, "Go to the school gate immediately to find your guardians." He scanned the remaining examinees. Now there are 2 choices: continue running 5 more laps, or withdraw from training. A large number chose to withdraw, but several hundred remained on the field. In Kazimasa's group, only Daisuke and Tatsuya decided to continue. Nara Takamasa quickly tallied the numbers. 438 eliminated, 257 opting for the extra challenge. In the end, 241 completed the additional 5 laps. Those who failed were placed in the waiting group. Faced with the third choice, only 21 stepped forward. Kazimasa became the orphanage's sole survivor. The rest mostly came from Konoha's noble families. When all 21 people finished the additional race and were grouped separately, Fun secretly rejoiced. If they had had to run 5 more laps, he feared he wouldn't have held up either. The subsequent physical tests eliminated a large number of candidates. Nara Takamasa updated the records. All 21 members of the second group and all 220 members of the third group advanced. Only 636 remained from the first group. During the break after the first stage ended, the candidates were given breakfast supplies. After breakfast, an examiner from the Hyuga clan appeared. Chakra detection has been unlocked. Nearly 100 people stepped forward. Seeing many commoners' children among the crowd, Kazimasa breathed a sigh of relief. This way his awakened chakra wouldn't attract too much attention. The Hyuga examiner activated the Byakugan and inspected each candidate's chakra flow. He had to accurately assess everyone's total chakra and its purity. All 20 members of Kazimasa's group passed. Another 64 students also passed successfully. The rest who failed were immediately disqualified. Immediately afterward, several chunin began to collectively unlock chakra for the unsuccessful candidates. Kazimasa was secretly surprised if even students who didn't meet the standards could receive chakra. It seemed Konoha's shortage of ninja was worse than he had imagined. This means a large number of civilian youths will for the first time gain extraordinary powers. Kazimasa couldn't help but wonder, how many cannon fodder does Konoha actually need? What use will these fast-tracked recruits be? Nara Takamasa silently watched the unlocking ceremony. The Hyuga examiner stepped beside him and whispered, "Why would the third go so far as to train even these mediocrities?" "No choice." Nara sighed. Recent years where losses have been too severe. Even if these children can't become shinobi, enhancing their chakra can still fill logistics roles. The Hyuga frowned. "Let's hope there won't be another great war in the coming years." "Let's hope so." Nara rubbed his temple. "But right now this exam is really torture." The chakra screening continued until the sun hung low. In the end, 430 people passed, and 447 were eliminated and sent back. As the successful candidates gathered on the training ground, sudden exclamations rang out. Wind followed everyone's gaze, his breath catching. The pipe, the Hokage robe, that familiar figure. It was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, in person. The whole hall stood in silence as the third smiled kindly. "Congratulations to all of you, future ninjas." After the cheering died down a bit, he raised his hand to signal for quiet. Kaze clenched his fist inwardly. "It's coming," the legendary Hokage-style speech therapy. But no one discussed how the third Hokage had influenced Naruto. He was willing to risk his life to protect the people of Konoha who had once ostracized and mocked him. The third Hokage continued speaking. Now that you have enrolled, we will teach you the way of the leaf and make sure you become true Konoha ninjas. This academy was founded by the second Hokage. He personally taught many students, including me. I still remember the joys and battles we had at this school. The ninjas who graduated from here have been protecting the village's safety and peace. Soon, it will be up to you to inherit the will of fire. The third Hokage gazed at the new students, his eyes full of expectation. As the first Hokage said, "From today on you will become people who carry the will of fire. Love the village. Let the will of fire bring peace and prosperity. Make your will brighter than anyone else. Let the other villages know that the will of fire burns hotter than anything. Have a resilient heart, able to endure hard training and work. At the same time, keep your body and mind healthy. Finally, welcome you, future ninjas, to this school." As soon as the speech ended, the children's excitement burst forth, and they cheered and celebrated. The day finally ended, and everyone went home. Feng Zheng returned to the orphanage and found that only 4 children had passed the exam. Even Lien Yingyi didn't pass. Only Feng Zheng, Dafu, Taya, and Naomi were accepted. Tazasuk comforted those who failed, saying they would have many things to do when they grew up. Afterwards, everyone returned to the orphanage. There are 3 days left before school starts, but for Feng Zheng and the other orphan candidates who passed, these days were especially busy. Orphans who passed the exam could no longer stay in the orphanage. They were assigned a small apartment in the residential area. Before becoming full-fledged ninjas, they paid no rent and even received a small allowance. Kazimasa thought, how did I not know this? I knew Naruto later lived alone, but I always thought that was a special case. So this is the regular arrangement. Kazimasa was also curious about the purpose of having them live separately. He felt it was mainly to get them used to carrying out missions alone outside the village in the future. After packing his few remaining clothes, he walked out of the orphanage and glanced back once. Seeing Daisuke was very sad, even crying, because he could no longer be with Eiichi. Feng Zheng felt somewhat moved. I don't have deep ties with the people here. Naruto isn't at this orphanage, so staying here would be meaningless. 4 orphans went to the new apartment accompanied by their guardian. After dropping off the other 3, Feng Zheng was the last to arrive at his own room. Feng Zheng thought to himself, "This will be my new home for the next few years." The apartment was cleaned very thoroughly and was extremely tidy. The room was small, but it was already enough for Feng Zheng. The living room, bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom were all cramped together. The facilities were simple but very practical. Apart from necessities like the refrigerator and stove, there wasn't much else in the place. There was a sofa in the living room, and the bedroom had only a bed and an alarm clock. Feng Zheng also found a first aid kit. The bed here was more comfortable than the orphanages, and the privacy was better. Feng Zheng was very satisfied. He could finally train in peace. Feng Zheng was pondering what would be delivered for lunch. He heard that at noon someone would bring food and allowances with money. Life and training would be much easier. A month ago, the water balloons had all been used up, so his Rasengan practice had to stop. Now he had to buy new balloons. He also wanted to try Ichiraku ramen, which Naruto fan wouldn't want to give it a try? The refrigerator needed stocking too. After all, breakfast wouldn't be provided starting today. At minimum, he had to buy some eggs, bread, and milk. Feng set the alarm for 11:30 and began practicing the leaf concentration technique. 12:15, there was a knock at the door. Opening it, it was the proctor from yesterday, Ando Jinju. He introduced himself as Kazimasa's homeroom teacher this year and asked if he was settling in comfortably. After confirming everything was fine, Jinju smiled and said, "You did well yesterday, keep it up." Feng Zheng took the allowance and a few stick-shaped rations and asked curiously, "Teacher, what is this?" Yuan Shu explained, "These are ninja ration bars, one for lunch and one for dinner, enough for a week. From now on, you'll have to pick them up at the academy every Sunday." Feng Zheng stared at the ration bars, face full of disbelief. Yuan Shu chuckled, "Don't underestimate them. These are special food developed with input from the 3 ninjas, nutritionally balanced. You should be proud to be getting ninja-exclusive provisions." Feng Zheng immediately put on a child's act, first puzzled, then breaking into a smug expression. After Yinshu left satisfied, Feng Zheng sighed. He muttered to himself, which idiot planned the meals? No wonder Naruto eats ramen all the time. But he also knew that this kind of rations were indeed nutritious and durable for storage. Feng was thinking he should learn some cooking skills. He couldn't live on dry rations every day. He counted his allowance and found 1,000 taels of silver. Although he knew this was the local currency, he couldn't tell whether this counted as a large sum. Since arriving here, he'd been busy training every day and hadn't even been to the market near the orphanage. Now he had to go to the market to check prices, and he also needed to find out how much items like shuriken and kunai cost. But the most urgent thing right now was to buy a chakra test strip. Munching on the tasteless rations, he remembered that the orphanage meals had been better than this. After locking his apartment door, he asked around and found the market. Eggs were 24 taels per dozen, milk 9 taels per liter, slices of bread 5 taels, and meat prices were shockingly high 60 taels per kilogram. Vegetables and fruits were cheaper, mostly between 10 and 20 taels. If I only buy food, this 1,000 taels will last a long time, he calculated, and his gaze fell on a weapon shop display. A set of 6 shuriken was priced at 2,000 taels, a kunai set at 1,000 taels, 1,000-blade senbon also cost 1,000 taels, and swords were outrageously expensive. Feng drew a sharp breath. These weapons are way too expensive. He finally found a shop selling chakra test strips. Gritting his teeth, he spent 100 taels to buy one. This trip cost 80 taels in total. Besides the test strip, he bought eggs, bread, and fruit, and even stocked up on water balloons, a toothbrush, and toothpaste. At least he wouldn't have to worry about breakfast for the next few days. Back home, he couldn't wait to test his chakra nature. When the strip split down the middle, he felt a little disappointed. Not lightning nature. But when nature wasn't bad, either he'd already started the related training anyway. After training the next day, he made a point of finding the Ichiraku ramen shop. The owner, being a hand puller, was the second original novel character he'd encountered. The 45-tael miso ramen was so fragrant he felt his tongue might swallow itself, but the price hurt. Fine as an occasional treat, but I can't afford it every day. On the first day of school, Feng Zheng got up for morning training at 5. After showering and rushing to school, Classroom 4A on the 4th floor was already full with more than 20 classmates. Fujin walked into the classroom and sat on an empty long bench. He noticed at a glance that most of the children around him came from ninja families. Each of them had a conspicuous family crest embroidered on their back. This classroom holds at most 40 people. Fujin mused to himself. Could our grade really have more than 10 classes? At exactly 8 o'clock, teacher Anda Gunshu appeared on time. He first handed each student their ID card, then stepped onto the podium. Welcome to the Ninja Academy. I am Ando Genki, your homeroom teacher this year. As a Konoha Chunin, I took part in the last Shinobi World War. I enjoy watching plays in my free time, and I also like teaching kids like you. When it was the students' turn to introduce themselves, the clan descendants each held their heads high and boasted endlessly about their family glories. Kaze quietly counted. 2 Uchiha, 3 Hyuga, 2 each from the Ino-Shika Cho families, 3 Inazuka, and 1 each from the Aburame, Sarutobi, Shimura, Kato, and Hitaki families. What surprised him most was that 3 members of the Senju family had shown up, and 2 from the Kurama family. Including himself, there were 6 civilian students in the class. You are among the top 30 of the 430 freshmen this year. Teacher Genki's words quieted the classroom. The school has high hopes for you and specially assigned an elite chunin like me to teach. You will have access to library sections E and D, and you will be personally assessed by the Hokage every 6 months. The classmates immediately showed proud expressions. Kazimasa also felt a warmth in his chest. It seemed this was an elite class, which would make asking questions much more convenient in the future. Those 2 sections of the library must contain quite a few ninjutsu manuals. Teacher Minoki led the new students on a tour of the campus. The training ground was particularly striking. It had everything: a track, an obstacle course, a shooting range, and an array of balance beams. And at the far end there was even a small pond for practicing water-style techniques. This year you will learn chakra basics, hand seal techniques, taijutsu theory. Teacher Minoki recited a long list of courses aside from required ninjutsu classes. There were also standard subjects like math, physics, and chemistry. As soon as the dismissal bell rang, Kazumasa headed straight for the library. On the way, he ran into Daisuke and Tatsuya. Daisu waved at him. "The wind is right." Fengzheng turned and saw a familiar figure. "How was class?" "Pretty interesting," Daisu grinned. "The teacher showed us around the whole school." "Our class too." Fengzheng nodded. "How many people are in your class?" 100 people. Aren't they all like that?" Daisuke scratched his head. Tatsuya leaned in to add, "Our class also has 100 students." Kaze paused. "Our class only has 30. Why?" Daisuke widened his eyes. Fengzheng turned away from the other's probing gaze. "I don't know either." He didn't want to continue the topic, and when Dafu invited him to go home together, he found an excuse and hurriedly said his goodbyes. Walking alone toward the library, Fengzheng bit into a compressed ration bar. 30 people against 100. The difference in scale between 5 classes made everything clear to him. It seemed their class would receive special training aimed directly at becoming Jonin. The other classes were probably only being prepared as Chunin reserves for the village. At the library entrance, Fengzheng showed his ID. The librarian informed him the place was divided into 7 sections. The general area, Zone 0, and 5 ninja areas from E to A. Area A and above were actually open to him? Though he wondered why there was no S-rank area, he accepted it once he realized advanced ninjutsu must be kept under tight control. He skipped the general area and went straight to Zone 0. The scroll titles were densely packed: Chakra Theory, Basics of Sealing Techniques, Analysis of Jinjutsu. For over 2 hours, he wandered among the shelves like a treasure hunter. The beginner sealing techniques in Area E and the advanced version in Area D particularly excited him. Finally, he took out a scroll titled Introduction to Hand Seals and curled up in a corner seat. In the empty reading room, there was only the rustle of the unrolled scroll. "All right, it's time to make a detailed plan." In the library corner, the child stared at the scroll, but his gaze drifted into the distance. Feng thought to himself, "Start by breaking through the basics first. Practicing chakra control every day, and the results are significant. It's time to try tree climbing training. Combining physical training with meditation, constantly pushing limits, chakra reserves continue to grow. Form manipulation is also progressing smoothly. When my chakra improves more, I'll be able to learn more jutsu." Current training covers 3 main directions: control, form, and reserves. It would be even better if a new way to increase reserves could be found. Wind attribute manipulation is the top priority. A few months ago, I mastered cutting leaves. Now I can easily sever branches. I haven't tried a waterfall yet, but the progress has been rapid. These fundamentals are enough to support most wind-style ninjutsu. Next, I'll challenge harder materials, stone and metal. I must master more wind release techniques. I plan to study all the library S, E, and D rank wind release scrolls and spend a year or 2 building an integrated offense-defense combat system. What about choosing other natures? Fire, lightning, earth, water, which is more suitable? Thunder and wind don't mesh well, so they're not being considered for now. Fire has the best affinity with wind, but it requires shadow clone coordination. Most teammates from the land of fire can use fire release, so they complement each other. Earth release doesn't pair with wind, but it can fill the defense gap. If one could learn Kakuzu's body hardening technique and combine it with wind release attacks, it would be perfect. The final decision is to major in wind release and minor in earth release. Other attributes can wait until mastering multiple shadow clone. Must also solidify the basics. Although clone technique is weak, it is the foundation of both shadow clones and elemental clones. Transformation technique has wide uses, capable of everything from disguise to weapon morphing. Substitution technique really is the most practical. Even a shadow class expert can't do without this ninjutsu. It must be mastered as a priority. Besides that, body flicker technique also needs to be learned as soon as possible. These 2 techniques are crucial for evasion and retreat. Compared to wind release, mastering substitution technique and body flicker technique first is more urgent. This combat system is pretty good: wind release for offense, earth release for defense, substitution technique, and body flicker technique, handling maneuvering. Next is taijutsu. Morning training gave his physical fitness an edge over his classmates. but unfortunately, it can extend the training time. He needs to find ways to increase training intensity, such as added weight or applying seals. The school's taijutsu curriculum has its own system. Understand it first before making a plan. Jinjutsu can't be practiced for now, leave it for later. Kenjutsu, medical ninjutsu, sensory ninjutsu, and sealing techniques also need scheduling. Medical ninjutsu can wait. Swordsmanship is important. Learn to conduct chakra through a weapon and add wind nature to increase lethality. But there's no rush for real combat yet, so it can be postponed. Sealing techniques can be practiced right away. There are basic textbooks. Try them first to see if they're suitable. Perception ninjutsu is also crucial. I might need to ask a teacher how to become an excellent sensory ninja. I haven't tried it yet, but focusing chakra on the eyes, nose, and ears should enhance the senses. Feng is more intent on mastering chakra perception, which will be very helpful for future missions outside the village. Looking at the schedule again, classes from Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. There are 2.5 hours of physical training in the morning, and taijutsu practice will need to be fitted in after that. Most training can't be done during class, but I can secretly practice attribute changes, like cutting leaves under the desk. I also need to look into Earth-style training methods to see if I can practice them in class. I just hope Teacher Yuanshu isn't a sensory-type ninja, otherwise I'll be discovered and stopped. From 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. is free time. Subtracting 1 hour for meals and chores leaves 6 hours. Those hours must be divided among basic ninjutsu, wind release, weapon throwing, sealing techniques, chakra perception, and meditation. There is simply not enough time to complete all the training. What should I do? Fengzheng fell into deep thought. After careful calculation, he found that only meditation had to be practiced every day. As for the other items, there were only 2 choices: either split them across different days or concentrate on a few of them. The first plan seemed tempting, but was fraught with hidden dangers. Studying too many skills at once made it easy to become distracted and ultimately counterproductive. For example, ultimate techniques like the 8 gates required a solid foundation in physical arts. With too many training items, there would be no way to consult Teacher Kai. Sealing techniques were even trickier. This discipline had a vast system and profound theory that required a large investment of time to study. It would be better to wait until he mastered the shadow clone before tackling it. Unfortunately, that also meant he couldn't temporarily earn money by making explosive tags or storage scrolls. But for now, there was no other choice. Between basic ninjutsu and wind release, he decided to focus on basic ninjutsu first. Once he had fully mastered it, he would specialize in wind nature techniques. Over the next few months, his after-school time would be devoted entirely to practicing basic ninjutsu, shuriken throwing, kunai techniques, chakra sensing, and meditation. At present, Fengzheng still cannot sense chakra. He plans to go to the library to consult materials and ask Teacher Yuanshu. This will also test whether he has a talent for sensing shinobi. He will wait until the class starts to learn weapon throwing techniques. That way he can avoid forming bad habits, correct his movements in time, and master accurate throwing more quickly. The hand seals for basic ninjutsu can be easily obtained from the library. The key is to understand the principles of the seals and the correct casting methods. In any case, the school will soon teach this part, so it should not be a problem. After clearing his thoughts, Fengzheng let out a long breath. He silently recited in his heart, "This plan seems feasible for now. I must quickly get the necessary knowledge from the school and ask the teachers whenever I have questions. Let's see how much I can grow after a few years of systematic training." He curled his lips slightly and finally unfurled the scroll to read carefully. After reading through it, he suddenly understood. The hand signs for forming seals really were identical to those in the Naruto series. The scroll recorded 12 basic hand signs. These gestures could help a ninja shape chakra in specific ways. But the seals were only an aid. The key was actively controlling the flow of chakra. Fengzheng sighed lightly. Looks like it'll take some work to master. Until he reached the passing standard, seal training would replace basic ninjutsu practice and become a daily required course. Fengzheng stared at the diagrams of the hand signs on the scroll, clumsily mimicking them with his fingers. The sensation of chakra flowing inside his body was like a slippery fish, always slipping away from his fingertips just as it was about to take form. "This is a lot harder than I imagined," he murmured, a fine bead of sweat forming at his temple. The seals for the 5 elemental attributes recorded on the scroll each have their own merits, and the water clone technique seals are so complex they make one's head swim. But what Feng cared about most were the parts that had been deliberately omitted clearly. The true essence was never written in the textbooks. Controlling chakra is the key, he said thoughtfully. I need to find someone experienced to guide me. Just as he was plotting how to ask a teacher for help, a gentle voice came from behind him. So interested in sealing signs? Feng froze. Teacher Yuan Shu was standing behind him before he knew it, the smile on his face making Feng's skin crawl. Ma master. He deliberately let his voice sound childishly flustered. I was reading about Uchiha Itachi Senpai. He could breathe fire at 4. Jinshu ruffled his hair. That child was an exception. But since you're so earnest. The Chunin teacher leaned down and pointed to the scroll. The secret of hand seals isn't speed, it's precision. Every gesture must be as natural as breathing. Fuzian silently noted the words, but his eyes involuntarily glanced toward the blank margin of the scroll. That spot should have recorded more advanced techniques like the method for forming seals with one hand. That's not breathing fire, it's fireball jutsu. You'll be able to learn ninjutsu soon enough. I'll teach seal formations tomorrow. Until then, don't practice on your own. It's dangerous. Feng Zheng nodded excitedly and replied loudly. Okay, teacher. Yuan Shu immediately raised a finger. Shu, the library must be quiet. Feng Zheng lowered his voice. Understood, teacher. Watching Yuan Shu walk into Area B of the library, Feng Zheng muttered to himself. Chunin can enter Area B? Is it only for elites? He remembered Jinju saying he was an elite and might soon be promoted to Chunin. But none of that mattered as long as Jinju had a good impression of him. Kazumasa reopened the scroll and focused on studying how hand seals guide chakra. After a while, Jinju came out of Zone B, smiled at him, and left. Kazumasa finally understood the knack of forming the seals, closed the scroll, and put it back. He then picked up the Wind Nature Training Scroll and began to read. Leaf cutting practice? Too ordinary. It didn't even mention waterfall cutting. He was a little disappointed. It made sense after all. Not everyone had a mentor like Yamato, and not everyone could train frantically with shadow clones like Naruto. The only useful thing in the scroll was the detailed explanation of the hand seals for wind release. He switched to the earth release scroll, and his eyes brightened. This is much more practical. There are 2 methods to train earth release. One is crushing stones. Similar to leaf cutting, the other is using chakra to shape clay and let it harden. Feng Jing thought that most earth release techniques simply deform the ground, so shaping clay is indeed key. After crushing stones, he could challenge heavier boulders. As for clay, he could later try manipulating mud, though that would be harder. Finally, he opened the basic sealing jutsu scroll. After reading it, he thought, not difficult right now, but it will definitely get more complicated later. Sealing techniques take too much time, so I'll put them aside for now. He casually put the scroll back on the shelf and searched Section 0 for material on perception training. The shelves were full of methods for training smell, sight, and hearing. After a good while, he finally found what he wanted most: how to sense another's chakra. The scroll said that every ninja is surrounded by a chakra field, though most people don't use it. A true sensory ninja can not only control their own chakra field, but also expand it by hundreds of meters. Those with exceptional talent can cover kilometers, accurately detecting chakra fluctuations within that range. And by retracting the chakra field, one can avoid enemy reconnaissance. The biggest challenge in the training was interference from the other senses. The scroll recommended blocking sight, smell, and hearing to focus the practice. A flash of inspiration hit Feng Zheng. What if he only blocked 2 of them and specifically trained the remaining 1? After all, keen senses are vital for a shinobi. The core method was reverse meditation, not cutting off the outside world, but using meditation to perceive everything around you. Unfortunately, he couldn't block his sense of smell, nor did he have any soundproofing tools. He would need someone to give him guidance on this. Feng Zheng pondered how to make teacher Yuan Shu notice his intention. He closed the scroll gently and left the library, only then realizing it was already late. For a full 6 hours, he hadn't noticed time passing in the enclosed library. The place didn't even have a single window, and the walls were sealed with jutsu to keep out Earth-style ninjas. On the way home, he spent 5 liang to buy a packet of clay and picked up a few pebbles. The next day, he once again arrived at class just on time. Looking at the students who'd claimed seats in the front row early, he snorted inwardly. These little brats. He went to sit alone in the very last row and took a pebble out to place on the desk. Jinju started his lesson on time as usual. The first hour was village history and moral education. Kazimasa listened to the brainwashing class while sizing up the classroom. A member of the Nara family was dozing. Someone from the Akimichi family was thinking about food, and Inazuka was teasing a Ninken, and Uchiha Reize was smugly bragging about his clan's prodigy. Last year's top student was a 7-year-old Uchiha. Two members of the Uchiha clan were already proficient at performing the fireball jutsu. Kazimasa stopped looking around while Jinju wrote on the blackboard. He hit a stone under his desk with his left hand and secretly practiced Earth Nature Chakra. He guided his chakra while keeping a close eye on Jinju's reactions. But Jinju's expression remained normal, showing no sign of noticing. Kazimasa inwardly rejoiced. Lucky. He's either not a sensory-type ninja, or he's deliberately ignoring me. The latter is unlikely. Either way, it's to my advantage. The lecture lasted an hour. Outwardly, Kazimasa attended the class, but in truth he devoted most of his attention to training his chakra. After the so-called brainwashing class ended, Minamoto started explaining chakra principles and demonstrated hand seals. Kazimasa immediately stopped training and listened intently. But the clan heirs had already learned hand seals long ago, and each of them was absent-minded. Minamoto taught 3 basic hand seals, required everyone to practice, and closely supervised each person's movements. After class, he announced he would teach all 12 basic seals within 3 days. In the history lesson after lunch, Senjuteru and Hyuga Hana frequently buzzed in to answer, while Kazimasa continued to pretend to listen and train secretly. The whole week went like this. Minamoto finished teaching all the basic seals and the clone technique seals, repeatedly stressing the importance of precise seals. Kazimasa found this matched the notes on the scroll exactly. In addition, Minamoto introduced Konoha's concentrated training method. Kazimasa usually practiced Earth Nature Chakra in class, and when he grew bored, he would switch to Wind Nature Chakra to split stones. In the second week, Minamoto started a shuriken course. He gauged the students' levels through competitions and invited other teachers to assist. Clan youths stood out. Uchiha Rai and Senju Hikaru tied for first. Another Uchiha, an Aburame, and a member of the Shimura clan also made the top 5. Kazimasa thought with some surprise. Shimura Danzo really did set up a special training program for the clan's youngsters. Although he'd practiced with a self-made wooden shuriken, the difference in weight greatly reduced the training's effectiveness. Of 6 throws, only 1 hit the edge of the wooden target, and he ultimately placed 21st. After the match, Jinshu began meeting with students one by one for guidance. Kazimasa listened carefully to Genshu's instruction. Your throwing motion still needs a lot of practice. First get your posture correct, then you'll improve faster. He had Jinshu help adjust his posture, imitating the teacher's demonstrated shuriken throwing motion. After a few corrections, Jinshu was finally satisfied and turned to the next student. Fengzheng took this training especially seriously and spent most of his time after class at the practice field repeating drills. After returning home, he kept practicing hand seals, shaping clay, and meditation. Although he failed when he tried to sense the environment last week, he decided to set that aside for now. Lately, he began practicing wall walking as an alternative to climbing trees. The walls were smooth and even, so they should be easier to master than trees. He covered the training area with mats so he wouldn't get hurt even if he fell 100 times. After a few days, by the end of the second week, Fengzheng could walk freely on walls and even do handstands on the ceiling. The main obstacle was insufficient chakra, but daily training had noticeably improved his stamina. He couldn't tell whether his chakra control had improved or his reserves had increased, but he figured progress was what mattered. Frequent falls, on the contrary, taught him aerial flips and landing techniques. 1 month after enrollment, Jinju began teaching basic taijutsu. This set of taijutsu covered everything but lacked specialization. Kazimasa still thought it was far better than the way he had been practicing blindly. I didn't expect basic taijutsu to be so complex and comprehensive. This made him curious how strong the Senju and Uchiha taijutsu must be, while the Hyuga family's techniques were clearly superior. Kazimasa decided to master the school's taijutsu first, then consider higher-level techniques. After all, he had plenty of time. From that day on, he practiced taijutsu extra every morning. It took the school more than a month to teach the complete set of movements. But Kazimasa noticed that students from clans like the Senju and Uchiha hadn't even bothered to learn this basic taijutsu. After taijutsu class, the school schedules students for weekly sparring matches. Based on each person's performance, Motoki gives targeted guidance. Even the tournaments use a knockout format. Feng Zheng's progress was obvious in his first competition. He charged into the top 8. His techniques weren't yet elegant, but his robust physique gave him every advantage. He wasn't surprised by that. These students truly were gifted some even stronger than him. But which 6-year-old trains as hard as he does? Teachers like Kai are exceptions. Even Xiaoli only began training desperately after becoming a genin. Hinata Hataka won the inaugural Taijutsu Championship. Senju Akira and Hinata Hana close behind. Uchiha Rai and another member of the Hyuga clan taking 4th and 5th. Shimura Shin placed 6th, and 7th was another child of the Senju family. Kazemasa thought to himself, there's still a lot of potential. They had clan training, while I relied entirely on myself. His confidence surged. If he kept training extra, his growth rate would surely surpass theirs. He walked this path of hard cultivation with absolute determination. Minamoto Itsuki began organizing weekly taijutsu and shuriken tournaments. Kazemasa found that the other 4 classes had no such arrangements according to Daisuke. They hadn't even held taijutsu classes and were still working on shuriken practice and basic hand seals. The village really poured resources into this class. Kazemasa recalled that last year this class produced an Itachi. If the leadership held the same expectations for this year, they were likely to be disappointed. But geniuses like Itachi are once in a century. They should understand that. Putting aside his emotions, Kaze was full of anticipation for the future. The feeling of continually growing stronger set his blood boiling. 6 months flew by in an instant. Jinju arrived at the Hokage's office on time to report. Hokage-sama. Hizashi looked up. How are the class's progress? Any particularly outstanding prospects? The overall progress has exceeded expectations, Yuzuki replied respectfully. Although it's still early, I believe most can become elite shunin, and a few might push for jonin. Senju Teru and Uchiha Raiten have the highest aptitude. The Hyuga Hataka sisters stand out, and Shimura Shinya is very steady. The other children of the 3 great clans and the one from the Aburame family are all decent. He paused. And there are surprises among the commoners too. Suzuki Kazimasa from the orphanage. His rate of improvement is astonishing. I studied him carefully. The kid really is diligent, even using his rest time to train more. Aoki Noyoshi is pretty good too, a promising commoner. The other students are all fairly hardworking as well. This class is much stronger than the last, I said enthusiastically, but couldn't help sighing. It's a pity, though, there's no genius like Itachi in the class. Hizashi nodded slightly. Geniuses can be stumbled upon, but not sought after. But by your account, these children do have potential. If over the next 15 years we can train a dozen to become jonin and the rest reach chunin level, that would be a great contribution to the village. I will keep watching over their growth. Minamoto bowed respectfully and took his leave. After the office fell silent again, Hizashi sank into thought. Another batch of fresh blood was growing up, especially that diligent orphan who knows what kind of life path he might take. Minamoto's assessment was actually conservative. Over the past 6 months, Kazemasa's progress exceeded everyone's expectations. No one knew that the child had been undergoing grueling training even after returning home. His hand seal technique finally made a qualitative leap. Now he can smoothly complete 6 random hand seals. It's time to start learning basic ninjutsu. Earth release training has begun to show results. Rocks crumble in his hands, and clay manipulation is becoming second nature. Although he still can't fully harden, localized hardening is no longer a problem. Compared to the rapid progress with wind release, earth release is indeed a bit slower. But that's normal after all. Wind is his original element. Now, with a casual sweep, he can leave deep marks on stone. Taijutsu has advanced by leaps and bounds. Regular sparring with Chishite Teru, Hyuga Hataka, and others has kept him firmly in the top 4 of his grade. Especially Chishite Teru, who has pretty much become his personal sparring partner. Surprisingly, his stamina could rival that of the Senju clan. That might be due to rigorous training, or perhaps he naturally possessed an unusually large amount of chakra. His shuriken skills also advanced rapidly. His right hand could now land all 6 throws, though he still couldn't hit the bullseye every time. His left hand was a bit weaker, only hitting 4. He resolved to intensify his training until both hands could precisely hit the center. In the weekly throwing assessments, Kazimus's name had quietly crept into the top 10. Most unexpected of all, only 4 months into the school year, the kid had actually popped the water balloon. Turning back to practice tying the rubber ball, that really stumped him. He guessed that without at least 3 to 5 years, success was out of the question. Days in class passed like that, one after another. The newcomer's initial enthusiasm soon faded, while the rivalries among classmates grew increasingly fierce. Uchiha Arai's initial smugness slowly turned into a short temper. His talent wasn't bad, but in the end he couldn't match a genius like Itachi. His shuriken throwing was on par with Huey's, and the other students gradually could all land 6 shots dead center. He felt even more frustrated in Taijutsu. Senju Hui and Hyuga Hataka both outclassed him, and even Kazumasa and Hyuga Hana were evenly matched with him. In culture class, Hinata Hana and Senju Hibana often stole his thunder. To be blunt, Senju Hibana was clearly stronger than him, and Hinata Hana was on equal footing with him. Feng Zheng muttered to himself, "Can you awaken the Sharingan with nothing but jealousy? Or does someone actually have to die first?" He, of course, was hoping the other would open his eyes. An opportunity to spar with a Sharingan was invaluable for real combat experience. Putting that aside, Kazumasa had his own worries. Morning training was getting increasingly dull. His body had long since adapted to the current intensity. If he didn't extend the duration, how could he increase the difficulty? Actually, there were methods, such as weight training. But he worried binding sandbags at not even 7 years old, would that affect his development? After saving for 6 months, he had 1,200 taels in his pocket, more than enough to buy lightweight weights. After thinking it over for a long time, he decided to go find Yuan Shu to discuss it. Morning training was always held publicly anyway, nothing to hide. After school, he stopped the teacher to explain the predicament. Yuan Shu thought for a moment, demonstrated several sets of advanced moves on the spot, and even helped him redraw the training schedule. Feng Zheng looked at the new plan and was secretly pleased. Should have asked him sooner. Though, well, he'll probably get bored again in a few months. After expressing his thanks, he suddenly tossed out a new question. "Teacher, can I tie sandbags on to increase the difficulty?" Yuan Shu was taken aback. "Who told you about weighted training?" Feng Zheng pretended to be nervous as he rubbed his hands. "The market weapons shop. I saw some weights." Yuan Shu nodded thoughtfully. "I understand. Curiosity is a good thing. But weight training can affect physical development, and in the long run, it's not good for you." Jinju smiled kindly. "It's good that you asked proactively. Next time you have a similar idea, remember to come ask me first." Feng Zheng nodded seriously, thought for a moment, then asked, "Teacher, are there any other ways to increase training difficulty?" Jinju was a little surprised. This child was satisfied with the new training plan, yet still sought a higher difficulty. Did he think the current training would soon become too easy? This diligence was truly astonishing. Jinju was secretly pleased and grew even more hopeful about Feng Zheng's future. Actually, there are other methods. Besides adding weight, you can use seal scripts to achieve the same effect, and they have no side effects. For example, a gravity sealing talisman. Feng Zheng's eyes brightened. It seemed learning sealing techniques was indeed necessary. An eager expression appeared on his face. Yuan Shu was pleased with his reaction and decided to play a little joke. "But these talismans can't be handed out casually. And they're expensive, you can't buy them yourself." Feng Zheng frowned. Was the teacher teasing him? He cooperatively sighed and put on a disappointed look. Seeing this, Yuan Shu continued to tempt him, "But don't worry. Remember what I said on the first day? The Hokage will supervise your exams. If you perform the best among your classmates, you can ask the Hokage for a gift. Then you'll be able to request these sealing talismans. But until then, you still have to train as planned." Feng Zheng suddenly understood. So they were using rewards to motivate him to get good grades. Such tricks to coax a child. He nodded along and happily said, "Wow, that's great." Yuan Shu smiled and ruffled his hair. The exam includes a theory part in addition to physical training. If you want to get first place, you need to study the theory well too. I'll study hard and prepare for the final exam, Fengzheng promised enthusiastically. After seeing the satisfied teacher off, Fengzheng couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Playing the role of a child wasn't easy. It was amusing, but these adults were always trying to manipulate children in various ways. It reminded him of similar experiences in his previous life. Every adult always forces children to compete for first place in everything. Fengzheng was required to get good grades. Watching adults manipulate children like this was somewhat ridiculous. But Fengzheng was not an ordinary child. The reason Yuan Shu targeted him so much was simply because he never paid attention in history class. Think about it, Fengzheng had never answered a single question. No wonder Yuan Shu wanted to control him. It seemed Fengzheng would have to practice his pretend-to-listen skills some more. But he wasn't worried about the theory exam. He wouldn't dare call himself the smartest. But his mind was far more mature than those kids. These questions were too easy for him. What really worried him were the sealing talismans. If someone carelessly drew seals on him, that would be trouble. Fengzheng planned to go to the library later to look up information on gravity seals and suppression seals. Putting his thoughts away, Kazumasa walked toward the library with a new training plan in hand. He went straight into Sector 0 and searched for scrolls on chakra control. A few minutes later, he found the target. Sitting down, he opened the scroll and read it over thoughtfully. I can walk on walls in my sleep now. To further improve control, I should try tree climbing next, then practice walking on water. If anyone asks, I'll just claim I learned it from this scroll. The scroll mentioned training for leaf concentration, tree climbing, and walking on water. What surprised Kazumasa, however, was that the end of the scroll referenced another scroll about advanced chakra control theory. Curiosity piqued. He fetched that scroll and began to read. Interesting, Kazumasa analyzed. The scroll proposed a theory of using chakra to counteract gravity. By applying a force equivalent to gravity, a person could hover, increasing or decreasing that force would allow ascent or descent. But no one had succeeded so far. Even Tsunade, who has the strongest chakra control, can't do this technique. As for the third Tsuchikage and the others being able to fly, Fengzheng guessed they were using earth-release ninjutsu to reduce their weight or something similar. He couldn't remember clearly, but the theory was indeed interesting. Maybe he could try it later. Putting the scroll away, Fengzheng began to get down to business. He walked into District E and picked up the clone technique scroll. Opening it, he saw that the technique required only 3 seals: Wei, Si, and Yin. After reading the scroll, Fengzheng thought, although the hand seals are simple, the internal operation is complex. The seals are only the trigger. Knowing the hand signs alone isn't enough to truly master the clone technique. One must grasp the essence of ninjutsu. A heavy feeling settled in Fengzheng's chest. This completely disrupted all of his plans. But since he had decided to learn it, he had no intention of giving up halfway. After memorizing the key points of the clone technique, he left the library and dove into his apartment to train in seclusion. As expected, the technique was much harder than he had imagined. He had no choice but to run back to the library again and again, repeatedly studying that scroll. Once he ran into Motoki on the road, the other smiled at him. Fengzheng thought, surely he doesn't think I want to make up the history lesson he taught? Well, it's a misunderstanding, whatever. Fengzheng simply even skipped the usual after-school training and devoted himself entirely to the art of clones. He only stopped to meditate and recover when all his chakra was exhausted. It took him a full 3 days before he could barely produce his first clone. But when he saw the result, even he was shocked. This split is even worse than Naruto's. After another week of hard practice, he finally managed to create a somewhat decent clone. Another week of training, his technique became more practiced and his hand seal speed improved considerably. Next, he began to tackle the transformation technique. This technique was crucial to him. By using it to disguise himself when going out to train, he wouldn't attract attention. Besides, the transformation technique was also an essential skill for infiltration missions. If he were caught, he could make up an excuse to get away. After another week, he had barely managed to make the transformation technique look somewhat presentable. Although he could take on a classmate's appearance, it was full of flaws. The looks were barely passable, let alone the changes in scent and chakra that the scroll mentioned. This is too hard, just changing the appearance is already exhausting. And on top of that, I have to copy the scent and chakra? Feng was thinking that after some time, he might be able to alter his own scent, but fully imitating someone else was still unlikely. He recalled the Chunin exams, when Naruto was uncovered by Kiba Inuzuka through scent. It seems this technique can't be mastered by many lower-ranked ninjas, so the school's exam doesn't require it. Feng Zheng had a sudden idea. Why not turn into someone he knew in his previous life, and spray some perfume to mask the scent? At least he could pass for a stranger. He continued to bury himself in hard practice. But early the next morning, when he went out for his morning exercise, he sensed that the village atmosphere was off. It was still before dawn, yet there were quite a few people moving about on the streets, ninja coming and going, each with a tense expression. Feng Zheng muttered to himself, "What is going on?" When he arrived at the classroom, he noticed several children from clan families also looking tense. He leaned close to Senja Hui and asked in a low voice, "Why are you all so flustered?" Kushina. Note. Wait, Chan Shuhui is a name keep original. Translate. Chan Shuhui Yilong. Fengwen Dao. Ni Hai Bujri Dao? Haika Senju paused in surprise and asked back, "You still don't know?" Ni Hai Maiting Soajusher? Feng Zheng Guzuo Jingya de Fanwen. Didn't you hear about it? Kazimasa feigned surprise and countered. Chan Shuhui Sun Suraning Zhong. Dao Di Samashur? Kushinoki's expression turned grave. What on earth is it? Zhuowan Da Suowan Pantalat. Shanzai Yijing Shi Sge Panrun. Feng Zheng Ya Di Sung Yin Sodao. Senju Terumi's pupils jolted. One of the three ninjas, actually. This news is too sudden. Who would have thought the third's disciple would betray him? Kazimasa shook his head and sighed. I heard he conducted human experiments and killed many people. Outwardly respected and honorable, but behind the scenes, such a scoundrel. Kazimasa then sat on the bench, thinking inwardly. I knew this would happen long ago. Pretending to be surprised is exhausting. But the plot is indeed unfolding according to the original. After the third Great Ninja War ends, the Nine Tails attack, Minato's sacrifice. Now it's Orochimaru's defection. Next should be Konoha's Cloud kidnapping of Hinata and the fake death substitute incident. The Cloud Village chose a very clever moment to strike. Minato is dead, the three ninjas are scattered, and Konoha is in a weak period. But the third agreeing to hand over a replacement for the Hokage was truly cowardly. Unfortunately, I'm not strong enough now, nor do I have the standing to interfere in such military secrets. But Orochimaru leaving was a good thing. Before he matured, the ones to guard against most were Danzo and Uncle Snake. Now one threat was gone. As long as he didn't draw Root's attention, it would be fine. It's just unclear whether Uncle Snake escaped this time because the third deliberately eased up, or because of his real skill. If it's the former, then the old man's soft heart has really done harm. Think of those killed by Edo Tensei in the Fourth Great Ninja War. That debt should be charged to the third. Kazimasa silently shook his head. Although he was glad to see Uncle Snake leave, the entire ninja world was probably already seething with undercurrents. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office was heavy. The third stared at the crystal ball in silence, while Hodaman In and Tenjin Koharu stood on either side, anxiously worried. Danzo suddenly slammed his cane hard on the ground. Haiden, your weakness has indulged a traitor. Orochimaru knows how many of the village's secrets. Have you thought about the consequences? Koharu immediately chimed in. That's right. If he sells that intelligence to an enemy village, Konoha will face annihilation. Haiden sighed. It's a pity he chose to defect, but I believe he wouldn't do anything to harm Konoha. Danzo gave a cold snort. Just like you once firmly believed he wouldn't defect? And what was the result? He not only escaped right under your nose, he killed dozens of our pursuing shinobi. Who knows what he'll do next? Munin hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Stop arguing for now. The key question is what to do. Orochimaru knows too many secrets. The heads of the great clans are all very uneasy. Danzo said in a hard tone. We must immediately label him a rogue ninja, raise the bounty, and send an elite squad to hunt him down. Hizashi immediately retorted. Sending a squad is a death sentence. We simply don't have enough manpower right now. Koharu frowned and asked. So are we just going to let him be? Tenzo and Manyo both nodded in agreement with Koharu's view. Danzo said in a deep voice, I'll send Jiraiya to chase after him. He thought to himself, I hope he can persuade Orochimaru to turn back. Tenzo questioned, won't Jiraiya act on his emotions like you do? I suggest sending the root shinobi with him. Danzo flatly refused. The root will only get in the way. The four old comrades argued for a long time. At the Konoha leadership meeting that afternoon, the heads of the great clans sat on pins and needles. Orochimaru had once worked with them and knew too many clan secrets. If those secrets fell into enemy hands, the consequences would be unthinkable. Someone accused Hiruzen on the spot of being too indulgent with his students. In the end, the council declared Orochimaru a missing ninja, raised the bounty by 50%, and dispatched Jiraiya to pursue him. Although the clan leaders doubted whether Jiraiya would truly hunt him down, they had no real choice. The news reached the other villages and caused a huge uproar. In Sunagakure, Rosunaraza thought to himself, first Minato and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki died, and now Orochimaru has defected? Is Konoha falling apart? It's a pity our losses in the last war were too great, and we still have to watch that damn daimyo's face. Otherwise, this would be the perfect opportunity. Yagura of the Hidden Mist was busy dealing with an internal rebellion when he received the report and had no time for anything else. The Hidden Stone Village held an emergency meeting. Some advocated taking the opportunity to retaliate against the blow Minato once dealt the stone, while others suspected it was a Konoha plot. In the end of the argument, everyone looked to Inoki. Inoki stroked his beard and said, what's the rush? Even without Minato and Orochimaru, Konoha is still strong. Besides, that old bastard surely has a fallback. Let's watch Konoha's movements first, then decide our next move. When they heard Inoki's decision, everyone snorted inwardly. That fair-weather fence-sitter really is unreliable. Meanwhile, the fourth Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village was also plotting over the upheaval in Konoha. He convened his top ranks to discuss it, hoping to profit from the situation. Fong, however, paid no mind to these disputes and focused on his training. After 2 weeks of hard practice, his transformation technique was finally presentable, though still far from mastery. Next came the more difficult replacement technique. He needed twice the time to barely get the hang of it. The jutsu wasn't as formidable as imagined. It was essentially a sleight of hand. The key was to seize the moment the opponent was distracted and swap oneself with an object. The movement had to be quick, but it wasn't instantaneous. It was worthless against powerful opponents or Sharingan users. Also, the replacement object couldn't be too far away, otherwise it was hard to perform. Think about it, if it allowed instant teleportation, that ninjutsu would be too overpowered. There were quite a few tricks for practical use, though. Combined with Jinjutsu or transformation techniques, it could confuse enemies. Using chakra threads could pull distant objects closer, and low-level summoning could even quickly provide replacements. Not as expected, but still useful as a deception method. Feng planned to train until he could perform it without hand seals. For now, he still had to conquer the body flicker technique. He also needed to learn some wind and earth-style escape techniques. For the past 2 months, he kept practicing until his chakra was exhausted. This extreme training greatly increased his chakra reserves. During that time, he also found 2 scrolls in the library. One said chakra increases with the growth of body and mind, and can be improved through training and meditation. The other compared chakra to a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it becomes. Feng had been using both methods and progressed rapidly. He also discovered other ways to boost chakra. One scroll mentioned Sage Mode, which can greatly increase chakra reserves after entering that state. One's strength would surge. The other scroll recorded a theory about activating cellular vitality. The more active the cells, the more chakra can be extracted and the stronger the body becomes. Feng Zheng was stunned by this idea. Unfortunately, the scroll did not explain how to actually activate the cells. This method can't be simple, otherwise it would have become widespread long ago. Feng Zheng muttered to himself. Who proposed this theory? I'll have to meet this person someday. When he flipped to the end of the scroll, he saw the signature. First he froze for a moment, then he understood. No wonder it was that snake's dirty trick. Damn, this path won't work. Maybe later, if I clear out that guy's lair, I can pick up his research notes. If I'm lucky, I might even find a method. But the hope is slim. Or, try asking Tsunade. Her understanding of the human body might even be deeper than Orochimaru's. Besides, she used to be his teammate, and very likely took part in that research. Sigh, another headache. Other theories don't work either. Some are incomplete, some bring endless troubles. Feng Zheng sighed and put the scrolls all back in their places. Now only one option remained: find a source tree. But he couldn't explain why he was in such a hurry to increase his chakra. The source tree's first question would definitely be, "Why have you run out of chakra?" He mustn't tell him that he's secretly practicing basic ninjutsu. If word got out and reached Hiruzen or Danzo's ears, a 6-year-old orphan able to skillfully perform the body replacement technique, that would be a straight ticket to root. After mastering the body replacement technique, Feng readjusted his schedule. Over the past 2 months, he reduced his shuriken practice, stopped molding clay, and only sat in meditation when his chakra was depleted. He didn't practice clone technique much. He intended to replace it later with shadow clones and elemental clones. Mastering transformation technique was too difficult, so he focused on external appearance simulation. He worked hard on substitution technique. The goal was to perform it instantaneously without hand seals. Aside from attending lessons, he also made breakthroughs in earth release and wind release, able to shatter pebbles into dust instantly or split a rock cleanly in two. There were times when the desks were piled with crushed stones and dirt after class, and he had to slink away to clean it up, an awkward and comical scene. Since that incident, he never crushed stones in class again, but he kept pondering what to do with that spare time. Unfortunately, after much thought, he still couldn't find a training method more suitable than earth release. So he focused all his attention on wind release, even bringing a small piece of scrap iron into the classroom to secretly practice cutting. Over the next few months, he often slipped out of the house, used transformation technique to pose as an ordinary boy, and wandered the streets of Konoha. He found several secluded spots in the small woods outside the village and began practicing climbing trees. It's much like walking on walls, only the bark is rougher. In less than an hour, he had grasped the trick and switched to practicing walking on water. In his spare time, he also went to the library to look through scrolls on gravity seals and suppression seals. Before he knew it, another month had passed, and there was less than a month left before the final exams. Feng Zheng stared at the calendar and muttered, "There are 25 days until the written exam. Isn't it too early to start reviewing already?" He rubbed his temple and sighed. After all, it's the first exam of my life. I might as well take it seriously. He opened the textbook and found that the world's curriculum was far harder than expected. Material, supposedly for 9-year-olds, was deeper than the 6th grade textbooks from his previous life. Feng Zheng vaguely felt that the courses in the coming years would probably be even more challenging. The final exams have finally arrived. The regular class only needs to take a written test, but the elite class has 3 additional events: shuriken throwing, leaf concentration technique, and taijutsu competition. The shuriken target has concentric rings. Hitting the small central circle earns the full 30 points, with decreasing points for the outer rings. The leaf concentration technique is judged on chakra control. The person who endures the longest gets 20 points, and others are scored proportionally. If the first place lasts 30 minutes, someone who only lasts 21 minutes can only earn 14 points. Taijutsu matches are scored by ranking, with a full score of 50. The written exam counts for 100 points. Amid the rustling of pens in the exam room, Feng Zheng curled the corner of his mouth into a smile. He answered the written questions smoothly and effortlessly, though how well others did was another matter. 2 days later, at the real match arena, Kazumasa stood with his arms folded, watching. It seemed the village planned to finish grading the written exams first, then have the Hokage personally hand out the awards. The first contest was the leaf concentration technique, which was a piece of cake for Kazumasa, who had long since mastered walking on water. At the referee's command, all the students simultaneously stuck leaves to their foreheads. The first boy had the leaf fall in less than 2 minutes. He was from the Inuzuka family. In under 4 minutes, more than half the class had been eliminated. Fuzetsu could hear cries and complaints rising and falling. 10 minutes passed, and only 9 people remained on the field. After 15 minutes, only Suzuki Fuzetsu, Hyuga Hana, Senjiteru, Shimura Shin, and Uchiha Rai were left. At that moment, Uchiha Rai's wail rang out. Fuzetsu knew clearly that the others couldn't possibly hold out more than 20-some minutes. Sure enough, Senjiteru messed up at the 19th minute. Shimura Shin lasted until the 21st minute, and Hyuga Hana held on until the 22nd minute. Fuzetsu planned to build an advantage in the taijutsu exam. He had planned to stop after about half an hour, but he held out all the way to the 33rd minute, then deliberately made a mistake so the leaf would fall. Although his performance was outstanding, he wasn't worried about drawing attention. Last year Uchiha Itachi had kept his leaf from falling for 2 straight hours. There were even rumors that the examiners had stopped him. When he opened his eyes, Kazumasa immediately saw several classmates shooting envious glances his way. Uchiha Rai's face had gone pale with anger. He had been completely crushed in this match. Next was the shuriken throwing. Uchiha Rai, Senju Hikaru, Shimura Shin, Suzuki Kazumasa, and Hyuga Hataka all scored full marks. Seeing Uchiha Rai's dejected expression, Kazumasa thought to himself, this exam really is unfair to him. Rai excelled at hitting stationary targets precisely while moving, but his accuracy against moving targets was a bit lacking. Unfortunately, the exam wasn't very difficult, allowing many to match him. If the difficulty had been raised, probably only Senju Hikaru and Shimura Shin could have competed with him. The taijutsu rankings were announced. Hyuga Hataka first, Senju Hikaru and Hyuga Hana second and third respectively. Kazumasa was fourth, Uchiha Rai and Shimura Shin placed 5th and 6th. In the quarterfinals, Kazumasa defeated Uchiha Rai. Although Rai's technique was superior, the difference in physicality was too great. In the semifinals, Kazumasa lost to Hyuga Hataka, and he lost the third-place match to Hyuga Hana. He couldn't help grumbling. The Hyuga are really tough to deal with. Pure taijutsu matchups were indeed unfair. Even Senju Hikaru fell using his clan's taijutsu. Kazumasa resolved, if he met a Hyuga during the Chunin exam, he'd use explosive tags to fight at range. The third Hokage personally watched the taijutsu matches. Kazumasa noticed Hyuga Hana and the others were especially fierce, unsure whether it was because of the exam or because the Hokage was present. After all the exams were over, the teachers let the students rest while they tallied the final scores. While the teachers were compiling the results, all the students waited on the training field. Kazumasa smirked to himself, thinking some people looked amusingly nervous. Only Senju Hikari and the 2 yawning Nara clan members appeared very calm. Once the scores were compiled, the teachers returned led by the Hokage. Hinozaki delivered an inspiring speech, praising everyone's effort and talent. After that, Minoru went up and posted the results on the blackboard. Kazumasa, as he had hoped, was ranked first. The top 5 scores are Suzuki Kazumasa, 100 plus 20 plus 30 plus 44 is equal to 194. Hyuga Hana, 100 plus 13 plus 29 plus 46 is equal to 188. Senju Teru, 96 plus 12 plus 30 plus 48 is equal to 186. Shimura Nobu, 98 plus 13 plus 30 plus 40 is equal to 181. Uchiha Rai, 95 plus 09 plus 30 plus 42 equals 176. Kazumasa was very satisfied with his ranking, but when he looked closely at the individual scores, he was taken aback. If not for the huge gap opened up by the leaf-concentrated competition, Hinata would have surpassed him, and Senju Teru would have tied with him. He hadn't expected anyone to get a perfect score on the written test. He breathed a sigh of relief. The scoring method of the leaf-concentrated competition worked in his favor. His chakra control was much better than the clan youth's. It was a pity the clan youth's specialties didn't come into play. If the shuriken contest had been harder, Uchiha Rai and Senju Teru could easily have scored more. If the test had been for ninjutsu, they would have stood out as well. After all, the fireball technique is a C-rank ninjutsu. Feng Zheng was sure Yuanshu would notice this. The scoring method might be adjusted next year, and other exams might be graded with reference to the highest score. He reminded himself not to slack off and to intensify his training, because those opponents would surely undergo strict family training during the holidays. Coming back to himself, Feng Zheng found Hinata Hana and Senju Akira looking at him wronged, as if he had done something to offend them. It was probably because they were dissatisfied with the results of the leaf-focused competition. He could only force a wry smile and shrug, ignoring their gazes. After the results were announced, Nichiren had Yuanshu announce the prizes, but saw Yuanshu looking furious. Nichiren was curious what had made him so angry and planned to ask later. Yuanshu cursed inwardly. That brat. Over the past 10 months, he had never answered a question in class and always seemed absent-minded. No one knew he always kept his left hand fiddling under the desk. Once I tried to check and found his area under the desk was full of soil. And now he scored full marks on the written test? Did he go home and only study all the time? Just then, he realized the Hokage was watching him. He immediately understood, hurriedly quieted the whole class. When all the students had looked over, he raised his voice and announced, I mentioned on the first day that the Hokage would come to observe your performance. The top scorer in this exam will receive an additional reward, the right to make one request of the Hokage. The commoner students erupted in uproar. The clan heirs, however, seemed already prepared. Genki Suzuki called out loudly. Suzuki Kazimasa stepped forward. Kazimasa walked while calculating. What is the reward cap? Could I get the Hokage to personally instruct me? Or ask for an S-rank ninjutsu? What if I requested a sealing scroll outright? What expression would he make if I asked for a forbidden jutsu like Earth Release Reincarnation? For now, though, I need to act respectfully. When he reached Hizashi, Kazimasa bowed respectfully. Hizashi showed a satisfied, kindly smile. You did very well. You must have put in tremendous effort to take first place. The will of fire burns strongly within you. Kazimasa sneered inwardly. Hizashi then asked, Tell me what reward you want. Fumesa, glancing at Minamoto's displeased face, was somewhat surprised. He respectfully turned to the Hokage and said, Hokage-sama, I would like a sealing talisman that can copy the effects of weight on the body and has no side effects. Hizashi looked slightly surprised, then nodded. All right, but it will take time to prepare. When it's ready, I'll call you to the office. Fumesa tried hard to put on a look of ecstatic joy. Thank you very much, Hokage-sama. After speaking, he returned to the student lineup. The exams were finally over. Wenjung, who had long since adapted to Yuanshu's special training, had finally found a new way to improve his abilities. Before dismissing them, Yuanshu announced there would be class as usual tomorrow. The classroom immediately filled with complaints other classes had gone on break 2 days earlier. Yuanshu promised this would be the last lesson. The next day, the whole class assembled reluctantly. Yuanshu stood on the podium and said, Before we begin, I want to say that I'm proud of your performance yesterday. Keep it up, and soon you will all become excellent ninjas. The previously restless atmosphere in the classroom fell silent at once. Yuanshu cleared his throat. You must keep training during the holidays. Today's lesson will be exciting. I'm going to talk about career planning for ninjas. He began by explaining the most straightforward role, the medical ninja, emphasizing its key function within a squad. To spark interest, he even used Tsunade as an example. He then went on to introduce each profession one by one: assault ninja, tracking ninja, and so on, outlining their advantages, risks, and setting a model exemplar for each type. Specializing in Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, or a particular nintaijutsu can indeed make you stronger, he tapped the board and emphasized. But if the foundation isn't solid, you'll be left with fatal weaknesses. After 2 hours of this information-packed lecture, Motoki finally dismissed the class. The students cheered as they poured out of the classroom. Only Kaze headed straight to the training field to diligently practice his shuriken. Half an hour later, he knocked on the teacher's office door. Motoki sat alone at his desk. When he saw Kaze, his brow tightened slightly, then quickly relaxed. Perhaps the boy was simply introverted. Teacher, Feng Zheng said solemnly, please adjust my training schedule and instruct me in the use of sealing techniques. When Yuanshu revised the plan, he specifically warned, gradually increase the sealing load, but avoid impatience. Injury will delay the entire training progress. Feng Zheng clenched the new scroll tightly, determination flashing in his eyes. But he still stood there and asked a question that Yuanshu had not expected. Teacher, I'm particularly interested in the sensory-type ninja you spoke about in class. Could you teach me how to train? Senza froze. Why do you want to become a sensory ninja? Feng's eyes brightened. If enemies ever launch a sneak attack in the future, sensing abilities can protect the team. They can also detect danger in advance and prevent us from falling into ambushes. After speaking, he felt secretly pleased. Yuanshu, however, frowned. This student had verbatim repeated what was said in his class. A full score on the written exam really wasn't a fluke. But to become this fixated after only 2 lessons? As if he already knew about sensor ninjas. When did you start thinking that? Feng Jin immediately put on a nervous expression. Actually, before class today, I didn't even know there were ninjas like that. He scratched the back of his head and added, but ever since you quietly came up to me in the library, I kept thinking if an enemy sneak attacked like that, I wouldn't even know how I died. Haruki felt a jolt in his chest. That day was just a simple encounter, and it has him brooding to this extent? And it was only the first day of school. I can't teach you. Jinju paused deliberately, watching Feng Jin's shoulders collapse in an instant. But I have a sensory ninja friend who can give you intensive training during the holidays. You don't have other plans, right? Feng Jin's mind roared. Plans? I've even mapped out my cultivation for the next 2 years. On the surface, he obediently nodded. Thank you, teacher. The next morning at 8, Shuyuan knocked on the door on time. On the training field, a middle-aged man wearing the Mountain Tribe emblem waited. Feng Jin nodded silently. Indeed, Konoha's strongest sensory type. Shuyuan pushed him forward. This kid. He turned to Feng Jin and raised an eyebrow. Ready to witness real sensory technique? Fumesa, this is Yamanaka Shin. We were classmates. He's a special jonin who specifically teaches the ability to sense other shinobi. He has a bit of a short temper, but he's not malicious. Cut him some slack. Fumesa nodded in greeting. Good morning, teacher Yamanaka Shin. He keenly sensed that this jonin had already been wearing a stern expression while Jinju was introducing him. After he finished his greeting, the other's frown deepened. Jinju, you bastard. Yamanaka Shin suddenly slammed his hand on the table and stood up. That was such a half-assed introduction, and now you expect me to be unpaid labor. He abruptly turned to Feng Zheng. Eyes sharp. Brat, don't call me teacher. Feng Zheng muttered to himself. Why is everyone weirder than the last? Yuan Shu grinned and smoothed things over. Why so angry so early in the morning? Feng Zheng pretended to be nervous, rubbing his hands. Then how should I address you? Shanzhong Shun rubbed his chin and thought for a moment, then suddenly split into a grin that creased his whole face, his eyes shining startlingly. Just call me Brother Shanzhong. That smile sent a chill down Feng Zheng's spine, and he blurted out, how about calling you old master? Don't scare the kid. Yuan Shu pressed a hand to his forehead and sighed. Just call him teacher properly. Shanzhong Shin exhaled and waved his hand. All right, let's get to the point. He took out a scroll and unrolled it. Kid, first let's test your perception aptitude. If your talent is too poor, neither of us should waste time. He first explained the duties and essentials of Perception Ninja, then guided Feng Zheng to sit cross-legged and meditate. When the youth finally sensed the chakra field half an hour later, Yamakanaga nodded rarely. You've at least opened up. The test result was surprising chakra field radius 7.3 meters. Passed. Yamakanaga drew a scale in the dirt with a kunai. Ordinary ninja only have 4-5 meters. In our clan, juniors who exceed 7 meters are the ones we train as Perception Ninja. Konoha's external recruitment threshold is 5.9 meters. He suddenly sneered. But the geniuses from the mountain families start at over 10 meters. Kunai sharp, heavy pressed into Feng Zheng's chest. Think it through. This path will make you suffer. Feng Zheng met his gaze and nodded solemnly. 10:30 tomorrow morning, Shanzhong said, producing a map. Go to the 7th training ground on the rear hill of Konoha. Yuan Shu gave his old classmate back a thumbs up, then turned to Feng Zheng and winked. Get ready to shed some skin, kiddo. The Hokage will have the sealing technique you need ready tomorrow. Remember to go to his office at 6 in the afternoon. Feng Zheng nodded in agreement. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. He followed Yamashiro Shin toward the training ground. The site was hidden deep in Konoha's forest, away from the noisy residential area. Feng Zheng silently memorized the location, then took his leave. At 10:30 the next morning, Feng Zheng arrived on time. Yamashiro Shin was already waiting in the open training area. A few scattered rooms showed signs of use. These rooms are sealed with special seals to block outside interference. Yamashiro Shin pushed open a pitch-black iron door. Sound and scent are shielded. You can only perceive things through chakra. Feng Zheng looked around the dark training chamber. The walls were all painted ink black. He recalled that in the original work Konoha did have such sensory training grounds. He just hadn't expected one to exist now. Put on the blindfold first. Yamashiro Shin handed over a sealed cube. There will be objects in the room marked with chakra. You should start sensing from 3 meters away and gradually expand to 7 meters. The training continued until noon, but Fengzheng couldn't even sense the nearest cube. Yamashiro Shin called off the practice and handed him a small cube. Take this home and try it. It won't have the shielding effect of the training ground, but it will help you get familiar with chakra fluctuations. Fengzheng clenched the warm cube tightly, and a system prompt suddenly flashed before his eyes. Looks like he'll be busy tonight. Fengzheng thanked Shan Zhongshan and turned to go home. With no need to attend school, he suddenly had a full 7 extra hours each day for training. Morning perception training, traveling, and eating together took, at most, less than 3 hours. He spent the remaining 4 hours entirely practicing chakra sensing. In the Hokage's office, the third stared at the specially made sealing talisman on the desk and sighed softly. The advantage of Konoha's sealing techniques is almost gone. The Uzumaki clan is dead, Minato is gone, and research in this area has nearly halted. Kushina and Minato had just made some breakthroughs, and then they were gone. Now even making a basic sealing talisman for Fuka takes a full 2 days. Still, this request is quite unexpected. Minato said the child is diligent, but coming for a sealing talisman at such a young age, it's very rare. Usually only the geniuses of each clan use this method of training, and most of them only start when they're older. Hisashi first glanced at Genshu before asking Fuzii for his reward. He guessed that, most likely, it was Genshu who had suggested this idea to the kid. When Fuzii comes by this afternoon, he'll need to have a good chat with him. At 6 in the evening, the wind knocked on the Hokage's office door. He bowed his head in salute, speaking respectfully. Hokage-sama, good evening. Hisashi nodded slightly in the dark. At least the manners are appropriate. He raised a hand in a gesture. Raise your head. This is the sealing talisman you requested. It's custom made by the village, combining features of several basic seals, specifically to help shinobi train their bodies. You can adjust the amount of pressure it applies to your whole body yourself. Fengzheng nodded. Thanks, Lord Hokage. He looked at the sealing talisman stamped on the square paper before him, muttering to himself, just one? I thought they'd have to stick them on the limbs separately, at least 4. It seems this seal is much more advanced than I imagined. He sighed inwardly. Sigh, now I can't take it apart to study it. But there are advantages to sealing it himself. It prevents others from tampering with it. Only, as for the knowledge of sealing techniques, he probably won't have the chance to study it in depth. He looked up and asked, Hokage, how do I use this talisman? Hisashi answered, stick it on your chest. It will attach itself automatically. The seal can be used repeatedly. You can remove or reapply it at any time. But remember, never let anyone else use it. Kazumasa responded promptly, yes. How do you adjust the intensity of that pressure? How much can this seal at most suppress? Nichiren looked at the curious young man before him and couldn't help but smile. He explained, you simply concentrate chakra on the sealing talisman, just like you normally practice gathering chakra on a leaf. Then you can freely adjust the amount of pressure. The maximum pressure is equivalent to wearing a 100-kilogram weighted vest. Each leg bears 50 kilograms, and each arm 25 kilograms. Kazumasa nearly cried out when he heard those numbers. He cursed inwardly. Why didn't the old man say so earlier? But externally, he forced himself to remain calm, deliberately swallowing and putting on a fearful expression. Seeing this, Nichiren felt secretly pleased, thinking it would ensure Kazumasa used the seal cautiously and avoided injury. He then asked why Kazumasa was using the sealing talisman, inquired about his daily life, and gave on-the-spot guidance on controlling the pressure. Nichiren specially warned, you must remove the seal when sleeping and do not use it during combat. Otherwise, after removing the seal, you will have difficulty controlling your bodily balance. Before leaving, Hisashi praised Kazumasa for his performance during the exam. As soon as he left the Hokage's office, Kazumasa immediately increased the seal's pressure. He ran home carrying the weight, feeling that even his normally easy jog had become a challenge. To complete his training plan, he intended to spend a few days testing appropriate pressure levels so he could both learn his limit and record his progress. Kazemasa carefully replayed Hisashi's warning in his mind. He fully agreed with the part about removing the seal while sleeping, but the combat prohibition made him ponder. He understood his teacher's concerns, but if he didn't practice fighting under pressure, suddenly removing the seal could be fatal. He suddenly thought of Kagaya's high-gravity space. Perhaps he could one day build a gravity training room. For now, though, he'd better lay the foundations first. However, Kazemasa had to admit that this seal was indeed formidable. It kept applying pressure to his body. The oppression in his legs was stronger than in his arms, and he could even clearly feel it in his back. Feng Zheng guessed this design was meant to evenly train every muscle, promoting coordinated development throughout the body and avoiding situations where some parts become overdeveloped while others are undertrained. Compared to the weight method Shaoli used, this seal was obviously far more advanced. Feng Zheng silently thanked the source tree, but couldn't help wondering, why hasn't this thing become widespread in Konoha? Is it especially difficult to make? Putting distracting thoughts aside, Feng Zheng began to enter meditation. In the following days, he kept testing the pressure limits imposed by the seal. Just turned 7. It took him 4 days to figure out under how much pressure he could complete the training, about 2% of the seal's maximum load. Although the figure is low, he is only 7 after all. At least his physique can grow faster, he murmured to himself. Perception training was progressing simultaneously. 8 days later, Kazemasa could finally perceive the objects around him. Yamanaka stretched out, somewhat disappointed, and sighed. 8 days to reach the entry level. It's not bad, but not particularly good either. I'm afraid he won't become a top-tier sensory ninja. By his judgment, Kazemasa might surpass the average level of sensory ninjas in Konoha, but he still lagged behind the Yamanaka clan. The clan's younger members on average could sense objects in 7 days, and the more gifted ones even faster. Now the village was seriously short on sensory ninjas. The presence of the Hyuga, Aburame, and Inazuka clans caused the leadership to neglect training in this area, and the Yamanaka clan had almost shouldered the village's entire sensory burden. One more perceptive ninja, even with ordinary aptitude, would still be good for the village. Afterward, Shinzo moved the object 4 or 5 meters away. Because the principle was the same, the object remained within Kazemasa's chakra field, and he sensed it in less than half an hour. Shinzo was a little surprised and moved the distance out to 7 meters. The result was the same. Strange. Ordinary people can only sense an object again the next day after moving it, but he was hardly affected. Could I have underestimated his talent? Feng was pretty calm. The initial sensing is slow, but increasing the range is actually easier. As long as the object is still within the chakra field, detecting it isn't hard. Next, we should expand the chakra field's range. He sighed softly and muttered to himself, I hope the next training will be at least a bit interesting. Training ended. Shanzhong Shunpai patted Feng Zheng's shoulder. Not bad. Your progress is faster than I expected. For the next 4 days you'll practice at home and get familiar with your chakra field. I have a mission to go on. When I return, I'll teach you how to expand your chakra range. Feng Zheng thanked him and left. The following months kept to that rhythm. Training to expand the chakra field required long periods of meditation. Feng Zheng had to focus on a single point and slowly extend the range outward. He couldn't help thinking, this takes too long. I need to step it up during the holiday, practice with my eyes open, even practice secretly in class. Once school starts, I want to have this chance. He trained like mad during the holiday, and the seal's assistance made a noticeable difference. The substitution jutsu was a major focus. He wanted to shorten the time it took to form hand seals, and even hoped to reduce the 5 seals down to 0. Although the number of seals hadn't changed, his speed improved. Now he could finish in under a second. Unfortunately, he had no timing tool, so he couldn't say exactly how fast. The clone technique can produce 3 clones, which just meets the requirements to graduate from Genin. The transformation technique also went smoothly. He transformed and strolled the streets without anyone noticing, although he hasn't tried transforming in front of acquaintances yet. In chakra control, he can already run freely on the surface of water, so he switched to practicing twice a week. There's still room for improvement, but he decided to pause that for now and focus on training his ninjutsu. Wind element training slowed down. Kaze thought it was about enough. If I can split stone, it's almost like cutting through a waterfall, right? Now he can even scratch metal. For earth element training, he bought more clay for sculpting and brought small stones home to crush and play with when meditation gets boring. Perception training became twice a week. By the end of the holiday, whenever someone entered a chakra field, Feng Zheng could detect it immediately unless the other party deliberately hid. But that required concentration. Without focus, he couldn't sense it. However, he found that even without trying, he could passively sense chakra within about zero point 0.6 meters around him. Shan Zhongshan said this was a skill that experienced sensory ninjas gradually mastered. You could use it without being especially attentive and even do other tasks at the same time. His chakra sensing range had increased more than fourfold compared to before. It was now over 30 meters. Shan Zhongshan was very satisfied with Feng Zheng's rate of progress. He also taught Feng Zheng how to assess the strength of someone else's chakra. This trick can help a person see how dangerous an opponent is. But he also warned not to trust it completely, because some people deliberately conceal their chakra. Saying that, Shen's Hanshi demonstrated how to lower his chakra, even to completely hide it, and pretend to be an ordinary person. Feng Zheng followed and learned. Feng Zheng tried a few times and could hide a little, but he was still not proficient. It was a bit difficult for him to keep pretending to have very little chakra because his chakra fluctuated too much. However, Kazimasa also had his own strengths. He could sense chakra without making hand seals, and his movement was not affected. It's just that without forming seals, the sensing range would shrink to about 25 meters. If he moved while sensing, the range would be even smaller, only 17 meters. Looks like I still need more practice. On the last day of the holiday, Shanzhong Shindue Feng said, "You've improved a lot. Practice a bit more and you'll definitely become an excellent sensory ninja. There won't be classes anymore, but if you have any questions you can come to me anytime." Feng Zheng thanked the teacher, returned the borrowed ninja tools, and felt very grateful. During these 2 months, Shanzhong Shin taught him the basics of sensory ninja techniques. Although he isn't strong yet, with effort he will succeed sooner or later. The new school year began, and the homeroom teacher was still Yuan Shu. Feng Zheng guessed he would probably teach them until they graduated and became genin. The class began lecturing on the same old material again, and Feng Zheng didn't want to waste time. He remembered a technique from his previous life, listening to the lesson while secretly practicing his own. He focused his attention on sensing chakra, trying to expand his perceptual range. After sensing the classmates around him, he began to compare everyone's chakra amounts. At a glance, Feng felt somewhat pleasantly surprised. So my chakra is already this much. That year and a half of training wasn't for nothing. Looking at the others, the commoner students, and some from clan backgrounds clearly had average chakra levels lower than the rest. The children of the Hyuga, Akimichi, and Inazuka families do have a bit more chakra. Uchiha Arai ranked 6th, Hyuga Hodaka 7th. This result wasn't surprising, but 5th place left him stunned. I didn't expect Shimura Shin to be 5th. I guess Danzo gave the clan's kids special training. The top few were as expected. The Senju really do have extraordinary talent. Even those two with average aptitude have chakra that's at least half more than Uchiha Arai. Senju Hikaru's is more than twice his, almost catching up to me. Aside from the surprise of Shimura Shin, the rest was within expectations. It seems no one has started specifically training their chakra yet. After all, he's only 7, so that's normal. But if he doesn't get serious about training soon, he'll quickly surpass Senju Hikari. He tested the chakra of the source tree again, about the same as Yamanaka Shin. The gap between special Jounin and elite Chunin isn't really that big. A special Jounin is just outstanding in one particular skill, while the rest of their abilities are at Chunin level. Yamanaka Shin is strong in sensory abilities. I have to admit, sensory ninjutsu is indeed convenient. Unless the opponent is also a sensory ninja, they won't notice being watched at all. I suppose shadow class ninjas must all use this technique. But he also had no intention of provoking a shadow class powerhouse. This class has yielded plenty. Feng was about to check the other classes, especially the Genin class about to graduate. Although a 25-meter perception range seems small on the training field, it was enough inside the classroom building. He first sensed the classroom where Daisuke was and found that the student's chakra was very weak. He then turned his attention to the upper-grade classrooms. After checking, he found that some people's chakra was pitifully low. He estimated that many among this group wouldn't be able to become genin. but on average they were about 20% taller than Senju, and a few were considerably taller. He guessed they were also children of the Senju family. Feng Zheng had it figured out. When this semester ends, my chakra should reach the Jinin level. And I've also mastered the three bodies technique. Based on my chakra and ninjutsu progress, I should be able to reach Jinin level in a year. In Taijutsu, Wind estimates another 2 years of training to meet the standard. But those alone won't be enough to pass the graduation exam. The Ninja Academy teaches far more stealth, setting up camp, disabling enemies, escaping captivity, first aid and bandaging. Even wild hunting and processing food all have to be learned. Without those skills, being a ninja is no different from going to your death. Moreover, thinking about graduating early now would be downright foolish. Uchiha Itachi could graduate early because he was the son of the clan leader. Feng Zheng is just an orphan. Sticking his head out too early would only invite trouble. Besides, there is still a lot of ninjutsu to learn. He hasn't grasped basics like body flicker technique, let alone wind or earth release. He is clueless about jinjutsu, and his swordsmanship is far from good. So, graduating is meaningless until you've squeezed everything the school can teach you. Only when there's truly nothing more to learn at school should you consider leaving early. Having figured that out, Feng once again turned his attention to expanding his chakra perception range. The remaining classes were still boring. But one thing before the end of class set the students off. Yuan Shu announced, starting this year, we'll be teaching ninjutsu. Fuzing was not surprised at all. He had already found out that the regular class only learned ninjutsu in their 3rd year, while the elite class started as early as the 2nd year. He already knew 3 basic ninjutsu, so he was unenthusiastic and instead worried about how to hide his skill. He had to pretend to struggle, deliberately omitting chakra condensation when forming seals or making the wrong gestures. He needed to act like a beginner without developing bad habits. He planned to first try out a few failed versions of seals. Then, when 7 or 8 people in the class succeeded, he would pretend he had just learned it. In the first week, Jinju was only reviewing and testing, but some people's progress made Fuzing mutter in amazement. Hinata Hana, Senjutaro, and Shimura Shin could sustain a leaf clone for over half an hour. Uchiha Rai and Hyuga Hataka also lasted beyond 25 minutes. Feng Zheng deliberately put the leaf down at the 36-minute mark, muttering to himself, rolled up like this? At this rate, won't they be able to keep it up for a full hour by the end of the year? Everyone is hoping I'll keep improving, but I have to act like I'm slacking off. Yuan Shu did grow suspicious. He stared at me, his eyes full of inquiry. I'd already thought of an excuse, just say I've been a bit lazy lately. Yuzuki was actually quite pleased. 4 kids managed to hold off Yezi for half an hour, and the other 2 will probably be able to do it soon. These students aren't bad at all. It must be that brat Fengjing pushing them. Before graduation, they might learn to climb trees, maybe even walk on water. Haha, this means we'll get a big bonus from the Hokage. You couldn't see much improvement in shuriken throwing after all. Many were already very skilled last year. In taijutsu, only Uchiha Lai and Shimura Shin showed noticeable progress. Feng Zheng guessed it might be because Yezi performed so outstandingly on the exam that everyone was desperately practicing this. The Inazuka clan worked especially hard this year. Their results were much better than last year. Their 3 children came in last on the exam, and the clan felt ashamed, so they put them through special training. One of the Inazuka kids shouted on the field, I will definitely win. I never want to undergo that kind of training again. The other 2 Inazuka students heard this, and their faces crumpled like bitter gourds. Kazumasa thought to himself, there really should be a law in this world forbidding the abuse of children. Unfortunately, that Inazuka kid was still knocked down by Shikamaru. The spectators all felt sorry for the child. But the taijutsu match allowed Kazumasa to fully test his improvements. He was quite satisfied. After the seal was lifted, his speed increased, his attacks grew more ruthless, and he even fought to a standstill with Senju Hikari. A week later, Fu sneaked into Section D of the library. I've practiced the substitute technique over 1,000 times, but the hand seals still can't be simplified. So many seals make it useless in actual combat, even a genin can see through it. He thought to himself that this move could probably only fool ordinary bandits. Simplifying hand seals will still take several years, so it's better to learn a new ninjutsu first. He quickly found his target, his eyes lighting up. It was the one he wanted to learn most. Shunshin no Jutsu. He whispered the name, sat down, and opened the scroll. After reading it, he stroked his chin. This technique is simple if you say it's simple, and difficult if you say it's difficult. It's simple because it only uses a single yin seal, and the chakra manipulation isn't complicated. It's difficult because actually performing it extremely tests one's skill. He had to concentrate a large amount of chakra in his legs to move at high speed. The scroll recorded that at first he could only teleport a few meters. Only when he could blink 100 meters away would he be considered to have mastered the technique. The scroll also warned that before performing it, it was best to use smoke or leaves to conceal himself so the enemy could not see the direction of movement. More importantly, he must not collide with people or objects. Feng Zheng was thinking that, as a sensory-type ninja, he might be able to help. This technique had no maximum range. The key was how long one could sustain it. He had originally thought escaping required continuous blinks, but in fact it was a contest of duration. If he could blink 100 meters in 1 second and sustain it for 10 seconds, he could run a kilometer. Feng Zheng thought that would be much easier. After finishing the scroll, he left the library. He slipped into an alley disguised as an unfamiliar boy, then darted into the nearby woods. He ran while sensing chakra fluctuations, thinking, "This grove is safe enough. The disguise has no flaws. It's perfect for practice." Although the trees aren't suitable for practicing long-distance teleportation, in the initial stage when the blinks aren't far, it should be fine. When I need to practice long-distance movement, I'll find an open area. The next few months went by smoothly for Feng Zheng. Through SEAL training, his physique kept improving. At school, teacher Yuan Shu began teaching the transformation technique. Feng Zheng discovered he could pantomime the hand signs without actually forming them, but he felt that was too wasteful. So he played a trick. When making the first sign, he directly condensed the chakra for the second sign. That way he could perform the technique with one fewer sign. The fastest learners were Senjutaro and Uchiha Rai. The two of them fought over first and second place. Shimura Shin practiced desperately and could only come in third. The Hyuga siblings and the Aburame children vied for 4th through 6th. Kazumasa put transformation jutsu at 10th, clone jutsu 7th, and substitution jutsu 8th. Although he mastered chakra form alteration in 3 days, body flicker was practiced for a month. Even when successful, he could only flash a few meters. In the second month, he didn't rush to increase the distance. Instead, he trained the casting speed hard, and in the end achieved an unmarked no hand seals performance. During that month, he practiced well over 1,000 times and finally grasped the trick. Next, he began pondering how to extend the body flicker's range. A full 4.5 months passed, and his body's flashes could at last reach beyond 100 meters. Just as he was focusing on practicing to prolong the flashes, the sudden incident of the Cloud Village kidnapping Hyuga Hinata caught everyone off guard, and Hyuga Hizashi lost his life because of it. The next day, Hyuga Hitaka and Hyuga Hana's expressions were so grave they seemed to drip water. To accurately measure his progress, he specifically bought a stopwatch. After 6 months of intense training, he could already blink across 400 meters in under 4 seconds. "I was planning to start learning elemental ninjutsu now," he mused, staring at the stopwatch. "But there's still so much potential left to mine in body blinking. Forget it for now. I'll perfect this technique to the utmost. It will definitely be of great benefit in the future." He continued his frantic training. By the end of the school year, Feng Zheng could maintain body blinking for a full 12.76 seconds, covering 1.9 kilometers. Although not yet skilled, he was already able to change direction mid-blink and even weave through dense woods without hitting a tree. At school, he simplified the hand seals for transformation jutsu and clone jutsu into a single form, and substitute jutsu was almost 2 seals faster. That year, his chakra field radius expanded to 180 meters, 162 meters at rest, and he could maintain a 135-meter range even while running. His chakra reserves surged as well. High-intensity physical training and meditation were already effective, and combined with daily blinking practice until exhaustion, tens of thousands of activations over 9 months allowed his chakra reserves to surpass those of Senju Hui. Comparing his numbers to upperclassmen, he found his chakra amount would definitely rank in the top 10, with only 2 Senju heirs slightly ahead. Give me another year, and I'll definitely surpass them, he thought, clenching his fist. When the rubber ball finally burst in his palm, the Rasengan training at last passed its second hurdle. Although it was only barely shattered, the increase in chakra was visible to the naked eye. His shuriken techniques had improved a lot too. Now he could shoot at moving targets while running without trouble. The academy often hung wooden planks from branches as pendulum training, but firing at a moving target while running remained a difficulty. Once I overcome this obstacle, Fuma said, eyeing the swinging plank as he calculated, I should use shuriken to attack clones that would be more like real combat. While Fuma was training in the forest of Konoha, he found some scattered shuriken and kunai. He picked up a total of 23 shuriken and 11 kunai. Unfortunately, 7 of the shuriken and 4 of the kunai were badly damaged, leaving only 16 usable shuriken and 7 usable kunai. He carefully collected the weapons, avoiding direct contact for fear they might be coated with poison. Fuma thought, these second-hand weapons are a bit worn, but still usable. I should clean them thoroughly to remove the previous owner's scent, just in case they're tainted with something poisonous. He searched the forest for a long time, but found very few weapons. Feng Zheng guessed it might be because these things weren't cheap, so people took them away after using them. It was also possible others, like him, were collecting these discarded weapons. He sighed. But this should be enough for me to practice. Soon, the second-year exams arrived. Just as Feng Zheng had expected, the grading standards in their class had all changed. He wondered if the other elite classes had changed too. The comprehensive exam included a written test worth 100 points, a leaf concentration contest worth 20 points, shuriken throwing worth 20 points, the 3 major ninjutsu each worth 10 points, and taijutsu tournament worth 30 points. The written test was divided into 5 parts, each level harder than the last. Although it was nothing for Feng Zheng, he knew this difficulty would be impossible for ordinary 8-year-old kids. Seeing the questions so hard, he deliberately got 2 2-point questions wrong. The scoring for the leaf concentration contest was the same as last year. Uchiha Lai and Hyuga Hataka failed at the 45th minute. Shimura Shin held on until the 56th minute, and Senju Hui lasted until the 59th minute. Hyuga Hana exceeded an hour and lasted another 4 minutes. Feng Zheng knew the written test was harder this year, and no one could get full marks. So after 1 hour and 11 minutes, he voluntarily put the leaf down. The shuriken exam was also divided into several rounds. The first round was to throw 8 shuriken at a fixed target. The second round required running into the circles on the ground alternately with the left and right feet while throwing. The third round required hitting a moving target that swung like a pendulum. Each round had a maximum of 4 points. The final round was worth 8 points. With Marikinsu hurling plates into the air at high speed, the plates spun rapidly and their paths were erratic. Uchiha Arai, Senju Hikaru, Suzuki Kazumasa, Shimura Shin, and Hyuga Hataka scored highest in the first 3 rounds. Hyuga Hana didn't perform well in the second round, but she scored full marks in the first and third rounds. The fourth round, however, was too difficult. None of the 19 students hit any targets. 6 of them, including Hyuga Hana, only managed to hit 1. Kazumasa thought they had mostly been lucky with those hits. Kazumasa carefully observed the plate's trajectories, trying to find a pattern. He noticed some clues, but it wasn't enough. Sigh, if only I had the Sharingan. In the end, Hyuga Hataka and Kazumasa each only hit 2 targets. Shimura Shin hit 3 targets. Senju Hikaru hit 4. Uchiha Arai's performance was the most impressive, successfully shattering 7 of the 8 plates Mariki threw. Kazumasa was secretly astonished this guy had that level of accuracy, even without awakening the Sharingan. After the exams, Uchiha Arai began showing off again. The ninjutsu assessment was proctored by Minamoto Ju, and he graded both transformation technique and substitute technique. The Bunshin technique was evaluated by the number of sustained physical clones. When Senju Teru produced 5 clones, Kazumasa glanced at the other's chakra reserves. Sure enough, no one could surpass that number. He deliberately only produced 4 clones. Kazumasa deliberately downplayed his skill. Aside from Hyuga Hana, no one on the written test could threaten his top spot. The taijutsu matches were similar to last year, but the Inuzuka kid had clearly improved, and Kazumasa's physical strength had leapt forward even more now. he could withstand a ceiling load of 5.3% of his maximum. He steamrolled his opponents in the semifinals. He faced Senjutaro. He won that match cleanly. On the other side, Hyuga Hataka defeated his clanmate Hyuga Hana. Uchiha Arai beat Shimura Shin to take 5th, while Senjutaro beat Hyuga Hana to place 3rd. In the final against Hyuga Hataka, Kazumasa found that his physique advantage was not as pronounced as he'd thought. After a fierce fight, he was still defeated. Kazumasa stared at his opponent and thought, could this guy have also used sealing to enhance his body? Hyuga Hataka's ninjutsu scores have always been ordinary, and his written test was abysmal. It seemed he had poured all his time into taijutsu. As for himself, majoring in ninjutsu, his loss was not undeserved. Top 5 final rankings. Suzuki Kazumasa, 96 plus 20 plus 14 plus 23 plus 29 is equal to 182. Senju Akira, 81 plus 17 plus 16 plus 30 plus 28 is equal to 172. Shimura Nobu, 86 plus 16 plus 15 plus 28 plus 25 is equal to 170. Hyuga Hana, 91 plus 18 plus 12 plus 21 plus 27 is equal to 169. Uchiha Arai, 79 plus 14 plus 19 plus 28 plus 26 is equal to 166. Minamoto Atsuki looked at the report card and murmured, the pattern is similar to last year. But Kazumasa pulled ahead this time thanks to the written exam. He actually got every one of the final 20 out of syllabus questions correct. Senju Kaguri is the most well-rounded aside from the written test. She's in the top 3 in every subject. In the Shuriken event, Uchiha Arai left everyone behind, while in Taijutsu Hyuga Hataka is the king. Even though the seal drastically boosted Kazumasa's power, he still couldn't beat Hataka. We should suggest the Senju family put a seal on Kaguri too. In ninjutsu, Senjutaro, Uchiha Arai, and Shimura Shin all stood out. Senjutaro's chakra was indeed more abundant than the other two, and I'm sure the number of ninjutsu they had mastered far exceeded that of ordinary people. The class's performance was pleasantly surprising. Every student from 8th to 12th place was outstanding. Seeing such a report card, the third Hokage would surely break into a satisfied smile. When the assessment results were announced, the atmosphere in the classroom instantly turned awkward. Because the grading standards favored highlighting the outstanding students, the lazy ones' scores stood out all the more. A few guys who couldn't even hit a stationary target had almost nothing to show in the last 3 rounds of assessment. Worse, some hadn't even mastered the most basic ninjutsu. Only 12 students in the whole class managed to learn all 3 ninjutsu. The written exam's difficulty made things even worse. The final 20 points were downright hellish, and even the previous 20 drove most people crazy. Feng Zheng noticed several poor students hanging their heads and couldn't help but think that kids in this world bore far more pressure than their peers in peacetime. Then he thought again, at least these children didn't have to face the flames of war directly, which was a kind of luck. Among the top students, Uchiha Arai clutched his report card tightly. 5th place. That number felt like a kunai plunged into his heart. Though he demonstrated the Uchiha clan's superb shuriken skills, it was nowhere near enough. Hinata Hana's eyes reddened. The blow of slipping from 2nd to 4th place made her bite her lip. Beside her, Shimura Shin outwardly showed no expression, but his knuckles had gone white from gripping too tightly. The regret of failing to seize 1st place burned in his chest. Senjutaro sighed as he looked at the results. Last year he lost in the leaf-gathering contest, and this year he failed the written exam. Of course, he didn't get tested on his strongest water-style ninjutsu. Still, being first in the practical assessment at least preserved a shred of face. Kazuma's mouth lifted in a barely perceptible arc. Everything was going according to plan. He was surprised that someone scored over 80 on the written test. Children in this era developed their minds earlier than expected. Their shuriken skills need extra practice, but that's not critical. In taijutsu, they might never catch up to Hinata Hoi unless she slacks off. Their ninjutsu proficiency is on par with Senjutaro and the others. Actually, if he wanted, he could easily create 8 shadow clones to lower their scores, but there's no need to reveal his strength. The current development is exactly to his liking. Next, he should study elemental ninjutsu. But when he glanced at the densely packed high scores on the report card, his brow slightly furrowed. The children performed so well that the school might decide to arrange early graduation. Fortunately, teacher Minoru hadn't started teaching the core courses yet at the current teaching pace. There should still be a few years to gain ground. But with that teacher's style, would he choose to accelerate their training or continue to consolidate the basics? Minoru scanned the students and sighed helplessly. Only Kazumasa was beaming. Shimura and Nobiori remained expressionless. Senjutaro looked somewhat downcast. The others all had their heads hung low. The atmosphere was oppressive. He sighed again, thinking, the current grading standards do favor prodigies. Last year's results made them more competitive, but this year will probably crush most of them. I'll have to talk to each of them, help them pull themselves together, and turn this exam into a driving force. Glancing at the Inuzuka children, he thought to himself, I should contact their parents too. Hisashi's brainwashing speech finally ended. He waved and called Fengzheng over. What reward do you want this time? Fengzheng stepped forward, his eyes shining. Lord Hokage, I want to learn the shadow clone technique. Hisashi raised an eyebrow. Where did you hear about that technique? Why do you want to learn it? Second Hokage founded a school, and I admire him greatly. Fengzheng said excitedly. I've read many of his deeds and discovered he created the shadow clone technique. It's so practical it can create real clones that do the work. He looked at Hisashi with hopeful eyes. Hisashi looked at the boy's devout expression and couldn't help but sigh. Teacher, even after decades since your death, the will of fire still inspires the saplings of Konoha. He had already sensed Kazumasa's chakra during the taijutsu exam. Now the other person was showing his strength without hiding his chakra was just enough to spare one shadow clone. Hisashi thought privately. I can teach him, but I must warn him of the risks. Come to my office at noon tomorrow to pick up the scroll. Hisashi nodded. Kazumasa thanked him excitedly, but inwardly was stunned. That simple? Just praise Toshio and he agreed? I should have asked for Flying Thunder God or Impure World Reincarnation. He thought for a moment. Shadow Clone is only a B-rank technique. A Chunin can find it in the library. My admiration for Tobarama is also genuine. Compared to Zabuza, he's the pragmatic one. Although he could use Flying Thunder God, the way Tobarama died remains a mystery to this day. That way Zabuza won't suspect anything. Anyway, Tobarama's techniques are all documented, so it's reasonable. Fu was calculating this as he returned to his classmates. Minamoto announced that he would see each student individually the next day and required parents to come along. At 8 the next morning, Fu was the first to arrive, because Minamoto had scheduled times according to ranking. Seeing Fengzheng, Yuan Shu thought, this child has good talent, but unfortunately he's an orphan with a narrow outlook. Although he took first place twice, he's prone to pride and needs to be knocked down a peg. Fengzheng took the initiative to greet him. Good morning, teacher. Yuan Shu nodded. Good morning. Congratulations on your performance yesterday. Fengzheng smiled as he sat down. Thank you, teacher. Yuan Shu put away his smile and said sternly, I called you here today to review your performance, arrange the holiday, and plan for next year. In class, I interact with you the most, so don't be nervous. If you have any questions, ask at any time. Fengzheng nodded. Yuan Shu continued, you did very well, first place for 2 years running. But in both exams, it was carried by exceptionally high scores in single subjects. Fengzheng muttered in his mind, I'm only 8 years old. Does it have to be this serious? Do 8-year-old kids even understand this? Yuan Shu thought privately. He's not throwing a tantrum? Much more mature than peers. Yuan Shu asked again, what do you do after classes and on weekends? Fengzheng was well prepared and answered smoothly. After class, I mainly review the lessons to deepen my understanding. Then I practice ninjutsu or do focused leaf training. I meditate before bed, and on weekends I review written tests and train perception skills. He had mulled over this answer repeatedly, emphasizing studying to explain high written test scores, downplaying ninjutsu to cover up that weakness, and mentioning meditation and morning training to imply rapid chakra growth. The whole narrative crafted an image of diligence and focus. Minori was not surprised and nodded, saying, just as I thought. I see. Come, let's look at your performance this year. Written exam, chakra control, and taijutsu are all pretty good. But your ninjutsu still needs work. Over the next 2 months, you must focus on practicing the 3 techniques I taught you. Also, Once you move up to third year, spend more time practicing ninjutsu and less time cramming. When you go on missions in the future, those skills will be far more useful than rote memorization. Kaze obediently nodded, though a jolt ran through his heart. The first time an adult told me to study less. And it was a teacher who said it. Seeing Fengzheng take it to heart, Yuan Shu was very pleased. He took out a small gift, intending to encourage the child to delve deeper into ninjutsu. I heard you asked the Hokage about the shadow clone. Study it well, you'll definitely use it later. But, well, teacher also has a small gift for you. Saying that, he pushed a piece of paper in front of Fengzheng. Fengzheng looked and almost sighed. What a waste of 100 liang. He curiously asked, Teacher, what's this? Chakra paper. If you infuse a bit of chakra into it, it can detect your nature. Fengzheng complied. The paper tore in two with a SHI sound. He looked up and feigned confusion. Yuan Shu patiently explained the principle of the paper strip and finally announced, Your nature is wind. Fengzheng understood perfectly, but still played along and showed a surprised expression. The training method is simple: find a leaf and use chakra to slice it open. Practice for a few months, and you'll be able to learn wind release techniques. Kaze Masa continued to nod. Jinju again mentioned that Uchiha Arai and Senju Akira had already mastered elemental ninjutsu, clearly trying to push him to improve. After finishing the business, Kaze Masa took his leave. He was sick of pretending to be dumb. Obviously, he already knew and still had to keep up the act. But this conversation wasn't bad. From now on, if anyone asks about the origin of the wind release, there would finally be a story to tell. Unfortunately, the performance had to continue today. Minaki had to give guidance to the remaining 14 students, while the other 15 were scheduled for tomorrow. Everyone received different advice. He told Senjutaro to make a sealing scroll to Shimura Shin. He only said, make more friends. Seeing Hyuga Hana sulking, he comforted her a bit, then pointed out that she cared too much about rankings and was neglecting what really mattered. Spend less time memorizing and practicing the Byakugan, and more time on ninjutsu and taijutsu. He especially emphasized this to Hyuga Hana. To Uchiha Arai, he said seriously, have your parents keep an eye on you, and meditate at least 1 hour every day. When it was Hyuga Hataka's turn, the tone changed. Focus more on your studies. And so, this one-on-one guidance continued for 2 full days. At noon, Kazumasa walked into the Hokage's office. Nichiryu handed over a scroll. This is the scroll of the shadow clone technique. Do not let anyone else see it. Return it immediately after learning. Fengzheng nodded and took it. Remember, Nichiryu said sternly, you may create at most 1 clone within a year. When it's dispelled, all memories will flood back to the original, which may trigger severe headaches. Never use it while sleeping, otherwise it will damage your mind. Fengzheng thanked him again and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Who would have thought Hishigaki would suddenly start talking about the second Hokage's past? Kazumasa had to pretend to be attentive after listening to half an hour of old stories. He was finally allowed to leave. Isn't the Hokage supposed to oversee 1,000 affairs? He complained, rubbing his throbbing temples. Playing dumb is really exhausting. Passing by a ninja tools shop, Kazumasa changed his mind and slipped into Ichiraku Ramen. I've saved up so much money. It's time to treat myself. After the hot soup warmed him, he couldn't wait to unfurl the scroll. It's such a complex manipulation of chakra. Fengzheng grew more alarmed the more he read. How could that kid learn it in a single day? But this version is more flexible. He discovered the clone could allocate chakra according to will, without having to split it evenly. But when dismissed, the clone's chakra would partially disperse and could not be fully recovered. Training began immediately. The moment he formed the seals, chakra poured out like a breached dam. After only an hour, he collapsed to the ground. And in the end, he set a new plan. Train 1 hour each at dawn, noon, and night, and spend the remaining time honing taijutsu. On the 9th day at dusk, a vague humanoid form finally solidified when forming the seal. A bit simpler than the body flicker technique. He muttered, wiping away sweat. After 6 more days of hard training, a clone indistinguishable from the original finally took shape at the same time, siphoning away half of his chakra. Feng immediately sensed something was wrong. When casting the shadow clone technique, part of the chakra vanished into thin air, causing the clone's energy to weaken. This was intolerable. he decided to test the clone's stability first. He ordered the clone into the bedroom and had it casually write a string of numbers on a scroll. The shadow clone wrote 8196 and then automatically dispersed. Feng instantly received all the memories and confirmed the information was correct. Not bad, he nodded to himself. The second test was bolder. The moment the kunai pierced the clone's arm, the clone dissolved into white smoke. A few seconds later, he showed a satisfied expression. The memories transferred back intact, but the pain didn't. This technique is indeed suitable for combat. For the third test, he had the clone consecutively perform 3 basic ninjutsu. The clone perfectly replicated his hand seal speed and power. Due to space limitations, the blinking body flicker test had to be postponed. The most crucial test came. He ordered the clone to perform the shadow clone technique. As soon as the new clone formed, both of them collapsed simultaneously. Feng Zheng sharply perceived that the 2 chakra signatures were extremely unstable. I see now, he suddenly realized. Shadow clones need a minimum amount of chakra to be maintained. My clones were barely over the passing line, so once chakra is consumed, they automatically dispel. The discovery made his heart tighten. He dashed into the nearby woods and, after confirming no one was around, began the experiment. His shadow clone repeatedly performed body flicker within his chakra field while he recorded the data. When the clone's chakra fell from 49% to 41%, it indeed dissipated instantly. It looks like training ninjutsu with clones won't work, Feng Zheng said, shaking his head helplessly. But my original body's chakra won't last much longer anyway. After complaining about his lack of chakra, he quickly cheered up. Oh well, I expected this. I'll look forward to the day when I can train using clones. For now, I'll master this technique first. After 5 days of intense training, the shadow clone technique had been perfected. The chakra consumption during formation was completely eliminated, and the cost when recalling clones was kept to around 5%. Feng Zheng noticed this figure was still steadily decreasing. His magic training had reached a pause. It was time to study elemental ninjutsu. But he planned to wait another 10 days before returning the scroll to Hishigaki. That way, Hishigaki would slightly underestimate his talent. On the 21st day of the break, Fu came to the library. On the way, he kept pondering wind-style techniques. He thought, finally starting to learn wind release. In the world of shinobi, wind is considered the weakest element. Naruto, although wind-affiliated, only used the Raisin Shuriken. Temari had quite a few wind jutsu, but they all relied on that giant fan. Kakuzu's wind release, pressure harm, was extremely powerful. There is also Orochimaru's wind release, great breakthrough, and wind release, gale palm. Danzo's vacuum ninjutsu is also formidable. Unfortunately, aside from Temari, no one specialized in researching wind release. Wind release techniques are simply too few. Fortunately, wind release techniques are far more abundant in the real world. Feng Zheng might be able to use this to build a complete combat system. Last time he only skimmed the technique names. This time, he planned to carefully read the scroll contents and compile a list of techniques to train. It would be best if he could find descriptions of advanced wind release techniques, which would make deciding much easier. At the library, he searched through sections E and D, listing all wind nature ninjutsu he could cultivate. Gale technique E, wind clone technique E, wind levitation technique E, projectile control technique E, wind seizure technique E, raging wind surge D, breakthrough technique D, dust cloud technique D, wind slash technique D, wind explosion technique D, wind push technique D. Feng Zheng's first question was, why is wind clone only rank E? After reading the scrolls, he understood. Wind clone is exceptionally simple, just like an ordinary clone, only composed of wind elements. So they can launch attacks, but dissipate when struck. Since the material is just air, it's very easy to create. Still, this thing is quite useful. He definitely had to learn it. Then he continued studying the effects of other ninjutsu. He first reviewed all the E-rank ninjutsu, analyzing them. These techniques lack much power and have limited use in actual combat, but they can improve control over wind elements, which is important for learning more complex and powerful wind-style jutsu in the future. Wind levitation uses wind to lift inanimate objects. The weight that can be suspended, the height, and the duration all depend entirely on the user's wind control ability, stamina, and concentration. Projectile control technique can use wind to alter the trajectories of flying objects nearby. It can manipulate shuriken, kunai, or sunbon in hand to change direction. The wind seizing technique uses wind to pull objects toward the user. This move is very similar to Nagato's almighty pull. The difference being that it relies on wind power to achieve its effective strength depends entirely on the user's ability. The gale technique simply blows a gentle wind in one direction. Although it can't injure people, it has many uses. It can cover footsteps and change the wind so scents don't spread. Perhaps all wind-based ninjutsu that involve blowing air evolved from it. After analyzing these, he gave a sigh. All these ninjutsu must be learned, not for fighting, but to train wind control skills. Wind clone, wind levitation, wind manipulation, wind traction, these are practically prank tools. Feng Zheng couldn't help thinking that the predecessors who created these ninjutsu were probably masters of practical jokes. As he thought about it, a mischievous idea suddenly popped into his head. If this actually comes to pass, the people of Konoha are in for a world of trouble. If that brat Naruto learns these 5 techniques, what then? He's hopeless as a student, barely competent as a ninja, but as a prankster he'd be S rank for sure. We should really teach him. I'd get to laugh for the rest of my life. Feng thought this and burst out laughing. After he'd laughed his fill, he calmed down, opened the D rank scroll, and continued studying. After reading all the ninjutsu, he was stunned. Wind release techniques are insane. It wasn't that their raw power was overwhelmingly strong, but their potential for growth was enormous. Some, when mastered, could even rival B or a rank ninjutsu. He began to analyze them one by one. Dust cloud technique is basically a smoke bomb, suitable for someone like Feng Zheng who tracks enemies by sensing. Simple and practical, worth learning. The wind slaying technique requires a fan. Temari used it during the Chunin exams. Kazumara doesn't like using a fan, so he skips it entirely. The breakthrough technique is a weakened version of the Great Breakthrough. It's worth learning. Later it can be upgraded into the Great Breakthrough, and Yahei can also be added to the training list. Raging Wind Surge is a defensive skill that pushes the surrounding air outward. It can defend against hidden weapons and disrupt an enemy's rhythm, but unfortunately its range is only 3 meters. Wind Pushing Technique is a mobility skill that emits an air stream from the hand to aid evasion. It's simple, but it might be possible to develop new uses for it. Wind Explosion Technique is pretty interesting. Infuse chakra into the wind to form a sphere that explodes on impact. Its power isn't as great as the Rasengan, but if combined with Wind Clone, it might produce self-detonating clones. After analyzing all the ninjutsu, he had to make a tough choice and decide which to learn. He thought, these techniques are all useful, but can I learn them all? He pondered for a long time and still couldn't decide. So he figured he'd calm down first and think later. How many I can learn depends on how fast I pick them up. Just learning them isn't enough. I need to truly master them. First, eliminate the ones I don't want to learn. Wind cutting technique. I'm not touching that one. He sighed. I want to learn the rest. Let us rank them by importance. E-rank ninjutsu are crucial for mastering wind nature, so I have to learn them. Among the remaining techniques, Wind Explosion has the greatest potential and will likely be the most useful in the future. Wind Push is mediocre on its own, but if I can skillfully manipulate small nearby wind explosions to move, it could become a powerful combat method. Breakthrough Technique is fundamental and can also attack an area, so it must be learned. Gale Surge and Dust Cloud can be ranked last. The former only offers brief directional defense, and the latter is just for cover. Feng thought it over and decided to set it for now. It might be a few more years before he actually had to fight. He hoped to learn these techniques within a year, because next year he also wanted to study some earth release and jinjutsu. Besides, this year he should start practicing swordsmanship and find 1 or 2 swords that could work together with wind release. After deciding, he carefully read the instructions for wind clone technique, then left the library and found a quiet little grove to begin practicing. The result, however, stunned him. He only tried once and actually succeeded. He was dazed for a long moment before coming to his senses. Calming down, he thought, this jutsu is very similar to the standard clone technique. I even have shadow clone down. Plus my chakra is wind-natured. And I've been training so long one success isn't surprising. Compared to Itachi, it was nothing he succeeded the first time he tried a C-rank fireball technique. He comforted himself. It's fine, this is the result of the last 3 years of hard training. For the rest of the day, he tested the wind clones. Unlike shadow clones, wind clones don't transfer memories, but they use less chakra. Because they use the surrounding air, they're probably the most chakra-efficient clone technique. Within a few hours, he had produced 10 wind clones. They couldn't create shadow clones, but they could use any jutsu the original could, and they dispersed when hit. After experimenting, Kazumasa found that the wind clone was more effective than the shadow clone in a direct confrontation. He wanted several times to go back to the library to learn another ninjutsu, but worried about drawing attention, so he suppressed the impulse. I must find a way to get my hands on those scrolls, he resolved inwardly. Satisfied with his progress, Kazumasa set off for home. As he walked, he suddenly noticed an interesting phenomenon. Of the 6 ninjutsu he had mastered, 3 were clone techniques. The next day, he began studying the Gale technique. This jutsu required gathering chakra in the mouth first, then exhaling it as an air current. After several attempts, he managed to grasp the trick. This truly was a gentle ninjutsu. When he tested it on a tree, aside from shaking a few dead leaves loose, the tree remained unscathed. After an hour of practice, he could perfectly hide his footprints. But to alter wind direction over a small area would require several more hours of training. As for whether it could mask scent, Feng Zheng wasn't he sure. He planned to find someone from the Inuzuka clan another day to verify. On the 3rd day, while practicing wind levitation technique, his first attempt failed, but 10 minutes later, he found the feel of it. A leaf rose obediently to 5 meters in the air, and half an hour later, he could do the same with a pebble. By sunset, he could make a stone 15 centimeters in diameter levitate 15 meters high, maintaining it for a full 78 seconds. The scroll recorded that this technique could even lift boulders up to 100 meters. Feng Zheng believed this was far from the limit and resolved to train diligently in the future. On the 4th day of practicing projectile control, he finally encountered a difficulty. This technique requires extremely precise control of wind power. He split off a wind clone to throw shuriken, attempting to alter their trajectory. After several hours, he could slightly change the direction, but it was hard to completely master. Because the shuriken's own spin increased the difficulty, he switched to trying with water nozzles. It was indeed much easier, and he ultimately succeeded in controlling the thrown trajectory. To consolidate the achievement, he then devoted 3 more days to intensive practice. After these days, Feng felt his comprehension of the wind element had deepened. When he then practiced the wind-seizing technique, a new challenge arose. He needed to create suction to draw objects closer without letting himself be affected by the airflow. A sudden idea struck him. Could he create wind channels around his body to solve this problem? He noted the concept for now, leaving it for future study. After 3 more days of hard practice, he finally mastered this technique. In the end, Feng Zheng returned the Wind Shadow Clone Scroll to Risen. In just 10 days, he had learned 5 different E-rank wind release ninjutsu. With a month left of vacation, he began training in D-rank wind release ninjutsu. He redesigned his training plan. I was originally going to learn in order of importance, but I learned fast, so better to go by ease. First learn the breakthrough technique, then the dust cloud technique and the gale surge. After taking the materials from the library, he immediately began practicing the breakthrough technique. This process is very similar to the swift wind technique, only it requires more chakra. The wind force must be stronger, and the wind blades must be sharper. The previous attempts produced results similar to the gale technique, but he quickly found a direction for improvement. In just 15 minutes, he could unleash a stronger wind. The power is still insufficient, but combined with fire release, it should be good. This technique still requires a lot of practice. The speed of chakra gathering and conversion must be faster, and the amount must be greater. He practiced continuously for 7 days and finally mastered the knack. During testing, the leaves and branches of a tree were destroyed, enough to deal with genin. The next day, he noted down the key points of the dust cloud technique. This technique is similar to the breakthrough technique, but focuses on kicking up dust from the ground. It also incorporates characteristics of the wind suspension technique, allowing the dust cloud to persist longer. The first attempt kicked up a cloud of dust, but it lasted too briefly. It took several hours to master the technique of wind suspension. By the end of the day, the improvement was obvious. Then he began practicing the roaring wind surge technique. This jutsu is the opposite of wind seizure. You refine chakra into the air and then release it 3 meters away. It's somewhat like Nagato's almighty pull, but with limited power. The defensive effect was poor, but he had his own ideas. First, to expand the range and power. Second, to be able to release it in all directions. That way it could create chaos on the battlefield and break through when surrounded. In just one day, he mastered this technique. The next day, he began practicing the wind explosion technique. This technique later became the foundation for his training of the Rasengan. Form the wind into a spherical shape and infuse it with chakra. This is precisely what distinguishes it from the Rasengan. The Rasengan is formed entirely from condensed chakra, whereas this new ninjutsu is primarily wind-natured, only mixed with a small amount of chakra. Because it uses so little chakra, these wind spheres can be fired directly at an opponent. Thanks to the training foundation from the Rasengan, he mastered this ninjutsu unusually smoothly. In just a few hours, he could form the seals accurately and perform the technique. After firing several test shots into the woods, he seemed to have an insight. When a wind sphere explodes, the truly lethal part isn't the chakra, but the fierce wind it carries. The wind blades produced by the blast can cause dense lacerations, some deep enough to see bone. He tried injecting more chakra to increase its power, but found the wind sphere became clumsy and slow, and its range was greatly reduced. Even after adjusting the proportion of wind attribute, the sphere still struggled to maintain its initial velocity. Improving it is more complicated than I imagined. He rubbed his chin as a bright idea struck. Maybe I should change my approach. What if the wind clone carried the explosive wind orb to rush forward? Wouldn't that create a deadly combined strike? For the next week, he paused work on increasing the wind orb's power and instead focused on instant cast techniques. The goal was clear: to achieve high-speed fire like a Gatling gun. Although a single shot wasn't lethal, a storm of wind spheres could leave an opponent covered in wounds, even bleed to death. Of course, this required more skillful control. The next day, when practicing Gale technique, he needed to compress chakra in his palm and then detonate it directionally. The impact would push the body in the opposite direction, particularly suitable for changing direction in midair. But for ground mobility, this move was far less practical than body flicker technique. Thanks to over a month of chakra control training, producing the burst was a piece of cake. The difficulty lay in precisely controlling the displacement range. His footwork also needed a complete overhaul. It had to be as light as treading on thin ice in order to glide by using momentum. By the third day, he had figured out 2 ways to break through. The first was combining small hops with bursts of power to achieve precise leaps. The second was an instantaneous lift-off dodge immediately after the burst. But the second method would still make him spin out of control like a kite with its string cut used in actual combat. It would be easy for an opponent to seize the opening. To strengthen his control over ninjutsu, he trained hard for a full 6 days and finally saw noticeable progress. That evening after dinner, he sat in meditation, reviewing what he had gained during that time. In just 32 days, I've already mastered 5 E-rank wind release techniques and 5 D-rank ninjutsu, plus 3 basic ninjutsu, body flicker technique, and shadow clone technique, 15 ninjutsu in total now. He carefully analyzed the practicality of these techniques. Wind clone technique could completely replace the ordinary clone technique, so there was no need to spend more time practicing it. Gale technique had also reached the expected effect in actual combat. The breakthrough technique was clearly more useful. Although he had learned 13 types of ninjutsu, the only one he could truly call proficient was the body flicker technique he had practiced diligently for 10 months. Next, he planned to focus on training wind release techniques, especially the ways to perform them without a hand seal. The body flicker took 10 months to master, but these wind release techniques seemed much simpler. Either he was exceptionally gifted, or these techniques were inherently easy to grasp. It shouldn't take him long to master them. He could also improve the substitution technique by using wind clones instead of wooden stakes. Wind clones combined with wind burst could produce unexpected effects. The combination of the body flicker and wind push jutsu was also worth trying. If he could change the direction of a flicker at will, its power would increase dramatically. Weapon enchantment was also an important subject. Reinforcing weapons with wind chakra could significantly boost combat effectiveness. Thinking of this, he began to consider how to obtain higher-level ninjutsu. C and B rank techniques probably won't be so easy to get. Although I could ask Minato for help, at best I'd get 2 or 3, and it would attract unnecessary attention. Maybe after the third-year exam, he could apply to the third Hokage for access to the upper levels of the library. But even if he got permission, he'd likely be monitored. If he were found studying advanced ninjutsu, he might be assigned by Danzo and the third to have Umbu tail him. If they sent an expert he couldn't sense, his cards would quickly be known to Danzo and the third. He sighed lightly. Better to be cautious and not take risks. I'll fully master the techniques I have first, then learn some earth-release jutsu. If progress goes smoothly, maybe I can consider graduating early. Over the past year, he'd repeatedly weighed the pros and cons of graduating early. I originally thought it would draw too much attention, but now it seems the teachers are encouraging outstanding students to graduate early. In the past 2 years, quite a few people graduated from the Ninja Academy in their 4th or even 3rd year ahead of schedule. It seems the village is eager to replenish its number of ninjas. Talents graduating at 6 or 7 years old have even begun to appear. During the holidays, Kazemasa spent all his time training. He got up before dawn to exercise and practiced ninjutsu obsessively during the day. When his chakra was depleted, he meditated or practiced shuriken throwing. He set everything else aside. In the final week, Kazemasa began special training in wind release. He even came up with a new trick attacking his wind clone with shuriken. Sadly, he never hit it once. He wasn't sure whether to be upset at his poor throwing skills or pleased that the clone was astonishingly fast. Still, the training results were noticeable. When the new term began, Teacher Anda suddenly shifted the teaching focus. He stopped teaching advanced ninjutsu and instead emphasized the ninja's overall qualities. Kazemasa was puzzled at first, but then understood the majority of the class simply couldn't keep up with the pace. The teacher was surely assigning special tasks to the outstanding students privately, just as he had asked Kazemasa to practice wind release. This way, weaker students could catch up on the basics while top students could continue to improve. It seems the village wants to ensure every student can become a qualified ninja and quickly fill the gaps caused by war losses. But Teacher Anda hinted this might be the last year of systematic instruction. After school, Kazemasa headed straight to the library and found that scroll, Introduction to Sealing Techniques. He had skimmed this book years ago, but this time he read it especially carefully. Sealing techniques are divided into 2 main parts. First is the writing portion, which itself contains 2 difficult points. The first is mastering the special symbols. Each symbol must be drawn precisely and infused with chakra in a specific way. If a stroke is drawn wrong, it will fail, or even cause an accident. This is similar to the principles of hand seals, but the number of symbols is far greater. These symbols serve different functions. They can generate the 5 elemental forces, suppress or amplify power, and even manipulate space-time. A simple storage scroll uses only space symbols. Advanced versions also incorporate time symbols to delay the passage of time. The second part was logic construction, practically like programming on Earth. Although Feng Zheng understood programming basics, that advantage mattered little here. Programming was easy to learn. He guessed the smart kids in the class could master it in a week or 2. Next, they had to learn how to use chakra to create seals. Simple sealed scrolls required carving out storage space with symbols and setting trigger conditions. TCH, this stuff was pretty complicated. Feng decided to start with the symbols. But there were several hundred symbols, and learning them all would take at least a few months. So he decided to pick one commonly used seal and focus on learning its symbols. That way the progress would be easier to manage. After studying all the scrolls, Feng chose the most practical storage seal. This seal used 16 symbols, most of which were spatial in nature. Some expanded capacity, some reinforced boundaries, and others maintained stability. He carefully drew the symbols on a spare scroll and took detailed notes. He had seen others do the same in the library before, so he wasn't worried. Still, Konoha being so generous did surprise him a little. When he was done, he left the library and went to the market. He slipped into an alley to change his appearance, found a specialty shop, and bought special ink and dedicated scrolls. These scrolls were made with special materials and were particularly sturdy. Without external damage, they could last for centuries. When carving seals, they could steadily withstand chakra. The special ink allowed chakra to be injected more smoothly, much more convenient than ordinary ink. Actually, there was another substitute, a ninja's blood. But these things weren't cheap. Scrolls were 60 ryo each, and a small bottle of ink cost 100 ryo. He bought 5 scrolls and 5 bottles of ink, enough to practice for a while. Hope these last a few months, he sighed. Now I only have 4,370 ryo left. As soon as he got home, he immediately created a shadow clone. The past few months of intense physical training, large amounts of meditation, and non-stop practice of ninjutsu, until his chakra was depleted, had increased his chakra reserves by about 25%. Now he could make 2 shadow clones, though each clone's chakra was pitifully small. If half his chakra were split off to make a shadow clone, the clone would only vanish when the portion of the clone's usable chakra dropped to 32% of the original. By that calculation, the chakra available to a shadow clone was more than double what it had been before. Kazumasa and the shadow clone began studying the first symbol. After half an hour of trying, he confirmed, as expected, practicing this requires little chakra. That was good news for Kazumasa. The shadow clone could last longer. Kazumasa estimated the shadow clone's remaining chakra and thought it could sustain 4 hours of practicing sealing symbols. An hour later, he dispelled the shadow clone. As the memories flooded back, his head throbbed faintly. He created another shadow clone. This time he had the clone practice the symbols for 2 hours, rest for 2 hours, then practice for 1 hour, rest for 1 hour, and continue practicing for another hour. Kazumasa himself went to practice expanding the chakra field while the Kazumasa clone threw shurikens. He didn't practice ninjutsu using only half the chakra, simply wouldn't last long. 7 hours later, he dismissed the clone. The headache was more pronounced than the last time, but still bearable. Recalling Higgins' advice, he decided to sleep first. Kazumasa was quite satisfied with today's results. When he woke up the next day, his eyes lit up. It worked. Now the shadow clone can be maintained for 7 hours, 4 of which are devoted to practicing sealing symbols. While at school, he leaves a clone at home to continue training. Feng Zheng calculated. Chakra amount still needs to increase by 20%, 25% to let the clone train continuously for the full 7 hours. What about the remaining 3-hour gap? A bright idea struck him. Right? Buy a cookbook and have the clone learn to cook. In the past 2 years, it only learned to make breakfast. He never had time to study proper meals. Now's the chance. I'll buy the book after school. Thinking about getting to eat decent food, he excitedly planned. Morning physical training as usual. Clone practices sealing techniques during class while my real body listens attentively, and I practice chakra control during breaks. After school, go home to dissolve the clone, take a 1-hour nap, then practice ninjutsu and shuriken. That year, Yuan Shu taught practical ninjutsu techniques, and Feng Zheng trained as if struck by lightning, unwavering. He noticed his classmates were taking things more seriously than before. Looks like the one-on-one talk worked. 6 months later, Kazumasa could perform E-rank wind release techniques without hand seals, except the wind clone still required 1 seal. Among D-rank ninjutsu, push wind could be used without seals. The others still required 1 or 2 seals. 23 days before the graduation exam, aside from 2 techniques, he could perform everything without seals. Only dust cloud jutsu required several seals, and the wind clone needed just 1. Shadow clone jutsu was also simplified, requiring only a single hand seal gesture to perform. Although he still couldn't do it without seals, it was already sufficient. Breakthrough technique and wind burst technique saw a large increase in power, and the other wind release ninjutsu were almost fully trained. The shadow clone spent 3 months mastering 16 seals, then another month creating a storage ceiling. After practicing for 1 more month, he could finally perform it flawlessly. He had already spent 4,000 taels on materials, and now only a little over 2,000 remained in his pocket. He had saved 5 authentic sealing scrolls. Every time he bought materials, he changed shops and identities, acting cautiously. Among the 5 shopkeepers was one called Xiaoquan Jinyuan, in his 40s, looking greedy, and not like a good person. Feng Zheng calculated in his mind. I can't keep pouring money into the sealing technique. At this rate, I'll be bankrupt in 4 months. I have to sell the scroll. But sell it to whom? I can't reveal my identity, and a shopkeeper isn't likely to accept a stranger's goods casually. Sigh, I'll have to go to that greedy fellow. Fortunately, there's a ready-made target. But I need a backup plan, have a shadow clone alter its appearance to do the deal. Over the next few days, the shadow clone watched Jin Yuan's every move. Thanks to Yuan Shu's stealth training, the reconnaissance went smoothly. Feng Zheng tested him and found that Jin Yuan's chakra was only at civilian level, he wasn't a ninja. He also learned Jin Yuan's trading habits, inventory, and where he kept his money. Once he overheard Jin Yuan haggling with a supplier. Blasting tags bought for 500 taels, sold for 750. Storage scrolls bought for 1,200, sold for 1,500. After confirming it was safe, Feng Zheng had a shadow clone take the form of a middle-aged man and, with 5 scrolls tucked away, enter the shop. There was no one else in the store. Jin Yuan put on a broad smile and asked, "What would you like to buy?" The shadow clone said, "Not buying, selling things." Jin Yuan was taken aback. "Selling? Who are you?" "Just call me Zoro." Jin Yuan narrowed his eyes and appraised him. "Selling what?" The shadow clone stared at him, then paused. Jin Yuan scoffed dismissively. "Storage scroll." He deliberately put on a contemptuous expression. "I already have 3 suppliers, why should I take your goods?" Feng Zhengying's clone chuckled. "Because my scrolls are better." This sentence piqued Jin Yuan's interest. "What's the best way? Let me see first." The shadow clone kept smiling. "Suit yourself." Saying that, he handed over a scroll. Jin Yuan took the scroll and led him into the shop. "Which organization are you with? Who's in charge?" The shadow clone shook its head contemptuously. "That's none of your concern." Jin Yuan snickered inwardly. "A secret organization? This person is either acting alone and doesn't want to be exposed, or there's some unspeakable force behind them. Looks like a fat sheep ready to be slaughtered." After entering the room, Jin Yuan carefully inspected the scroll. Feng really wasn't lying. Ordinary scrolls only have 10 storage seals, this one had 2 more. The shadow clone smugly congratulated itself. Drawing the seals more compactly, 12 was nothing. If you pushed for perfection, one scroll could fit 25 seals. But for mass production, 10 was the most economical. Buyers wouldn't use that many seals, selling more scrolls was how you made more profit. Feng Zheng didn't have those concerns. He only wanted to earn enough money to continue researching sealing techniques. Jin Yuan stared at the 2 extra seals, calculating in his mind. Useless to ordinary people, but a treasure for Jonin. Last week a Jonin even complained there weren't enough seals. This scroll could fetch 2,000 taels with a flip. Now the key was to probe the others. He suddenly fell silent, and his face darkened. Only 2 more seals. The quality isn't anything special. 10 seals are already enough, I'll take it at the old price. The shadow clone had long seen through his trick and let out a light laugh. "We're not fools. We all know this isn't real. There are plenty of people willing to buy sealing scrolls," Jin Yuan said casually. "Yes, but they won't pay a higher price. In light of you adding 2 more seals, I'll give you an extra 100 taels. Not 1,000 taels, I'll give you 1,100 taels." Feng Zheng's shadow clone scoffed coldly. "You think I'm some mountain bumpkin? A standard scroll goes for 12 to 1,250 at market price. Even taking the lowest 1,200, my scroll has an extra 20% in seals, so it's at least 1,440. Not to mention some ninjas are willing to pay more." Jin Yuan immediately felt doubled pressure. Staring at the number the other party quoted, he sighed inwardly. The 2 went back and forth haggling for a few more minutes. Jin Yuan seized the other's reluctance to reveal his origins as a weakness and forced the price down to 1,150 taels. After finishing the deal, Feng Zheng's shadow clone thought, "What a pain to deal with. This guy's even better at bargaining than I am. But even if he thinks he got a bargain, selling the scroll for over 1,000 taels is good enough for me." He chuckled inwardly. "But I still have a trump card. So what if he bargains again? I'm the only one in the whole market who can make 12 seal scrolls. I want to see what he'll choose." After setting the price at 1,150 taels, Jin Yuan asked, "Zoran, how much stock do you have?" Feng Zheng's shadow clone said nothing, only took out 4 scrolls and pushed them over. Jin Yuan stared in surprise. Only 4? Including the one we inspected earlier, that's just 5 in total? What is he up to? Seeing the other party make no further comment, Jin Yuan's face darkened as he angrily said, "Just 5? You wasted half a day's work for this little." Feng Zheng's shadow clone said calmly, "Our boss sent several people like me to other shops. Whoever offers the higher price will be given priority supply by our boss." Jin Yuan's face immediately turned extremely ugly. Feng Zheng's shadow clone silently laughed in his heart. This was the first time Jin Yuan had lost his composure. He privately calculated, a high price isn't strictly necessary, but it reduces suspicion. Besides, invoking the boss as a backing will keep this guy from getting too arrogant. But Jin Yuan was already in a panic. Damn. What to do? I've already paid 1,150 taels to buy it, and there might never be another chance. But if I raise the bid and someone else offers more, I still won't get it. And their boss, does he intend to overturn the entire scroll market? He gritted his teeth and asked, "Do you sell only to the highest bidder, or do several shops get supplied?" Feng Jingying's clone replied, "We supply many stores, but the number of scrolls each can obtain depends entirely on the bids. Those who bid too low naturally don't get in line. I'm not sure about the specific distribution plan." Jin Yuan calculated for a moment and shook his head helplessly. Buying at a low price would be tantamount to exhausting the resource, but bidding too high would squeeze profit margins. In the end, he decided, 1,500 taels per scroll. That price is enough for me to earn more than from an ordinary storage scroll. After the deal was settled, the two sides briefly agreed on the subsequent delivery method. The shadow clone pocketed 7,500 taels in promissory notes and slipped into a small alley after confirming no one was around. It dissipated and returned to the original body. Feng Zheng weighed the silver in hand and murmured to himself, "Maybe I am pretty good at doing business?" But after reading the clone's memories, he burst into a wry laugh. "Not some negotiation master at all. It's obvious the other party was scared off by my final bluff. He probably thought I had backing, so he closed the deal gladly. Either way, it's a sure profit. I should sell him more goods from now on." He then changed his appearance and went to buy supplies: 30 bottles of ink, 25 scrolls, and 200 blank talisman papers, costing a total of 6,500 taels. Before leaving, he also cut a few pounds of meat, holding the money pouch as he calculated. "Now that I'm more comfortable, I should raise the food standard." Strange that the Chiu Dao clan monopolizes the entire meat market. Whether it's shrewd business or privileges granted when the village was founded, I don't know. From then on, Feng Zheng began researching new sealing techniques. In 4.5 months, he mastered 6 basic elemental seals. The scorching seal raises the room temperature. The frost seal absorbs surrounding heat. The thunder seal can only release a mild shock. The hardened seal reinforces an object's surface. The flexibility seal has the opposite effect, and the tide seal can condense water vapor to moisten adhered surfaces. The runes required for these basic seals are far fewer than for storage techniques, although they involve elemental manipulation. One can make them without mastering the corresponding attribute. All talismans must be drawn on specially made paper tags and only take effect when pasted and activated. Feng Zheng even personally tested the Thunderstrike talisman. The little bit of current couldn't even ruffle his hairs. During this period, Feng Zheng sold 20 storage scrolls to Jin Yuan every month, earning 30,000 taels each time. He deliberately limited the quantity to avoid angering the big suppliers and inviting unnecessary trouble. Jin Yuan was also very satisfied. He could resell each scroll for 2,300 taels. By the time of the third-year exam, Feng Zheng had already saved over 100,000 taels. In the third academic year, Yuan Shu focused his teaching entirely on fundamentals. He taught in an engaging way. After finishing each ninjutsu, he designed small games for the students to practice. For example, after teaching stealth, he gave everyone 29 tags numbered with student IDs and required them to stick tags onto each other's backs while trying to avoid having tags stuck to themselves. Relying on his strong perception, no one could get close to Feng Zheng. A few who tried to ambush him were met with punches and elbow strikes. When hunting wild animals, most students were flustered and looked comical. Although slaughtering an animal wasn't too difficult for them, Feng Zheng still felt a little emotional. "I didn't expect the first life I ever took in this world would be a poor little rabbit." Yuan Shu's favorite part was having students process the prey themselves, skinning, cleaning, and preparing it for cooking. The task made most people nauseous. Even Feng Zheng couldn't stand it in his past life. He'd never done this. Only Shimura Nobu remained expressionless through it all. To force everyone to take cooking seriously, Jinju forbade bringing lunch for several days in a row, so the students could only eat the wild game they caught themselves. Later, he also taught tree climbing to train chakra control. In the blink of an eye, the school year was almost over. A week before finals, Jinju suddenly dropped a piece of news that startled Kazimasa. Jinju announced, "If you want to graduate early, sign up with me within 3 days." But by the end of the school day, he regretted it. Everyone in the class was only thinking about the graduation exam and had no mind for lessons. He sighed. I should have waited until after school to mention this." After going home, Kazimasa did some careful calculations. He thought, wind release, basic ninjutsu, shadow clone, body flicker, shuriken, taijutsu, I'm doing all right with those. But I haven't learned earth release yet. My swordsmanship and jinjutsu need strengthening. I've started seals, but I never touched the mid-level scrolls in Zone D, and I certainly haven't mastered the Rasengan. Besides, graduating early would save time at school, but Konoha needs ninjas right now. Once I'm a full ninja, I probably won't have time to train. Also, this mission is riskier than usual. The shadow of the Third Great War still hangs over everyone. He decided not to take the graduation exam. Although skipping the test as an honor student would arouse suspicion, it's better than dying on a C-rank mission. The other children in the class had been completely brainwashed by the will of fire. Many wanted to take the exam, but quite a few parents knew their own kids wouldn't pass and firmly stopped them from going. In the end, only 7 students registered: Uchiha Lai, Shimura Shin, Senju Hikaru, Hyuga Hataka, a commoner child, plus members of the Aburame and Hitaki families. Kazimasa noticed that teacher Minamoto seemed a bit disappointed by his absence from the exam. Luckily, Minamoto didn't come to speak with him, which made him breathe easier. The graduation exam was scheduled for a week after the third mock. The third mock proceeded as usual, but Minamoto's skill assessment was added. The Hokage reward would depend on graduation exam results, which meant Kazimasa had no chance at first place. He deliberately held back on the written test and didn't give his all in the ninjutsu assessment, and in the end he placed 4th. Senju Hikaru was 1st, Shimura Shin 2nd, Hyuga Hana 3rd. Kazimasa quietly rejoiced that Hyuga Hana hadn't taken the graduation exam either, so he wasn't the only excellent student absent. What he didn't know was that Hyuga Hana was upset because her parents wouldn't allow her to become a ninja. The final exams arrived. For the elite class, the questions were similar to the usual ones, but more comprehensive. The newly added 50-point scenario question stumped many, and only Shimura Shin handled it with ease. In the taijutsu assessment, Hyuga Hataka and Senju Hikaru performed exceptionally, while Uchiha Arai and Shimura Shin were average. The ninjutsu assessment revealed the true abilities. Uchiha Arai flawlessly executed the C-rank fire release, Great Fireball, and Phoenix Flower Flame. Senju Hikaru was even more impressive, using 2 natures, C-rank water release, water iron cannon, plus 3 types of D-rank earth release. Shimura Shin demonstrated multi-nature talent, using E-rank ninjutsu as a base and also performing C-rank fire release, Fire Dragon, and Firebomb. When the assessment concluded, only Senju Hikaru, Uchiha Arai, and Shimura Shin passed and became Genin. Senju Hikaru's taijutsu far surpassed Shimura Shin and Uchiha Arai, firmly holding the top spot in the class. 39 ninjas from the higher grades graduated one after another, but Fujing knew nothing of these developments. On the first day of summer break, he dove back into the ninjutsu training grounds. Progress with wind release had boosted his confidence, and he immediately headed to the library to search for earth release scrolls. The earth release techniques in sections E and D filled a full 3 pages. Konoha's reserve of earth release was several times greater than wind release. After all, ninja capable of wielding wind release were always rare. The scrolls listed techniques densely. Stone throwing technique E. Rock shield technique E. Stone bracer technique E. Omitted. Mud weight technique D. Camp technique D. Earth recording technique D. Feng Zheng's fingertip paused at the end of the scroll. Not even an earth flow wall. Is this basic technique considered advanced? He frowned, recalling Kakuzu's Earth Dragon Bullet. Looks like I need to search higher up. 2 hours later, he closed the last scroll. The defensive and support systems of Earth Release were nearly perfect, yet offensive moves were pitifully scarce. More surprisingly, many Earth Release techniques hid evolutionary potential similar to Wind Release. But a fatal flaw emerged: the vast majority of Earth Release techniques fail when exposed to water. If Iwagakure bordered Kirigakure, they'd probably have been crushed long ago. Feng immediately crossed out all attacking Earth Release techniques, while the defensive techniques were worth delving into. Although Rock Shield technique is an inferior version of Earth Stream Wall, if combined with Hard Sealing technique, it might forge an iron barrier. The 2-meter deep trench summoned by Quagmire technique is clearly the prototype of Jiraiya's A-rank swamp technique. Earth Army movement technique is even more of a life-saving skill. Who would complain about another way to instantly slip underground? Finally, his gaze stopped at camp technique. A jutsu that carves a mountainside cavern out of thin air. It would be perfect to try out at that waterfall mountain. Feng Zheng realized these 4 Earth-style ninjutsu formed a marvelous synergy. First, use camp technique to open a cave inside the mountain. Then use rock shield technique to cover the entrance. If someone discovered the hideout, immediately activate Earth Army movement technique to escape. He began training Earth-style ninjutsu. Although he wasn't as practiced with Earth as with Wind, he already had considerable skill. Being able to pulverize a boulder into dust within seconds was precisely the key to his rapid mastery of the techniques. But Earth Release is far more complex than Wind Release. Although the Rock Shield technique was learned in minutes, it took several days to increase the shield's size and hardness. He also tried applying a hard sealing on the rock shield to make the defense more stable. Unfortunately, forming the seal takes 1.5 seconds to activate, leaving little chance to use it in actual combat. The camp technique was mastered in a day. The caves he opened inevitably collected dust, which could be swept clean with Wind Release. Breakthrough technique. When using a rock shield to cover the entrance, a vent must be left for air. He hasn't refined this technique yet. For now, it's sufficient. The Quagmire technique combines water and earth attributes and took nearly a week to master. To improve it further, he would need to cultivate the water attribute. That problem is left for his future self. The trickiest was the Earth Army movement technique. To move underground like a swimming fish, the soil must be greatly softened. He succeeded for the first time on the 11th day, and after 2 more weeks of practice, he could move freely. Underground oxygen limits the range of movement. The oxygen brought in when softening the soil is negligible. After moving 100 meters, he paused his training. Earth Release basics are complete. The Rock Shield and Earth Shift still need polishing, but they can wait until next year. Now I should learn Chakra Flow. He couldn't find any relevant scrolls in the library's 4 open sections. Strange, could this technique be classified as forbidden? Or are ordinary ninjas not qualified to learn it? As he left, he fell into thought. Chakra enchantment isn't an advanced technique. Many ninjas can do it. But in Konoha, it seems only Asuma and Danzo have mastered it. In any case, Kazumasa decided to figure it out on his own. He suspected that Hashirama and the others might not have discovered this trick yet. On the way back to the small grove, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. The first idea that popped up was, why not try letting chakra flow through a kunai, like when I practiced cutting leaves back then? But this time it's not to cut the kunai itself, it's to make the blade sharper. He immediately got to work trying it, and to his surprise he injected chakra into the kunai on the first attempt. But a new problem arose: the amount of chakra he could inject was pitifully small. He tried desperately for 2 days in a row, and the progress was negligible. The kunai did become a bit sharper, and its piercing power improved, but the results were far from satisfactory. He angrily tore at his hair. This is torturous. It's basically a dead end. Although a chakra blade might be useful, something feels off. If I keep forcing it, maybe I could make a breakthrough in a few years. I need to change my approach. After pondering for hours, he suddenly remembered a technique from Hunter x Hunter, his eyes lighting up. Right. I can imitate that method. First, let chakra envelop the whole body, then slowly guide it into the kunai. Although it's inefficient, it's quicker to get the hang of. Once mastered, I can skip the step of enveloping the body and inject directly into the kunai. Covering the whole body with chakra is a major taboo for ninjas. The reason is simple: it drains too much chakra. Aside from Jinchuriki, in my memory, only the Reikage could maintain that state for long. Ordinary ninjas at most use chakra to reinforce a local limb or a weapon. 7 minutes into the new training, he collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. His chakra was completely depleted, but to his surprise, the area of chakra coverage on the kunai had indeed expanded. Although the growth was slow, it was steady and visible. At this rate, after about 10 more practice sessions, he could perfectly cover the kunai. But his chakra recovered too slowly, at most 3 or 4 practice runs a day. That doesn't even count the later precision training. He didn't want to spend weeks on it, so he decisively decided to buy chakra pills. After resting for 2 hours, he went home to get money, transformed, and walked into the weapon shop down the alley. The effect of the chakra pill surprised him. One high-quality pill could provide 30 times an A and B's chakra. This energy would be released slowly over 3 days, truly a wonder for protracted battles. It releases an enzyme that allows a ninja to go 3 days without sleep. That's the secret behind the pill, enabling continuous combat for 3 days. Fujing didn't know there were even better chakra pills. Those were specially made for top-tier ninja. Ordinary people simply couldn't use them. He decided to buy medium-quality ones. These chakra pills are mainly used by Chunin. Now Fujing's chakra amount already exceeded that of a normal genin. He might even be stronger than the average genin. By next year, it's estimated his chakra will catch up to those relatively weak Chunin teachers. Although he still hadn't reached Chunin level, the training was unbearably hard. He clenched his teeth and bought a medium-quality one. He bought a total of 5. It cost 10,000 taels. The money really hurt him. Fortunately, he had learned sealing techniques, otherwise he couldn't have afforded it at all. For the next 3 days, he trained like mad. On the first day, he could cover a kunai with chakra. After infusing it with wind nature, the kunai became especially sharp. Its effective range increased by 5 centimeters. He tried out the new ability. He felt a secret joy. This is great. Trimming branches is as easy as cutting through air. The kunai is too small to chop trees. With a sword it would definitely be fine. A kunai can also embed deeply into stone. Naruto and Asuma could pierce boulders. I can try too. If an enemy dares to catch this attack with bare hands, they'll definitely suffer badly. But it consumed too much chakra. I need to find a way to reduce the usage. Next, I should practice directly covering the kunai, not covering my whole body first. How to do it? Fengzheng pondered for a moment. He had an idea. Directly covering it is too difficult. Better to first let chakra cover the palm, then slowly extend it onto the kunai. That way you can also practice chakra fists. It won't match Tsunade, but it'll be much stronger than a normal punch. He began practicing covering only the fist. It took several hours before he succeeded. This isn't difficult. He then tried to extend the chakra onto the kunai. He could reach it, but the amount was pitifully small. I see. There's too little chakra on the fist. Even less extends to the kunai. I need to condense more chakra into the fist. So he began to concentrate more chakra into his fist. This was much harder than he imagined. It required extremely fine chakra control. Fortunately, Feng Jingping had practiced his control a lot. It took another whole day. The chakra he could condense into his fists had only doubled. He wasn't satisfied with the amount of chakra yet, so he kept practicing desperately. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and fatigue surged like a tide. The side effects of the rations pill were indeed severe. Fortunately, it was only temporary exhaustion. He fell into bed and forgot to set the alarm. When he opened his eyes, the clock pointed to 8:10 a.m. I fell asleep at 4:30 yesterday afternoon. I actually slept for 15 hours. He rubbed his growling stomach, leapt up, grabbed a nutrition bar, and wolfed it down. He skipped 3 hours of morning training and went straight to the barbecue shop to solve lunch. After a day of rest, the training continued. After another 3 days, the chakra in his fist finally doubled. Excited, he went to a boulder to test his punch. The rocks split with web-like cracks, but the pain made him grit his teeth. He inspected his fist carefully and found not even the skin broken. It hurts, but I'm completely unscathed. He blew on his reddened knuckles, secretly pleased. For the next 15 days, he focused on honing his kunai technique. Not only did he have to inject more chakra, he had to forge it into a thin blade attached to the edge. As the holiday neared its end, His kunai could now consecutively pierce 3-4-meter boulders and reliably lodge into the fourth. The chakra flow extended the attack range by 15 centimeters, but the kunai itself began to crack. On the penultimate day of the holiday, accompanied by a grating snapping sound, the training kunai finally broke beyond repair. After all, it was picked up junk. He weighed the fragments and calculated. Time to buy new weapons. I need to check the market for chakra weapons. The day before school started, he walked into Konoha's most impressive weapons shop. This time he didn't disguise himself. He went in openly as a weapons enthusiast after all. The shop owner was a retired ninja with at least double his chakra reserves. But the price tags made him gasp. 2 million ryo for a broken sword? No wonder Kakashi didn't steal Asuma's blade. Remembering that the Ninja Tools catalog listed even the cheapest at 7.5 million ryo, his temples throbbed. Clutching the empty pouch, the boy fell into thought. If I focused on sealing techniques and sold more scrolls, maybe in a year or two I could scrape together enough money. But that would be too conspicuous, and chakra weapons all have to be custom-made anyway. Trying to buy one with a fake identity is definitely out. For such a large purchase, the village would investigate. Earning it through missions? I'd probably have to wait until I can take a rank missions, and who knows when that'll be. He slapped his thigh sharply. Right? I can just ask the Hokage directly. This year I'll grind at dual sword style, hang around the training ground every day, let everyone know I'm obsessed with swordsmanship. After all, the root tree knows about my wind nature with an obvious hint like that they understand. But there are two problems. One, the whole village will know about it too. Would Hiruzen really part with such an expensive treasure? He thought for a moment more. The first is easy. Let Hiruzen keep the sword for me for now. I'll ask for it back after I have the confidence to spar with a jonin. As for the second, if he refuses, I'll ask for a cheaper chakra blade instead. Since he always talks about the will of fire, his expression when he refuses a kid twice in a row would be priceless. Too bad I usually act so well-behaved. Even if I'm refused, I can't just blow up on the spot. But if he really dares to refuse twice. The boy flashed a devilish grin. I'll help Naruto with the prank, supply him with props using a sealing technique. Then let's watch the Hokage's place get turned upside down. The next day at the start of school, he deliberately arrived at the classroom early. At 7:45 in the classroom, among the 24 children, there were 3 new faces. Scanning around and not seeing those from the Senju clan, he sat down next to Hyuga Hataka. How was the graduation exam? Hyuga Hataka was gloomy at first, then suddenly widened his eyes. You actually don't know? I live at the foot of the mountain, Feng Zheng said with an innocent expression. The other person rolled their eyes and, after a long sigh, said, I didn't pass. The only ones who passed were Senju Hikari, Shimura Shin, and Uchiha Rai. Feng Zheng nodded and listened as the other recounted what happened at the exam. Feng Zheng had expected this, but seeing those 3 perform C-rank ninjutsu with his own eyes still made him click his tongue. Sigh, having a powerful family backing you really makes a difference. He casually asked if those 3 had formed a team. Hyuga Hataka shook his head. Senju Teru and Uchiha Rai teamed up with someone a year older. As for Shimura Shin, after the exams there was no more news. Fumesa's mind was clear as a mirror. Most likely was recruited into Root by Danzo. Strange that they didn't take him when he was 3 or 4. He also asked about the 3 new classmates. Hyuga Hataka curled his lip. Don't know them. Kaze Masaru shook his head inwardly. Apart from matters related to taijutsu, this guy was indifferent to everything. Still, this intel should be enough to trade with Minamoto Itsuki for AC rank ninjutsu. The bell rang, but Kaze Masaru remained seated. Although his sparring was fierce and his relationships with classmates were so-so, Hyuga and Senju Kagari could still be called acquaintances. To his surprise, Itsuki hadn't come alone today. An elderly white-haired principal stood beside him. The whole class rose in unison to greet them. The principal exchanged a few pleasantries, then launched into a long speech about the will of fire, and finally announced abruptly, I hope you'll all strive to graduate this year. Kazimus's pupils narrowed. So soon? Looks like I have to join. Anyway, there's not much left to learn at school, just illusion arts, advanced swordsmanship, and the second volume of sealing techniques. If the village really is that short on people, maybe I could beg for a chance to try the chakra sword. The principal continued introducing the new students. 3 students graduated early from one class, so we've transferred 3 honor students from other classes. Please look after them. When the 3 kids introduced themselves, Kazimasa suddenly understood. I see this both eases the pressure on the other students from being steamrolled by geniuses and fills the vacancies left by the graduates with top students. These newcomers will have to train like mad to keep up sooner or later they'll become capable. Clever move. Just as Kazimasa admired the plan inwardly, a cold snort came from the corner of the classroom. That person was homeroom teacher Yuan Shu, and he sighed to himself. Last year I taught everything I was supposed to teach those kids. I was just waiting for them to absorb the material and pass the exams. Now look, I have to start teaching this batch of freshmen from scratch. Irritated, he suddenly thought of a terrible idea. Wait, if more people graduate this year, won't more freshmen be squeezed into this class? Do I have to teach them all over again? At that thought, his shoulders sagged and he wilted completely. This is totally not the job I signed up for. The principal left after introducing the new students. Yuan Shu announced this year's teaching plan, which shocked Feng Zheng once again. This year's focus is to fully master what was taught in the past 2 years. Besides the 3 basic ninjutsu, add 5 new E-rank ninjutsu. Fire release, basic technique, wind release, gale technique, lightning release, silent string technique, earth release, rock shield technique, water release, fish bullet technique. These are not required for graduation, but they will be very helpful to you in the future. I talked about chakra natures last year. We'll test that in a bit. At minimum, you should learn the ninjutsu that corresponds to your own nature. If you want to graduate early, learning all 5 gives you an advantage. Shimura Shin from last year could use all 5, so he graduated early. Mentioning Shimura Shin, the whole class immediately became fired up. Minamoto nodded silently. Seeing them so motivated is actually a good thing. We have to thank Shimura Shin for setting a good example in last year's exam, otherwise I wouldn't be teaching like this. Fumasa mentally calculated. I didn't expect Minamoto to be willing to teach 5 kinds of ninjutsu. But it's not a big problem for me, I've already mastered 2 of them. After class, Feng Zheng picked up his training sword and began to practice. He had 2 goals. First, to inject wind nature chakra into the blade so the edge would be incredibly sharp, able to cleave even if an opponent blocked. That way he'd have the upper hand in close combat. Second, he wanted to develop mid-range slashes, like Zoro and Mihawk in One Piece, swinging out sword energy. The first goal was quite realistic. Feng Zheng was confident he would master it quickly. The second one was less certain. He couldn't remember the details of Naruto clearly in his impression. The only person who seemed to slash using brute force was Might Guy when he opened the 8 gates. But even without brute force, you can simulate a slashing effect with chakra just like samurai often do. And injecting wind nature chakra can make that move stronger. After practicing swordsmanship for an hour, he looked at the sword in his hand. In my last life, I only looked at sword manuals, never actually practiced properly. Fine, I'll ask Master Yuan Shu. He sheathed his sword and went to find him, seeing Yuan Shu talking with another teacher. After waiting a while, Yuan Shu noticed him, stopped the conversation, and asked, "Something you need?" "Master, I want to learn the sword. Can you teach me?" Yuan Shu's heart skipped a beat. The headmaster just admitted 3 new students, and this kid comes to cause trouble again. Am I supposed to do nothing else? He hasn't even taken the graduation exam. But outwardly he could only sigh. I'm not much of a swordsman, but I have a few friends who use the sword. I'll arrange for you to train with them. Privately, he was relieved. Luckily, I have many friends to pass the blame to. As Feng Zheng thanked him, Yuan Shu suddenly asked, "What are you planning to do about the graduation exam?" Wind felt a pang in his chest, knowing he couldn't dodge it. He pretended to be thoughtful. "I'll try this year. Last year it was announced at the last minute. I was a bit scared." Then he looked down and put on a pitiful face. "I heard Uchiha and others will already have C-rank techniques. It was probably for the best I didn't take the test. Otherwise, I'd definitely embarrass myself." In truth, he was scheming to cheat and get a C-rank win technique. Yashiki really did soften. Orphans do find it hard to be ninjas. No family support. You get taken advantage of at every step. I came from a commoner background too. I know how it feels. He thought to himself. Encourage him a bit. Give him a great breakthrough technique. This technique is basic the Hokage should approve, but I need to gauge him first. So Yashiki patted his shoulder. I tested your elemental affinity a year ago. How's your training going since then? Teacher, I can split a leaf in half now. I also self-taught the Gale technique from the library. I've mastered the breakthrough technique too and am improving it. Yuan Shu was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect him to progress so quickly and to self-learn ninjutsu. But the boy is indeed diligent. E rank and D rank ninjutsu aren't difficult since he has mastered those too. Learning the great breakthrough technique should be easier. He nodded. Not bad. Demonstrate it for me. The two walked toward the training field. Kazemasa first formed the seals and performed the Gale technique, his movements precise and smooth. Jinju said satisfactorily, very good. Now try using breakthrough technique on that tree. Kazemasa slowed his hand seals, deliberately controlling the power so that only a few leaves and small twigs fell. He secretly calculated, this is enough. If I went all out and stripped the tree bare, it might arouse suspicion. Jinju privately praised. A 9-year-old without guidance reaching this level is rare. Although the power is lacking, his ninjutsu talent still doesn't match those three prodigies. He thought for a moment. With perception as a foundation, solid taijutsu, and wind nature to support fire release, becoming a special jonin in the future is no problem. With some luck, I might even become a full jonin. You're practicing well? Jinju patted his shoulder. But you need to keep increasing your power. I'll figure out a way for C-rank ninjutsu. The next day, Jinju obtained the third Hokage's permission and handed the Great Breakthrough Technique scroll to Kazemasa. This is an advanced breakthrough technique. If you master it, the graduation exam will be more secure. Kazemasa expressed his gratitude solemnly. Since that day, Kazemasa has been sending shadow clones home to practice sealing techniques. The previous 2 months had interrupted his progress in ninjutsu training, and a few basic seals remained to be conquered. He estimated, in another 2 or 3 months I'll finish learning them, and then I can open the new scroll. He was agonizing over how many shadow clones to leave to watch the house. Since practicing shadow clones, his chakra had surged more than threefold. The scroll said a true shadow clone must expend 2/3 of its chakra before dispersing. By that standard, Kazemasa could currently only create 1 real shadow clone. But practicing the 7-hour sealing technique doesn't require that much chakra. If he wanted, he could easily keep 2 clones. After thinking for a moment, he decided, keep 1 for now to test the waters. We'll see after getting a feel for the school's first week routine. The next day, Jinju tossed the Great Breakthrough Scroll to Feng Zheng, and he began practicing on the spot. This ninjutsu is like a sibling to the breakthrough technique, only far more powerful. That day he grasped the basics, but was still far from mastery. The power needed to double, and the hand seals had to be streamlined down to nothing. He remembered how Orochimaru had used this move in the Chunin exams to turn the forest upside down. The power still needs to be piled on. Right now, it's only introductory. I'll hide the scroll for 3 weeks before returning it. On the weekend, Motoki tested the class's chakra natures. As expected, most were fire-natured, with the remainder split evenly between water and earth. Lightning was wiped out entirely, and Kazemasa became the sole wind-natured student. Motoki also announced the 5 types of ninjutsu they would learn this term. Lightning release quiet string technique can numb muscles, but as poor lethality water release fish spray technique produces a column of water. Fire release 1 technique was the most eye-catching, though it's just a basic fingertip heating move. It's the opener in a 6-move combo that can ultimately stack into an A-rank ultimate. Kazemasa listened with a twitching interest. He already had 1 A-rank technique. If he picked up another, his output could double. But his impulse was doused by 2 buckets of cold water. He never trained in fire, and that technique wouldn't team mesh with his wind release. In general, the 5 elemental ninjutsu can all pair with basic skills. Fire release ignites, water release puts out flames, wind release sweeps away traces, earth release builds shields, and lightning release stuns small creatures. Maximum practicality. In the second week, Jinshu suddenly tapped the blackboard. Today we're practicing swordsmanship. I've invited an expert to lead the class. It turned out that after Feng Zheng had last asked about sword techniques, Jinshu had been arranging this behind the scenes. Sword training shouldn't be a private lesson for just one person. If any of these 30 students have talent for the sword, we can properly cultivate them. Even if no one wants to become a swordsman, learning another weapon can't hurt. I discussed it with the Hokage, and we specially brought someone in to teach. Fengzheng was taken aback for a moment. Then, on reflection, realized it made sense. On the training field, Motoki was talking with a big muscular man who had a long sword hanging at his waist. Motoki introduced him. This is Nakaya Michi. He's a chunin like me and is responsible for teaching you swordsmanship. Everyone bowed respectfully. Nakaya Michi began by explaining the origins of the sword techniques, becoming especially animated when speaking of the first and second Hokage's sword styles. Treat the sword as if it were your own arm, he cried, demonstrating with a wooden sword. Fumesa had a momentary sense that he was looking at a duplicate of Teacher Kai. Basic instruction began. Grip of the sword, sword swinging movements. Kazemasa studied especially diligently. But students from the Nara, Akimichi, and other families were already absent-minded. A week later at the assessment, aside from Kazemasa, only a commoner child and a kid from the Hitaki family were willing to continue. Nakaya Michi asked each of them their goals. Kazemasa tightened his wooden sword. I want to train my swordsmanship to the utmost and make it my primary fighting method. Good spirit. Nakani spoke, patting his shoulder. What specific school do you want to learn? Fengzheng shook his head. Konoha has a top-tier sword style called Crescent Dance, but you need to build a solid foundation first. Nakani suddenly smiled. Don't be fooled by the name, it's not real dancing. The sword moves flow together like dance steps. Once mastered, they can produce afterimages and even a teleportation effect. Fengzheng nodded thoughtfully. Dancing is fine, but the flaws are too big. A master can easily break through those flashy moves. Just like Feng, he died so easily because Maki used stronger defense to directly block the killing strike. If someone could truly learn all these schools, they could create top-tier swordsmanship. But that would take 10 years or even longer. Feng didn't have that patience. He only wanted the most direct sword-style attacks, brutal, defense solid, pursuit swift. Simply coating the sword with wind nature chakra is deadly enough against ordinary ninja. How am I supposed to bring this up? I can't just say their swordsmanship is too weak. And I definitely can't say. If Madara asked you whether you can dance and you performed a crescent dance, he'd probably laugh himself to death and come back to life. Wait, that's not his style. He's more likely to summon 2 meteorites to crash down. Yeah, that's more like him. I don't want to learn any dances right now, I just want a sword technique that can overpower someone head-on. He paused for a moment, then added, is there any way to use chakra flow or flying slash to increase a sword's lethality? Fengzheng had to be cautious. The library never mentioned chakra flow, he had to pretend this was his own idea. Nakaya Michihara had been somewhat disappointed. This kid actually looked down on Konoha swordsmanship. But when he heard the question, he was astonished. This kid actually thought of chakra flow himself? And ninja flying slash? His thinking is rather unique. Unfortunately, I haven't fully mastered chakra flow and the flying slash technique myself. Nakatani Michi cursed inwardly. It would be too embarrassing to say I don't know directly. The crescent dance doesn't require chakra flow. Learning that takes too much time, so most people haven't practiced it. He finally sighed. The chakra flow you mentioned can indeed make a sword deadlier. But it's an advanced technique, very few people in Konoha know it. There's no need to worry about it now. As for the flying slash, all shinobi can use it, but the secret methods are classified and hard to learn. Fengzheng showed a disappointed expression. Sai, you can't rely on this person. Couldn't Yuan Shu find a more capable tutor? Seeing Fengzheng's dejection, Nakadani Dion comforted him. Don't worry, this is still too early for you. You can learn it later when there's a chance. For now, I'll teach you the basics. Fengzheng nodded, secretly sighing. I was imagining too much. He never had an obligation to teach me these things. It must be that the homeroom teacher was too enthusiastic, which raised my expectations of teachers. He pondered for a moment, then finally made up his mind. If Haino Kiri won't give out chakra weapons, then I'll have him arrange a swordsmanship tutor. Nakaya said those are secret teachings, but in a village as big as Konoha, someone must know. Since he mentioned it, I have a reason to inquire about the source. After class ended, Nakaya began teaching the 3 students the basics. In the evening, Kaze bought a short sword. The sword was very ordinary, but much stronger than a typical kunai. After some haggling, he bought it for 22,500 ryo. Practice swords at the academy couldn't channel chakra, he had to have his own weapon. A year flew by in a blink. Nakatani Doken imparted a large amount of basic knowledge, and Feng absorbed it ravenously. As for the 5 major elemental ninjutsu, he was temporarily too lazy to touch them. From the second week on, he had 2 shadow clones study sealing techniques at home, doubling the pace. To avoid memory confusion, both clones always practiced the same runes. A month and a half into the semester, Feng Zheng had mastered the basic sealing technique. Only then did he realize, having his clones learn the same material didn't actually speed things up. When he recalled the clones, although it reinforced the basics, it came at the cost of efficiency. After calculating, his learning speed had only increased by 60%. The best way would have been to have each clone learn separately, he said, rubbing his throbbing temples. But that would have caused a splitting headache. Laying a solid foundation is more important than rushing. After finishing the basic sealing techniques, he turned to the advanced scrolls in Section D of the library. They contained secret methods for storing elements, such as sealing flames into talisman paper. He suddenly remembered the sealing technique Jiraiya used on Amaterasu. Could this be the same basic sealing method? Elements can be generated by ninjutsu or drawn from nature. It's like sealing an entire river into a tiny space. As he flipped through the scrolls, his pupils contracted. Shikamaru's sealing technique for dealing with Kakuzu is right here. But that water of his must have had something added to it. Ordinary water isn't that conductive. Either salt was added or some other tampering. He closed the scroll and sighed. These jutsu look simple, but they have to be used cleverly. Then he began studying new sealing techniques. 3 months into the 4th year, Kazumasa could perform the great breakthrough technique without forming hand seals. Another month passed, and he could even perform the rock shield technique with his bare hands, though he still had to smash the ground with both hands to activate it. He pondered to himself, I need to try producing the rock shield technique by stepping on the ground with one foot. That means I must learn to channel earth-natured chakra from the soles of my feet into the ground. After thinking for a long time, he reached the conclusion. This technique is indeed difficult. The hand seals for the earth shield technique gather earth-natured chakra in the hand, then press it into the ground. If you want to substitute by stomping, you'd have to release the chakra from the soles of your feet. But once mastered, this would definitely be a disgusting defensive god skill. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Run while retreating, and you can raise an earth shield with every step. Worth putting effort into. This move must be added to the training list, and while I'm at it, try producing a wind blast with the foot. 1 month later, Feng Zheng began practicing with twin swords. He studied the fundamentals of Zhonggu Taoism and deliberately showed off practicing twin sword techniques in front of others. The previous sword had been worn out after 5 months of use, so he bought 2 new ones. After another month of practice, there was still no progress in simplifying the hand seals for Earth Army movement technique. With only 4 months left until finals, he decided to pause Earth release and switch to Jinjutsu. He dove into the library to flip through Jinjutsu scrolls. He found a few in the Zero Zone. Some were basic Jinjutsu taught in class, some discussed countering Jinjutsu, and one scroll was specifically about how to cultivate Jinjutsu. He grabbed the last scroll and opened it. The first line froze him. His first reaction was, is it really that simple? The opening of the scroll blazed. Practicing Jinjutsu requires extreme chakra control and a very high intelligence. Both are indispensable. But he immediately doubted. Does it really need high intelligence? Didn't Nakazuya use Jinjutsu on Itachi too? Reading on makes it clear. Jinjutsu is the invasion of an opponent's neural chakras, manipulating their mental chakra to warp the 5 senses and create false perceptions. Jinjutsu is divided into 2 types. First type, constructing an entirely new illusion. This kind is easy to expose, such as Itachi's Tsukuyami, or the Jinjutsu used by Karen against Itachi and by Kisame. Second type, implanting subtle hypnosis. Harder to detect, though not as powerful as the first. When used skillfully, it can still be lethal. The scroll detailed in full how to secretly conduct chakra through an opponent's nervous system, and even included numerous diagrams of the brain's neural system. Feng Zheng turned and headed for sections D and E of the library, looking for some basic Jinjutsu to practice. The result left him astonished. Just these two sections alone displayed hundreds of Jinjutsu scrolls. They wouldn't have brought all of the Uchiha and Kurama secrets here, would they? He couldn't help but click his tongue. Staring at the densely packed scrolls, a wave of pressure rose involuntarily. To save time, he sat cross-legged on the spot and began flipping through them one by one. He stayed like that for over 4 hours. After reading all the scrolls, he concluded, most Jinjutsu only differ in application scenarios and have limited combat value. Geniuses like Itachi or Kurenai can master them easily after just one look. Feng Zheng did not intend to become an illusion master with the Uchiha clan around. That would be a waste of effort. What he truly needed to master were methods to counter Jinjutsu and the shadow illusions that Hashirama and the others had developed specifically to restrain the Sharingan. But those were at least high-level techniques of B rank or above. For now, he decided to start with the basics: the E rank double vision technique and the D rank hell sight technique. Double vision causes the opponent to see after images, useful for applying psychological pressure. Hell sight was a move Kakashi once used against Sakura. After noting the important hand seals, he went to the small grove as usual. Practicing Jinjutsu couldn't rely on imagination alone, it required an actual target. So he separated off a shadow clone. The plan was clever: cast an illusion on the shadow clone. When the clone is dispelled, the caster's experience and the sensations of resisting the illusion are simultaneously relayed back. This way one can practice casting and also train in breaking illusions. There are usually two ways to break an illusion. One is to disturb one's own chakra flow. The other is to wake up through painful stimulation. Although a shadow clone can't use the second method, the first way of training happens to be suitable. Feng Zheng concentrated, recalling the neural diagrams from the scroll, attempting to precisely guide chakra into the cranial meridians of the shadow clone. This required microscope-like control. There was no progress on the first day. After 16 days of hard practice, he finally mastered precise chakra transmission. 7 days later, a double image successfully appeared before the shadow clone. Chakra quietly invaded the shadow clone's visual nerves, and everything in the field of vision suddenly split into pairs. Trees, pebbles, and clouds all doubled, only the vast sky and earth remaining unchanged. All the sights are overlapping. The shadow clone stared at the two figures of Kazumasa. If you're not familiar with the environment, you wouldn't notice anything wrong. You'd just think there are more pebbles and the forest is denser. At that moment, 4 cold lights tore through the air. Under the Jinjutsu's influence, the shuriken turned into 8 silver arcs. The shadow clone dodged rapidly, only to find these weapons pursuing like living things, unrelenting. It's a wind release manipulation. The shadow clone formed hand seals the gale, surge, jutsu momentarily disrupted the chakra pathways. He took the chance to use the wind snatch technique, his hands precisely reaching for the incoming shuriken. Only one solid weapon met his palm, the other turned to nothingness upon contact. As the shadow clone dissipated, wind received all the memories. He looked at his palm thoughtfully. This illusion technique actually has such an obvious flaw. Dual vision only works when dealing with isolated enemies in unfamiliar surroundings. What's worse, any sensory-type ninja can easily see through this kind of chakra interference. Kazumasa tightened the shuriken in his hand, his gaze deepening. It seems a more perfect Jinjutsu method is needed. If so, this move could become a powerful tool to counter Jinjutsu. He only needs to disrupt his chakra before the enemy completes the Jinjutsu. Of course, this method also has its limitations. Feng Zheng speculated that the Sharingan might not be affected after all. Those eyes can cast Jinjutsu merely by making eye contact. But he could keenly sense when others cast Jinjutsu and interrupt it during the process. Who could say for sure? Perhaps with special training, even the Sharingan could be resisted. He resumed his training once more. This time, the shadow clone will disrupt the chakra on its own before the Jinjutsu arrives. Within a day, the shadow clone successfully grasped the trick. The next day, whenever it sensed Kaze no Tadashi's chakra invading the nerves, the shadow clone immediately scrambled the chakra itself. Amazingly, it was mastered in just a few hours. Feng was quite satisfied with his progress and decided to challenge a more advanced illusion. He began studying the Hell Vision technique. This technique was more exquisite than the illusions he had learned before. The basic application is to manipulate the opponent's sight, making them see the illusion woven by the caster. But it was not just that the caster must also provoke the target's inner fear and despair. If he also added olfactory and auditory interference, the effect would be even better. Kaze recalled the details. Kakashi used that technique on Sakura to make Sasuke beg her for help. It seems he even manipulated her hearing. As for smell, if he really added the scent of blood, it would be even more convincing. Kaze said about practicing. He first had a shadow clone experience fear and despair, then gradually added auditory and olfactory disturbances. It took 7 days to finally master control of 3 sensory manipulations simultaneously. But he hit a snag when constructing illusions. What exactly am I afraid of? He fell into deep thought. The only current concern is Danzo forcibly assigning me to the root. But that's far from true terror. Luckily, I don't seem to have a personal demon. After much thought, a sudden flash of insight. He cast the technique on the shadow clone, the other calmly accepted. For the first few seconds, everything was calm. Then the shadow clone's pupils suddenly contracted. A black dot appeared at the edge of the horizon, rapidly closing in. When he made out what it was, the shadow clone drew in a gasp. Tailed beast orb, fear and despair seized his mind in an instant. But the shadow clone, trained specially, immediately recognized it. This was an illusion triggered by Feng Zheng. The tailed beast orb thundered down, and the illusion shattered. The shadow clone dispelled itself and transmitted the memories back. Feng Zheng clenched his fist. The effect is not bad. What I feared most was dying helplessly like cannon fodder. He savored the illusion from a moment ago. The form is still not stable enough, and the ending is abrupt. I need to refine it further. Although weaker opponents might faint within the Jinjutsu, for experienced shinobi the hallucination ending won't make them lose consciousness. Maybe I should make the illusion last longer, buy more time to land a fatal blow. After the explosion, I could simulate the smell of earth and blood, even let the opponent see their own corpse, making them mistakenly believe they're already dead, that this is only a wandering spirit. He devoted himself to improving the illusion's effects, spending a week until he was satisfied. After mastering these 2 illusions, there were less than 3 months left until the final exam. Feng was making rapid progress in every aspect, but he realized an important flaw. His chakra reserves are already comparable to an ordinary teacher. His ninjutsu and taijutsu surpassed Jinin level, and with another half-year of training his sealing techniques could break through. His swordsmanship foundation is solid, chakra flows smoothly, cutting through trees and rocks is effortless, and he's even begun studying Jinjutsu. But his combat experience is almost nil. Taijutsu training carries no life or death threat, even shuriken aren't allowed. Real fighting relies on instinctive reactions, and the ability to sense danger is a matter of life and death. Otherwise, a surprise shuriken would be enough to kill. As a sensory-type ninja, his intuition is keener than most, but that's far from enough. For the next 3 months, he decided to use shadow clones for combat simulations. Start with wooden weapons once proficient, switch to real blades and swords. On Saturday morning, he sneaked into an uninhabited forest. The shadow clone and he each held 24 wooden shuriken, 6 wooden kunai, and 2 wooden swords, standing 10 meters apart as the tossed pebble hit the ground. A gale rose suddenly. Both sides leaped back and formed seals at the same time. The shockwave from the great breakthrough collided and snapped branches. Before the aftereffects of the ninjutsu had faded, the two had already darted to safe zones. As sand and stones whipped through the wind, Futon's pupils contracted sharply. An opening. 3 shuriken tore through the airflow, aiming straight for the vital spot. The wind shifted sharply, and 6 shuriken flew straight toward the shadow clone. The shadow clone flickered and instantly slid 50 meters to the left. Feng Zheng's gaze hardened. He keenly picked up the clone's movement. That direction. He sneered, and 3 new shuriken were released. 9 cold lights traced arcs through the air, all locking onto the shadow clone. Facing the dense assault, the shadow clone nimbly dodged while secretly gathering power. Just as the shuriken were about to strike, 2 wind spheres suddenly erupted. With a thunderous roar, 3 shuriken were shattered, and the other two lost control and fell to the ground. Feng Zheng didn't stop, manipulating the last shuriken in relentless pursuit. The shadow clone thought to himself, taking it head-on is too dangerous, I must create an opportunity. He suddenly retreated, slapped both palms against the ground, and thrust upward, and a massive stone shield burst from the earth. The shuriken circled the rock once and came up empty. Wen Zheng leapt onto the treetop, his perception penetrating the ground. Hiding underground? Then wait until you come out. He formed wind spheres with both hands and waited for the right moment. The shadow clone underground sensed the danger. Locked on. Moving underground is too slow. I have to break out. In the blink of an eye, it burst through the soil. Almost simultaneously, Wen Zheng flashed over, two wind spheres whistling toward it. Just as expected, the shadow clone had been prepared a reinforced rock shield thundered up. The wind spheres struck the shield and exploded in gusts, but failed to pierce the defense. Wen Zheng had already stored a more powerful wind sphere and in an instant closed to within 10 meters. The shadow clone had just revealed the edge of its shield when several shuriken shot out. Trouble. Wen Zheng swung a wind sphere to intercept, while the other wind sphere aimed straight for the clone's face. The shadow clone vanished with a whoosh, and Kazemiso Wind immediately pursued. The two sides clashed fiercely while moving at high-speed wind explosion techniques, and shuriken intersected in midair. But neither could land a scratch on the other. Seizing an opening, the shadow clone instantly sealed off all of Kazemisa's escape routes with 6 shuriken. The wind explosion technique surged straight into his only way out. A chill gripped Kazemisa's heart. Forcing through would be certain death. I have to dive underground. He used Earth Release to slip underground, but remembered what the shadow clone had experienced earlier. Not only did he fail to get closer, he actually moved in the opposite direction while sensing the movements on the surface. I need to draw his attention away to get out. Feng Zheng thought to himself, beginning to form hand seals to prepare a great breakthrough technique. No sooner had he shown his head than 2 wind spheres and 6 shuriken came hurtling at him. Feng Zheng immediately activated the great breakthrough technique, dispelling all the attacks. The shadow clone was affected by the shockwave and hurriedly dove underground. Feng Zheng pursued relentlessly, thinking, he'll definitely use the same tactic. I have to find a way to disrupt his movements underground. Kaze leapt above the shadow clone, gathering chakra into a heavy fist and smashing it down hard into the ground. The surface cracked with fine lines, but the underground shadow clone felt the shock and remained unscathed. Damn, I'm still a long way from Tsunade. Kaze muttered, frustrated, flashing to the treetops with 2 wind release. Rasengan forming in his hands, ready to strike at any moment. He held his breath, his mind racing. I have to learn a jutsu that forces people out of the ground, either like Inoki's son, or use a water release to cut off the air underground. The shadow clone beneath the surface was scheming too. That was close. If the original had been a bit stronger, that punch would have dispersed me. Now popping up would make me a sitting duck. A rock shield won't stop it. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. Huh? I can breathe? So the fissures let air seep in. That's bad news for the original body. I didn't expect shadow clones to need to breathe. If they could be modified not to, they could hide underground for long periods. Since it's not lacking oxygen now, might as well use stillness to control motion. Hiding underground only leaves the original body helpless. Feng Zheng squatted on a branch, staring intently at the fissures in the ground. 5 minutes passed, and the shadow clone still made no move. He frowned. Could it be that shadow clones don't need to breathe? These cracks can let in air? TCH, I really can't do anything from underground. The swamp technique's range is too small, it can't trap someone. What on earth is this shadow clone plotting? 5 more minutes passed before Fu Zhengze finally lost his patience and waved his hand to dispel the shadow clones. The moment the memories flooded back, he laughed and cried at the same time. Isn't this just my style? Reminds me of when I used to play Counter-Strike. Teammates all wiped out. The enemy had 2 left and thought it was an easy win, but I hid in a cave and stalled for 5 minutes. When they came in, I flipped it and killed them both. He stood up and began to replay the recent fight, setting the outcome aside. This mid-range duel was pretty decent. For offense, I used great breakthrough technique and wind burst technique. Field control came from projectile control technique. Defense had rock shield, and evasion relied on instant body technique and ground troop movement technique. Actually, wind clones could have been used too, but they'd get messy. Other ninjutsu really couldn't be used in this fight. Fu Zhengzi scratched his head. He had intended to fight up close, but the shadow clones kept their distance after all. One hit would disperse them, so the opponent naturally wouldn't give an opening. That meant his taijutsu and kenjutsu had no room to operate, and he couldn't even use push-wind technique. As for Jinjutsu, Fu Zhengzi shook his head. At the current level, in a high-speed fight you simply don't have time to form the seals. What troubles him most are underground battles. Aside from diving down himself, he really couldn't think of a better countermeasure. After all, he's simply not good at subterranean combat. Smashing the ground with his fists would be an even stupider move, effectively supplying oxygen to the enemies below. We also need to strengthen our offensive methods. Feng Zhengzi kicked at the branch beneath his feet. Kunai can originally break rock shields, but wooden ones lack the necessary force. Within the current ninjutsu system, there's no better way to break them for the time being. The use of the Shunshin no Jutsu also needs adjustment. Both he and his shadow clones tend to flash too far away, and every time they teleport they have to reorganize their attack. He must train to precisely control distance to ensure the attack rhythm doesn't get interrupted. All of this has to be honed through Baolang Shijian. Feng Zhengzi jumped down from the branch and brushed the dust off his hands. Summing it up, his mid-range combat level should be able to crush most Genin participating in the Chunin exams. I estimate only Gaara could easily beat me. Temari and Shino might be able to put up a fight. A smile tugged at his lips. I'll definitely be faster than Lee with weights. If he takes them off, I'd probably be on par with him. His body flickering is still not flexible enough. Control isn't that smooth, and his stamina can't keep up. His ninjutsu, however, is practiced well. Great Breakthrough and Wind Blast are both very proficient, and Earth Release has also been put to use. What surprised me most was projectile control technique. Although for now I can control at most 8 shuriken, that's already enough. Now I need to think about how to increase my strength. Need to learn Fire Release Ninjutsu. Too bad there's no chance to access high-level ninjutsu for now. But using techniques of 3 different natures right now would be too flashy. Better wait until a Genin squad is formed. If someone on the team knows Fire Release, I can learn by following them. Also need to start training the Rasengan. Plenty of detonators need to be prepared too. I have an idea. Attach the detonators to kunai filled with wind chakra. That way the kunai can penetrate the enemy's defenses and then detonate when they try to dodge. As for blink distance, lots of combat training should improve it. Put underground combat on hold for now. There's no opportunity to practice it at the moment. The way weapons are carried also needs to be improved. Maybe I should engrave storage seals on the weapon pouch. Even better would be a bracelet with multiple seals, so I could grab the weapon I want at will. Close combat ability still needs more testing. Thinking that, I split off another shadow clone. This time I simulated close combat. The rules forbade using Grand Breakthrough and Breakthrough technique. Staying underground could not exceed a few seconds, and teleportation was limited to within 10 meters. My shadow clone and I were 20 meters apart. I tossed a pebble into the air. The instant the pebble hit the ground, I charged toward the shadow clone. The shadow clone reacted immediately and used wind release, Rasengan. I sidestepped the wind ball and kept closing in. The shadow clone saw this and immediately detonated a wind ball. The gust struck from behind, but I wasn't hurt and my speed didn't falter. I swung my sword straight for the shadow clone's throat. The shadow clone didn't have time to draw its sword. It could only gather chakra on the back of its fist to block, and as it jumped back it pulled out 2 swords. I couldn't give it a chance to breathe. I thrust a second sword like lightning. The shadow clone was still in midair when suddenly it pushed outward with its palm, and a gust of wind sent it flying to the right. I kept close, throwing 3 shuriken while retracting my long sword with wind-seizing technique, closing in. The shadow clone used a surging gale to deflect the shuriken and raised its sword to meet me. These past few months, Kazumasa had been rigorously practicing swordsmanship. His swordplay had grown increasingly ruthless and deadly, strike after strike fatal. Yet his defensive skills hadn't been neglected. Wind and shadow clone sparred again and again. He attacked. The shadow clone defended. always using the wind push technique or body flicker to dodge. In less than 30 seconds, the wooden sword of the shadow clone grazed Fusey's left arm and right cheek. Fusey seized the opening, using the push wind technique combined with instant movement to dash forward, and with one strike scattered the shadow clone. Couldn't hold out for even a minute. Fusey shook his head. Even though I dodged 2 strikes, if they were real swords there would already be blood. If the swords were infused with wind nature chakra, they'd chop through bone. Add some poison, and I'd be down on the spot. He still had room to train. Shadow clones must avoid every attack. If they take a single hit, they dissipate. Wind felt he should be able to do the same, how to completely dodge an opponent's moves while launching an all-out offense. Another problem: shadow clones can only block swords with fists reinforced by chakra. If it's a real sword, the hands would be ruined. He needed to buy a pair of gloves with metal plates to add another form of defense. His taijutsu also needed upgrading. The set taught at school wasn't enough. Now that he trained only with the sword, his hand-to-hand skills were falling behind. He was thinking which taijutsu style would suit him. If he couldn't find a good fit within a year or two, he'd go learn a couple of moves from Mike Guy. Although people say Guy isn't very bright, teaching taijutsu would definitely be fine. Speaking of Guy, Feng Zheng found it strange he'd never run into him. It's been over 4 years. Even if Guy only moved around small areas of the village, he shouldn't have failed to meet him even once. In fact, there were many original characters he hadn't seen. Were they all gathering elsewhere? Or did Konoha have too many missions and not enough people? He didn't want to think about it anymore. Sparring had been effective, and he needed to keep it up. Feng Zheng created another shadow clone and continued fighting. For the next 3 weeks, he sparred daily with his shadow clones. His combat skills improved by leaps and bounds. 3 weeks later, he switched to a real sword. The shadow clones fought cautiously, afraid of injuring the original. When Feng Zheng began to infuse the sword with chakra, the duel became extremely perilous. In just 2 months of training, they had ruined 4 swords, 13 kunai, and 33 shuriken. He had used up the weapons he picked up from the forest and could only go to the shop to buy new ones. When he added it all up, the silver spin on weapons had already exceeded 120,000 taels. However, he didn't begrudge that money. He thought to himself, what is the point of keeping money if not to get stronger? Luckily, I learned sealing techniques early, and I still have more than 225,000 taels on me. That should be enough. While sparring with real blades and real skills, he began to practice the Rasengan. He had long since mastered the first 2 stages. Now he finally had to conquer the 3rd stage. The trickiest thing about practicing the Rasengan was that nobody could see it. If someone caught him training normally, he could still make up an excuse like saying he was practicing transformation techniques for fighting, or that a ninja has to keep some trump cards hidden and doesn't reveal true moves until life or death moments. Although explaining it that way would make him seem calculating, it would at least get him by. But the Rasengan is different. If anyone discovered he was practicing this technique, the trouble would be much worse. The only excuse he could use was, I read the 4th Hokage's notes and figured it out myself. But that would push him to the center of attention. Others would surely think he's a once-in-a-century genius, and even the Root and Danzo might set their sights on him. That would only mean tighter surveillance. So Kazumasa decided that the Rasengan could only be practiced secretly at home. His senses were now sharp. If someone was watching, he would definitely notice. If anything fell off, he would immediately stop practicing the Rasengan and switch to using wind release, gale technique to provide cover. To make room, he cleared out the living room, leaving only a sofa and stuffing everything else into the bedroom. Compressing chakra and shaping the dango was the hardest. He tried for hours without success and had to sigh. Might as well learn Naruto's trick. He split off a shadow clone with 20% of his chakra to help suppress and shape. Sure enough, a few hours later he had mastered the technique. But he knew it was too exhausting to make the Rasengan using clones, so he began practicing alone again. After a month and a half, he was finally able to form a complete Rasengan with his bare hands. With the remaining days, he focused on refining the technique, shortening the formation time, and increasing the amount of chakra injected. Now there was only 1 week left until the 4th year final exams. Teacher Minato, as usual, told students who wanted to graduate to sign up with him after class. Futara thought to himself, it's time to become an official shinobi. There's not much left to learn at the academy. At most, practice elemental traits or jinjutsu. If I don't take the exam this year, even the third Hokage might start to suspect. I probably can't count on them to help anymore. If the exam gets exposed, it definitely won't fool those old hands. But I'm almost ready now, so I'll focus on handling the exam. After class, Feng Zheng went to confirm his registration with Yuan Shu, who smiled and wished him luck. Only a week remained until finals, and Feng Zheng buried himself in studying the written exam syllabus. He froze when he saw the content Yuan Shu was actually teaching trigonometry. Teaching 9-year-olds trigonometry? Is the next step going to be calculus? He couldn't help but scoff inwardly. But when Hikaru easily solved the problems that day, Feng Zheng was stunned. These kids were learning advanced math as if eating and drinking. He shook his head and went back to reviewing. To prepare for the real-world assessment, he paused learning new sealing techniques and had his shadow clones hastily craft equipment. The two newly purchased ninja tool pouches, leg pouch, and metal wristbands were all inscribed with storage seals. The library's scrolls recorded techniques for expanding storage space. By adjusting the number of spatial talismans, he could freely control the sealing capacity. Although the principle was simple, it was very practical for Feng Zheng. The 4 seals in the leg pouch held 6 kunai and 24 shuriken. He also designed an automatic resupply mechanism to ensure the weapons never ran out. The 7 sealed compartments of the tool pouch were larger. He planned to load them with medical kits, ropes, scrolls, elemental seals, detonating tags, and other supplies. The wristband hides a secret. An under-palm seal can instantly summon a longsword, while the 3 seals on the back are reserved for a defensive shield. If danger strikes and there's no time to use a rock shield, that sealed shield can come in handy. But Feng wasn't sure what size shield he wanted to buy, so he simply left that seal uninscribed for now. The wristband could also have 2 storage seals engraved, but he hadn't decided what to store, so he left that for later. The day before the exam, Feng Zheng changed clothes and bought a large cache of weapons. His 2 leg pouches were stuffed full 96 shuriken and 24 kunai. He also bought 12 explosive tags, each bag having 1 tag affixed to 6 kunai. It was originally going to cost 65,000 taels. He haggled it down to 55,000 and pretended he would be a regular customer. On the day of the final exam, Feng Zheng was determined to take first place. He performed excellently on the written exam and was confident he'd score full marks. Senju Hikaru, Shimura Nobuyuki, and Uchiha Rai all skipped the shuriken throwing, so he easily took first place. He was slightly outmatched by Hyuga Hataka in Taijutsu and finished second. For the ninjutsu test, he deliberately kept his level on par with Hyuga Hana. This year, Sensei Minamoto pushed chakra training hard. The whole class could pretty much climb trees and walk on water, so this item wasn't tested separately. This exam mainly tested the basic skills taught last year, and Feng Zheng steadily remained at the top. The final rankings were released. Feng Zheng first, Hinata Hana second. Hinata Swadaka made great progress on the written test and unexpectedly leapt to 5th. A week later, the graduation exam venue was crowded with students from 3 cohorts. All 23 students from Feng Zheng's class were present, 68 from 5th grade, 35 from 4th grade, and even 8 from 3rd grade showed up. The examiner Nara Takamasa looked at the list and sighed. They really know how to make trouble. He waved his hand and announced the start of the exam. When the written test papers were handed out, Kazumasa paused for a moment. There were no theory questions, only situational QA. After scanning the questions, he snorted. Isn't it just testing the basic ninja code of brainwashing? I actually expected some good questions. He dutifully wrote the standard answers, looking exactly like a real graduate. An hour later, the exam papers were collected and piled in front of Nara. 6 teachers carefully checked the answers. Half an hour later, the results were out. One teacher reported to Commander Nara, "Sir, of the 111 students, 79 passed. The rest will need to work harder." Commander Nara nodded. "Let them go home." 32 students were asked to go home and prepare to retake the exam next year. Kazumasa felt a jolt. Just let them go? Won't that dampen their enthusiasm? Could it be an attempt to control the number of candidates for the next exam? Not only Feng Zheng thought so. An ordinary class teacher also asked, Senior Nara Takamasa, "Won't this be too discouraging for the outstanding students?" Nara Takamasa looked at the Chunin who had entered the academy 2 years after him and shook his head. If someone can't even bear this level of failure, there's no point wasting resources. Leave the opportunity for those with more potential. The teacher did not argue further. After all, Nara Takamasa had overseen graduation exams many times. Next came practical assessments in shuriken, stealth, and wilderness survival. The elite class kept last week's results among the other students. 15 failed to pass. After receiving the report, Nara Shikamaru secretly rejoiced. This makes the Taijutsu tournament much easier. On the eve of the match, the third Hokage suddenly appeared to watch. What shocked Fuma even more was that Hitaki Kakashi had also come. Fuma felt uneasy. Why would Kakashi come? Could the third be planning to have him lead the team early? That can't happen. If the timeline gets messed up, my 7-year growth plan will be ruined. The Taijutsu elimination match began. Fuma won round after round and reached the semifinals, where his opponent was an older trainee of the Hyuga clan. The two clashed fiercely. Although Fengjing struck 3 vital points on his opponent's ribs and bridge of the nose, he ultimately was defeated. He rubbed his aching arm and cursed under his breath. How on earth did these guys train? I've clearly improved so much in the past few months, and yet I still lost. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and reassess the duel. Thinking it over, I can't exactly say I lost unfairly. The Hyuga kids must practice sparring with their elders all the time. And me? I can only practice against my own shadow clones. Besides, the Hyuga specialize in taijutsu, while I rely too much on ninjutsu like wind push and body flicker. If I could blend ninjutsu with swordsmanship, I'd definitely win. Not to mention, I don't even use chakra in my punches and kicks. At that moment, the final match began. Hyuga Hitaka versus another examinee. Because his opponent had been injured earlier fighting Kazumasa, he couldn't hold out long and lost. But Kazumasa knew clearly that even if the other guy wasn't injured, Hoko could still win. Although Hoko took first in taijutsu, Kazumasa wasn't very worried. My scores in the other subjects are much higher than his. My overall grade should still be first. He noticed that nobody was eliminated in the taijutsu exam. At that moment, the teachers led the students to the new training ground. White lines were drawn on the ground, and obstacles were set up ahead. Feng silently wondered, could it be an obstacle race? He then shook his head. It can't be that simple. 64 students lined up in a row. Teacher Uru Tree appeared and announced, next is the 500-meter straight obstacle course. Reaching the white line on the other side counts as completion. The students immediately became excited. Finally, a simple exam. The former students were puzzled. Why wasn't there this event last year? Fengjing found it odd and suddenly noticed a strange man standing behind Yuan Shu. When Yuan Shu finished explaining the rules, the man nodded. Nara Takamasa looked at the excited children, a mysterious smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The students didn't know that Onma Mitsu, the Onma Kage Shonen, was a master of battlefield deception who had once used Jinjutsu to make hundreds of enemies stumble. Everyone to your positions, begin. No sooner had Jinju's command fallen than Onma Mitsu quickly formed hand seals. Illusion technique, heaven and earth reversal suddenly activated. In an instant, heaven and earth flipped. Gravity went out of control. Most students were so frightened they clung tightly to the ground. Only 4 people stood steadily, including that third-year girl of the Uchiha family. The moment she sensed something wrong, she immediately activated her Sharingan. 2 fifth-year students of the Sanma clan recognized the technique. Fuma stared intently at Sanma Hikari's hand. Signs of prickling invasion crawled along his nerve endings. It was an illusion. He could have easily dispelled it, but upon realizing the other students were also trapped by the jutsu, he decided to hold his ground. This Jinjutsu, which simultaneously controls 64 people, made Kazumasa secretly alarmed. Amiku Hikaru looked down at the students frozen on the training field, a proud curve lifting the corner of his mouth. This B-rank Jinjutsu had won many feats in the Third Great Ninja War. Nara Kisho's sharp gaze swept the crowd. The rules of this willpower test were clear. Anyone who couldn't break the Jinjutsu would never be accepted. While most were still struggling in the illusion, Kazumasa had already begun analyzing the nature of the test. Breakthrough speed, willpower intensity, emergency response, one of the 3 must be tested. He lowered his gaze to avoid the illusion's focal point and took the first step. Two youths of the Onma clan followed closely behind. The Sharingan girl broke free of her restraints on the 15th second and swept across the obstacle course like wind. Kazumasa caught sight of those crimson eyes and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. To have opened them at such an age. In the end, only 41 people passed the test. 23 either fainted or stood frozen in place. As Nara Takamasa waved to send the eliminated back, the ninjutsu assessment had already been quietly arranged. Refining chakra from the residual energy of the genjutsu, this is real combat condition. Nara Takamasa nodded to the 6 exam proctors. According to the reverse order exam rules, Kazumasa, as the 4th finisher, waited calmly to take the stage. The requirement was simple: demonstrate any one of the 3 basic ninjutsu. Although the children's fingertips still trembled slightly, the brilliance of their hand seals began to flare one after another. But Kazumasa was surprised to find that 16 students performed Fire Release, Technique 1. 7 students performed Fire Release, Technique 2. He pondered silently. Sure enough, it was the land of fire. Most students had fire nature chakra. It seemed Konoha's Jonin could master more advanced fire-style techniques. Other ninja villages surely had their own unique jutsu systems. Yet the academy still insisted on having students practice basic fire-style ninjutsu. That showed those techniques were indeed practical. What caught his attention even more was that many children demonstrated family secret jutsu. When it was Kazumasa's turn, he first demonstrated 3 basic ninjutsu. Then he created 8 shadow clones. Finally, he performed Wind Release, Gale Blast, and Great Breakthrough Technique. He deliberately slowed his hand seals, producing only 40% power. Even so, his performance still far exceeded his peers. Most shocking was the Uchiha girl's demonstration. She was going to display Fire Release, 3 arts. Kazumasa immediately grew interested, wanting to see how powerful a jutsu of that level could be. 2 teachers each held a metal wire and stepped forward. Wind Fu inwardly wondered. This was exactly the same testing method as for the Fire Style 2 techniques. Only there was an extra teacher. After the girl formed the hand seals, she brought her 2 index fingers together. A blazing beam shot from her fingertips. In an instant it melted through both metal wires. Wind shook his head inwardly. The power was comparable to the 2 techniques. Only it had changed from single-handed to 2-handed. This C-rank ninjutsu was far too weak. Could it suddenly make a leap in the later stages? She then demonstrated Fireball Technique and Fire Dragon Technique. The whole set of movements flowed like drifting clouds and running water. Wind had to admit, her ninjutsu skill was second only to that 5th-grade prodigy of the Uzumaki family. The assessment ended. The teachers began tallying the results. Nara Shikamaru handed the work over to his subordinates and went to report to the 3rd Hokage. This year, 41 people passed the exam. Adding the 94 from the graduating class, the results were gratifying. The 3rd Hokage nodded in satisfaction, expressing approval of Nara Shikamaru's work. When the results were announced, Kazamaru still held the top spot. Hyuga Hana followed closely behind. Hyuga Hataka rose in the rankings due to his outstanding performance on the graduation exam. 41 successful candidates gathered before the 3rd Hokage. The old man wore a smile and once again spoke of the passing on of the will of fire. This time, his speech was more rousing and fervent than any before. Even Kazuhaya was stunned. Someone actually brazenly brainwashing the children and boasting about it. Kazuhaya sneered inwardly. The will of fire? Let's see how brightly you can burn. When the speech ended, the 3rd Hokage called the roll. Hataki Rai, Suzuki Kazuhaya, Uchiha Mieko stepped forward. The 3 children walked up to the Hokage. The 3rd spoke gently. You all performed very well. Tell me, what reward would you like? Kizashi Hataki stepped forward first. Many people thought this action rude Fumesa didn't care, but Mabuki pouted in displeasure. But what Kizashi Hataki said next made everyone understand why he was in a hurry. Hokage-sama, my mother is gravely ill, and ordinary doctors can't cure her. Could I ask you to send a medical ninja to treat her? Everyone suddenly understood, but new questions arose. Fumesa thought to himself, isn't he from the Hataki clan? Even though Hataki Sakamoto has been dead for many years, the family shouldn't have fallen so far. Unless this illness is one that even Tsunade would have trouble curing. But can the third bring Tsunade back? Kakashi also showed a puzzled expression. Only a few teachers and the third Hokage knew the truth. The third sighed inwardly. The Hitaki family has been declining since Tsukumo's death. Kakashi ignores clan affairs. This child's father died in the Third Great Ninja War, and his mother is just a commoner, not valued by the clan. 6 months ago, his mother fell ill, which instead ignited his fighting spirit. I was already going to have Kakashi lead the team, but the main reason I brought him here today is to restore the Hitaki clan. The third Hokage nodded and promised. I will send the best medical ninja to treat your mother. He added encouragingly. Keep working hard, and let the will of fire in your heart burn even brighter. Hitaki Hitaki responded excitedly, promising to train twice as hard. Kakashi sized the child up, silently deciding. It's time to learn about the clan. The third Hokage noticed Kakashi's reaction and nodded with satisfaction. The revival of the Hitaki clan was in sight. After Hitaki Rai stepped back, Mieko stepped forward and said, Lord Hokage, I don't want anything. Those words stunned everyone. Hisashi was surprised inwardly, but his face remained expressionless as he analyzed. Is this the Uchiha clan's counterattack against long-term surveillance? He repeatedly urged the girl to accept the reward, only to be flatly refused. Staring at Kazumisa's figure, the third Hokage couldn't help but sigh. The Uchiha incident had made him truly feel that time shows no mercy. He only hoped today could have a satisfactory conclusion. At this moment, Kazumisa was dumbfounded by the actions of the two geniuses. One knelt and begged to save his mother. The other scornfully rejected the reward. Such a situation left him momentarily at a loss for words. He quickly adjusted his mindset and cheered himself on silently. Whatever, the shameless approach still has to continue. Forcing himself forward, his face was full of excited smiles. He had prepared for this moment for a full 5 months. Lord Hokage, Kazumisa pleaded with burning eyes. I want 2 long swords forged entirely from chakra metal. He tried to make his gaze sparkle like an anime character. Everyone present, teachers and students alike, was stunned into uproar. Most of the students didn't understand, but the teachers were each struck pale. Standing to the side, Minato gaped so wide his mouth could have swallowed a whole egg. Kakashi's eyebrow twitched slightly. How extravagant. Even my father's sword wasn't made entirely of chakra metal. The most shaken of all was the fourth. Although he wore the Hokage straw hat to hide his emotions, Kazumisa could still sense his wavering. But the young man paid it no mind. That old beast survived 3 great wars without a serious wound. How could he be scared off by something as trivial as this? The third Hokage's thoughts froze for a moment. Pure chakra metal forging? The ninja tools on the market contain at most 15% chakra metal. The last time he saw a pure alloy weapon was the one custom made by his master, which cost over 100 million Ryo. Even to bluff this kid would cost tens of millions of Ryo. He looked to Minato for help, only to find the other man equally dumbfounded, completely unaware of his gaze. Refusing now would be too demoralizing, and would give Danzo ammunition to spread rumors. Hiruzen thought inwardly, a bead of sweat appearing at his temple. Hiruzen hesitated for a moment, then finally found a plausible reason. Just as he was about to speak, Kakashi keenly sensed the movement and chuckled inwardly, making the Hokage think for 13 seconds before answering. This kid really isn't ordinary. Niju sighed heavily. I'm sorry, I can't give you what you're asking for. Swords made entirely from chakra metal simply do not exist in this world. Fuma had no idea that chakra swords required mixing in other materials and thought the other was just making excuses. His expression dimmed. Then, would a few daggers mixed with chakra metal be okay? Hearing this new request, Kakashi's eyebrow twitched again. He stared intently at the Hokage's face, doing his best not to laugh. Beside him, Jinzoku was so shocked he couldn't speak. Sorry, Niju refused again. Even daggers aren't made purely of chakra metal. Fu Zheng nearly lost his temper, but suddenly caught a crucial detail: not made of pure metal. He recalled alloy products from his previous life. Even gold jewelry isn't 100% pure gold. Could it be? Lord Hokage, what do you mean by impure? Do you mean the sword only contains a small amount of chakra metal, mixed with other materials? Hisashi nodded nervously, eager for the topic to end. Fu Zheng's eyes lit up. Then, Fu Zheng, Hisashi hurriedly interrupted. Tell me first, why must the sword be made of chakra metal? He felt anxious inside. I have to change the subject. Must not let him keep asking. Fujin, interrupted mid-sentence, was somewhat displeased. I heard this kind of sword can channel chakra. I love swordsmanship and want to use chakra flow to improve my strength. Hisashi squinted. Who told you about chakra flow? Fujin keenly sensed the other was changing the subject, but figured he could play innocent and steer it back. After all, being a 10-year-old was the best cover. Instructor Nakatanaka taught me, he answered without hesitation. Hisashi glared hard at Nakatanaka and decided inwardly. Just wait, I'll transfer him to the weakest Genin squad and only give him D-rank missions for 6 months. The village has recovered its vigor anyway, losing a Chunin doesn't matter. He forced a benevolent expression and explained, you don't necessarily need a special sword to channel chakra, a normal sword will do it, just breaks after use. Feng Zheng sneered inwardly. I know that. Get to the point. Nichiren continued speaking. Some swords are specially made to help chakra flow. The samurai of the Land of Iron often use such weapons. But chakra metal is a bit troublesome and might get you into trouble. Feng Zheng knew clearly. A sword worth tens of millions of taels would indeed make people envious. So he had long decided to toss this problem to the third Hokage. That concern is reasonable, but I don't think that's the main reason he refuses to give me a chakra sword. What you just said, though, piqued my interest. Why does the weapons shop not sell this kind of sword? He temporarily suppressed his question and instead asked, is it possible to forge a sword specifically to assist wind nature chakra? This was the first sincere question Feng Zheng had asked today. Yet the third Hokage still tensed. It is indeed possible, but it must be made with wind nature chakra metal, and the cost is at least several million taels. Sandai paused, then added, but you don't need a sword like that right now. When you're ready, I'll help you find a craftsman. Feng Zheng sneered inwardly. I can find a craftsman on my own. On the surface, he obediently nodded. Sandai finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have saved a large sum of money. He was about to speak when Feng Zheng spoke again. Lord Hokage, the sword you gave me is for a samurai, right? Sandai nodded, silently praying no more excessive requests would come up. Feng Zheng continued. Then could you have someone teach me samurai swordsmanship? Please. The third Hokage pondered for a moment. On one hand, he was relieved the request wouldn't cost anything. On the other, he noticed Fu's enthusiasm for swordsmanship. A swordsman skilled in wind release would be very useful as a sensory nin. Although samurai sword techniques can't be passed on externally, teaching a child is feasible. He nodded in agreement. All right, I'll find you a teacher. Only then did Fu politely thank him, stepping back and muttering to himself. Pretending to be a child really does have its perks. But next time I won't be able to bargain with the third anymore. That old fox has been through 3 ninja wars and faced more troublesome foes than I've ever seen. Seeing Fu leave, the third Hokage exhaled deeply. After hurriedly congratulating the graduate, he walked away briskly, deciding as he went that this would be the last time he'd personally present an award to an honors student. After the third departed, the teachers awkwardly glanced at Kazumasa. He pretended not to notice and fiddled with the newly received forehead protector. When the metal clasp settled on his brow, he deliberately shouted in a loud voice, "Wow, I'm a real ninja now." 3 days later, Kazumasa was meditating at home. As his thoughts cleared, he smiled. School life is finally over. Although I'm graduating 2 years early, that's no big deal. The only major problem right now is the impending massacre the Uchiha clan is about to face. But I'm not strong enough yet to intervene. Even with 2 years, at best I'll scrape by as a chunin. Forget it, I won't get involved for now, he decided. This matter has nothing to do with me. The most important thing now is to increase my strength. Although his experience was lacking, Kazumasa's ninjutsu had already reached the chunin level. Over the past 3 months, his shadow clones practiced with him every day, helping him solve many ninjutsu problems. His chakra reserves also increased rapidly. That he could now produce 3 competent shadow clones indicated his chakra was approaching chunin standards. In taijutsu, Kazumasa was confident he could crush most people taking the chunin exam. but he still lost the graduation test to that member of the Hyuga clan. If Hyuga Hataka's taijutsu counted as Chunin level, then Kazumasa was about the same. At worst, his taijutsu had reached the peak of Genin. Still, he needed to find a better taijutsu technique. His only current advantage was that his body was stronger than his peers. Swordsmanship is worth looking forward to. Once I learn the samurai sword techniques, the lethality will definitely be stronger than taijutsu. But with dual swords in hand, I can't form hand seals. So two-handed ninjutsu, like Rasengan and Wind Release, Gust can't be used. If I can train mid-range slashes, maybe I can make up for that drawback. I'll think about it after I learn sword techniques. Perception ability has also strengthened. Chakra sensing range expanded to 750 meters. Although it will take a few more years to fully master, he can already do most things a sensory ninja should be able to do. Currently, combat power mainly relies on 10 ninjutsu to hold the field, body flicker technique, wind push, earth army movement technique, shadow clone, wind clone, great breakthrough technique, wind release, gust, gale surge technique, rock shield technique, projectile control technique. He also relies on chakra to reinforce his weapons swords, kunai, and shuriken. He actually knows the Rasengan, but has never used it in actual combat. Although he has a few tricks with it, right now he absolutely mustn't let anyone know he can use that technique. Overall, if he goes all out in a fight, Kazumasa can barely be considered at the Chunin level. He can handle the likes of Yurimoku and Mizumoka now, but if he runs into masters like Ando Motoki or Nakaya Michi, there's no option other than running. Speaking of running, Kazumasa's Wind Clone and Shadow Clone, plus his Shunshin no Jutsu, ground army movement technique, and his ability to hide chakra even facing elite Chunin, he might be able to slip away. Unless someone is specifically tracking him, they definitely won't be able to stop him. To be honest, if someone asked Feng Zheng what he's best at, he'd definitely say running away. What to do next? Feng Zheng plans to head to the library's C Wing. He needs to learn a C rank wind release jutsu. If there's a good C rank earth release, he should get that too. Also, he needs to learn a C rank Jinjutsu, finish the sealing scrolls he has, then move on to the next one. Feng Zheng calculated. These should be enough. After that I can focus on improving the jutsu I already know. I'd like to learn medical ninjutsu too, but my quest list is full. I'll have to sort it out later. He was quite pleased with the plan and began thinking about long-term goals. I've been in this world nearly 5 years, so I've got a handle on things. With my constitution and chakra growth rate, reaching Jonin rank should definitely be achievable. If I can get a high-level ninjutsu from Section A of the library, becoming an elite Jonin wouldn't be a dream. But how do I break through elite Jonin and reach a Kage-level power? He thought seriously for half an hour and finally concluded. The simplest way might be to learn Sage Mode. The second option was to learn Might Guy's 8 Gates. But he'd first have to get on good terms with Might Guy and convince him to teach. And Wen Zheng wasn't confident that hard work alone would be enough. The third method was to figure out how to obtain impure world reincarnation and raise an A or S rank army of dead shinobi. The fourth was to master the Flying Thunder God technique. The fifth was to invent a new A rank or higher ninjutsu, combined with speed, strength, and swordsmanship, which might push him up. There's also the option of becoming a Jinchuriki, but that would attract Akatsuki too dangerous. Still, if I'm strong enough, it might be worth a gamble. If I could get a powerful summoned beast, that would help too. Having thought that through, Feng Zheng sighed. Even the easiest path is this hard. I really don't know if I can reach that level. At that moment, a crazy idea suddenly popped into his head. Right, I could try this plan. But can it really work? He analyzed for a few more minutes. You never know. But if it succeeds, I'll have a way to become super powerful. And I know when I can get the resources I need. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. After running through all the possibilities, he finally made up his mind. All right, I absolutely have to get this goal done. If I succeed, breaking through the shadow rank will be no problem. Even if there are no gains, the effort I put in will never be wasted. This thought invigorated him. Time was tight, so he decided to have dinner first and meditate to regulate his breath before going to sleep. In the following days, the third Hokage was so busy he barely had time to stand still. He needed to divide this batch of newly promoted genin into teams and assign teachers to lead them. The paperwork alone piled up like a mountain, and he had to repeatedly deliberate over each team's composition. He not only had to discuss matters over and over with the Ninja Academy instructors, but also communicate one by one with the Jonin scheduled to lead the teams. There are 135 Genin graduating this year. He rubbed his temples as he calculated. Over 200 sixth graders didn't pass the assessment and can only be placed in the reserve squad for now. Among this year's graduates, 94 finished in the normal way and are of average talent. Last year's promising students already graduated early. Even if only a quarter of them can be promoted to Chunin, that will be enough. Let Chunin take charge of these kids. His gaze fell on another list. There are 41 who graduated early, each one promising material. At the very least, they can all grow into Chunin. Half of them have a shot at pushing for Tokubetsu Jounin. We'll need to assign 14 Jonin as their teachers. The pen tapped lightly on the paper. Although the village population has mostly recovered, our high-end combat strength is still a step behind what it was before the Third Great War. We have to train all 41 of them toward elite paths. The goal is Jounin. Even if they can't become Tokubetsu Jounin, they must at least be top-tier Chunin. Thinking of the comrades lost in the Nine Tails incident, he sighed. As for who can truly be promoted to Jounin, Uchiha Miko should be fine. She might even become an elite Jounin like Senjutaro was last year. The others are hard to say. Sigh. If this batch of kids could produce 10 Jounin, that would be enough. After notifying the school teachers to start forming squads, the office was again piled high with documents awaiting approval. As expected, the teachers' preliminary plans diverged again. The few of them argued as they arrived at the Hokage's office. Tell me about the elite team lineups you've arranged. Nick Carey lifted his glasses. Teacher Minamoto spoke up first. Based on graduation performance, Kakigi Rai, Uchiha Mihoko, Suzuki Kazumasa, Hyuga Hitaka, and Hyuga Hana are the 5 with the most outstanding potential. But Kakigi Rai's mother just recovered from an old injury, so it's uncertain whether he can maintain training. Also, the 2 Hyuga children can't be on the same team. I suggest Mihoko, Kazumasa, and Hitaka form a team. I object. Kakigi Rai's homeroom teacher stood up sharply. That kid transformed in half a year. His talent is absolutely above Mihoko's. The elite team must include him. Mihoko, Kakigi Rai, and Kazumasa is the most suitable lineup. Another teacher interjected softly. Putting the 2 prodigies on one team? They'll probably be fighting every day. Suzuki Kazumasa is just a common orphan. His future certainly can't compare to the children of ninja families. Even his major breakthrough technique was taught by Motoki. I think the combination of Hitaki Ikari, Uchiha Mihoko, and Hyuga Hitaka is more suitable, Motoki insisted. I disagree. Although Kazumasa comes from a humble background, he's the most consistent student in the class and fully qualified to join a squad. He's also a sensory-type ninja with Wind Nature Chakra, another teacher retorted. As a sensory ninja, he can make up for the deficits of the Byakugan. His Wind Nature techniques would further augment Mihoko's Fire Jutsu, increasing overall lethality. Besides, he and Hitaka push each other in Taijutsu, so they'd cooperate more smoothly. He thought to himself, but this kid is too withdrawn. He hardly has any friends. I really don't know if he can cooperate well with others. The teacher who had been about to continue the argument was cut off by Hiruzen. Enough. I've decided. The squad members will be Mihoko, Kazumasa, and Hitaka. Kakamoto Rai's homeroom teacher's face darkened. He was about to speak when Hiruzen stopped him. Their squad's Jonin instructor is Senju Renjiro. The teachers exchanged glances. Someone questioned, Hokage-sama, we hadn't planned for him to be the instructor. Hizashi shook his head and explained, this is a temporary adjustment. Fu is about to learn the swordsman style Renjiro studied under a samurai. He's also a natural counter to the Sharingan, proficient in water release and earth release. That way he can help Mihoko improve her defensive capabilities, and Hodaka can learn water release from him. Renjiro's taijutsu is also strong enough to instruct Hodaka. He turned to Kajiki Raiden's homeroom teacher and added, it's a pity Kajiki Raiden didn't inherit the family's sword techniques. Otherwise, I would have chosen him to replace Hodaka long ago. This explanation convinced everyone. They began arranging the other students and spent a full 13 hours finishing all the squads. The next day at noon, Renjiro barged into the Hokage's office. Old man, I don't want to take those brats. Besides, I've already led a genin squad before. Hizashi sized up his old subordinate casually dressed, scars showing all over his body, and couldn't he help but sigh. Since the war ended, your missions have never stopped. There are 3 reasons for this arrangement. The most important is to let you rest. There is someone who wants to learn samurai swordsmanship from me. Renjiro frowned and looked at Hizashi. You know the rule. This technique can't be passed down casually. But he's the top of his year, Hizashi sighed. This is a reward he chose for himself. A reward to motivate students to train harder. Renzaburo fell silent. He understood the Konoha ninja shortage dilemma and only spoke after a long while. Can't we have him ask for something else? Hizashi didn't respond, thinking of other requests Kazemasa might make. Cold sweat broke out on him. After a brief exchange, Renzaburo left. He was not surprised by the potential in his squad after all. He was an elite jonin with 10 years' experience. At dusk, Kazemasa walked into the tool shop. He picked out a set of all-black gear. The shopkeeper explained that the fabric was unusually tough, cut-resistant, had resistance to fire and lightning techniques, and was not prone to collecting dust or absorbing water. When he tried it on, the black clothing perfectly set off his fair skin, ink-colored pupils, and spiky, upright black hair. He thought to himself in the mirror, if I get a black mask later, I can play at stealth games. Though the boy in the mirror was only a little over 1.4 meters tall, his muscle lines were sharp and there was hardly any fat. Fits well, he said, satisfied, and bought 3 identical sets. He also chose a pair of gloves with metal plates and carved a simple, hardened seal on the inside. Though the effect was weak, an extra layer of protection is always good. He had wanted to reinforce the metal plates separately, but unfortunately, they couldn't be perfectly reattached after being removed. The next morning at 7:30, the graduates gathered in the unfamiliar classroom. After all 42 students had arrived, the teachers began distributing the scrolls. The homeroom teacher Genju called names and handed them out one by one. When it was Kazutoki's turn, he looked especially excited. Turns out the Hokage had authorized him to take part in the Chunin examination. Once all the scrolls were distributed, a teacher announced aloud. The storage scrolls contained first aid kits, 24 shuriken, 6 kunai, 12 senbon, as well as ninja rope and a special silk line 100 meters long. The school's graduation gift to you is the team assignments. Congratulations on graduating. Now we will announce the genin squads. Hearing the squad assignments, Kazemasa sighed inwardly. One brooder who only knows taijutsu, plus a Uchiha girl who thinks her talent rivals Madara's. How are they supposed to cooperate? I should have graduated last year. Maybe I'd have been teamed with Senjutaro. He asked the truly reliable teammate. He thought again and calmed himself. But Hinata Hataka's taijutsu training partner is indeed impressive. Mihoko may not match Obito or Madara, but at least I'll get to see the Sharingan. I'm not that great either, so I'll make do. When his gaze passed over Mihoko, he sneered inwardly. Anyway, she won't live more than 2 years at most. I'll be freed soon. Now I just hope the jonin leading the team isn't Kakashi. Where's the promised reward? Minoru didn't mention it, and Hizashi didn't look for me. After the teacher announced that the jonin would come to pick them up, the classroom quickly emptied. Fengzheng sighed as he looked at the school gate before leaving. Next year Naruto should start school, and yet I'm leaving. Sigh. I can't even meet an original character? It wasn't long before the jonin began to appear one after another. A few minutes later, a burly man with knotted muscles pushed the door open and shouted, "Third squad, assemble." Kazemasa Sui and Mihoko silently followed along. On the rooftop, Renjiro stood with his arms folded. Fumesa sized up the new instructor, 2 meters tall, a scarred face, waist-length black hair that made him look a lot like Uchiha Madara. Twin swords hung at his waist, the Senju clan emblem prominent. What startled Fumesa most was that chakra. It was 7 times that of the source tree. His sensing had been detected instantly. Renjiro's sharp gaze pierced him, but Fumesa just curled his lips. The burly man raised an eyebrow inwardly. So this is the kid who demanded a chakra metal sword? Good sensory power. He dares to smile. While I'm watching him, I wonder if that's ignorance or fearlessness. His gaze swept over the other two. The Hyuga boy has a face of indifference. The Uchiha girl wears her arrogance on her face. He rubbed his forehead in a headache. These brats are a handful. Listen, Rangoro's voice boomed. From today on, you're under my command. I am Senju Rangoro. From now on, I'll be your Jonin teacher. First, let's get to know one another. Tell me what you like, what you dislike, and what dreams and hobbies you have. Mieko tilted her head and asked, what should we say? Kazimasa, hearing this, thought it was just like the self-introduction at job interviews in his previous life. He immediately replied, my name is Suzuki Kazimasa. I like practicing swordsmanship and flashy ninjutsu. I usually train and read ninja history. I hate the slaughter brought by war. My dream is to become a powerful ninja and bring peace to the world. Renzaru's gaze landed on Kazimasa's face, clearly moved by his grand ideals. Kazimasa snickered inwardly. If the teacher knew what he really thought, he'd probably spit blood in anger. The flowery words were just to leave a good impression on Konoha's leadership. He had to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. He needed the third Hokage's protection and world peace. None of his business, he couldn't achieve that now, so it was just talk. Renzaru turned to Miko. She lifted her chin and said, I'm Uchiha Miko. I like cats. I hate being treated like a child. My hobbies are practicing ninjutsu and teasing cats. My dream is to become the strongest shinobi of the Uchiha clan. Kazimasa almost burst out laughing. Surpass Uchiha Madara? 2 years left, good luck, girl. Hodaka continued. Hyuga Hodaka. Likes taijutsu, hates studying. Hobby is sparring with people. Dream is to become the strongest taijutsu ninja. Renjiro nodded. Congratulations on graduating early, but that doesn't mean you're already a Konoha ninja. The next 3 months are a probationary period during which I will determine whether you qualify. Kazemasa was stunned. There wouldn't be a test? On second thought, he figured the last great war left them short-handed, so they might as well substitute evaluation for an exam. The other two were not satisfied. Mieko tossed her hair and asked, why? Didn't we pass the graduation exam? Swadaka also shouted, my taijutsu beat everyone. Rengaru said in a deep voice, the exam is just the minimum standard. Attitude, character, courage, and values matter more. I'll be the one to judge those. The two wanted to argue further, but Rengaru cut them off directly. Assemble at Training Ground 17 at 6 tomorrow morning. I'll test your skills, don't be late. With that, he vanished in an instant. Fu stared at the empty training ground and thought, the show has begun. Besides his name, he didn't say anything else. Sigh. Even Kakashi is more talkative than him. No sooner had they left than Mieko snorted and turned to go. Hataka, following suit after saying his goodbyes, was about to leave as well. Kazimasa sighed and called after them. Hey, wait. They both turned back at the same time. Hataka looked at him silently, while Mieko impatiently raised an eyebrow. What is it? We have to form teams to face the teachers tomorrow, so we need to figure each other out first, Kazimasa said with his arms folded. We need to know everyone's strengths and weaknesses and devise tactics. Swadaka nodded in agreement. Miko, however, lifted her chin. No need, I can handle it by myself. Kaze stared at her expressionlessly, making her uneasy. What? You think I can't do it? She stamped her foot in anger. Then how do you plan to face a Jonin one-on-one? Kaze suppressed the urge to rub his forehead. Set him up and use Fire Dragon technique, she grinned proudly. He is from the Senju clan Earth and water releases come to him easily. A sneak attack won't work. Mieko paused. Then a bright idea struck her. I'll use the Sharingan Jinjutsu. As long as we make eye contact, I can control him. Kazimasa sneered inwardly. Such a low-level trick fool in Jonin? Not worth arguing. But he said aloud, fine, that's plan A. Now let's discuss plan B. Why do we need a backup? She pouted in displeasure. What if the other person deliberately avoids making eye contact? Knows your Jinjutsu is strong, yet still charges in. Kazimasa paused on purpose. More likely, he simply thinks children's tricks are not worth his attention. This remark finally hit the crux. Seeing Mihoko fall into thought, Kazimasa quietly breathed a sigh of relief as expected. He needed to use a mix of provocation and coaxing to get her to cooperate. And what if plan A fails? She finally asked proactively. First, state our abilities. Kazimasa went first to lay his cards on the table. I'm perception type, with a scouting range of 500 meters. My strengths are taijutsu and kenjutsu, and I can use wind-style ninjutsu. I'm also skilled in shadow clones and the body flicker technique. Mieko immediately boasted, an Uchiha Taijutsu specialist. The Sharingan can see through chakra and cast illusions. Her shuriken always hit their mark, and fire-style ninjutsu comes effortlessly. She deliberately glanced at Kazumasa. As for the body flicker technique, she was personally taught by a top instructor. Kazumasa's pupils trembled slightly. This information was unexpected. Was that move taught to her by Shursui? Hataka promptly added, I'm skilled in gentle fist, able to seal an enemy's chakra points. My eyes can see clearly up to 800 meters away. I can also use the fish bullet technique and the rock shield technique. Kaze nodded, learn the Shunshin technique. If the three of us know it, our tactics will multiply. Swadaka snorted, I don't want to learn any new ninjutsu. This is just a movement skill. It lets you instantly dash in front of an enemy. Think of your thrusting fists paired with Shunshin. The enemy 1T be able to dodge. Kaze's words did pique Swadaka's interest. Then Kaze began laying out tactics. We need to decide who will be the main attacker and who will support. I'll handle close combat, Hataka hurriedly said. Kazumasa was about to nod when Mihoko cut in. No, it's my turn. The two immediately started arguing. Kazumasa sighed, thinking, how childish. Hataka is the best at taijutsu, he should be the main attacker. Kazumasa interrupted the quarrel. Mihoko was about to argue, so he continued, but he can't take on the teacher alone. You and I must be ready to support at any time. It would be a waste not to use our mid-range ninjutsu. Hodaka immediately agreed, and Mieko had to reluctantly consent. Kaze was thinking, originally I wanted to discuss the wind-fire combination ninjutsu, even have Hodaka learn advanced water release. Too bad they can't listen right now. I hope Jiru-sensei will reprimand these two arrogant guys tomorrow. But then he thought, what if they beat me up too? Without Earth Army movement technique and wind push technique, I wouldn't be able to dodge for long. Hiding my strength is really frustrating, but it's necessary. I need to become a Jonin as soon as possible, so Danzo 1T dare set his sights on me. Fong had originally planned to invite them for ramen, but he was too mentally drained today, so they each went their separate ways. He went to the library alone. Although as a Chunin he could enter Section C, he had other plans. He approached the librarian, showed his ID, and asked, May I consult the wanted manual? The librarian was taken aback to receive such a request from a 10-year-old. But upon noticing his ninja status, she nodded and replied, Do you want the paperback or the hardcover? Feng Zheng froze. What's the difference? The pocket edition only records basic information like name, bounty, and affiliations, she explained. The deluxe edition contains detailed intelligence. I want the deluxe edition. Feng Zheng decided without hesitation. When the heavy manual was placed in front of him, he let out a sharp intake of breath. This massive work of over 2,000 pages recorded only one ninja's information per page. No wonder, he thought to himself, there are 100,000 shinobi in this world, so a book this thick is indeed necessary. The manual was neatly organized by village and name phonetics, and even included an index sorted by rank and bounties. After a moment of searching, the name Senju Renshiro jumped into view. Flipping the pages, he suddenly realized, I thought I had the intel advantage, but I don't even know 1% of the shinobi. Aside from Tsunade, I don't even recognize any other living members of the Senju clan. He opened to the target page, and the bounty amount made his pupils contract 45 million ryo, higher than Asuma's bounty during the Shippuden era, and issued by Kirigakure of all places. It seems the third Hokage arranged an extraordinary teacher for me. He continued reading. Intelligence report. Senju Renzabura, 39 years old, a rank rogue ninja. Genin at 8, Chunin at 10, Jonin at 16, promoted to elite Jonin at 28. Proficient in water release and earth release, trained in formal samurai swordsmanship. Participated in the Second and Third Ninja Wars. Once served as Orochimaru's adjutant. Later took over frontline command for the Kirigakure Reikage. With swordsmanship, water release, and the sloth summon, he killed 13 Kirigakure Jonin and over 50 Chunin during the war. His greatest achievement was killing one of the 7 swordsmen of the Mist in that great war. Although his forces were broken by a surprise attack from Kirigakure, he still withdrew with most of his men. He held off Kirigakure's assault with his life, holding on until Konoha's yellow flash arrived to support them, and in the end drove the Mizukage back to the sea. Fengzheng finished reading and sucked in a breath of cold air. This is insane. Although he doesn't team-match the three, he is not far off. The files say he received samurai training. It looks like Ikazaki specifically found a tutor for me. I'm curious what his summon is. A sloth? Can that even be a summon? It just doesn't sound like something from this world. Oh well, I'll look it up later. He flipped through those familiar ninja files again. Seeing a setting very similar to Naruto, he relaxed. His understanding of the shinobi world also became clearer. The real Konoha is much stronger than in the manga. The old heads of the Nara, Yamanaka, and Aburame clans are all still alive, each an elite jonin, only one step away from S rank. Of course, age must have reduced their strength. Right now, Konoha officially has only 3 S rank ninjas. Jiraiya is away from the village most of the time, and Tsunade is basically unable to fight. But the strangest thing is that Danzo isn't mentioned in the wanted manual. And Uchiha Fugaku, there's a good chance, like Shursui, he's hiding a Manjikyu and hasn't exposed it. My guy, how many gates he can open is hard to say, but if he goes all out, he should be able to take on an S rank. I didn't expect Koharu and Mabuki to be a rank in the manga. They were never actually shown fighting. The handbook lists 22 elite jonin in Konoha. There must be others unregistered, like Danzo and those from Root. A rank like Kakashi and Might Guy aren't even included. He sighed. I didn't expect Konoha to have so many elite jonin. But Hiruzen still chose to sacrifice Nisho. It seems the war inflicted terrible losses on lower-ranking shinobi. As for the other villages, Cloud and Rock are strong too, but their top-tier forces still don't match Konoha. Kirigakure shouldn't be this weak if not for so many experts turning rogue. Obito really messed up the village hidden in the mist. Tsunagekyu's situation is even worse. The Kazekage is the weakest of the 5 Kage. Although there are 2 S-rank old-timers keeping things up, they've been retired for years. A ranked shinobi are even more scarce. He closed the book and thought, the intel is sufficient. I'll check more when necessary. He returned the wanted dossier to the clerk and turned homeward. At 6 the next morning, 3rd Squad arrived on time at Training Ground 17. The clearing, surrounded by a small copse, saw Jiro arrive last. Seeing the 3 Chunin already lined up and waiting, he offered a brief greeting and went straight to the point. As we discussed yesterday, before formal training, I want to assess your abilities. We'll run a sparring exercise now, 3 of you against me. No sooner had he finished than he lunged forward and launched a surprise punch. The 3 reacted differently. Mihoko leapt back to dodge, Hataka slid to the left, and Kazemasa performed a Shunshin no Jutsu to vanish from his original spot. Rengoro's fist struck the ground where they had been standing, sending up flying stones and a cloud of dust. Amid the dust, Rengoro nodded inwardly. That punch had been a probe. He hadn't expected such swift reactions from the 3. Especially Kazemasa, he managed to use Shunshin no Jutsu without forming any hand seals. At that moment, Kazemasa was equally shocked. His response a moment ago had been purely instinctive. The Jonin's sudden attack had been far too abrupt. Seeing the dust obscuring his vision, he immediately activated his sensory ability. At the same time, Mihoko's Sharingan flared red, and Hataka's Byakugan quietly opened. The instant Kazemasa sensed Rengoro's position, he felt a bad premonition. Since his strength had already been exposed, he might as well go all out. He hadn't expected it to be so difficult to keep his power hidden. He would have to be far more cautious from now on. While he pondered, Sataka and Mieko had already rushed at Renjiro. The Jonin stood calmly in place, easily evading the thrown shuriken while engaging Sataka in hand-to-hand combat. The onslaught of gentle fist attacks was neutralized one by him. Even with Mieko joining the fray, the 2 were still completely suppressed. Renjiro suddenly frowned. It was clearly a 3-on-1 fight, yet he couldn't sense Kazemasa's chakra at all. This genin could perfectly conceal his presence. At this moment, Kazemasa lay hidden in the shadows, watching the battle through gaps in the leaves. The instant Renjiro turned his body to kick Sataka, Kazemasa caught a fleeting opening. He hurled a shuriken with all his strength in a strange arc, only to see a cold smile curl at the corner of Renjiro's mouth. The feint still works on the young ones. The Jonin backed half a step and easily avoided it, but the shuriken suddenly curved and pursued. As he prepared to dodge a second time, he became abruptly alert and instead caught the projectile barehanded. At that instant, two faint strands of chakra quietly appeared behind him. He had just turned aside to dodge the wind ball when Mieko's fireball sealed off his retreat. Renzuru pivoted his steps sharply, narrowly avoiding the pincer strike, and put distance between himself and the students. Hataka took the opportunity to press in close and launch a fierce attack. Coordination is awkward, but they know how to seize opportunities. Renzuru thought as he blocked. That kid Kazemasa actually infused wind release into his shuriken. Not bad. From the shadows, Kazemasa held his breath. Deliberately offering a flaw to test me? A hand-to-blade elite jonin. How about trying wind release shuriken? The shadow clone suddenly sprang out from behind a tree, two wind explosion jutsus lunging straight at Renzuru. Shuriken rained down like drops, but were all casually dodged by the opponent. Fall back. Kazemasa's real body suddenly shouted. Hearing the voice, Hataka hastily retreated, only to see Miho's fingertips flash a blinding red light. As she formed a seal, she had poured all her remaining chakra into the fire dragon jutsu. Kazemasa's shadow clone simultaneously exhaled a whirlwind. Wind fanned the flames, the crimson dragon fire abruptly swelling threefold, the searing air forcing Renzuru to retreat for the first time. No hand seals for Shunshin no Jutsu. Kazemasa's heart tightened. The firelight revealed his grave face. Hataka was gravely wounded. Miho was exhausted, and his own shadow clone was dissipating. Where the fire dragon swept, scorched earth hissed with blue smoke. No matter how well I hide, it's no use. Fengzheng murmured. In that instant, he instinctively activated the Shunshin instant body movement technique. Just as his foot left the ground, an arm suddenly burst from the soil and clamped tightly onto his right leg. His whole body was yanked forward and slammed down. Fortunately, he caught himself with both hands in time, preventing his face from hitting the ground. Immediately after, another hand had already seized the back of his neck, pinning him hard to the ground. Feeling that familiar chakra, Feng Zheng's heart skipped a beat. Is it Lien Xiaolang? How could? I didn't sense his presence at all. The shadow clone's memories surged like a tide. The clones had been smashed, and Hitaka and Mieko had both been defeated. When did this happen? Kazemasa suddenly remembered. Could it have been the moment the dust rose? But is that brief instant enough for him to make clones and hide his true body? Renjiro was secretly surprised. He could predict my attack? No, there were no flaws in my chakra control. It must have been a purely instinctive reaction. He released his hold. Come with me. The two of them reached the center of the training ground and saw Hitaka and Mieko collapsed on the ground. Kazemasa drew in a cold breath. Both had swollen cheeks and limbs full of bruises, clearly having been taught a harsh lesson. Renjiro glanced at Kazemasa and nodded inwardly. Not bad. He dodged my shadow clone attack twice. If the clone's chakra weren't weak, even I almost would have been fooled. Unfortunately, his lack of ranged methods made keeping distance a liability. Surrendered too quickly. Renjiro frowned slightly. That needs to change. Although you avoided a beating, you lacked the ferocious will to fight to the death. Fortunately, Fumesa couldn't read the calculation in his eyes. Watching his companions sprawled on the ground, Fumesa inwardly felt relieved. Renjiro, however, had already started calculating. Still, compared to those two rash idiots, he's already much stronger. Hataka's taijutsu speed is outstanding, and Mihoko's fire release is top-notch for a genin. Most surprising is that the three of them managed to execute such a clever coordination. Just as Renjiro finished his thought, Hataka and Mihoko struggled to their feet. Both groaned from pain and glared viciously at their teacher. Mihoko was especially furious, staring angrily at Fumesa. The kid had already recovered. Renjiro completely ignored those looks and said coldly, I'll give you 10 minutes. Sit quietly and review the fight you just had. When the time is up, I will ask questions. Kazemasa sat down immediately and began to mull it over. Although Hitaka and Mieko did the same, the flames in their eyes were about to burst out. The first thought that popped into the three genins' heads was surprisingly the same. That elite Jonin is sick. Kazumasa had to work hard to find out any details about Renjiro, while the other two had long heard from their parents about this ruthless man whose fame spread in the Third Great Ninja War. Thinking of that, they had to swallow some of their resentment. As soon as 10 minutes were up, Renjiro asked bluntly, "First question, when did I divide into shadow clones?" Kazumasa jumped to raise his hand first. "It should have been when you punched the ground and raised a cloud of dust." Mieko bit her lip and added, "Yes, that was the only chance." Kazumasa heard the anger suppressed in her voice. Hodaka looked completely baffled. "But teacher, why didn't my Byakugan see you at all?" Renjiro sneered. "Byakugan isn't omnipotent. Learn this lesson: being unable to see doesn't mean you can let your guard down." Hodaka's face went pale. The feeling of his clan pride being shattered hit him hard. Kaze pressed on. "Then how did you manage to approach me from underground and still hide your chakra? And how did you lock onto my position so I couldn't sense you?" Renjiro raised an eyebrow. "There are plenty of ways to deal with sensory-type ninja. I'll remind you again, just because you can't sense something doesn't mean you're safe." Mieko suddenly interrupted, her Sharingan fixed on Renjiro. "Why can you fight me without looking into my eyes?" Renjiro scoffed. "The Uchiha have used the Sharingan for centuries. The counters to it have long been studied. Today I just used the most basic techniques." The three of them felt a chill run down their backs at once. Kaze's heart thudded. If someone at that level took an interest in me, wouldn't I be dead? But then he thought, still, he's just an elite jonin. He wouldn't bother spying on a minor like me, would he? "Stop spacing out." Renjiro's scolding snapped them back. "Now tell me clearly, where exactly did you lose?" Hataka scratched his head and said, "My soft fist was completely read by you. I couldn't land a single punch. My Byakugan couldn't see through your shadow clones. Your speed is faster than all of ours." Renjiro turned to Mieko, and she chimed in, "Your taijutsu overwhelms us. No matter how we coordinate our attacks, you always dodge easily. And it seems like you've already figured out each of our weaknesses." Finally, it was Kazumisa's turn. He analyzed calmly. "Our team coordination is terrible. Hataka and Mieko attack at the same time, but end up attacking separately, and hiding in the distance. I couldn't help at all. Most importantly," he paused, "the gap in our strength is too big." Renzuru nodded inwardly. Hataka still needs to hone his tactical mind. The other two, however, have some aptitude. That's it for today. He waved his hand. "Meet at 5 tomorrow morning, and remember to bring your training plans. Kazumasa, stay behind." After the other two staggered away, Kazumasa suddenly tensed. Those two walked so oddly they looked like crabs, but he quickly couldn't laugh. "I'm the only one who didn't get hit. Are they going to make me do extra training alone?" He stared at the legendary war hero, wailing inwardly. Where did the human rights organizations go? Didn't the third Hokage rule for decades without passing laws to protect minors? Only two people remained on the training field. Renjiro produced a rolled sealing scroll. "Why didn't you use a sword just now? The cheapest ones cost 12,000 taels. I can't afford them." Kazumasa answered honestly, "I'll teach you swordsmanship from now on." Renjiro unfurled the scroll. The sealing array, densely inscribed on it, was clearly the work of an expert. "First get a feel for it. The Hokage-sama will have a pair of swords custom made for you." Renjiro raised his hand to form a seal, and the scroll responded by unfurling. 12 long swords hovered in midair. Kazumasa deftly gripped two of them. The curvature and weight of the blades reminded him of the training swords from the Ninja Academy. "Sensei, this size fits my hand perfectly." "Then we'll start from the basics." Renjiro crossed his twin swords. "Let me see your limits." A gust of sword wind rose as the two figures crossed paths on the training field. Kazumasa breathed a quiet sigh of relief. The instructor had finally shed the earlier oppressive aura and returned to the familiar swordsmanship teacher. Renjiro's blade, however, carried a note of hesitation. This boy's fundamentals were solid to the point of seeming not like a beginner. Every block was precise, every thrust clean and decisive. Sadly, aside from textbook perfect moves, there wasn't a trace of personal style in his swordplay. Like a perfect copying machine, Renjiro's sword tips traced silver arcs as he analyzed rapidly. If it's only a contest of speed and strength, he's indeed excellent. But if I suppress power to an equal level? The twin swords suddenly accelerated, Striking precisely at Kazimasa's wrist, the unsharpened tips were already pressed against the youth's Adam's apple. That's enough for today. Renjiro sheathed his sword. Now I'll teach you 3 variation techniques. 3 hours later, the setting sun bathed the dojo in orange. Renjiro stood before the carved wooden door of the Hokage's office, his cuffs still dusted from training. How are the seedlings' aptitudes? The third asked, looking up from a stack of papers. Far beyond their fellow genin. A look of admiration passed Renjiro's eyes. Hataka's taijutsu rivals a Chunin's. Mieko has outstanding ninjutsu talent, though her chakra still needs refining. As for Kazimasa, he paused briefly. His ninjutsu is weaker, but his chakra is abundant. Most remarkable is his tactical thinking. He's like a veteran who's been through dozens of life or death missions. The pipe emitted curling blue-gray smoke, and the third Hokage thought of the name at the top of the written exam list. So being first in theory is not a fluke. But when it comes to swordsmanship, Ringo Gyro shook his head. He's still an uncut jade. His future achievements will depend on how much polish he can bring out himself. Then I'll leave him to you. The third looked toward the window in the dusk. He could faintly hear the boys' laughter as they walked home together. And then he let him go. At 4:20 the next morning, Feng Zheng was getting out of bed. He thought, I thought getting up at 5 was already early. Now this guy expects us to be at the training ground by 5. And it's 15 kilometers from my home. Oh well, I'll treat it like a morning run. I wonder how intense his training will be when I run. I can raise the pressure of the seal on my body a bit. Around 5, Feng Zheng arrived at the training ground and found his teammates were already there. He gave a brief greeting and waited for Lien Xilong to appear. Lien Xilong showed up right on time at 5. Good morning. The children responded one after another. Lien Xilong got straight to the point. From today on, gather here at 5 every day. We'll start with the most basic physical training. He turned to Mieko. Kazimasa and Hataka have good physical constitutions. But Mieko, you don't have a weight ceiling mark on you, do you? Mieko shook her head. Go back and have your parents get one for you. Renjiro's tone was firm. You must have it by this weekend. Yes, teacher. Mieko answered softly. Renzaru then looked at the other two. What is the maximum load your seals can bear? Hataka answered first, 125 kilograms. Kazimasa then said, 250 kilograms. Hataka couldn't help but glare at Kazimasa, feeling a pang of resentment. This guy's sealing scroll really was more advanced. How much pressure do you usually set? Renzaru continued to ask. 30%. Hataka straightened his back. Kazimasa quietly said, 13.5%. Hearing that number, Kazimasa suddenly understood. No wonder he can always keep up with my speed. Sudeoka smugly thought to himself. So what if it's sealed? The pressure I bear is far greater than his. Mieko bit her lip, feeling deeply wronged. So that's why they progressed so quickly. Why has no one ever told me about this method? Renjiro nodded inwardly. The performance of these two children exceeded expectations. It seems the training plan can be made a bit more difficult. Begin training, he ordered. The third squad welcomed their new teacher's first special training session. Everyone was full of vigor. Receiving personal guidance from an elite jonin was crucial for future growth. To achieve their dreams, they first had to reach the level of an elite jonin. For the first half hour, the three were still lively and energetic. After half an hour, their enthusiasm gradually waned. An hour in, Mihoko could barely keep up, and even the indifferent Hataka noticed her tear-stifling expression. Hataka still handled it with ease, even looking forward to the next 3 hours of training. Kazimasa could keep up too, but a faint unease grew in his mind. 2 hours later, Kazimasa regretted it to his core. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Which idiot set the ceiling pressure to 25%? This isn't a morning run, it's suicide. Training ended at 9 in the morning. Sataka and Kazumasa collapsed onto the ground, unable even to move their fingers. Mieko had passed out even earlier. No one noticed when Jairu had carried her under the tree. Kazumasa wanted to shout, child abuse, but he was too exhausted even to form the thought. Michiko woke up just minutes after the training ended so quickly it was suspicious. Renzairo glanced at the scene and smirked. Is that necessary? It's just an appetizer. He nudged the two on the ground with his foot. Get up, go to the tree, and stretch your muscles. They staggered to the tree, and as soon as their backs hit the trunk, they slid down and sat on the ground. Ringoro tossed over a few energy bars and a water bottle. Rest for an hour. Eat and drink after half an hour. I'll check at 10. After saying that, he vanished with a whoosh. Kaze Masa and Hataka collapsed and fell asleep, and Mieko stamped her foot in anger. Sleeping? There's still important work to do. Hataka didn't even lift his eyelids. Someone slept for over an hour during training. Feng Zhen answered vaguely. Call us again in 40 minutes. The two were asleep in seconds, completely unresponsive no matter how much noise Meikeko made. Half an hour later, the two were roused and gnawing energy bars while gulping water. A brief rest restored a bit of spirit, but their muscles still felt like they'd been taken apart and reassembled. Feng Zheng grinned through clenched teeth. Do you think there's any non-sore muscle left on my body? Suida rubbed his arm. This soreness is probably going to stick with us for several days. What if it happens every day? Feng Zheng added softly. Mieko instantly flared up. Every day? I haven't even made it through today. Kazumasa snorted darkly. That girl is terrified. But compared to someone as brutal as Mato Kai who opens the 8 gates, Jiro is still merciful. Hataka patted Mieko on the shoulder. Let's just get through today first. Don't panic. I've been through this kind of training many times. After a while your body will adapt, and it'll definitely be worth it. Mieko breathed a little easier. But Kazumasa thought to himself that this would be a good way to knock some of her Uchiha pride down a peg. He spoke up in rebuttal. I don't think Teacher Jairu would let us off easily. If we act like it's effortless, he'll definitely up the stakes. Even if he doesn't increase the amount, he'll raise the training intensity. Mieko's face went pale again. Then can't we pretend it's really hard? Hataka interjected. Yeah, anyway there's no one supervising. Kazumasa chuckled lightly. Even if he's not present, he can judge from our condition after training. Fooling an elite jonin? Too difficult. Hataka, having been contradicted repeatedly, muttered to himself. He had meant to comfort his teammates, but Kazumasa kept pouring cold water on things. He scratched his head. Fine, do as you like. If a basic training session can wear someone out like this, I guess I'll have to work twice as hard. Mieko bit her lip. She wanted to ask the teacher to lower the difficulty, but her pride wouldn't let her speak. In the end, she clenched her fists. I'll fight to improve my stamina. I'm the only honors graduate in the class. No amount of training will stop me from achieving my dream. Kazumasa didn't notice his teammates' fighting spirit. His whole body ached so much he couldn't spare the energy to observe others. But Renzaru, hidden in the shadows, took everything in. Looking at the flames in Hataka and Mieko's eyes, he smiled with satisfaction. With that kind of resolve, they'll get strong quickly. It's a pity Kazumasa seems to lack the drive. On second thought, she felt relieved. Not showing it on his face doesn't mean he's backing down. He may have pointed out the difficulties, but he didn't give up. Let's observe a few more days if he truly lacks fighting spirit. I have plenty of ways to motivate him. If Ruofing knew the teacher's plan, he'd probably feel a chill down his spine. With 5 minutes of break left, the three stood and stretched their muscles. No one knew what kind of hellish training lay ahead, so they could only loosen up their joints in advance. Renzaru suddenly appeared. Before we start, tell me about your daily routines. Renzairo scheduled everyone's training times one by one. They trained from 5 in the morning until 9, started again at 10, and kept going until noon. Feng Zheng had it worse in the afternoon. He had to add another 3 hours of training from 2 to 5. He rearranged everyone's schedules just to accommodate his own training plan. He even took charge of the rations, pulling out a pile of energy bars and telling everyone to eat one at 4:15 a.m., 2 at 9:30, and another one or two at lunch. He said these things were prepared for shinobi who are on long-term missions, plenty of nutrition. Besides that, he also told everyone to eat more protein. Feng Zheng kept muttering to himself. This is ridiculous. What jonin would spend so much time watching Chunin train? Except for Kakashi teaching Sasuke Chidori and Guy teaching Lee, the other 10 Chunin's instructors aren't this obsessive. He took up my whole day. How am I supposed to train wind release? Learn any new jutsu? Is this swap even worth it? He sighed, helplessly thinking. But who am I to complain? I just hope this devilish training actually makes me stronger. Even Jiro saw how exhausted everyone was and slowed the pace for the next lesson. This lesson focused on team formations, no new tricks, just mastering the set they taught at the Ninja Academy. At noon, Renjiro called a halt and summoned the three of them over. Kazimasa, no sword practice today. I've got a task for you. Go to the library and decide which ninjutsu you'll study over the next year. We'll discuss it together tomorrow. Don't forget, meet at the usual place at 5 tomorrow morning. Kazimasa, Hataka, and Mieko nodded in agreement. Hataka and Mieko went straight home, but Kazimasa turned off toward the barbecue restaurant. He believed he had trained hard enough over the past 5 years, but today's intensity still exceeded his expectations. Although he was exhausted to the point of falling apart, he secretly felt hopeful. If he kept training like this, he might truly be reborn. After lunch, Kazimasa dove into the library's section C and headed straight for the shelf on wind release ninjutsu. He also wanted to look through earth release techniques, but then thought, that guy is so elusive he might be watching me. Better to study wind release first. Surprisingly, there were more C-rank wind release techniques than D or E-rank ones. He examined them carefully and made a list. Gale Palm, Great Breakthrough, Wind Spiral Escape, Wind Wolf Technique, Wind Dragon Technique, Wind Slash, Zephyr Blade, Wind Step, Airflow Frenzy. He already knew Great Breakthrough, so he skimmed the other scrolls roughly and gradually got a sense of things. After reading, he formed a conclusion. Gale Palm was actually an upgraded version of the Gale Surge technique. Although its attack range could cover the whole body, its power was still lacking. The Wind Spin Escape technique leans more toward defense. It not only blocks attacks, but can also reflect them back. The Wind Flash Body technique is similar to the Body Flicker technique. Both use gale, force wind to move. It's a move for escaping, capable of bursting out as far as 1 kilometer. The Wind Slash technique and the Zephyr Blade technique are both offensive ninjutsu. Wind Slash is simply cutting people with a wind blade. The Zephyr Blade technique requires a sword or kunai as a medium and can fling wind blades several meters long. Because they're made of wind, they weigh almost nothing yet are extremely sharp and hard to block. Wind was pondering Maki must be using an advanced version of this technique. The Air Current Frenzy technique is for battlefield control. It can restrict an enemy's movements. The Wind Wolf technique and Wind Dragon technique are the most interesting. You first have to shape a wind sphere, then use the sphere to mold the form of a wolf or a dragon. But the development path for these two techniques is different. The Wind Wolf technique lets you summon more and more wolves as your strength increases. The dragons of the Wind Dragon technique can spit wind burst bombs. He began to analyze carefully. These techniques are indeed interesting. Most of them aren't tied to a fixed rank. If the caster is strong enough and hones these techniques to the extreme, their power can even rival S-rank ninjutsu. In fact, Wind Whirl Escape, Wind Wolf Technique, and Wind Dragon Technique can all vary from C rank to S rank depending entirely on the user's ability. A C rank Wind Whirl Escape can only deflect weapons, but as one's strength increases, it can even reflect low-level ninjutsu. It's said that when perfected it can withstand even a rank ninjutsu. Wind Wolf Technique depends on how many wolves can be summoned. Rank C can only summon 1 at S rank. It can summon hundreds, making it especially useful on the battlefield. Wind Dragon Technique, on the other hand, depends on the dragon S size and how many wind explosive orbs it can spit. The scroll says that someone with a large amount of chakra and excellent control can create dragons over 1,000 meters long and fire hundreds of wind explosive orbs. Although other techniques don't explicitly state how far they can develop, Wind felt they had even greater potential. For example, Wind Blade Technique, the wind blades could become longer and sharper. Wind Instant Body Technique might even be able to teleport dozens of kilometers. He calmed down and thought of a question. What's strange is, why has no one ever been seen using these techniques? Even if there's potential, if no one can master them, there must be something wrong. After pondering for a few minutes, he figured it out. My memories about Naruto weren't very reliable to begin with. Besides, Konoha's wind-style ninjas might also be practicing these techniques. I just don't know about it. But that's not surprising. But I am really curious whether anyone has ever brought these few ninjutsu techniques to their fullest power. He suddenly stopped. Thinking about too many things makes you lose focus. Better to decide which few moves to learn first. After some comparison, he made up his mind. First, practice Wind Rotation Escape, Wind Wolf Technique, Wind Dragon Technique, Trust Wind Blade, and Wind Instant Body. The airflow's frenzied crowd control ability isn't usable for now. As for defense, Earth Escape and Wind Rotation Escape are more practical than Raging Wind Palm. Wind/Slash technique might be useful, but I have other plans. During analysis, Wind noticed two peculiarities. Trust Wind Blade has stronger chakra flow, right? If used in samurai swordsmanship, it might cut wind blades instead of chakra blades. And can this move stack with chakra flow? Wind Dragon technique and Wind Wolf technique also piqued his interest. The two moves are essentially similar. If I'm strong enough, could I create a wolf that can cast Wind Explosion? Or summon several wind dragons at once? These thoughts made him eager to try. He vowed to himself that once his strength was sufficient, he would definitely test it. After choosing the ninjutsu, Kazumasa stood up. The techniques are decided. Now I have to scour the library to see if any predecessors brought these ninjutsu to their peak. He caught sight of a figure as he was packing the scrolls. Miho is here too? I didn't notice her earlier. With a moment's perception, he was even more surprised. Hodaka is actually in District D. It turned out these two had come to the library following Kazumasa. Unlike Kazumasa, who relied entirely on self-study, they had ninja relatives guiding them since childhood. Because of their outstanding talent, the family elders personally taught them ninjutsu, and they had never set foot in the village library. But this time, the elders respected Renkiro's proposal and allowed them to study at the library. Of course, before meeting Renkiro, the family had already agreed on a training plan with the two of them. Hataka was flipping through a teleportation scroll in Section D, his face full of impatience. Nothing but ninjutsu scrolls. The taijutsu ones are basically trash. Not a single move can beat my clan's soft fist. I really don't want to waste time on ninjutsu. Just tell father I want to learn the body flicker technique. Watching Kaze flashing around is really cool. Besides, if the enemy can do that move, I wouldn't even be able to touch the hem of their robe. Although father will definitely scold me. Why don't they understand I just want to specialize in taijutsu? Meanwhile, Mieko walked straight to Section C and began rifling through the fire-style scrolls. Why does father insist I come here to look for ninjutsu? Why can't he just teach me stronger techniques directly? Suddenly, her fingers froze and her eyes widened. Fire release. For techniques? How is this placed in Zone C? It should clearly be a B rank ninjutsu. Fire release. 5 techniques should be an A rank ninjutsu, right? She took the scroll and read it carefully, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. The power of this technique finally looked like something. Fire release. For techniques seemed simple, just pressing 2 fingers together to fire a beam of heat, but its power far exceeded fire release. 2 techniques. That scorching beam could pierce through kunai. Mihoko tightened her grip on the scroll, a flash of excitement in her eyes. With this, I won't lose in close combat to Sataka and Kazumasa. Getting hit by that move would be awful, and it's even harder to dodge at close quarters. She had to admit those two's taijutsu were far superior to hers. Even with the Sharingan, Sataka's soft-style strikes were still a headache. Now I can hold my own with them in close combat, and I'm already superior at long range. She continued to flip through other scrolls and eventually chose Fire Release, Fireball Jutsu, and Fire Release, Flame Protection. These 2 techniques exactly filled the gaps in her defenses. Meanwhile, Kazumasa was completely absorbed in texts about the Takumichi. Textbooks contained very little about the successive wind kage. Even the signature jutsu of each was vaguely described. He only vaguely remembered that Gaara controls sand, Rosuna manipulated gold, and the third wind kage wielded iron sand. The third and fourth Kazekage can't possibly know only the Kekkei Genkai, he murmured. After 2 hours of research, Kazumasa finally pieced the threads together. The first Kazekage used the magnet release Kekkei Genkai to establish Sunagakure. His methods were far harsher than Hashirama's, and the surrounding clans either submitted or migrated. To consolidate power, he named his second son as heir, but all 3 of his sons died in the first Great Ninja War. The first was ultimately killed by the dust release of the second Tsuchikichi. Kazumasa tapped the table lightly. With the main line weakened, the second Kazekage was succeeded by a student of the first, who secretly raised the first grandson to contest for the third position. The scrolls record that every Kazekage excelled in wind release, but the second was the true master of wind. The sky-darkening wind dragon, the hundreds of wind wolves that tore into enemy ranks, and the accounts of his aerial clashes with the second Tsuchikage all came from him. Even Danzo's vacuum series wind-style ninjutsu turned out to be the second Kazekage's legacy. When the first Great Ninja War was nearing its end, the second Hokage Tobarama personally killed the second Kazekage. But Sunagakure didn't surrender, they retreated straight into the depths of the desert. No one dared pursue them. So where did Konoha get all these wind-style ninjutsu? Both sides have it. Not likely. Either it's from Sunagakure, or more likely Konoha stole it. Fengxing thought for a long time and came up with three possibilities. Either Tobarama had Uchiha people tail them and copied the ninjutsu with the Sharingan, or he used reanimation to summon the second Kazekage and force him to reveal it. If not that, then during the second Great Ninja War Sunagakure was crushed so badly they were forced to hand over the jutsu. Kaze knew Tobarama's style well and thought he had most likely used the first two methods. When the second Great Ninja War came, the third Hokage Hiruzen happened to take the opportunity to declare that these ninjutsu had been obtained legitimately. Of course, this was only speculation. Still, those wind-style techniques did indeed have enormous potential. The first Great Ninja War had been truly devastating. When the war ended, each village had to choose its third Hokage. Only Tobarama and the second Raikage were still alive, but they were later killed during peace negotiations in the rebellion led by the Gold and Silver Brothers. Perhaps because of that, the later wars were somewhat restrained. Not a single Kage died in the Second Great War, and in the third, only the third Raikage was killed. Kazemasa felt that, at last, they had learned restraint. This also made him understand some things. Why Hikari emphasized peace so much. Why Oanoki chose to stand by and was called a weather vane. After confirming the value of the ninjutsu, Kazemasa decided to study the scroll carefully to see how to learn it. He chose Shinpu blade technique. This move should be able to complement the swordsmanship that Renjiro taught. But he needed to discuss it with Renjiro first. When Fumesa was checking the materials, Mieko and Hataka had already left the library. The moment Hataka stepped into the house, his father asked, "What do you plan to learn?" "Shunshin Jutsu," Hataka said with a serious face. His father waited for him to continue, but Hataka shut his mouth. And then, his father pressed. "What then? Besides the Shunshin technique, what else will you learn?" Sataka again put on a serious expression. "Practice taijutsu more." Father finally couldn't hold back, threw a punch, and dragged him straight to the family library to pick out ninjutsu. Mieko's family was much the same. Her parents were very pleased that she had chosen fire release for arts. But her mother reminded her, "You still need to study the remaining ninjutsu properly. Those two techniques are pretty weak defensively. Flame Ball can at best block one attack, and Fire Immunity only protects against Fire Release. Fire Release itself isn't good at defense. You'd be better off learning Earth Release or Water Release." Mieko pondered her parents' words and nodded. "All right, but I also want to learn Fireball Technique and Fire Defense Technique." Her parents, well aware of their daughter's talent, agreed readily. Afterward, the whole family went to the Uchiha library to choose more ninjutsu. The next day's morning training was as brutal as ever. At 10 in the morning, Renjiro asked, "Have you decided which ninjutsu you want to learn?" Mieko hurried to answer, "Teacher, I want to learn Fire Release. For techniques, Fireball Technique, Fireproofing Technique, Earth Release, Earth Army Movement Technique, and Earth Release, Subterranean Concealment Technique." Renjiro nodded. "Explain your reasons." "I've already mastered Fire Release, 3 techniques, so naturally I should learn the 4th technique. It's very powerful in close combat. Earth Army Movement and Subterranean Concealment will help me evade attacks. Diving underground is the best defense. If I jump and can't land in time, I can use the Fireball Technique for protection, and Fireproofing Technique will make me immune to Fire Release." Feng Zheng sneered inwardly. She had memorized all the answers. "But I should learn the Earth Concealment Technique too. Hopefully, it will allow someone to breathe underground. Although I've studied several ways to keep air flowing, none are very reliable." Renjiro recognized this as recited answers and sighed inwardly. Her guardian was still making decisions for her. Still, the plan wasn't bad. "This is enough. But you must train until you can perform the 4 fire release techniques without hand seals." Mieko asked in confusion. "No hand seals? How is that possible? Why demand that? You think an enemy will wait for you to form seals in close combat? As for how, I'll teach you, Renzuru said. Mieko's eyes lit up and she nodded excitedly. Renjiro turned to Kazumasa. Kazumasa spoke. I want to learn Wind Spin Shield Technique, Wind Wolf Technique, Wind Dragon Technique, Zephyr Blade Technique, and Wind Instant Body Technique. Renjiro was secretly surprised. He actually wanted to learn 5C rank Wind-style jutsu. He had originally planned to recommend other ninjutsu if he only chose one or two. But this was fine too, he could teach him more later. Although Renjiro quickly hid his surprise, Kazumasa still noticed. He sighed inwardly. He had wanted to practice these techniques in secret, but the boy gave him almost no free time. If he only enrolled for one or two, he'd probably be forced to train forever on the boy's schedule. Rentaro nodded and asked, "What's the reason?" Fu answered, "The Wind Spin Shield can block frontal attacks and counterstrike. Wind Wolf and Wind Dragon let me control the field from range, attacking both ground and air. Wind Instant Body is a life-saving skill, and Trust Wind Blade can combine with samurai swordsmanship. I plan to practice this first." Rentaro thought, not bad to have figured this much without guidance. Two ultra-long-range techniques, one defensive and one for close combat, and one for escape the mid-range tactics are already taking shape. He opened his mouth and said, "The thinking is okay. But the wind element leans toward offense and is hard to defend with. You'll need to learn a secondary element later. Don't touch the wind blade for now. If your swordsmanship isn't advanced, it'll do more harm than good. Start by practicing Wind Dragon technique." Feng Zheng frowned. Isn't Wind Wolf simpler than Wind Dragon? A flash of surprise crossed Lien Xilong's eyes. This kid's analytical ability exceeded expectations. There's another plan for Wind Dragon technique. Besides, once you master it, learning Wind Wolf will be twice as effective for half the effort. Feng Zheng nodded, but inwardly complained. But the Wind Dragon technique itself is harder. Renjiro turned to Hataka. The boy said sullenly, "I'll choose Shunshin no Jutsu, Stone Hand Shuriken, Rock Spike Bed, Rock Spike Launch, and Water Hand Shuriken." His plaintive tone made Kaze Masa and Miko exchange a glance. Renjiro thought to himself, if you hate ninjutsu, don't put on that sulky debtor face. He suppressed his retort and analyzed. The Hyuga clan already favors both water and earth natures. Gentle Fist balances hardness and softness, which corresponds well to earth's hardness and water's softness. This kid is lucky to have earth nature, but aside from Stone Hand Shuriken, the rest are all D-rank techniques. He needs to progress step by step. Explain your reasoning, Renjiro pressed. Hataka recited like studying for an exam. Shunshin covers the speed shortfall and forces the opponent into close combat. Stone Hand Shuriken handles ranged enemies for combat on water. Use Water Hand Shuriken. Rock Spike Bed seals off movement, and if the enemy jumps, use Rock Spike Launch to snipe them. Renjiro silently nodded. The Hyuga clan is skilled at countering with the Rock Spike Bed tactic, but the C-rank Water and Earth release still needs more practice. He glanced at the three of them. Now state your training goals. First, report which rank of jutsu you intend to focus on. Mieko raised her hand eagerly. I want to learn S-rank ninjutsu. Mieko looked longingly at Renjiro, her eyes full of expectation. Renjiro smiled inwardly and turned to look at the other two students. Kaze lowered his head in thought, while Hataka was so anxious he was sweating profusely, stammering, I think D-rank ninjutsu is enough. Mieko gave Hataka a fierce glare. Fujing, how about you? Renzuru asked. Fujing looked up. I also want to use A or S-rank ninjutsu, but I need to know how much chakra they consume first. If an S-rank jutsu drains all my chakra, that's just not worth it. Renzuru smiled in satisfaction. This kid really thinks clearly. That's right. This training is meant to help you find the ninjutsu that suits you best. Remember, no matter what rank of ninja you become in the future, the most commonly used techniques are still C-rank ninjutsu. He paused for a moment to let the three of them digest the sentence, then explained. Techniques ranked B and above consume too much chakra and affect endurance in prolonged fights. So what truly determines a ninja's strength is their ability to use C-rank techniques. He turned to Mihoko. The point isn't how many C-rank techniques you know, it's how well you can use them. Kazumasa, Use great breakthrough on that row of trees. Kazimasa formed the seals and cast the technique. A gale howled through. Branches shook violently, and leaves scattered. Deep gouges were left on the trunks. That's about right. I used roughly 25% of my strength, Kazimasa estimated inwardly. Good. Now watch me. Renzyro formed hand seals and used the same technique. Its power was actually 10 times Kazimasa's. 3 trees were uprooted, and the gale forced the 3 genin to clutch the ground tightly. Hataka and Mieko gaped in astonishment. Kazimasa, however, grumbled inwardly. Isn't this reckless deforestation? The first Hokage is gone. No one can just plant trees on a whim anymore. How did the teacher do it? Why is your technique so much stronger? Miko asked excitedly. Because I have a higher level of mastery over this technique. Fengzheng mentally retorted. Nonsense. You clearly injected more chakra. But it's true, your chakra efficiency is much higher than mine. Renjiro added. And that's not even my full strength. My mastery of this technique hasn't reached its peak yet. If the Hokage were to intervene, a single ninjutsu could flatten the entire forest. Mieko, Kazumasa, and Hataka were stunned by the news. Mieko and Hataka looked especially excited, while Kazumasa quietly sighed. The third Hokage in this world is far more terrifying than in Naruto. I really don't know whether Orochimaru could possibly kill him. Rincher was pleased with his students' reactions and continued. So you must focus on mastering C-rank ninjutsu. These will be the techniques you use most often. Of course, you should also learn higher-level ninjutsu. They grant greater power. But without a solid foundation in C-rank ninjutsu, you'll never become a true powerhouse. Mieko and Kazimasa nodded in understanding, but only Hataka still wore a face of dissatisfaction. Rentaru stared at Hataka and said, even if your taijutsu is stronger, without C-rank ninjutsu you can't become a top-tier ninja. Hataka mumbled with his head down. I can get stronger without ninjutsu. Then let you spar against Kazimasa, Rentaru sighed. Mieko pouted, displeased at being left out. When the two took their positions, Renjiro quietly whispered a few words into Kazumasa's ear. Hataka and Kazumasa faced off 10 meters apart. Renjiro announced the rules. You may use all techniques ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, kenjutsu, but nothing lethal. The two nodded. Begin. Suida instantly activated his Byakugan and charged at Kazimasa intent on close combat. But Kazimasa quickly stepped back, forming a wind explosion in each hand. Suida hastily made hand seals to cast Rock Shield. Seeing the seals, Kazimasa immediately hurled a wind ball. The wind ball struck the rock shield and exploded with a roar, stirring up a strong gust. Suigao had just breathed a sigh of relief when, with a sidelong glance, he saw another wind ball flying in from the left. He hurriedly dodged, and the wind ball detonated beside him. The blast lifted him, and he crashed heavily to the ground. Suigao scrambled to his feet. A third wind ball was already bearing down on him. He stopped jumping and instead moved quickly to evade it. But wind balls came one after another. For the next 15 seconds, Suigao was forced to keep dodging. The blast gusts left fine cuts across his body, and his clothes became tattered. It wasn't until the end that Sataka finally steadied himself and began rhythmically dodging the wind ball attacks. With his Byakugan activated, he read the wind ball's trajectory the moment it was launched and easily sidestepped. Kazimasa nodded inwardly. Good reflexes. Too bad I only used 50% of my speed, and I restrained the wind ball's power to 30%. And yet you still struggle to dodge. Fine, let us finish this quickly. Kazimasa deliberately have the number of wind balls. Sataka indeed took the opportunity to close the distance, a flash of pleasure crossing his eyes. The chance has come. It's time for the soft fist to decide the outcome. When the two were 10 meters apart, the wind suddenly retreated. Sataka felt a jolt in his chest. I can't let him widen the distance. He suddenly pushed off with his feet and lunged forward. At that moment, Kazimasa formed hand seals. Sueikao's face changed abruptly. He hurried to form seals to cast a rock shield, but he was already half a beat too slow. A gale rose, pinning Sueikao to the ground and dragging him dozens of meters. Although Kazimasa deliberately controlled the force, countless cuts and bruises still appeared on Sueikao's body. As the wind stopped, a pebble whistled through the air. Suekao staggered to his feet to dodge, but the pebble traced an arc midair and struck him precisely in the chest. The outcome is decided. Rentsuru's voice rang out. Hataka collapsed to his knees. He knew in his gut that if the thing that had flown at him a moment ago had been a shuriken instead of a pebble, he would already be dead. This was Hataka's first defeat in 4 years. Even when he beat his senior in the graduation exam, he had never felt this powerless. He had been led around by his opponent the whole time, without a sliver of chance to win. Nejiro looked at his disconsolate pupil, then at the unruffled Kazemasa, and a ripple passed through his eyes. I expected a hard fight, but I didn't think the gap would be this huge. More frightening is how this kid controlled the battle, pretending to be weak to lure his foe in. Even the final pebble was part of the plan. It seems I've stumbled onto an extraordinary rough jewel. Maybe in the next great war, he will be a key figure. Renchuru's gaze turned to Hataka, his expression serious. Do you understand the importance of ninjutsu now? Hataka lifted his head and silently looked at his teacher. Renjiro continued. Your opponent used 2D rank ninjutsu and 1C rank ninjutsu. One was a movement technique, the other two were mid-range attacks. And you only used a single E-rank defensive technique to block them. No matter how good your taijutsu is, you didn't even get a chance to get close. Hataka lowered his head, his eyes dim. Renjiro's tone softened as he patted his shoulder. I know you love taijutsu, and I support your passion. But to bring out taijutsu's power, you must first master ninjutsu. There has never been a ninja who became strong relying on taijutsu alone. But another figure appeared in his mind. However, there is one exception. Might Day. He once single-handedly killed 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist from Kirigakure and drove the other 3 back. Just as Minato was praised as the hero who defeated Iwagakure, Day was also the key to the battle at Kirigakure. After that fight, Kirigakure no longer dared to provoke them lightly. Even so, I still have to insist on this point with Hataka. Might Day may be strong, but he has trouble completing ordinary missions. He only knows taijutsu and doesn't understand ninjutsu or jinjutsu, so he loses out in the end. His son also favors taijutsu, but at least he has mastered a good deal of ninjutsu. If his taijutsu advances further, perhaps my words will no longer apply. Hataka raised his head, his eyes resolute. Teacher, I'll work hard to train in ninjutsu. Renjiro smiled faintly, secretly relieved. Another child has been put on the right path. That old man really knows how to deal with kids. No wonder he could teach 3 shinobi. My squad is finally taking shape. He turned to the 3 students, speaking solemnly. Now you should understand how important C-rank ninjutsu is. Kazemasa, Hataka, and Mihoko nodded in unison. From now on, your main focus is to master C-rank ninjutsu. Without my permission, no one is allowed to handle techniques above B rank. He gave a few more reminders and finally said, That's it for today's mission. Kazemasa, you and Mihoko take Hataka to the hospital to treat his wounds. Kazemasa, wait for me here at 2 p.m. Before he finished speaking, he had already vanished. On the way to the hospital, Suedao limped along. The fatigue from morning training and his body covered in wounds made each step difficult. Feng steadied him and said softly, I'm sorry. Suedao shook his head. It's fine, don't worry. Mieko urged from the side. It's just a superficial wound. Don't dawdle. Hurry up. Suedaka, however, said calmly, if I could sleep 2 more hours during morning training, walking wouldn't be this much of a struggle. Fengjin laughed at that, while Mieko felt a little embarrassed. The two accompanied Suedaka to the hospital. After he was admitted to a ward, a general doctor first came and treated all the wounds on his body. The doctor had only been gone for 5 minutes when the medical ninja arrived. In a few moves, he had healed his wounds and even suggested he rest for a day. Fengjin watched the whole process, glancing at Mikiko with envy and muttering to himself, if only I had the Sharingan, I could copy that palm technique directly. Afterwards, they said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. In the afternoon, Fengjin rushed to the training ground, where Lien Zairu began teaching him the basics of samurai swordsmanship. The next day, training proceeded as usual. At 10 in the morning, Renjiro spoke. Today we'll learn new ninjutsu. Hataka, you practice the rock spike bed technique. Kazemasa, you learn the wind dragon technique. Mieko, you practice fire style, for arts. A few of the children nodded. Renjiro formed hand seals and created 3 shadow clones. Each clone took a scroll and led a different genin away. Hataka stayed, where he was. Kazumasa and Mieko were taken to different corners of the training ground. The shadow clones handed them the scrolls, told them to read and practice on their own, and said they'd offer guidance whenever questions came up. Renjiro's training was arranged like that. Mornings stayed the same with physical training. From 10 to noon, Renjiro took turns leading the teams to practice coordination and ninjutsu. In the afternoons, he personally taught Kazumasa sword techniques. From 6 to 8:30 in the evening, Kazumasa trained extra on his own, either practicing new ninjutsu or sparring with shadow clones. Renjiro's guidance was especially useful. Although Kazumasa could already perform some ninjutsu without seals, Renjiro's suggestions helped him further refine his technique. Learning new techniques also became much easier. Wind Dragon technique took a week, Wind Wolf technique only 2 days, Wind Vortex Shield technique 9 days, and Wind Instant Movement technique was done in 3 days. These C-rank ninjutsu were still not simple for Fengzheng. The Wind Dragon technique and Wind Vortex Shield technique were especially difficult, but once he mastered the Wind Dragon technique, the Wind Wolf technique became much easier. The Wind Instant Movement technique is very similar to the ordinary instant movement technique. The difference is that it doesn't rely on one's own power, but uses wind force to move. Its blink distance is farther than the ordinary instant movement technique. When Fengzheng now used it, he could instantly flash 300 meters away without leaving any traces for enemies to track. Although one could also escape using the ordinary instant movement technique, the Wind Instant Movement technique's survival capability was clearly stronger. His swordsmanship also advanced rapidly. He and Renjiro studied and decided that a blade length of 57 centimeters was most suitable for Kazumasa. 3 weeks later, Hizaki fulfilled his promise and handed the 2 samurai swords to Kazumasa. The 2 were summoned to the Hokage's office to receive the swords. Kazumasa knew full well that Hizaki was always looking for opportunities to indoctrinate the children, to make everyone more loyal to Konoha. On the training field, Kazumasa held the new sword. Although his swordsmanship wasn't expert, he could feel that both swords were of excellent quality. From that day on, Jiro began teaching him chakra flow. Kazumasa had actually known this technique for a long time, but he pretended it was his first exposure. He thought to himself, I can't let him catch on, better just follow his instruction. Fortunately, Jiro's method was very different from what Kazumasa had practiced before, and it actually suited him better. Fusen obediently followed along. At first, because the method was unfamiliar, the training was somewhat strenuous. But once he grasped the trick, the progress was astonishingly fast. After only 3 days, chakra flowed freely through the new sword. Fusen thought in amazement, this sword is just too comfortable to use. Jiro, however, was astonished. You learned it in 3 days? Even with extra practice at home, that's under 15 hours total. He suspected Kazumasa already knew, but then thought. No, he was indeed awkward at first, then suddenly had an epiphany. It was like a burst of talent. Thinking that, Jiro laughed out loud. Teacher Mifyun, I've hit the jackpot. He's more talented than all the apprentices in the Iron Country. Kazumasa was drawn by the laughter and muttered to himself. Did he notice? That can't be. Maybe I really am that talented. But he doesn't need to laugh like an idiot. Seeing Kazumasa's worried face, Jiro hurried to explain. Don't overthink it. I just remembered a colleague who loved to brag. Now that you've mastered chakra flow, it's time to increase your training, double the intensity. Kazumasa nodded in agreement. From that day on, Nejiro trained even more vigorously, and the samurai sword lessons grew increasingly harsh, with an intensity comparable to the morning physical training. Mieko and Hataka were also making progress. Mieko mastered all the ninjutsu in 2 weeks. Hataka took a month. After learning the Shunshin no Jutsu, Hataka's movements became noticeably more agile. By the end of the month, Mihoko was finally able to complete the entire morning training. But just as she achieved that, Renjiro immediately set her seal pressure to 1% of maximum. The poor girl was happy for barely 2 seconds before she fell into fear again. Renjiro didn't spare Hataka and Kazumasa either. Their seal pressures were raised to 32% and 15%, respectively. Besides individual progress, the squad's overall strength also improved noticeably. At the end of the first week, the three had already mastered the basic formations. Then Rinzuru began to rigorously drill team coordination and combined attacks, practicing every day and forcing them to synchronize. Fuse and Mieko were assigned to combine Wind Dragon technique and Fire Dragon technique. After a few days of practice, the results were astonishing. The Fire Dragon absorbed the Wind Dragon's blessing, its size doubling and its power increasing fourfold. The fused behemoth could unleash scorching storms from its mouth on the first test. It almost set the entire grove ablaze. Fortunately, Renjiro was watching the whole time and quickly used water release, waterfall technique, to douse the flames. Kaze stared at the lingering heat wave, a thought stirring in his mind. This looks like Shikutten, doesn't it? Just a bit less powerful. He turned to Renjiro and asked, Sensei, can this combined jutsu be cast by a single person, without using shadow clone or anything like that? Mieko also pricked up her ears. Renjiro nodded. Yes, but you'd have to manipulate two different elemental transformations simultaneously, for example, forming a fire dragon seal with one hand and a wind dragon seal with the other. But that's too advanced for you all right now, Kazemasa said in surprise. But using two elements at once, that's just like a Kekii Genkai, right? How could an ordinary person possibly do that? Renjiro shook his head. This isn't a Kekii Genkai. It's just elements enhancing each other. Take the Yuki clan's ice release. Wind and water change quality to become ice, but if you just mash wind dragon and water dragon together, you'll only get a sharper water dragon, never ice. Combination techniques are quantitative changes. Kekii Genkai are qualitative changes that create entirely new things. Kazemasa fell into thought. So ninjutsu can be combined like this? I never thought of it before. This idea just opened up. Looks like I need to hurry and train other attributes. Wind pairs well with fire and water. I wonder if it works with lightning. It's a pity the wind-earth combo doesn't have much future. I really wish I'd learned this technique earlier, but if I lay all my cards on the table, would the teacher still teach me? The world is too dangerous. You have to keep something in reserve. He couldn't help but ask, Teacher, when can I learn a second nature? If I start training now, could I complete a combined ninjutsu on my own? Renjiro shook his head. Don't get ahead of yourself. Wait until you become a jonin. Your chakra control and transformation are far from adequate, and your chakra reserves aren't enough. At best, like this, you could only master C-rank ninjutsu. Kaze hung his head. Beside him, Mieko also showed a look of disappointment. At 10 that morning, Renjiro suddenly announced, I've already shown you the power of combined ninjutsu. Now you must develop your own new combinations. Don't aim for the destructive power of a fire dragon whirl, but make them useful in real combat. Think first. No private practice. I'll check at 11. No sooner had he finished speaking than he disappeared, giving no chance to ask questions. Hataka scratched his head. What should we do? Kazemasa had actually been planning for the past fortnight. Each of us think up a plan first, then we'll discuss together. Mieko's eyes suddenly lit up. Sujitaka, can your water release work together with my fire release? Doesn't water put out fire? Your little fish bullet technique doesn't use much water. When it meets my fire release, it'll instantly vaporize and create a huge amount of steam. Mieko said proudly, winking. Kazihii was secretly surprised. That girl actually thought of that trick. But he warned aloud. Steam can indeed obscure vision, but can you control it? Seeing the two shake their heads, he added, then it can only be used as a smoke bomb. Mieko slumped to the ground in dejection. Before long, Kazemasa spoke again. I have a defensive plan. First, use my whirlwind shield to deflect the shuriken. If a powerful ninjutsu breaks through, Hataka will immediately follow up with a double-layer rock shield for protection. Hataka nodded. Works for me. Hey, don't leave me out. Mieko stamped her foot in panic. Feng Zheng smiled mysteriously. Don't rush. I have an even bolder idea. Sataka, can your rock shield technique be used? Feng Zheng asked. Sataka hesitated a little. But didn't the teacher say not to test it casually? That's in case something goes wrong. The rock shield technique alone is fine. Remember, after casting you must immediately step back a few meters. Hidaka stood up, formed a hand seal, and struck the ground. As the rock barrier rose, he quickly jumped back. Feng Zheng frowned slightly. Your speed still isn't fast enough. He picked up a pebble. Again. This time I'll throw the pebble, and you have to dodge. Swadaka formed the hand seals again. Just as the rock took shape, pebbles flew over. He stumbled back sharply. The pebbles struck the stone shield. This time that was fast enough. Kaze nodded. Mieko interjected. What exactly is that big plan? I'm thinking we too should learn the rock shield technique too. That way, after Swadaka casts and jumps away, the other person can set another shield behind him. Or the three of us could pour chakra into the same stone shield. Maybe it could become bigger and harder. If that actually works, it would be a huge help. Hodaka and Mieko nodded repeatedly. The three continued discussing and came up with quite a few ideas. At 11 o'clock on the dot, Renjiro appeared again. Thought of any good ideas? Kaze was quick to speak. We devised a layered defense strategy. First, use my wind vortex shield. Hodaka covers the rear with a rock shield. When he jumps away, Mieko puts up a new shield, stacking them layer by layer. Renjiro raised an eyebrow. Exactly what are you planning to defend against? Mieko and Hataka looked at Kazimasa. He stammered. It's a very powerful ninjutsu. Nonsense. Renzuru snapped. When you face that kind of enemy, you should retreat. All-out defense is the dumbest tactic. The rock shield technique was never the best defense. A combo of wind spin shield plus a single rock shield is enough. But if you too want to learn rock shield, you can train it's useful in battle. Kazimasa sighed inwardly. So over-defending isn't good either. He added, there's another combo. Hataka uses stone shuriken, and I control them with projectile control jutsu. Renziro nodded. This will work. Anything else? Mieko took over. Teacher, I thought of stuffing wind explosion into fireball jutsu. That way the fireball's explosion range can expand, and the blast of wind can scatter the flames everywhere. Renziro slightly nodded. Good idea. But for the wind to be right, and to help Mieko succeed, your wind explosion will need to be stronger. Fumesa replied solemnly. Understood. Swadaka suddenly cut in. Teacher, I have an idea too. Mix shuriken into Fumesa's big breakthrough or Mieko's fireball if the enemy has to dodge ninjutsu, and also watch for hidden weapons. They'll definitely be flustered. Renshiro shook his head. Hiding shuriken inside a fireball is unwise. If the enemy avoids the fireball, the shuriken will miss. If the fireball hits, it would already severely injure the enemy. Seeing no one else speak, Renshiro made the decision. Practice these combinations first. Fumesa split off a shadow clone to train shuriken and projectile control with Swadaka, while his main body pairs up with Mieko. The lower-ranked ninjas quickly dispersed to train. Nejiro created several shadow clones to keep watch. He had already expected that Kazimasa and Mieko would almost certainly start a fire. Hataka and Kazimasa's shadow clone moved to the grove and carved conspicuous marks into the tree trunks. The two formed hand seals and exchanged glances. Hataka fired a volley of stone shuriken at the marks while the shadow clone tried to manipulate their trajectories. You can control at most 9? Hataka frowned. The shadow clone nodded helplessly. The stone shuriken are poorly made and harder to control than the standard ones. Try the second plan. A new round of shuriken was thrown, and Kazimasa was exerting himself to activate the control technique. All the shuriken simultaneously veered left, but only 3 struck the target. They all turned, but the accuracy dropped a lot. Last time we hit 16, Sataka said, kicking aside the rubble at his feet. Concentrating control over all the shuriken forces them to turn as one, which lowers the precision of each and interferes with your original aim. Kazimasa sighed. Rentaro's shadow clone suddenly appeared. Over the past month, they had long since grown used to the supervisor's uncanny comings and goings. Hodaka thought for a moment and said, if there are few enemies, the first method is better. They'd have to dodge my attacks while also guarding against Kazimasa's shuriken. If there are many enemies, the second method is more effective. If all the shuriken suddenly change direction, they'll definitely hit a few. Even if they evade, they'll have to be twice as careful, and that will buy us time. Renjiro nodded and looked at Kazimasa. Kazimasa answered, I think the same as Hodaka, but I still need to work on control. The first situation works okay, the second still has a lot of room for improvement. For example, after I changed the shuriken's direction, if I could then control a few of them to continue pursuing, the hit rate would increase, and it wouldn't all depend on luck. Renjiro said, "Good, keep practicing." Meanwhile, Mieko and Kazumasa also began to train. Mieko launched a fireball, and Kazumasa threw two wind spheres from behind. The wind spheres slightly altered the fireball's trajectory, but it wasn't a big problem. However, just before the fireball exploded, the wind spheres shot out first. The fireball detonated as usual, but the heated air made the wind spheres explode more violently, sending up a blast of hot air. Mieko said angrily, "Your ninjutsu is too fast." Feng Zheng retorted, "You're too slow." The young girl glared at him. Feng Zheng shrugged. "Try again." This time he timed it, so the two ninjutsu detonated inside the fireball at the same moment. The result was unexpected. Mieko cried out. The power decreased. Kazumasa added, "But the range has changed. It's much larger and completely irregular. In some directions, the flame reaches twice as far as usual. In others, it's even 7 times larger." Suddenly, a stream of water shot out and extinguished the spreading flames. Jiro's shadow clone looked at them and said, "We need to move. Follow me." On the way, the shadow clone asked, "What do you think of this combination technique?" Kazumasa said, "It's unpredictable. The enemy has no way of guessing where the flames will launch. One slip and you get hurt. Even if you avoid it, you have to stay on edge." Mieko agreed. "That's right. As long as we burn it once, we'll gain the upper hand." Renjiro pressed, "Can it be improved further?" Kazumasa thought for a moment and answered, "I'm thinking whether we can control the direction of the explosion. The position of the wind orb inside the fireball might be key. For example, if the wind orb is toward the front, the flames will push more forward. As long as I can predict the direction the enemy will dodge, I can use the wind orb to precisely push the flames to their new position." Before Kazumasa finished speaking, Renjiro had already stopped at the riverbank. As expected, Renjiro stared at the churning water. The wind explosion technique's trajectory is inherently random. You can't control its direction yourself. He suddenly turned to Mieko. To perfect the combination technique, it depends on how much explosive data your Sharingan can analyze. A red glow briefly appeared in Mieko's eyes. "I'll break through my limits." The three of them fixed their gazes on the river. Renjiro's fingertip traced through the damp air. "All training must be conducted on the river. We can't start another wildfire." The two disciples nodded, faces flushed, and chakra gathered again beneath their feet. 30 days and nights passed in sweat. After morning training, Renjiro tossed out a scroll. "Today you will carry out your first team mission." "It's finally here." Swadaka slammed his fist into his palm. Mieko's blood-red eyes glittered. "Let the enemy witness the Uchiha flames." "Are we facing the cloud or the rock?" Kaze watched his teammates' shining eyes and secretly clicked his tongue. He forced an excited expression, but inside he was churning. If they knew the first mission was just finding a cat, the adults had definitely agreed to prank the newcomers. Renjiro admired his students' excited backs and chuckled. This bunch of rookies would never figure out how many times that calico cat on the Hokage's office windowsill had gone missing. He called out loudly to break the daydream. Mission details can only be revealed in person to the Hokage. Running toward the Hokage building, Kaze watched the two figures sprinting ahead and fell into thought. The timing of the trip through time had luckily missed the wars, and this month of hellish training had turned into a blessing. He only hoped the peaceful days would last longer than expected. Although this leaves little free time, it does allow for rapid improvement in strength. When everyone entered the Hokage's office, the third was buried in a mountain of paperwork. He looked up at Team 3. "You're finally going to take your first mission." His gaze swept over Renjiro, who merely shrugged indifferently. The third sighed inwardly. "This guy completely ignores the rules. The whole team hasn't taken a mission in a month." The only comparable case was Orochimaru's incident, but at least Renjiro would accept D-rank missions, unlike that rebellious student of his. "What missions are available now?" the third asked his assistant. The task sheet the assistant handed over made the third Hokage break into a benevolent smile. "Lady Nishigata needs help clearing her garden. Remember to make a good impression and bring honor to Konoha." "We weeding?" Swaka and Mieko looked at each other, while Kaze fixed his gaze on the third's kindly smile and inwardly gaped. This old man is literally a smiling tiger. Tenzo's overt villainy Doesn't compare at all. No wonder he couldn't beat the third, there's just too big a gap in skill. Even Jiro, stifling a laugh, snatched the task sheet. Follow me. The team dawdled along and arrived at an impressive manor. Kaze was inspecting the garden, which was as big as a football field, while Mihoko and the others were unperturbed. Madame Sego walked over gracefully, her long golden hair gleaming in the sunlight. She first greeted Renjiro, then sized up the boys. It is truly my honor to have you esteemed ninjas come to tend the garden. Mihoko and Hataka straightened up at the compliment, but Kaze heard the teasing in her tone. This wealthy lady was clearly bored and looking for amusement. Why would pulling weeds require ninjas? Please follow me, she said, turning to lead the way. The weeds in the garden are indeed rather unsightly. Follow me. I'll take you to the garden. Madame Sego walked ahead, and Renjiro's squad followed silently behind. They passed through the residence, and the view suddenly opened up. The three stood frozen in place. Madame Sego smiled kindly. This is the garden that needs weeding. Fu was staring at this boundless lawn and cursing inwardly. This is a garden? Whose garden could be several acres large? Hodaka murmured softly, this is a garden? Mieko almost jumped up. How can this be? But a single look from Jiro made her swallow the words. Madame Sego wore a saddened expression. Actually, I wanted dozens of acres, but sadly Konoha doesn't have that much open land. The genin were speechless again. Mieko stamped her foot in anger. Jiro said coldly, enough talk, get to work. The three of them reluctantly shuffled forward. Mihoko edged closer to Kazumasa. Can you use fire dragon technique? Wind dragon technique would be fine too. Hataka's eyes lit up. Although Kazumasa was tempted, he knew it was impossible. Suddenly Jiro's voice rang out. Ninjutsu prohibited, tools prohibited. Training seal pressure increased. Mihoko plus 1%, Kazumasa plus 2.5%, Hataka plus 5%. Mihoko clenched her teeth and stepped forward. Kazumasa suggested, let's split it into 3 plots and each do our own. The other two resignedly nodded. The muscles from the morning's training still ached, and now that the pressure had increased, weeding was even more strenuous. Lady Sego returned to the residence, set up chairs and parasols on the garden balcony, and leisurely ate pastries while supervising the work. Kazumasa gritted his teeth and muttered. First it was Nichiren, and now her. There are so many shameless people in this world. Kazumasa finished the job in an hour and a half. When he turned around, Hataka and Mihoko glared at him as if they were about to breathe fire. He hesitated about whether to help, then quickly dismissed the idea. No need. He had barely found a place to sit when Jiro appeared right behind him. Before those two finish, run laps around the manor. At least 1 lap per minute. Kazumasa nearly coughed up blood being punished for finishing early. He held his breath and started running. Each lap was over a kilometer. 15 minutes later, Sataka also joined the running laps. Mihoko dawdled another half hour before finishing. Kazumasa and Sataka finished the last lap and glared hard at the shirking Mihoko. She, however, smiled smugly. You two finished the task first, what's there to be smug about? Suida angrily reacted to that smile, but Kazumasa only sighed. I never would have thought that a proud member of the Uchiha clan would take 2 hours and 15 minutes just to weed. Swadaka hurriedly echoed. Yeah, is this the showing off the Uchiha's power she mentioned? It's truly eye-opening. Mieko's face flushed bright red, both ashamed and angry. She was about to lose her temper, but was held back by Renjiro. Mrs. Sego stepped forward. Thank you for helping me with the weeds, little ninjas, well done. The three of them all rolled their eyes in unison, but she still smiled. She handed a piece of paper to Renjiro, and then the group left the manor. Back at the Hokage building, Renjiro led the genin into a room on the first floor. He gave the paper to a staff member, who inspected it, stamped it, and filed it. Then a staff member handed over a white package, and a few of them left the room. Renjiro then led them to another room, where several employees were busy. One of them was a chunin, the rest were ordinary civilians. Renjiro reminded them, remember this place. If you want to take missions in the future, come here to find the chunin in charge. He will assign tasks based on your preferences, past performance, and rank. The genin all nodded. Back in the hall, Renjiro announced, that's all for today. From now on we'll take on a mission Once a week, other training continues as usual. Kazimasa, you don't need to practice swordsmanship on mission days. Kazimasa nodded. Renzairo produced a white bundle. This is the reward. 40% goes to me and 20% to each of you. Remember, team mission payouts are usually divided like this: the leader takes more. The genin nodded on the surface, but all complained in their hearts in unison. Sensei, you didn't do any of the work. But no one said it aloud. After the money was distributed, the squad broke up. On the way to the barbecue shop, Wind was calculating. 10,000 Rio in 2 hours. If I use shadow clones and work with them, it'll definitely be faster. It's good, but not as quick as selling scrolls. Still, 2,000 Rio a week is better than the old 1,000 Rio a month. Though I still can't afford big-ticket items. Should I take on more D-rank missions and pretend the money is legit? Or just confess that I can make storage scrolls? He thought for a moment, then decided, no, Jiro is watching too closely. If I say I'm studying sealing techniques at night, I'll definitely be suspected. Better to wait until training is over, or at least until the training load decreases. After all, he's an elite Jonin. Konoha wouldn't let him keep 3 genin under his charge forever. He walked into the restaurant, placed his order, and while waiting he thought, this world is too dangerous. At first he was just cautious, but now he was glad he had hidden most of his strength. Not only are there countless powerful people here, but people's shamelessness is even more shocking. Nichiren can lie without changing his expression. Even Nijiro took 40% of the pay without doing anything. Today's client watched the children suffer leisurely. These people's faces are thicker than the Hokage rock. The enemies will probably be even more troublesome. Sigh, I just hope Obito and Nagato stick to the script, otherwise everything will fall apart. The meat was done. Kaze picked it up and placed it on the brazier. Staring at the leaping flames, he sighed. Worrying won't help anyway. I can't change things now, so I'll just hope everything goes smoothly. Shaking his head, he concentrated on eating his lunch. The next day after morning training, Nijiro gathered the team and said, everyone has improved well this month. Now I'll talk about how to improve further. The genin listened attentively. Ringo looked at Mieko. You've learned enough ninjutsu. You don't need to pick up new ones. Focus on mastering what you already have, especially the fire release, for techniques. Also, in your spare time, learn the Sharingan Jinjutsu from your parents or elders in the clan, and strengthen your physical conditioning. You'll sooner or later have to complete training while bearing 10% of the seal's load. Mieko nodded. Yes, sensei. He turned to Kazimasa. The second attribute is decided, right? Feng Zheng replied. Decided. I'll choose Earth Release. What techniques do you want to learn? Rock Shield Technique, Earth Instant Body Technique, Earth Prison Technique. Why did you choose these 3? Rock Shield can defend, Earth Instant Movement makes moving convenient, and Earth Prison Technique can trap enemies or hold a position. Renjiro pondered. Rock Shield does suit you. But you already have 2 movement techniques. Why learn Earth Instant Movement? Earth Prison Technique is too slow to trap experts. What's the point of learning it? Feng Zheng insisted. Having an extra movement technique doesn't hurt. Retreating underground is both concealed and safe. Although Earth Prison Technique is slow, it can still come in handy. Even if the enemy can't detect Earth Prison Technique, a sneak attack can still succeed. I mainly want to distract the enemy, force him to keep his eyes on the ground, especially if I can activate it without forming hand seals. I also want to see if I can suppress the chakra fluctuation to make the move more concealed. If I can trap him even for an instant, there's a chance to take him down. Ringoro thought to himself. Not a bad idea. But even if what he said makes sense, learning a 3rd movement technique is a bit of a waste. He nodded and said, the Rock Shield technique can be self-taught. I'll have to watch you practice the other 2. Also, the ninjutsu you already know needs to be practiced until you master it. He turned to Sataka. Sataka, your ninjutsu is much stronger than before training, but it's still not enough. Sataka listened intently. Renjiro continued. You still need to learn 4 Earth-style techniques: Giant Rock Toss, Quicksand Technique, Stone Spear Technique, and Earth Instant Movement. Giant Rock Toss is a mid-range attack. Quicksand Technique can trap an enemy. Stone Spear Technique is also a mid-range move. And Earth Instant Movement is a movement skill. Sataka sighed and could only nod. Renjiro smiled. Don't worry, These are the last compulsory C-rank ninjutsu you must learn. From now on, I'll only make recommendations. Whether to learn them is up to you. But mastering C-rank techniques is very important for your future. Once you have mastered these, immediately learn 2B rank Earth techniques. First is Earth Dragon technique, which can strengthen your long-range combat ability. Second is Earth Flow Wall, a top-tier defensive skill. They will perfectly complement your gentle fist, and after that you can devote yourself entirely to taijutsu. Hodaka's eyes were resolute. Yes, sensei, I will give it my all, Renjiro added. Besides ninjutsu and taijutsu, we also need to put you through special training to boost your resistance to genjutsu. He didn't finish the sentence before Hodaka's expression fell. Renjiro couldn't help smiling. We'll talk about learning genjutsu later. For now, I'll teach you how to break genjutsu. His laughter drew Kazumasa and Mihoko to look at Hataka, and the three of them laughed together. Training continued. 6 weeks later, Kazumasa and Hataka had mastered all the new ninjutsu and were now refining them to perfection. Kazumasa could now activate all C-rank Earth-style jutsu with a single seal. Jiro, who taught Earth-style jutsu, was far more skilled with earth than wind and had a deeper understanding of chakra form manipulation, so Kazumasa learned Earth-style techniques at an astonishing speed. They hadn't neglected training in combination jutsu either, and the two of them grew increasingly adept at cooperating. Renjiro's shadow clone first used D-rank genjutsu on Hataka and Kazumasa. Within a few days, Kazumasa could easily break it. The shadow clone then used C-rank genjutsu, which Kazumasa unraveled in just a few weeks and was now challenging B-rank. Hataka took a full month to break the D-rank genjutsu. Kazumasa's swordsmanship also improved rapidly. Renjiro had already taught him all the basics of samurai swordsmanship. The two began practicing more advanced techniques. Renjiro said that once he had mastered all these moves, he would teach him the flying slash. Over the past few weeks, they also took on 6 more D-rank missions. The first was to bathe the Inuzuka family's dog. Renjiro joked that they had to clean all the droppings out of the kennel, which made Miko turn and run in fright only to be grabbed by the scruff and hauled back by him. Only after hearing what the real task was did the kids finally breathe a sigh of relief. The next mission was to catch a vicious cat. The cat had scratched Miko's face and bitten Sataka several times. Kazumasa finally understood why everyone was afraid of catching cats. It was basically a ninja cat, especially good at hiding and using misdirection. But the mission itself wasn't too difficult. Even Jiro added a condition. The genin were not allowed to walk on the ground, only move by stepping on walls. Where there were no walls, they had to use rock shields to make wall surfaces. Next was to clear out all the emergency shelters. Kazumasa guessed this was the village's way of getting newcomers to remember the locations of Konoha's various shelters. Afterwards, they still had to deliver letters to the great families and nobles, look after the children of the Yamanaka household, and finally go to the farm to work the fields. Kazumasa looked at his teammates, feeling they were about to burst and cause trouble. He also noticed one more thing. Except for the first mission, the other tasks weren't assigned by Hiruzen, but were taken from the mission room on the first floor of the Hokage Tower. Kazumasa pondered in his mind. Aren't missions in Naruto always personally assigned by the third? How did it change when it came to us? Could it be that he only handled the first mission? Or he only personally arranges for the important squads? Naruto is a Jinchuriki, Sasuke is the last of the Uchiha, and both Team 8 and Team 10 are full of prestigious heirs. It seems Hiruzen especially focuses on key candidates. After a morning training session, Mihoko said to Kazumasa and Hataka, I just saw several ninjas from other villages. The Chunin exams must be coming up soon. Do you think we can participate? Hataka became excited at once. I hope so. I really want to spar with people from other villages. Kazumasa, however, thought to himself, if I remember correctly, you have to complete 8 missions to be eligible to register, right? Could it be that Teacher Ringaru is doing this on purpose? He wants our team to lose exam eligibility, so we won't pester him anymore. As Kazumasa fell into thought, Mieko nudged him. What are you daydreaming about? I heard the Chunin exams are dangerous. I suspect they won't let us take them this early. Kazumasa sighed. Mieko immediately bristled. Hey, we've long been ready to take risks. Hataka nodded in agreement. Exactly how can a ninja be afraid of danger? Kazimasa shook his head and looked at his naive teammates. But right now we're still doing tasks like taking care of kids and cleaning. That comment deflated all three of them, and they couldn't help but complain quietly. When Ringaru appeared, their resentful looks made him frown. What's going on? Mieko and Hataka snorted and turned their faces away. A few days passed, and the exam notice still hadn't arrived. The next day, Hataka brought new news. Senjutaro and Uchiha Rai are going to take this exam. Weren't they supposed to have taken it already? Kazimasa asked, puzzled. Mieko interjected. Uchiha Rai didn't go last time. Kazimasa suddenly understood. Looks like we'll really have to wait until next year. Just then Rinjajiro happened to appear, and Mieko rushed up to demand, Sensei, can we take the exam or not? Rinjajiro shook his head outright. You aren't ready yet. On what grounds do you say we're not ready? Mieko objected. Rinjajiro's face darkened. Whether you're ready is my call. Don't argue. The next day, during mission assignments, the Chunin had just started to speak. Rinjajiro's squad's next mission is to take care of newborns. Mieko suddenly erupted. Why do we always get these idiotic tasks? Can't you just hire babysitters? The Chunin put on a stern face. Little girl, you just. Hataka immediately backed her up. I agree, this is an insult to us. Kazimasa noticed the corner of Rinjajiro's mouth twitching in a suppressed smile and realized it's time to give things a push. The Chunin, repeatedly interrupted, flew into a rage. You brats. Kazimasa jumped in at the right moment. Last mission Mieko nearly burned down the entire farm. Even if Sensei could use water release to fix it, the damage would be too great. I really worry about what might happen watching the kids today. When Kazumate finished speaking, the Chunin visibly shuddered. Renjiro couldn't help laughing aloud, thinking this kid was awfully blunt. I originally planned to have them do a few more D-rank missions, but since I've managed to convince the Chunin, starting C-rank missions now won't hurt. If he knew Renjiro hadn't intended to take C-rank missions at all, Kazumate would probably regret speaking up. D-rank missions were dull, but they took little time, were safe, and left plenty of time for training. The Chunin opened his mouth, then closed it, looking at Renjiro as if pleading. After receiving a nod, he breathed a sigh of relief. All right, I'll assign you a C-rank mission. While the Chunin retrieved the files, Renjiro instructed, pick a few extermination missions near nearby villages. The closer to the bandit dens, the better. The Chunin pulled out 4 documents and handed them over. Renjiro glanced through them and announced to the team, today you'll carry out the first C-rank mission. Assemble at the gate in 2 hours and prepare for a week of field operations. The genin dispersed in response. Fengzheng planned on the way home, finally able to leave the village. Rations are issued by the squad leader, but he must bring spares. The weapon issued by the school was somewhat worn, but still usable. He still needed to buy 12 shuriken and 3 kunai, which would cost 7,000 taels. He also had to prepare a few explosive tags. The mission pay would basically be depleted. Righty had to stash all the money in his spare waist pouch. The supplies he previously purchased needed to be carried on him. The ninja sword hung at his waist, and the wrist guards were hard to explain, so he just tucked them into the waist pouch. After meditating for half an hour, he began packing. A leg pouch was strapped to his right leg, holding 6 shuriken and 2 kunai. A hidden compartment still sealed held 48 shuriken, 6 ordinary kunai, and 6 explosive tags. In the waist satchel were 8 shuriken, 3 kunai, and a scroll containing rope, tape, wire, and first aid supplies. 7 sealing scrolls held spare equipment, rations, a medical kit, and drinking water, with empty slots left available. He went into the weapons shop to buy what he needed, then ate brunch at Ichiraku Ramen. He then came to the village entrance, leapt up and sat on the branch of a nearby big tree. Hataka and Mieko arrived 15 minutes early and spotted Kazimasa in the tree. At a glance, the two hurried over. Kazimasa pressed a hand to his pounding chest. This feels so thrilling. 5 minutes later, Renjiro appeared and scanned the 3 of them. All ready. Ready, Sensei? The 3 answered in unison. Renjiro pulled 3 scrolls from his ninja tool pouch and tossed them to them. The scrolls traced arcs through the air. The 3 muttered to themselves, what is inside these? Consider it a parting gift. Renjiro pointed at the scrolls. Each scroll contains 100 shuriken, 24 kunai, 6 fuma shuriken, 12 explosive tags, and 60 packets of battle rations with a 1-year shelf life. Kazimasa, he deliberately looked at the boy. Yours has a few extra spare blades. They're not as good as the one you usually use, but at least take these when you go on missions outside the village. The children inhaled sharply. The wind blew strongly as his brain raced. 100 shuriken are worth 300,000 ryo, 24 kunai 72,000, 6 wind shuriken 54,000, 12 explosive tags 27,000. Just these already exceed 250,000 ryo, not to mention the swords and rations. Was I wrong to call him stingy before? The three hurriedly bowed and thanked him. The gifts are yours, but from now on you'll be responsible for your own supplies. Renjiro's expression hardened. Don't waste, but don't be stingy. Either life is far more important than tools. Seeing the three solemnly accept, he waved his hand to signal departure. The mission objective is to clear out the bandit strongholds around Sutsong town in the northwest. He suddenly stopped. Have you removed the weighted training seals? After receiving an affirmative reply, he shook his head. Never open those seals after leaving Konoha. There are plenty of people outside who want to kill you. Carrying weights will only make you die faster. Kaze and Mieko nodded, but Hataka pressed on. But sensei, can't you protect us? It feels like such a waste not to train without the weights. There are countless shinobi stronger than me. Renjiro sneered. Even I can't guard against every assassination. You have to rely on yourselves to avoid lethal attacks. Hodaka only then lifted the seal. Form a kite formation. Renjiro ordered. Kaze as vanguard, Mieko on the right, Hodaka on the left. I'll bring up the rear. Move at full speed, reach before dark. The four shot out of the village gate like arrows loosed from a bow, their sleeves fluttering as they vanished into the forest path. Mieko stood 2 meters behind his left. Hodaka kept the same distance on the right. Renjiro was 6 meters behind Kaze. The squad moved quickly with precise spacing. At 3 in the afternoon, they arrived at Sutsuan town. Mission starts tomorrow. Renjiro pointed toward the town entrance. Find an inn and rest first. The 3 kids followed silently. Feng Zheng was studying the familiar streetscape, but couldn't remember which episode of Naruto he'd seen it in. The town had an astonishing number of inns. Casino signs stood everywhere, and the gaming areas were packed with visitors competing for prizes. Feng Zheng suddenly narrowed his eyes. Every game relied purely on luck, completely avoiding the skill-type events ninjas excel at. Renjiro walked straight to the 14th inn. Miko muttered to herself, finally stopped being picky. Feng Zheng noticed the familiar conversation between their teacher and the owner and suddenly understood why they'd skipped so many inns earlier. Stay in your rooms and don't wander off. Renjiro hurried away after handing out the keys. Miko fiddled with her keychain. So boring. Feng Zheng sighed as he looked out the window. I was hoping to explore the town. Hataka crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. Can't even find a training ground. At dusk, when Lien Xilong returned with food, the 3 children were sitting cross-legged in their rooms, meditating. The next morning, the squad moved westward through the morning mist and silence. On the ridge 25 kilometers away, the wind suddenly halted. 6 civilians 400 meters ahead. Lien Xilong looked toward the rising smoke. That's the village where we are to root out the bandits. The stooped old village head's cloudy eyes suddenly brightened when he saw the forehead protector. He trembled as he pushed open the creaking wooden door. Lien Xilong placed the mission scroll into the old man's thin hand. The village head took the slip of paper. His eyes lit up, and he bowed deeply to Lien Xilong, excited. Thank you, sir. Once those bandits are taken care of, we can regain our peace. Renjiro's expression grew grave. Tell me in detail about the bandits' situation. The village chief nodded repeatedly. Ask whatever you like, I will tell you the truth. When did they start their rampage? During last year's autumn harvest. It's been almost 9 months now. In the past few months, they've become increasingly brazen. Renjiro pressed. What crimes did they commit? The village chief's voice trembled. At first, they only robbed grain and money, but later, he wiped his tears. They killed 9 villagers, abducted 6 girls, even my son. The old man choked and couldn't continue. Feng Zheng saw the village chief weeping, but then straightening his back quickly. A resolute fire kindled in his eyes. Rinzuru was about to comfort him when the old man steadied himself. About 15 bandits in all, always coming from the north. Understood. Rinzuru turned to leave. Mieko caught up and asked, Sensei, should we search to the north? Fusei suddenly interjected. Could they be deliberately misleading us? Rinzuru shook his head. If they were smart, they wouldn't do something as stupid as murder and kidnapping for ransom. The squad marched north, passing burned houses along the way. Renjiro ordered, Mieko, track them with your Sharingan. The red-eyed girl quickly found footprints. Sensei, I have a lead. Maintain a defensive formation. Renjiro signaled for Mieko to take the lead. Kazumasa noticed cut marks on a tree and suddenly pointed northwest. Hataka, check that direction. The Byakugan boy focused and stared into the distance. I found something. Teacher, we've found them. Lien Tsilong nodded slightly and led the others forward silently. A small hill appeared ahead, with a concealed cave halfway up the slope. Two sword-wielding bandits were lazily guarding the entrance. The group hid behind a tree. The bandits were completely unaware. Lien Tsilong closed his eyes to sense, then spoke. Who will go deal with them? I will. Kazumasa was quick to answer. Mieko and Hataka shot him a displeased glance. Lien Tsilong nodded and warned, no clones. Make sure they are completely wiped out. Kazumasa focused and probed. Counting the guards, there were 23 people in the cave. He turned to Suetaka. Can you detect traps in the layout? A white light flickered in Suetaka's eyes. I've found 3 traps. The first 2 are arrow traps. The third is a spiked pit. There's a second entrance to the cave, and the main chamber connects to 3 small caverns. Any hidden chakra? Kazumasa asked. Seeing Suetaka shake his head, he closed his eyes and regulated his breath. He was finally going to kill someone for the first time. Kazumasa took a deep breath, formed hand seals, and slipped underground. At the cave entrance, 2 bandits were complaining. Standing guard here is boring, might as well go to the village and catch some girls. The other leered. Those girls last time were really something. Before he finished speaking, a keen sword burst from the ground. A flash of blade cut through the first bandit at the waist. He didn't even have time to cry out. The second bandit frantically drew his sword, but with a flick of cold light his head was already severed. Feng slipped into the underground cave again. In the passage, 2 bandits stood back to back against the stone wall. A sharp sword suddenly shot up from the ground and pierced one of their hearts. The bandit opposite was just about to cry out when a dart already drove through his throat. Feng avoided the pitfall and silently sneaked into the bandit's lair. He watched furtively through a crack in the wall and indeed saw the 3 small caves Sui Gao had mentioned. Right now in this lair there were 12 bandits active. The remaining 7 must be somewhere in the cave. Could they be the leader? He scrutinized the 12 men carefully. 4 were curled up asleep in the corner. 2 were busy. 1 was intently staring at a map. The other hunched over sharpening his blade. The other 6 sat around drinking and gambling. The wind slipped silently across the ground, first approaching the bandit who was sharpening his knife. A flash of blade, and the head fell in response. Before the severed head hit the ground, he had already slipped behind the bandit who was looking at the map, the sharp sword plunging straight through his chest. With a dull thud, the head and the cleaver fell to the ground together. The 6 men who had been gambling at wine turned at the sound and were shocked to see their companion's body separated. Before they could rise, Feng had already appeared behind them like a ghost. The sword's edge swept past, and 2 heads rolled away. The bandits hadn't yet seen their attacker when another 2 were already beheaded. The last 2 caught a glimpse of a shadow but couldn't react in time and were dead before they knew it. 2 wine bottles slipped from the dead men's hands, the clatter waking the 2 who were sleeping. 1 rolled over and went back to sleep. The other rubbed his eyes and sat up to check. But just as he pushed himself up, the sword's edge was at his throat. The blade had already sliced through the sleeper's windpipe and, following through, pierced the hearts of the other 2. The dark figure sank into the earth again, slipping into the first cave. The 2 bandits were still asleep when a keen blade pierced their hearts. There were 3 presences in the second cave. Feng slipped into the cave and first killed the bandit resting against the wall. The sword tip spun swiftly downward, but it halted abruptly the moment it touched the second man's chest. She was a naked girl, her body covered in wounds and bloodstains. This unexpected sight sent a shiver through Feng Zheng's mind. Just as he was momentarily distracted, the last bandit seized the chance and lunged with his sword. Feng Zheng blocked with his left sword and drove his right sword straight for the man's chest. Just as he was about to enter the final cave, a furious roar came from inside. "Which bastard ruined my good wine?" The bandit leader cursed as he rushed out, but came to an abrupt halt when he saw the ground strewn with corpses. Blood soaked the ground, his voice trembled. "Wah?" The sword blade pierced through from behind his heart, cutting off the unfinished words. Feng straightened his sword and wiped the blood, then manifested an illusory shadow clone. A clone went out to deliver the message while he quietly wiped his twin swords. Finally, as he wiped the blade, he looked up and saw a corpse in front of him and 12 more in the hiding place. The scene, the smell, made him vomit on the spot. He thought, "Fuck, the first time killing really isn't a small thing. When I was killing I felt nothing, but now." He vomited violently, his whole body trembling. Just after he finished, Jiro's shadow clone crawled out of the ground and asked, "Are you okay?" Kazimasa finished speaking, nodded, and stood up to sit in the corner. Renzuru said, "The first time is always like this. You'll have to kill more in the future." Kazimasa silently nodded. Renzuru added, "Close your eyes, calm your mind." Kazimasa closed his eyes and began to sort out his thoughts. At that moment, the shadow clone returned to report the mission complete to Renzuru. Renzuru then led Hitaka and Mieko into the cave. As soon as they reached the cave entrance, a strong stench of blood hit them. Sataka fought to keep from vomiting, but Mieko couldn't help it and vomited outright. Renzuru glanced once and said nothing. He used Earth Spear technique to disable all the traps and said, "Follow me." The three walked deeper into the cave. Mieko and Sataka tried hard to avoid the two corpses on the ground, but when they entered the main hiding place and saw 12 bodies and several severed heads, they couldn't hold it anymore and both began to vomit. Renzuru waited for them and said coldly, "They're just corpses killed by someone else. If you can't handle a sight like this, what kind of ninja are you? A few heaves and your legs go weak. How are you going to go to war?" Those words provoked the two of them. They gritted their teeth and stood up. Fumesa saw that Renzuru had already steadied Hitaka and Mieko, so he dispelled his shadow clone. Renzuru led the others into the small cave where Fumesa was. Fumesa sensed the movement and stood up to look over. Renzuru nodded quietly. "Not bad. After killing someone you can calm down so quickly." He glanced again at the determined-eyed Mihoko and Hitaka, thinking, "These two can hold their own too." Kaze spoke up, "Sensei, there's a little girl in the cave." Renzuru nodded and led the squad over. The sight before them made the genin turn pale. The girl was naked, blood flowing from her lower body, multiple sword wounds across her body, 2 fingers missing from her left hand, 3 toes missing from her right foot, and burned scars. Renzuru sighed, thinking, "I shouldn't have let them see this so early." He ordered, "Kazimasa, Hitaka, go wait outside. Mieko, you perform first aid." Kazimasa and Hitaka left the cave. Mieko stayed inside to treat the wounds. Swadaka looked at Kazimasa with concern. "Are you okay? The first time killing someone is harder to get used to than I imagined." Kazimasa nodded weakly. Swadaka sighed. "My parents said some shinobi, after killing for the first time, can never do this job again." He glanced at the body on the ground. "You're really strong, Kazimasa." "Thanks." Kazimasa gave a bitter smile. "But you should be prepared too. Tomorrow it might be your turn." Suida nodded solemnly. Inside the cave, Mihoko spent 25 minutes cleaning and bandaging the girl. Renzuru picked up the weakened girl and said to the students, "Only by becoming stronger can we prevent tragedies like this." There was a rare sadness in his voice. The genin replied in unison, "Understood, teacher." Renzuru split off shadow clones, threw the 2 corpses into the cave, and sealed the entrance with earth release. Fengzheng asked in puzzlement, "Teacher, don't we need to bring proof back to the village? C-rank cleanup missions don't require it." Renzuru shook his head. Submitting the heads might instead bring trouble to the village. On the way back, Fengzheng was still uneasy. What if some escaped? "There's no one within your sensory range," Renzuru analyzed. "Even if 1 or 2 got away, after seeing their comrades all wiped out they wouldn't dare come back." The mission required clearing 15 people. We took care of 22. Mieko suddenly objected. But what about those criminals who escaped? What if they were the ones torturing the girls, and they join another gang and keep committing crimes? Our mission is only to protect this village. Renziro's tone turned cold. Wipe out one gang, and another will appear. That's not something we can change. Mieko glared in displeasure, but no longer argued. Kaze sighed inwardly. This world is far crueler than before. Some people actually take pleasure in torturing others. I can hardly imagine what those tied-up girls went through. He glanced at Ringaru and thought to himself, Konoha talks about peace all the time, and the Hokage spouts righteousness and morals. But if you use even a little common sense, you can see they're not that clean. Just look at what the Root organization has done. That lie should have been exposed. But compared to the other 4 great ninja villages, Konoha has indeed held back somewhat. And yet they still pull stunts like this. They could easily wipe out the bandits, but they insist on leaving a few alive. When those remnants form new gangs in the future, the village will have to ask Konoha for military help again. In this way, all the villages will be grateful to Konoha. The daimyo of the Land of Fire can only keep funding Konoha. The influence bought with dozens of lives. What a bargain. He sighed. If even the most moderate shinobi village is so ruthless, I can't imagine what those brutal villages must be like. Enough. What do these troublesome matters have to do with me? He shook his head, casting the thoughts aside. On the way back to the village, the girl on Renjiro's back drew many villagers' glances. The ninja squad laid the girl on the couch in the village headman's house, and Renjiro warned, "We need to find a doctor quickly." The headman hurried to send someone for the village physician. Suddenly, a middle-aged man rushed into the yard, his voice breaking as he cried, Is my daughter here?" The headman quickly steadied him. "The child has been saved. Go in and see." The man threw himself toward the couch to pick up his daughter, but Renjiro stopped him. "Her wounds were just bandaged. Don't touch her." Seeing his daughter wrapped in bandages, the man slumped onto the couch and wiped his tears. When the village doctor arrived to treat her, the father and the village chief thanked the ninja squad profusely. A moment later, the village chief handed over the mission scroll, and the squad set off back to town. Renjiro stopped at the town gate and said, "Today is a rest day. You can go look around, but you must move as a group. Meet at the usual restaurant at 1 in the afternoon." After he walked away, Hataka suddenly exclaimed, "From departure to mission completion, it actually only took 2 hours." Mieko nodded along. Kazemasa crossed his arms and sighed. The actual confrontation lasted only a few minutes. Killing feels bad, but the fight itself wasn't particularly dangerous. Hearing this, Mieko curiously leaned in. What exactly happened back then? Hataka's knowing look had already seen through the entire battlefield. He said nothing. After the mission debriefing, Mihoko felt the C-rank job had been wrapped up far too hastily. Kazemasa grinned. "Next time you should just lose your temper and force him to give us a B-rank mission." Mihoko immediately bristled. Who's losing their temper? Her outburst drew curious glances from passers-by, and her face flushed to her ears. After calming for a moment, she mumbled quietly, "But we really should be taking B-rank missions." At 1 in the afternoon, the 3 of them met Rensuru at the restaurant. No sooner had they sat down than the teacher fixed his gaze on Kazemasa and asked, "How's your condition?" "Fully recovered, teacher." Renkichiru nodded approvingly. "I'm pleased you could be so calm for your first kill." He turned to the other 2. "Next up are you 2. Prepare yourselves mentally." Mieko and Hataka swallowed nervously. When the food was served, Mieko suddenly asked, "Teacher, when can we take on B-rank missions?" Renziro squinted. "Why bring this up all of a sudden? We're going to fight ninjas. Fighting bandits is too boring." "Humph, you're still a long way off." Catching sight of the girl's stubborn expression, he immediately jabbed. "If you keep begging to jump to B-rank, I'll punish you by making you do D-rank missions for a whole year." Mieko shut up instantly and buried her head in her food. The next morning, the squad lay hidden in the bamboo grove near the bandits' stronghold. The bandits cleared a space and built 3 small huts around a medium-sized hut. After sensing, Fudiai reported 12 people in total. Before Tsujiro could ask, "Who will go?" Mieko hastily raised her hand. "I'll go." "Good, it's yours." She crept a few meters then returned. whispering to Sui Gao. Any hostages? All of them are robbers. Number of people in each house? 9 in the middle house, 2 on the left, 1 on the right, and the last room is empty. Mieko nodded, formed a hand seal, and used earth escape technique to slip underground. She silently surfaced 5 meters from the 2 bandits. From where she stood, the large house was just behind the small one. She quickly formed another seal and cast fireball spell. The fireball howled through the smaller house, and 2 agonized screams rang out immediately. The fireball only burned them. It did not explode fatally. The fireball continued toward the large house and burst open with a thunderous blast in the center. The explosion instantaneously destroyed the entire room. Feng saw 4 corpses blown outward. The blast killed 7 bandits on the spot. 2 of the bandits who had been blown away were still alive, their bodies aflame as they howled. The 2 other bandits inside the hut, burned, were also screaming. The bamboo and thatch construction of the hut could not withstand the assault of the fireball. The last bandit heard the commotion and rushed out of the house, only to find both huts already engulfed in flames. He looked around in a panic and happened to see an accomplice rolling and screaming in the flames. The horrifying sight sent a chill through him. Before he could react, Miko had already flashed behind him, and a scorching beam pierced his heart. At this moment, all the bandits were either dead or wounded. Miko scanned the area. The burning corpses gave off the smell of char, and the agonized screams of the 3 dying bandits were unending. Her stomach churned violently. Renjiro immediately flashed to her side and spoke softly to comfort her. Kaze, who had experienced slaughter, showed no expression, but Hataka was tortured by the smell of burning flesh and the screams, her face gone pale. After the screams gradually subsided, Renjiro's squad took a short rest and then withdrew from the scene. Before leaving, Renjiro used an earth release technique to bury the entire stronghold underground. The next day, the squad carried out a new mission: capture the bandit gang alive. Hataka efficiently subdued all the bandits and bound them securely. But Renjiro insisted he personally execute 2 of them. It was a necessary rite of passage for newcomers. The 4th day was for rest for everyone. On the morning of the 5th day, Renjiro gathered the team. Today is the final battle. Your cooperation has become very seamless. Along the way, he reminded them, this bandit den is larger this time. You need to coordinate your attack. After 2.5 months of training together, the 3 had already developed a deep rapport. Their shared experience of killing for the first time had strengthened their cohesion even more. Upon reaching the destination, they discovered that the bandit hideout was hidden underground. Feng Zheng focused and reported, there are 63 people in the underground base. He turned to Lin Xilong and added, among them 5 have relatively strong chakra at the genin level. Renjiro nodded in approval. Mieko clenched her fist excitedly. Finally, I can face a ninja. Kazumasa looked puzzled. Teacher, aren't missions involving ninjas supposed to be B rank? That's true, Renjiro said calmly. But the other party is only at the genin level. There are quite a few people outside the village who train on their own until their chakra reaches genin level, and many genin have defected. These people aren't true ninjas, but C-rank missions often have to deal with them. After all, there are 100,000 ninjas in the shinobi world. Who knows where one might appear? The genin nodded one after another. Feng Zheng pondered silently. This was a bit surprising, but also reasonable. If the village labeled every mission that might involve a fleeing genin as B rank, there would be hardly any C rank missions left. The team began to draw a map of the base. The base was fairly large, and there was a big room in the center of the hideout. Feng Zheng made a suggestion. Let's call it the main hall. The main hall has 3 exits, spaced roughly evenly. These exits connect to a large corridor that encircles the main hall. Across the corridor are many small rooms, Suigao analyzed. The main hall should be their public area for meetings and celebrations. The small rooms are probably private residences. The base was filled with traps, all of which Suigao discovered. Of the 5 ninjas, 3 gathered in the main hall, while the other 2 were in the small room. Miko pointed at the map and said, the 2 in the small room are both very close to the base exit. Fumasa nodded in agreement. Be careful when you make your move. If you cause a big commotion, you'll alert everyone. The bandits were scattered throughout the base. There were 4 exits to the surface. one in the main hall, and 3 more along the corridors outside the main hall. Feng Zheng pondered to himself. This base was built with real care. He couldn't tell whether it had been expanded gradually or if it was a ready-made cave they had taken over. If left unchecked, would these bandits grow into a greater threat? He turned to his teammate and said, "First decide the attack route." Mieko immediately suggested, "Start from the main hall, most of the enemies are there." Suida nodded and added, "Eliminate the main force in one strike, then mop up the stragglers one by one." Fengzheng frowned. "But that will alert them the other bandits could easily flee." Swadaka was unconcerned. "Just hunt them down." Kazimasa shook his head. "If they scatter and flee, it'll be troublesome. And with something happening in the main hall, every ninja will be on alert." Hataka nodded thoughtfully. Mieko pressed further. "What about your plan?" Kazimasa pointed to the corner of the map. "Start with the room of that lone ninja and take him out quietly. Clear the surrounding rooms first, then slowly sneak into the main house. By the time we take out the main house, this route will already be swept, making dealing with them easier." Miko's suggestion left Hataka and Kazimasa deep in thought. The three quickly finalized the details of the operation. Just as they were checking their kunai and shuriken, Mei suddenly pressed down on the weapon pouch. "Wait, who's going to deal with that ninja?" "I'll go." Sataka spoke first. Mieko immediately glared back. "Why you?" "I can handle it too." Kazumasa, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly cut in. "My sword technique has a wider range of attack, so it's most appropriate to leave it to me." The other two shook their heads at the same time. The argument went on for a full minute. Even Jiro, who was watching, couldn't help rubbing his forehead. Kazumasa suddenly made up his mind. "Then we'll decide by rock, paper, scissors." Mieko turned her head expressionlessly. "This is too much of a game. We are ninjas. Then do you have a better idea?" Kazimasa's cold laugh left the two at a loss for words. 3 pairs of arms crossed in the shadows. After the first 3 rounds ended in ties, Kazimasa suddenly recalled a famous scene from a certain manga. Mieko's pupils contracted under the Sharingan's prediction. She clearly saw the other two about to play rock. "I won." When she opened her palm, Hataka nearly jumped up. "Cheating? How can you use a Kekiai Genkai? The rules don't forbid this." Mieko crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. Kazimasa smiled wryly to smooth things over. "We'll count this as her win this time. Remember to set the rules next time." 3 figures formed seals simultaneously and sank into the ground. At the bandit den at that moment, Hiroto was propping his leg up, humming a little tune. He didn't notice at all that 2 fingers were quietly emerging from the ground behind him. When the flash of the lightning release pierced his heart, the last thing he saw was 3 pairs of cold eyes rising from the earth. Kazimasa's blade severed the bandit's head, and Swadaka's 2 fingers were already plunged into another bandit's chest. The 3 bandits fell silently. The 3 glanced at each other and nodded, then split up to slip into the other rooms. In less than a minute, this side's rooms had been cleared, and even one of the ninja bandits had been dealt with. Everyone regrouped and looked toward the main room. The bandit there was still unaware that disaster was imminent. As planned, Kazimasa and Mihoko split up to clear the remaining rooms. Hataka stayed at the entrance of the main room to set traps. He created a quicksand pit and erected sharp stone spikes around it. The second ninja bandit was closer to Mihoko. She arrived first after killing 6 men in quick succession. Though her movements were light, the ninja sensed something amiss and ordered 2 subordinates to stand guard. Miko charged in the ninja through several shuriken to block her. "I've been spotted." Miko's pupils narrowed. The Sharingan spun, and she deftly avoided the projectiles. "Fine, this will be more fun." To avoid alerting others, she couldn't use wide-area fire jutsu, so she had to get close and use fire release for techniques. Closing to the right distance, she pointed her right hand's 2 fingers straight at the ninja's chest. A red light flared at her fingertips. Though the ninja didn't recognize the technique, he retreated warily. Miko pursued relentlessly. The man even pulled a subordinate in front of him as a shield. "Coward," she spat under her breath and changed targets, the heat beam instantly piercing the decoy. Taking advantage of the gap, the ninja threw 3 more shuriken. It was too close. Mieko nearly got hit. Just as she steadied herself, she saw a long sword pierce the ninja's heart from behind. "I can handle him." Mieko snapped, glaring angrily at Kazemasa, who was stealing the kill. Before she finished speaking, the surviving bandit let out a piercing scream. A kunai disappeared into his throat in an instant, and the scream was abruptly cut off. Kazemasa stared toward the main room. That was too loud. Mieko snorted coldly. None of your business. Forget it. It's best not to bring up the past. She formed hand seals with both hands. Wind flashed forward to close in, her fingers flying in the same way. The fire dragon and wind dragon roared out together, charging straight toward the main chamber. The bandits were counting their loot and, hearing the noise, couldn't be bothered. It wasn't until a scream exploded that the remaining 3 shinobi became instantly alert. You too. Go take a look, a ninja barked. The 2 bandits crept toward the passage, but a blast of heat struck them first. The dragon head formed from flame suddenly snapped forward and devoured them. With their screams, the fire dragon burst fully into the main chamber, leaving the bandits frozen in terror. The dragon opened its maw, and a gale laden with fiery blades swept across the room. Earth release, rock shield. A ninja slammed the ground, and a barrier of stone shot up. A few quick-witted bandits rolled and crawled to hide behind a shield. A gale burst forth, striking 7 bandits head-on. 2 had their throats slit and died on the spot. The remaining 5 erupted with blood. The wind blades were scalding, each wound like a branding iron. Hot air blasted into their flesh, making them writhe on the ground in pain. The worst-off one stared wide-eyed as the heat shot into his eyes, his eyeballs instantly burning away. Panic spread like a plague. 3 bandits rushed for the ladder to escape, but Sui Gao was already waiting at the exit. The seals completed, dozens of stone spears shot out from the walls. The 3 on the ladder were pierced into bloody gourd shapes, and the passage was completely sealed. The other 2 ran toward a side passage. Feng Zheng laughed coldly as he formed hand seals. The detonation talisman roared, and falling rocks buried the fleeing soldiers. The last 5 charged into Guangtan's room. The ground gave way beneath them, and they all sank into 4 meters of quicksand. Mud rose past their waists. The more they struggled, the faster they sank. 11 bandits hid behind the rock shield created by their leader. The other 8 had originally tried to run. Seeing their comrades, Sanzhong, they froze in terror. Fujin seized the opportunity and directed the fire dragon to unleash 3 wind explosion techniques. 8 bandits were injured, with varying degrees of wounds. The fire dragon circled, searching for an angle to see the enemies behind the shield. The bandit leader hurriedly raised another rock shield. Unfortunately, Fujin and Miko had already anticipated this. The fire dragon did not attack directly, but circled and used 2 more wind explosion techniques to seal off any retreat. The bandits were trapped between the rock shields, with wind explosions on both sides. Only 3 ninjas leaped to the other side of the shield. The rest were all trapped and suffered minor injuries. The fire dragon lunged forward and engulfed all the trapped bandits. The 8 men were instantly set ablaze, and the fire dragon dissipated afterward. With this strike, everyone in the hiding place except the 3 ninjas lost their ability to fight. Of the 3 who survived, 2 were novices with no real combat experience beyond robbery. Only the leader had served as a genin of Kushigakure and had some skill. Sensing that the jutsu was about to vanish, he hurriedly shouted, "Follow me." He led the other 2 toward the entrance where the fire dragon had come in. Inside, they only saw bodies everywhere. Other bandits and a ninja were dead. The leader panicked and warned his companions, "Be careful, the enemy might still be nearby. We'll search together." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly leapt as the ground beneath his feet began to writhe, trying to entangle his legs. Although he dodged, a cold sneer came from beneath the earth. "Got you." The other 2 bandits were already trapped. Mieko appeared in the doorway, quickly forming seals and casting a fireball jutsu. The trapped bandits couldn't get out of the way and were consumed by the explosion. Only the leader barely escaped. Watching his last 2 comrades burn in the flames, he couldn't believe it. "It's all over. I have to run." He ran desperately, but Kazemasa quietly hurled a shuriken filled with chakra. The boss, fleeing for his life, didn't notice, and the shuriken sliced through his left leg like a hot knife through butter. The left leg suddenly severed. The boss fell to the ground and screamed. Kazemasa instantaneously appeared above him and drove a sword through his heart. The boss died with a face full of despair. Kazimasa said to Mihoko, "It seems it's over." Mihoko asked, "What about the survivors in the main room?" Kazimasa chuckled lightly. "None left." The two walked toward the main room and saw Hataka had already killed the bandits who had survived the fire dragon and wind dragon attacks. Jiro was also in the room. He pondered. "Well done. Not a single survivor left. It seems these kids have grown used to killing." He spoke. The mission was completed well. He turned to look at the squad members. "I'm pleased to see you all remain calm in the face of slaughter." The children nodded one after another. Although the thick stench of blood still made them queasy, at least no one vomited on the spot. Just as Chihiro was about to form a seal to perform Earth release, Kaze suddenly reached out and stopped him. "Teacher, the base's facilities are complete. It would be such a pity to destroy it, right?" Renjiro withdrew his hand signs. "Tell me your idea. Can we Konoha shinobi take over this stronghold?" Kazimasa proposed. "What specifically would it be used for? Can serve as an advance base in wartime, a supply station in peacetime, or a temporary foothold for patrols." Renzuru shook his head. "The nearest Kusagakure is an ally. Even if there were an attack, it would come from the farther Awagakure, and if IWA really pushed this far, this kind of makeshift stronghold wouldn't hold against those Earth-style experts. As for a supply station," he gave the wall a light kick. "Konoha has been established for decades. Every strategic point within the Land of Fire is already recorded. These rough, improvised sites are more of a liability than an asset." Kazimasa suddenly understood. "Indeed, I was thinking too simply." Earth release technique activated. The underground cave collapsed with a thunderous roar. On the way back, Mihoko couldn't help but ask, "Those people were really ninja? They only used an E-rank jutsu and couldn't even put up any proper resistance. They're just a bunch of bandits who got lucky and awakened chakra." Renjiro glanced at the tail end of the group. "Only that leader might have been a rogue ninja, but he's rough around the edges." Hataka leaned in to butt in. "Sensei, do those ninja have bounties?" "The bounty order only applies to targets of Genin and above who have a name." With those words from Renjiro, the boy wilted. Mieko still wasn't convinced. "So when can we fight real ninjas?" Renjiro turned and stared at his disciple, secretly chuckling. "This girl, she's fishing for a B-rank mission around the edges." Mieko's ears warmed from having her thoughts seen through, and she hurriedly averted her gaze. But she forced herself not to let the embarrassment show on her face. Feng Zheng keenly noticed her awkwardness and cursed under his breath. "These shinobi are just shameless by nature." Even Jairu grinned and replied with a smirk. "Wait until you've caught 100 cats before you talk." Mieko's face went deathly pale in an instant. Hataka glared at her fiercely. Kazemasa, however, laughed softly, thinking, when it comes to shamelessness, the older generation really does win hands down. Mieko hurriedly apologized to Renjiro, trying to lighten the mood with a joke. Unfortunately, she was completely no match for him. Renjiro's squad stayed in town to rest for one night. Early the next morning they set off to return to Konoha. After arriving at the village, they went straight to the Hokage building to submit their mission report. Renjiro handed the report to the inspecting Chunin and received 4 coin pouches in return. The 4 missions totaled 280,000 ryo, and each of the 3 children received 56,000 ryo. Kazimasa secretly calculated. "These missions are worth 280,000? I can handle that in a single day. It's much faster money than making storage scrolls with sealing techniques. Although there's some risk, if I can take more missions I'll soon have enough to buy a chakra metal sword." Unlike Kazimasa, the well-off Mihoko and Hodaka don't care about money. After splitting the reward, Nejiro announced, "Rest tomorrow. Training as usual the day after." The children nodded and dispersed. Near noon, Kazimasa decided to grab lunch at Ichiraku Ramen. Walking, he thought, "I've completed 7 D-rank missions and 4 C-rank missions. Isn't the Chunin exam supposed to require only 8 missions? When does Nejiro plan to let us take the exam?" Thinking of Senju Teru's squad, Kazimasa suddenly became alert. Come to think of it, isn't Senju Teru's squad taking part in the Chunin exams? How far along are they now? This thought made him realize the key issue. "I know very little about the current situation. Apart from the foreseen future, I have no idea what's happening." I must establish an intelligence network. He decided to himself. At least subscribe to a newspaper first. It won't have core intelligence, but it can keep me informed of basic developments. Once conditions allow, I'll set up my own intelligence network. It doesn't need to be as professional as Jiraiya's, just able to get timely and reliable information. But this can't be rushed. Building an intelligence network requires a lot of time, effort, and money. My pocket's cleaner than my face right now. I don't even have time to breathe. Before his words finished, a shout cut through. Old man, 3 bowls of miso ramen here. Feng Zheng snapped back to himself and realized he'd unconsciously walked to the Ichiraku ramen entrance. TSK, Naruto's here. He narrowed his eyes, his sensory perception rippled outward like water. Of course, a chill settled in Feng Zheng's heart. 2 umbu and a root rat. That old fox Danzo really is stalking the Jinchuriki. He clenched his fist and then let go. It's too risky to reveal myself now. The third and Danzo will both be watching me. I have to wait until I'm strong enough to crush these umbu. Feng turned and cut into an alley, stopped at a sushi shop to grab a quick bite. Passing a newsstand, he casually subscribed to a paper. Intelligence is never too much. On the training field, Jiro's squad, fresh from completing a C-rank mission, was doing extra drills. After a week without activity, Mieko was panting heavily. Sensei, when is the next mission? C-rank missions run on a long cycle, once a month. Jiro wiped his kunai clean. The rest of the time, enjoy the special training. Mieko's shoulders sagged instantly. At the same time, deep within the forest of death, a standoff was unfolding. 3 young genin from Konoha were surrounded by 3 17-year-old slicksters from Kusagakure. No one's left in Konoha? Sending a baby to take the exam. Minoru Yokota's spit almost splattered on Uchiha Rai's face. Yoshiaki Yokota bared his mouth full of yellow teeth. Hand over the scroll and get back home to suckle. You Uchiha Rai's Sharingan almost opened, but Hanan Kazami pressed down his wrist. Just trying to provoke you. Kazami spun a dagger in her palm. But you lot still genin at your age. The 3 from Kusagakure's faces changed sharply. Togai Ryuko's ninja pouch rustled. Looking for death. Senju Teru's silently formed hand seals the murderous intent in the woods suddenly thickened. He was about to form the hand seals when Senju Kakashi suddenly slapped the ground with both hands. Too late. A stone spear burst from the earth, instantly encircling the Kusagakure squad. Seeing this, the Kusagakure ninja immediately broke off their hand seals and leaped toward the nearby big tree. Uchiha Rai had finished forming the seals. Got it. Katon, Phoenix immolation technique. A fireball roared forward. The Yokota brothers hastily made seals. Suetun, water formation wall. The water wall formed at the last moment before the flames touched, barely stopping the attack. Senju Hikari seized the opportunity to hurl stone spears at the Kusa ninjas suspended in midair. The spears easily pierced the water wall, forcing them to block with kunai and clumsily land on the branches. Their feet had just touched the trunks, and the Kusa group was about to form seals. A cold flash streaked by. A dagger pierced Yoshiaki Yokoto's heart from behind. Keion Hitaki's voice was like a specter. Game over. She withdrew the blade. The corpse fell with a heavy thud. I'm going to kill you. Minoru Yokota, witnessing his cousin's brutal death, completely lost control. Takiya Tahiko shouted urgently. Minoru, calm down. But an enraged Minoru had already finished the hand signs. A water bullet shot straight at Haruno Kaori. Kaori deftly slipped aside, and the water bullet shattered against a tree trunk. Seeing the attack miss, Minoru roared and lunged at Kaori. Senju Hikari immediately formed hand seals, ready to provide support. Takahiko hurriedly fired a water bullet to interfere, but it was intercepted mid-flight by Uchiha Rai's fireball. Don't you dare get in the way. Taking advantage of the opening, Senju Hikari's water bullet struck Minoru's left rib with full force. The sound of bone shattering was distinctly audible. Takahiko wanted to rescue him, but was tightly restrained by Rai and Hikari. Rin Chong gritted his teeth against the pain, snatched up the kunai, and continued his charge. The instant the kunai collided with the short blade, a violent current raced through his body along the metal. He screamed and let go. The weapon clattered to the ground. Kagami Keion stroked the blade. Conductive current always works. He swung his blade straight down at Yokota Minoru's neck. Yokota Minoru, blinded by rage, was immobilized by the searing pain of his broken ribs mixed with electric shock. The blade cut across his throat, and blood spurted out. He stared hard at Kazuki Keion with eyes full of unwillingness, and finally crashed to the ground. Elsewhere, Tomiya Takehiko was locked in a skirmish with Senju Teru and Uchiha Rai. After several exchanges, Uchiha Rai suddenly closed in and formed a hand sign to spit out a fireball. Senju Teru was prepared and threw a shuriken to seal off Tomiya Takehiko's escape. Tomiya Takehiko was forced to use a water-style jutsu to defend. Senju Teru glanced at the water shield and thought, all three can use elemental jutsu? That is unfortunate for them. He quickly formed a seal and struck the ground. The instant the fireball consumed the water shield, a stone spear suddenly shot up from beneath the ground. The stone spear easily pierced the water shield and drove straight toward Tomiya Takehiko's face. Tomiya Takehiko hastily raised a kunai to block, but the stone spear pushed him and his shield into the sea of fire. Amid screams, he was reduced to a charred corpse. Senju Hikari exhaled in relief. Solved. Uchiha Rai nodded. Easier than I thought. Senju Hikari suddenly chuckled. Hopefully the scroll wasn't on him. Uchiha Rai's expression changed abruptly. Damn. If the scroll is burned, we're done for. Kagami Keion stepped out from behind a tree, tossing the scroll and smiling. Don't worry, that lunatic didn't have the scroll at all. Lucky for us, such a weak team actually had the earth scroll we needed. Senju Hikari suggested. Let's go straight to the tower. Uchiha Rai opposed. Better to clear out more weak teams and reduce competition. Kagami Keion shook her head. The forest will naturally weed out the weak. Senju Hikari agreed. Besides, the longer we wait, the more traps build up around the tower. Teams we can deal with this round won't stand a chance in the next. Uchiha Rai had to concede, and the three headed toward the tower. On the training field, Renjiro looked at the three students with a pleased smile. He thought to himself, these three kids are excellent. If none of them are promoted to Jonin before 16, I'd be the one surprised. I think they really deserve a few compliments from the teacher. Training ended quickly, and the genin were about to leave when Renjiro called after them. 3 months ago, I agreed to be your Jonin instructor. Do you remember what I said then? Kazemasa, Hataka, and Mihoko shook their heads in unison. Hataka deliberately asked, what did the teacher say back then? Rentaro sighed. You're still on probation, remember? Fu immediately caught on and cocked his head, feigning ignorance. What probation? Yoshi, do you remember? Yoshi tilted her head too. I don't remember. Hataka, do you know? Hataka likewise tilted his head. I don't know, the teacher ever said that either. The three students kept perfect poker faces, which made Nijiro's expression turn completely dark. Seeing the teacher's face, the three of them finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Nijiro helplessly gave up pursuing it and said sternly, You already know. Teacher, we knew a long time ago. Hataka suddenly interrupted. The three genin vanished in an instant, leaving Renjiro staring in disbelief. He shook his head with a wry smile. You just had to go after the one who suggested letting the top team of the year test it, didn't you? It had been 4 weeks since he became an official genin. After morning training, the three sat under a tree to rest. Miko spoke first. Tomorrow is the final of the Chunin exams. Hataka nodded. 2 of my classmates are up tomorrow. I want to watch Uchiha Rai's match, Mieko said. I wonder if the teacher will let us go. Kaze smiled lightly. Then try asking the teacher for leave? Mieko glared at him in anger. Kaze ignored her and thought to himself, but it's also good to see how Senju Teru and Uchiha Rai are progressing. They've been Chunin 1 year longer than me. Just then Renjiro suddenly appeared to summon the squad. Mieko immediately asked, Teacher, can you let us go watch the Chunin exams tomorrow? There's a new mission at 9 tomorrow. Renjiro squinted. Why do you want to go watch the match? Mieko replied earnestly. We want to observe the neighboring village's ninja tactics, so we'll be prepared when we face them. Kazemasa almost laughed out loud. Renjiro never forbade any of their ideas, but there had to be a decent reason. That's why Mieko had prepared that explanation. Renjiro, however, waved his hand nonchalantly. It's just a contest between genin, nothing worth watching. He turned to look at the team members. Continue training. Mieko drooped her shoulders in disappointment. Kazumara thought to himself. She wasn't convinced? That is surprising. Oh well. The next day, the squad received a mission to escort a merchant caravan to the Land of Rivers. The journey went unusually smoothly, only encountering a small band of robbers. It took 9 days to go there, and only 1 day to return. Returning to Konoha late at night. After finishing the paperwork, Nijiru disbanded the team. When Fuse arrived home, he found a pile of backlogged newspapers at the door. He picked up the newspapers and went inside, having a shadow clone leaf through them while he went to bathe. After the shadow clone skimmed them briefly, it dispersed. After receiving the information, Kazimasa appeared thoughtful. Senjutaro and Uchiha Rai have both been promoted to Chunin. It seems the village is rapidly expanding its combat strength. If that's the case, I should be able to advance in the first exam. With nothing to do on his day off, Kazimasa decided to review his ninjutsu. 3 shadow clones formed seals simultaneously, and the 4 of them practiced all the known sealing techniques together. Between seals, Feng was tallying up his growth over the past 4 months. Since graduation, progress has exceeded expectations. Having an elite jonin as an instructor really makes a difference. Chakra amount has nearly doubled, and sealing technique stress resistance has increased to 18%. Sensing range has broken through 1 kilometer, and taijutsu has improved significantly through sparring. The biggest gains are in ninjutsu and kenjutsu. I can now smoothly perform chakra blade. I really want a chance to fight with everything I've got, to test my true strength. The next day at 4:45 a.m., when Kazimasa arrived at the training ground, Mihoko and Hitaka had long been waiting. Yo, ready to face 3 to 4 weeks of hellish training? Kazimasa joked. Mihoko's shoulders slumped. I'd rather go on a mission. Kazimasa and Suigao exchanged smiles. 4 months of shared training had greatly improved the trio's coordination. All that remained was a real combat test. At exactly 5 o'clock, Renzuru appeared in an instant. Seeing his spirited team members, he nodded in satisfaction, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. That smile made the genin tense up simultaneously. Fengzheng pondered to himself. What are you up to this time? Even Jiro cleared his throat and spoke. Over the past 4 months, the basic formations have all been taught. Even if you become genin, these formations will still be the foundation of your survival. The team fell silent instantly. Fengzheng muttered to himself. Finally, we don't have to practice those dull formations anymore. But what's with that grin of his? He definitely has bad intentions. Nijiro's voice sounded again. Starting today, I'm going to squeeze every bit of potential out of you. Training intensity will double. The 3 of them froze at the same time. Mei Huizi's face turned pale with fright. Double? How could we possibly withstand that? Cold sweat broke out on Fengzheng's forehead. Didn't we already push ourselves to the limit before? Suida tightened his fist, silently gauging how terrifying higher intensity training would really be. Renziro admired the brilliant expressions of his disciples, a smile lifting the corner of his mouth. First, increase the ceiling pressure. Call out the number. Mieko answered softly, 3%. Hitaka said in a deep voice, 38%. Kazimasa pursed his lips, 18.5%. Renjiro nodded and ordered. Mieko to 5%, Hitaka 45%, Kazimasa 22%. The 3 gritted their teeth and adjusted the seals. At the moment the pressure surged, morning training officially began. The training regimen became vicious and ruthless. The end time was pushed from 9 to 10 when the 3 of them collapsed under the tree's shade. They couldn't even lift a finger. Nijiro's mocking voice came from overhead. You can't even stay on your stomach at this level. So what ninja dreams are you even having? Rest 1 hour at 11. We'll continue training until 2 in the afternoon. A shadow flashed and the instructor vanished. Half an hour later, Kazemasa and Hitaka barely sat up, while Mihoko was still in a deep sleep. Hitaka rubbed his aching arms and asked, what made him suddenly go mad? Kazimasa swallowed. Maybe they want to force us to take the Chunin exam, or maybe they've been too lenient with us before. He flexed his stiff joints. But high-intensity training really does help. Swadaka gave a wry smile. I thought I was the training maniac, but it turns out you're even more reckless than me. Kazimasa pulled a tired smile. Let's hope we survive this. He tore open an energy bar and chewed. then began stretching his muscles. Swadaka silently followed suit. At 11 o'clock, Renjiro appeared with 2 shadow clones. Today I'll teach you how to break through your growth bottleneck. Stay close to the clones and follow their lead. Mieko and Hataka slipped into the forest with the clone, leaving only Kazumasa behind. Renjiro looked Kazumasa straight in the eyes. Which of the 3 do you think has improved the fastest? Kazumasa thought for a moment and said, maybe me. Renjiro nodded. That's right. You've progressed much faster than the school's teachers expected, even beyond my own expectations. But compared to your 2 teammates, you have one big weakness. Do you know what it is? Kazumasa pondered for a moment. Kekkei Jinkai. Right, but not just that. Renjiro added. Besides Kekkei Jinkai, they also have large clan backing. Those clans have developed supporting ninjutsu, giving them an even greater advantage. Kazumasa fell into thought. Renjiro pressed on. Hataka and Mieko are both very talented. Their clans will soon invest everything into training them. How do you plan to catch up? Or are you willing to be left behind? Kazumasa tightened his grip on the sword hilt. That's why I'm spending time training my perception and swordsmanship. Without a Kekkei Jinkai, my power won't suddenly skyrocket. But if I hone my current skills to the utmost, I believe I can surpass those who rely on Kekkei Jinkai. Ringoro asked seriously, how do you know people with Kekkei Jinkai won't train hard? Do you really think you can surpass them from a disadvantage? Kazumasa smiled faintly, his hand resting on the sword's hilt. The strongest warriors of the Iron Country can use swordsmanship to contend with shadow-class powerhouses. Konoha's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Hokage didn't have Kekkei Jinkai, nor did the 3 ninja. With enough training, I won't lose to anyone. This answer surprised Ringoro. Even more startling was the confidence in Kazumasa's words. He chuckled wryly and thought, looks like this kid doesn't need encouragement, he needs a reality check. Kazumasa also pondered silently. Is he trying to boost my morale? Kekkei Jinkai are certainly impressive, but aside from top-tier existences like the Eternal Mangekyo or the Rinnegan, they don't grant an overwhelming advantage. The Senju valued would release, but that was Hashirama's personal strength, not the jutsu itself. Besides, one is dying and another bears a cursed seal. There's nothing to envy. Leandrew broke the silence. Not a bad idea. But don't forget, those strong ones combine talent with effort. It's good to take them as examples, but you must work twice as hard. Fengzheng nodded and replied, yes, teacher. Leandrew revealed a mysterious smile. About the matter of the Kekkei Jinkai, we'll talk after you complete your first B rank mission. What exactly is it? Fengzheng couldn't help but ask. You'll see then. Renjiro shifted his tone. Tell me your assessment of your own strength. Fuzii pondered for a moment. Perception is decent, but my main development directions are wind release and swordsmanship. Swordsmanship suits close combat. Wind release can make up for the mid-range weakness. I also know some earth release for defense, and the body flicker technique boosts mobility. My chakra reserves are relatively good for a genin. He paused, then added, what I'm lacking most now is a powerful offensive ninjutsu. My taijutsu is still at a basic level. Renjiro nodded approvingly. Don't rush ninjutsu. Wait until you become a jonin to learn high-level techniques. But taijutsu does need strengthening. I will teach you the Senju-style taijutsu. But isn't this a family secret? Kazumasa exclaimed in surprise. Renzaru raised an eyebrow. You are a disciple I approve of. The secret of the Senju style lies in chakra capacity. Ordinary people simply can't sustain the technique's drain. He smiled meaningfully. But you're different. Your chakra exceeds the combined total of Hataka and Mieko. You're the most suitable candidate. Kazumasa's eyes lit up. When do we start training? Now. Renzairo assumed a stance. Let you first experience the essence of the Senju style. Sensei, can you explain what the Senju Taijutsu style is? I couldn't find any information. Renzairo asked. After I finish the basics, we'll start training. Senju Taijutsu is actually very straightforward. The school's taijutsu classes were designed based on our family's style. The essence of this taijutsu lies in the use of chakra. All taijutsu relies on fists and feet in combat, but there are exceptions. For example, the Hyuga clan releases chakra through their fingertips, and there's a family in Kirigakure skilled at fighting with their bones. Senju Taijutsu requires that every movement be infused with chakra. When punching, first concentrate chakra in the fist, and then release it at the moment of impact. Kicking is the same. In defense, you must channel chakra into the area being struck. This kind of defense will be as strong as a fortress, and the attacks even more destructive. But this style not only consumes a large amount of chakra, it also demands precise control. Otherwise, no matter how much chakra you have, it will be quickly exhausted. Feng Zheng listened in shock. He suddenly realized, this is exactly like Tsunade's fighting style. I tried putting chakra into my fists before, so this is Senju Taijutsu. Tsunade must have honed this style to perfection. Excellent. I finally have a taijutsu that can let me surpass others. Feng Zheng said, full of fighting spirit. Teacher, let's start training. Renjiro nodded. First, let the chakra fill your entire body. After mastering that, learn localized infusion. Show me your full chakra. Fusho obeyed. Blue chakra instantly enveloped his whole body. Wonderful. Renjiro praised inwardly. Kazemasa thought, I've mastered this technique long ago, I just never showed it. Now is the time to display my talent. Sure enough, Renjiro ordered. Now control the chakra to flow within your body, just like you normally attach chakra to your sword. Kazemasa slowly reined in his chakra. 2 minutes later, the blue aura gradually contracted, but blue flames still burst intermittently from within his body. Renjiro was astonished. You mastered it this quickly? What a talent! He swallowed and felt incredulous. He could control chakra after only a few minutes. Although it wasn't perfect yet, this talent seemed tailor-made for him. Feng Zheng looked up at Renjiro. Sensei, is that right? Renjiro nodded. Very good. But you wasted too much chakra maintaining the form. Next, you need to perfect this state after activation. Sustain it through meditation until it no longer leaks chakra. Until then, no practicing ninjutsu or swordsmanship. He paused. Even morning training must be done in this state. Being forbidden from practicing ninjutsu left Feng Zheng a little disappointed, but his teacher's stern tone made him realize this could be the key to becoming an elite shinobi. Rentaro really thought so. Since he'd discovered this potential, he had to force him to train to the utmost. From morning until night, aside from a short lunch break, training continued until 8 in the evening. As they were leaving, Rentaro's words made Kazemasa widen his eyes even more. Tomorrow morning, increase the ceiling pressure in training to 30%. Seeing the teacher's expression leave no room for argument, Kazemasa could only nod. Back home, he munched a few rations and collapsed onto his bed. His whole body ached as if every cell were protesting. No wonder the teacher wanted him to double his rations. But today's progress had truly been astonishing. If he persisted for a few months, how strong could he become? He was so exhausted he fell asleep immediately. When he woke the next day, Kazemasa was stunned. His body felt completely free of pain. Could this training actually heal the body? Was it safe? He needed to ask the teacher and get a clear answer. At 5 o'clock on the training field, Kazemasa called out to Rinjajiro. Sensei, I have a question. Rinjajiro understood and sent Hataka and Mieko away, then turned to ask, about rapid healing? Kazemasa hurriedly nodded. This training has an advantage. Once chakra is injected into the body, it activates cells throughout the system. Not only does it boost self-healing, it also speeds up recovery from fatigue. Lenjiro's mouth twitched upward. What's better is that it can increase physical strength, and most importantly, it can expand chakra capacity. Kazemasa's eyes lit up. Isn't that effect just insanely good? Not quite that exaggerated. Lenjiro waved his hand. Self-healing is just a bonus. As for chakra growth, the effect is only obvious at first. Once the reserve increases, it will slow down. Over the next few weeks, you'll indeed make rapid progress. But after that, you'll have to rely on slow, steady work. Feng Zheng's hot-headed mind cooled. He touched his chin and pondered. It's not supernatural, but it is practical. After all, this taijutsu already requires abundant chakra. Now the training process can continue to expand capacity. It's practically a virtuous cycle. Then, are there any side effects? Even Siro looked slightly surprised. If it were some other young ninja, they'd have been cheering long ago when he learned this technique back. Then he was so excited, he couldn't sleep for 3 days. Don't worry, this is an ancient method passed down in the Senju clan. He patted the youth's shoulder. Our people generally live long lives. It might even help with longevity. Feng Zheng let out a long sigh of relief and was about to thank him when the teacher interrupted. Go train quickly. Your teammates are almost past you. Although the weight increased again, after channeling chakra, it actually felt much lighter. Of course, this wasn't foolproof whenever the chakra ran out. That aching sensation was nearly unbearable. In the evening, Feng Zheng recounted his morning embarrassment, and Jairu smiled innocently. You have enough chakra to last the whole training session. The problem is poor control. If you don't want to collapse halfway through, practice your control techniques properly. Watching the teacher's pure smile, Feng Zheng dared to bet that the person was secretly laughing at him. The subsequent training became increasingly grueling. On the third day, he finally made it through the entire morning. And by the seventh day, he could already freely control the flow of energy within his body. Although he still hadn't achieved complete control over his chakra, the amount leaking now was negligible. The results of these 7 days of training even surprised Feng Zheng himself. He couldn't help murmuring, only a week, and my chakra amount has actually increased by 50%. Aside from the increase in chakra, starting on the third day, Renjiro began to increase the pressure of the seal. Now the seal had already been opened to 40%. For the next whole month, Kazumasa focused on practicing the chakra control for the 1,000-hand body technique. By the end of the training, he was already able to spar with Renjiro using chakra at will. This training caused his chakra to surge another 30 to 40%. Only a little over 5 months after graduation, Kazumasa's chakra amount had actually quadrupled. He thought excitedly, "This is unbelievable. I now have more chakra than Minamoto. He's been an elite chunin for 4 years. I really want to test how powerful my ninjutsu is now." Unfortunately, he still wasn't permitted to practice ninjutsu. Even Renzaru's squad had been in special training these past few months and wasn't taking on new missions. Renzaru spent several more weeks teaching Kazumasa all the basics of the Senju Taijutsu. During that time, the seal's pressure continued to increase, already up to 55%. Whenever he did high-intensity training or fought, Kazumasa had to keep pumping chakra into his body constantly. Otherwise, the seal's pressure would make his movements half a beat slow. However, it didn't affect normal walking or running much. So Renzaru had Kazumasa maintain the seal pressure at all times. Until one clear night, even Renjiro was smiling as he looked at Fumasa collapsed on the ground from exhaustion. They had just finished their sparring session. "Well done, kid. Your fundamentals are solid." Fumasa was too tired to do anything but nod. Renjiro said with a smile, "That's it for today? I'll give you the day off tomorrow." Fumasa shot his head up, his eyes already moist. He cheered inwardly. "Finally, I can rest." Renjiro watched his reaction amusement and vanished in an instant. Kazumasa dawdled on his way home for quite a while before dragging himself along. He felt aggrieved and thought, 2 whole months without a break. Sataka and Mihoko both took leave to learn their family's ninja techniques, but I'm the only one who hasn't missed a single day. He muttered that it wasn't fair and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Kazumasa actually slept until noon, a first in many years. When he got up, he felt light and refreshed. He thought with satisfaction, "This training method really works. I can fully recharge every day. Finally, I don't have to take combat rations." He finished washing up and stepped out full of energy. He walked while thinking. He really missed the technology from his previous life. If it were before, he'd definitely be lying on the couch, scrolling his phone and ordering takeout right now. He soon arrived at Ichiraka Noodle Shop. He sat down in a seat. "Boss, 2 bowls of miso ramen, please." The hand-pulling noodle uncle was a bit surprised. After all, few people ordered so many at once. "Wenjung, long time no see." Fengzheng sighed. "The other old man forces me to train every day, so I simply don't have time to get away." Shota smiled encouragingly. "It's good for young people to endure more hardship." After saying that, he began to cook the noodles. After graduation, Fengzheng would come to Lele Ramen and grilled meat queue to feast. Usually, he only got by on military rations, so whenever he had the chance, he improved his meals. Bit by bit, this made him become familiar with Shota. The 2 bowls of ramen were quickly served. Shota said with a beaming smile, "Eat quickly, only when you're full will you have strength." Kazumasa swept the noodles clean with 3 quick strokes. "Boss, 2 more orders of miso and tonkatsu ramen." All right, coming right up. After the meal, Kazumasa walked into the training forest, rubbing his hands with a wry smile. Finally have time to try out the new jutsu I've been practicing. He went deeper into the woods and picked a large tree. This one will do. He formed hand seals and performed the great breakthrough technique. With a thunderous boom, that tree was uprooted and several surrounding trees were toppled along with it. Where the gale passed, leaves flew and deep gashes were left on the trunks. Feng Zheng's eyes lit up. The power is 40 to 50% stronger than 2 months ago. Now try this. A blue chakra glow shimmered around him. He formed hand seals again, but this time he didn't T-release immediately. Instead, he continuously injected chakra. After 30 seconds it reached 10%, and after another 30 seconds it hit 15%. Great breakthrough technique. This time the ninjutsu was unleashed with enhanced chakra. The tree in front of him was instantly pulverized. The shockwave swept through the entire forest, hundreds of trees snapped in half, and thousands stripped down to bare trunks. Feng Zheng widened his eyes, then grinned broadly. Too strong. This power is incredible. This is the true power this ninjutsu should have. But the enhanced ninjutsu still takes too long. If I stood in one place for a minute, any decent ninja could kill me a dozen times over. We need to speed up the chakra injection, ideally down to under 2 seconds. It also has to be cast while moving. And if it could be instant cast, that would be perfect. No wonder Jiro insisted we specialize in C-rank ninjutsu. Try another one. Kazumasa quickly formed the seals, air currents roaring around him. After continuously injecting chakra for 30 seconds, a whirlwind suddenly formed a shield, howling and circling by his side for several minutes. The wind dome hadn't dispersed when he changed his hand signs again. The gale transformed into two giant wolves 3 meters high and 7 meters long, roaring as they lunged at the forest, their claws and fangs shredding tree trunks before dissipating into nothingness. Immediately Feng Zheng condensed chakra and poured 20% of his power into the wind dragon technique. A 50-meter-long wind dragon rose up, rearing its head and spewing gale spheres that blasted trees apart wherever the dragon's body swept. Trees within 200 meters were snapped. 2 wind spheres rose again in his palms. When they expanded to half a meter wide, he fired them, blasting cracks across the surface of a boulder. Power increases don't mean much. Feng Zheng shook his head. After all, it's just a gust. Any random slash can be deadlier than this. If you run into strong defenses, an enhanced wind burst still can't break through. Better to focus on increasing firing rate. He waved his hands in succession, unleashing 84 wind burst techniques within a minute, consuming only 7% of his chakra. Mid-range harassment tactics are annoyingly effective, he chuckled. His gaze swept over a 15-kilogram rock several dozen meters away. Kazumasa concentrated and urged the air currents. The gale lifted the stone, and it slowly floated. After half a minute, it rose to a height of 1.2 meters. He drew his arms in, and the rock bobbed and drifted to his front. If I pair these two ninjutsu techniques, he thought to himself as he caught the stone, maybe I could actually fly? But doing that would demand much higher chakra reserves and control. Sustaining it over long-distance travel probably wouldn't hold up. Kazumasa casually tossed the rock aside, pulled 12 shuriken from his tool pouch, and flung them into the air. Forming hand seals with both hands, he performed a projectile manipulation technique. The shuriken seemed to come alive, weaving nimbly through the dense forest, precisely avoiding every trunk and all embedding neatly in the same tree 500 meters away. The next second, his figure dissolved like a breeze and reappeared beside the target tree. While retrieving his shuriken, he muttered, "Didn't expect that 2 months of Senju Taijutsu training would accelerate my ninjutsu so much." A major breakthrough can channel in 15% chakra, and holding it for a minute is devastating. Wind vortex shield saturates at most at 2.5%. Same as wind wolf technique, each wolf pup can only get 2% chakra. Wind dragon technique has the biggest appetite, able to swallow 20% chakra. The most economical is wind flash. A 500-meter blink only consumes 1.5%. Projection control barely uses chakra. Wind explosion is under 0.1% each time. Wind levitation is useless in fights, but wind seizing can wreak havoc. He tallied the consumption. That last set of moves burned through half my chakra. I need to talk with Renzyro about how to expand capacity. Luckily, in real combat, I don't have to dump every technique. As he spoke, he suddenly slapped his palms to the ground, and an earthen shield burst from the soil. Staring at the unchanged shield, Kazumasa shook his head. E-rank ninjutsu has reached its limit. The shield was exactly the same size as 2 months ago. But I need to discuss something with Lien Xilong. Can we use stomping the ground instead of patting it to activate Earth Release? He noted to himself. I'll bring it up when he restarts the ninjutsu training. The seal was formed and sank into the earth only then did Feng Zheng remember. I haven't practiced this move since graduation. After moving stealthily underground for a moment, he suddenly suppressed his chakra fluctuations and changed hand signs. Whoosh! His form burst out of the ground from 100 meters away. Earth instant body paired with wind instant body, the perfect getaway combo. Sneaking into the enemy camp with Earth Release is even more undetectable. Before he finished, he pressed one hand to the ground, and the terrain ahead turned into a muddy moat. The moat was about 6 meters wide and 10 meters deep. He moved to another spot, formed a hand seal with both hands, and pressed them to the ground. The soil slowly rose, forming a cage-like structure. The earth prison technique is too slow. Feng Zheng frowned and analyzed. The swamp technique has the same problem. But right now only these two ninjutsu can restrain an enemy, so they'll do for now. After evaluating the ninjutsu's effectiveness, Feng Zheng planned to go back and rest. As he left, he stared at the ground and muttered, although the current ninjutsu are usable, I still need to learn Earth Flow Wall to strengthen my defense. My chakra reserves meet the requirement. I'm just worried Nijiro won't agree. I'll participate in the next Chunin exam no matter what, he grinned. I really want to test my skills in real combat. It would be so thrilling. When he looked up, he froze. The entire forest had been devastated beyond recognition. Tree trunks were broken. The ground was pitted, as if struck by a hurricane. If anyone saw this scene, Feng Zheng's scalp tingled. Luckily, the place is remote. But we still need to erase the traces. We can't come back anytime soon. He leapt onto a remaining branch, formed hand seals, and cast gale technique. A cool wind swept through the grove, erasing all footprints and scents. After finishing the disguise, he repeatedly used wind instantaneous movement, flashing several times before bursting out of the forest. On the way home, he remained uneasy the whole time, afraid someone would discover the wreckage. Several months later, two Hyuga clan jonin happened upon a forest that looked like ruins. Staring at the broken trees strewn across the ground, they were so shocked they could not speak. By coincidence, an ANBU squad was passing through the same area. Seeing the Hyuga shinobi present, they immediately questioned whether a battle had taken place. The Hyuga quickly denied it, saying the forest had already been destroyed when they arrived. After the ANBU inspected the scene, they found that the signs of destruction had been there for quite some time. They asked the Hyuga to use the Byakugan to assist the investigation, but could not find any clues. Everyone was baffled. Konoha clearly has proper training grounds, so who would cause such abnormal destruction in this place? The incident was reported up the chain to the third Hokage. The Sarutobi Nikko dispatched a specialized reconnaissance team, but unfortunately, 2 months later the forest washed repeatedly by heavy rains had already erased every trace and clue. The Umbu squad returned empty-handed to report. Nikko simply closed the case. No leads, not worth wasting more manpower. Fujin, of course, was completely unaware of any of this. After trying out his new technique, he went home and took a nap. Upon waking, he practiced sealing techniques for a while, then strolled over to the barbecue shop for dinner. The next day, they still got up early for rigorous practice. In the afternoon, the squad split up to train, each facing Renzaru's shadow clones. Renzaru stared at Kazumasa. I've taught you all the techniques of the Senju style. How much you grasp is up to your own ability. Kazumasa bowed slightly. Thank you, teacher. Seeing him humble, Lien Sajiro's expression softened. You mentioned the 3 Sannin don't have bloodlines. Lady Tsunade simply improved the Senju Taijutsu, and with her exquisite chakra control the destructive power doubled. Your talent isn't bad, study diligently. Feng Zheng nodded, understood. I will strive for perfection. Right now you should retrain your ninjutsu and swordsmanship. Lien Sajiro shifted tone. First go through every ninjutsu you know, then train the enhancements. Feng Zheng's eyes lit up. Lien Sajiro squinted. You've already tried? Kazimasa forced a dry laugh in acknowledgement. Jiro sighed. You didn't T-wreck anything, did you? Don't worry, sensei, Kazimasa said honestly, shaking his head. I aimed everything at the sky. What did you notice? Strengthening takes too long. If you don't shorten the time, it's useless in actual combat. Renziro nodded. Fumesa continued. And not all ninjutsu can be strengthened. The rock shield technique didn't improve at all. The Great Breakthrough and Wind Tornado had the best effects. This is the principle of enhancement, Renziro explained. Although any ninjutsu can be infused with chakra, whether it can be strengthened depends on the amount of chakra, control, elemental affinity, proficiency, and the technique's inherent characteristics. Konoha doesn't have many wind-style ninjutsu, so you're lucky to have wind affinity. Most C-rank wind techniques can be enhanced. The rock shield's defense was weak to begin with, so don't worry about it. Over the next few months, I'll teach you 3 practical rapid attack methods. You have the most chakra, so you'll have to work the hardest. Renzuru paused for a moment. Before we start training, any more questions? Fusa nodded and said, Teacher, I have a few questions. First, about the earth shield technique. Right now I can perform ninjutsu without hand seals, but I still have to clap the ground with my hands. Is there any way to trigger it by stomping with my foot? Renzuru raised an eyebrow. Why do you want to do that? It would be more efficient. Feng Zheng tightened his grip on the sword. When I'm holding the sword, if I want to clap the ground I have to let go, which wastes time. If I could use my foot to activate it, I could swing the sword and form a shield at the same time. When facing wide area attacks, I could retreat while stomping to erect shields, and even raise multiple stone shields simultaneously. Surprise flashed in Renjuru's eyes. Great idea. I never thought the earth shield technique could be used like that. You want to generalize this method to all earth-style ninjutsu, right? Kazimasa nodded. That would indeed be convenient. Unfortunately, it's impossible. Renjiro shook his head. Hand signs let earth nature chakra gather in the palm. Performing a jutsu without signs only imitates the chakra form used when making the signs. Doing what you suggest would be equivalent to creating an entirely new ninjutsu. Kazimasa hurriedly pressed on. So it's not possible to create that new ninjutsu. It's too difficult. Renjiro shook his head again. Although one can invent minor jutsu, the method you described would overturn the entire earth release system. At least I couldn't do it. Besides, your idea is creative, but you're certainly not the first to suggest it. The fact that such a jutsu has never existed indicates that no one has succeeded. Kazimasa immediately lost heart. Sigh, my tactic that can annoy enemies to death is ruined. Renjiro looked at his dejected disciple and smiled. Kazimasa raised his head and asked again, since Earth Shield technique can't be improved, can I train Earth Flow Wall? No. Renjiro refused curtly. That's a B-rank ninjutsu. Your chakra reserve is decent, but before becoming a chunin, you shouldn't rely on advanced techniques. Kazimasa had expected this and threw out one last question. Sensei, I always run out of chakra when I train. Besides chakra infusion training, is there any fast way to increase chakra reserves? Renzuru wore an incredulous expression. Kid, do you think chakra is something you buy at a grocery store? Your chakra reserves are already 4 times those of your teammates. Be satisfied, don't be greedy. And stop spending all your time figuring out how to expand your chakra. Aside from honestly training and letting your body grow naturally, every other crooked shortcut has side effects and will ruin your future. During fights, taking Hyanori pills is enough. Stop wasting time on useless thoughts. Feng Zheng was stunned by Renzuru's cold attitude. He thought to himself, is there really no other way? Sigh, I expected too much. This increase is already absurd enough. Forget it, we'll talk about it later. If I'm really short on chakra, I can always steal a tailed beast. Thinking of the tailed beasts, Kazimasa couldn't help but sigh. I wish we could catch them like throwing a pokeball. Renjiro interrupted his absent-mindedness. Any more questions? Feng Zheng shook his head. No, teacher. Let's start training. For the next month, Renjiro led the 3 of them in intense training. Feng Zheng focused on aggressively increasing the power of his ninjutsu. Now he could infuse 20% of chakra into the great breakthrough technique within 15 seconds, and even more impressively, he could inject 5% in just over 2 seconds. This meant that in mid to long-range combat, this move could finally be put to use. The Wind Wolf technique and Wind Dragon technique had also been practiced by him to the point he could cast them without hand seals, as easily as a casual gesture. Even Jairu was dumbfounded. Many people never master unleashing techniques without seals in a lifetime. Yet this kid did it as effortlessly as eating or drinking. His swordsmanship likewise made rapid progress. Jairu had taught him all the basics of samurai sword fighting. Not only could Feng Zheng freely control the chakra flow within the blade, he could perfectly fuse wind-natured chakra into it. Jairu couldn't help in this area. He specialized in earth and water natures and had never tried adding nature transformations to sword techniques. But Feng Zheng learned it on his own, and by a twist of fate perfected a long-coveted ultimate move. During breaks from training, the team rested for a day. The next morning at assembly, Hataka ran into Feng Zheng and taunted, "Hey, how's your training going?" Feng Zheng shrugged. "All right, how about you guys?" Swadaka grinned. "Enough messing with you. Want to spar some more?" Fuse raised an eyebrow. "Sure. If you can touch the hem of my robe this time, you win." That remark made Swadaka stomp his foot in anger. "It's all your fault. Because of you, the teacher made me do 3 extra months of ninjutsu training." Mieko, left out and displeased, interjected with a cold snort. "Humph, the two of you together? I could take you both." Swadaka and Kazimasa both turned their heads in unison. Kazimasa chuckled lightly. "So confident?" "Wait until after morning training," she replied. Her shoulders slumped, and both Kazimasa laughed out loud. Mihoko complained plaintively. "That's not fair. Every time I'm about to meet the standard, the teacher raises it again." Just as they were feeling down, Renjiro appeared. "After 3 months of continuous training, it's time to take on a C-rank mission." Mieko immediately perked up. No more daily hellish training at last. Hataka and Kazimasa also breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them could endure a lot longer than lazy Mieko. Not fitness today, a 3-way match. Renjiro's single sentence whetted the three's appetites. No teaming up, deliberately cooperating to eliminate someone gets you disqualified on the spot. The training ground is the battlefield. Fight until 6 in the evening. You can knock the opponent out or force him to concede. I'll be watching. Serious injuries are forbidden, and Hayuryo pills are not allowed. He glanced at Kazimasa. "Your sword is off limits too." "Why?" Mieko protested. "The sword is his signature move." Hataka nodded as well. Renjiro shook his head. "His sword strikes are lethal. Do you want to be bettered in for half a year?" He scanned the three of them. "When comrades spar, drawing blood is not allowed." Kaze sneered. "No sword? So what? You can't even touch my sleeve." His speed was top tier, always fighting like a kite. Sataka and Mihoko really had never beaten him. "The rules are set." Renjiro cut off the argument. "The winner, I'll teach one A-rank ninjutsu." The three's pupils trembled a rank. But before they could get excited, the teacher added, "Of course, after you become Chunin." Hope shattered. The 3 genins' faces fell instantly. "Don't babble." Renjiro waved his hand. "Begin." Before he finished speaking, the 3 genin dashed off in different directions. In the blink of an eye, they had spread out 100 meters apart. Each kept watchful, privately plotting their moves. Teaming up to eliminate one first, and then duel would have been the best plan. Unfortunately, it wouldn't work. Hodaka and Mihoko suddenly realized Kaze was grinning. The next second, he vanished. "Damn it. That annoying wind, instant move again." Mihoko cursed. Hodaka immediately activated Byakugan and spotted Kaze reappearing 600 meters away. But before he could get a clear look, Kaze disappeared again, completely out of Byakugan range. Fumesa is such a coward, but he sure runs fast. Mieko stamped her foot in anger. Hodaka and Mieko exchanged a glance, both hesitating over their next move. A kilometer away, Fumesa sensed the two standing still and the corner of his mouth lifted. "The match lasts 13 hours. Jiro-sensei said the outcome can't be decided by 1 or 2 confrontations. It's about chakra reserves. As long as I force a war of attrition, I have the most chakra, so it's a sure win. Besides, Byakugan and Sharingan are huge chakra drainers. But with their temperaments, they'll definitely start fighting first. Just wait and see. At the starting point, Swadaka stared intently at Mihoko. Hide and wait for Kazumasa? Chase Kazumasa first? Or take care of Mihoko first? No, Mihoko is hard to deal with. Kazumasa will surely try to ambush. We can't let him get the upper hand. Mihoko had already made up her mind. While Kazumasa is hiding, quickly take out Swadaka first. One-on-one I crush them. The Sharingan flashed open, and Mihoko charged straight at Sataka. Sataka hastily reined in his mind. Don't look into her eyes. Jinjutsu can be broken, but it takes time. Mihoko formed hand seals and spat out a fireball. Sataka dodged to the side and closed in, intending to use gentle fists to seal the pressure points. Mihoko retreated and threw a shuriken. Sataka also launched a kunai to intercept. At the moment the weapons clashed, Mihoko suddenly closed the distance and unleashed fire release. For techniques, an up-close face burst. Suida narrowly avoided it. The ninjutsu brushed past him, and his jacket was instantly reduced to ashes. The skin on one side of his abdomen was scorched by the flames, waves of burning pain attacking him. Suida gritted his teeth and closed in. This time Mihoko did not retreat, but advanced instead, swinging a punch to meet him. The Sharingan word, she could always predict the trajectory of the soft fist, narrowly dodging it again and again. The hand seals for fire release. For techniques coalesced at her fingertips repeatedly, but Suka always slipped away at the last moment. Illusions? Even less effective. The Byakugan had already seen through the fluctuations of her chakra. Whenever those blood-red eyes rippled, Suka would look away and simultaneously disturb her own chakra. The Jinjutsu struck an invisible barrier and dissolved each time. But being so distracted defending herself ultimately let Mihoko seize the initiative in close combat. After several exchanges of blades and fists, she could somehow barely hold her own. Yet a few minutes later, danger loomed. Suka's fingertip grazed her pressure points several times, sending cold sweat across her body. Mieko instantly retreated, Sataka shadowing her closely. But as she flickered again, she unexpectedly set off a chase through the trees. In the art of body flicker technique, she was far more skilled than Sataka. A few rise and fall movements reopened the distance, reversing the situation and leaving Sataka behind. Sataka stopped outright, sneering inwardly. With her temperament, she'll sooner or later turn back to fight head-on. Sure enough, seeing he didn't pursue, Mieko formed a new seal and slowly closed in. Unexpectedly, she halted 10 steps away and the fire dragon technique roared forth. Hodaka had no choice but to dodge again in an instant. Running out of patience, he slammed both hands on the ground. Stone shuriken burst from the earth and shot out. The Sharingan spun rapidly. Mihoko flickered and parried to dispel the rain of stones. Unexpectedly, Hodaka used the chance to press up against her and jabbed 2 fingers straight at her heart. Oh no! She hastily raised her arm to block. Her chakra pathways were sealed in an instant. With her arm numb, she forced herself to teleport away to safety. Hodaka had expected her to counterattack, but he saw that figure vanish into the depths of the forest without even looking back. Escaped. He stood frozen, incredulous. After waiting a few seconds, he snorted and laughed aloud. Both opponents ran off. This victory is truly ridiculous. Breathing heavily, he wiped the blood from his brow and looked toward the distant mountains. Now, it's time to see how Kazumasa will make his move. 1 kilometer away, Kazumasa closed his eyes and sensed the battlefield's remaining chakra. The 7-minute clash just now had made him wish he had popcorn to watch it. Sensing Miko's chakra rapidly fleeing, he raised an eyebrow and grinned lightly. The loser exits the stage. Time to clean up the mess. Who should I deal with now? Kazumasa squinted and scanned the training ground. Since Mihoko chose to run away, that meant she was definitely injured. That brat Hataka had most likely sealed 1 or 2 of her chakra points. If he'd sealed more, she wouldn't have had any chance to escape at all. At the same time, Hataka was thinking, Kazumasa will surely chase the injured Mihoko first. When they fight to a standstill, that'll be my best chance to act. At the other end of the training ground, Mihoko leaned against the treetop, gasping. The sharp pain radiating from her left arm made her grit her teeth. Too careless. clearly had the upper hand the whole time, yet got ambushed at the last moment. She lowered her head to look at her swollen left arm. Her chakra points were completely sealed. Forget forming seals, even simple movement hurt like hell. She hastily bandaged the wound, not bothering to hide her trail. There was no point hiding in front of these two tracking experts. The wind could come at any time. I need to recover my combat ability quickly. 100 meters away, Sataka's cold gaze stayed fixed on Mihoko. Suddenly his pupils contracted. Someone was closing in at an astonishing speed. So fast. Wait, why is he charging at me? In the blink of an eye, Wen Zheng had already leapt onto the branch, his battle stance as sharp as a blade. Before Swadaka could react, an enhanced wind release. Great breakthrough roared toward him. 5% increase. This power is off. Swadaka hastily raised a rock shield, but the gale forced him to stagger backward. Seeing his defense about to collapse, he decisively submerged into the ground. Earth Instant Body was activated 3 times in succession, and he didn't dare show himself until 100 meters away. Why target me first? Time rewound 2 minutes. Kazimasa quickly analyzed the battle. By logic, we should pursue the injured Miko. But this woman, though tactically brilliant, is too arrogant and liable to fall for a trap. Sui Odaka is more troublesome. Those pale eyes can grasp the flow of the whole field and could strike like a hawk from behind at any moment. A cold smile curled at his mouth. So the real threat is. When Swadaka erupted from the ground, Kazumasa was already waiting on a branch where he'd lingered. So she can track Earth Instant movement. Swadaka ground his teeth and took a soft fist starting stance. Then it has to be close quarters. Let's see how you use that wide area ninjutsu. However, Kazimasa had already taken the initiative and landed at Swadaka's position first, condensing all his chakra into his fist and smashing it viciously into the ground. Swadaka did not completely leave the ground when he sensed Kazimasa charging up. But he never expected Kazimasa to choose to strike the earth directly. The shockwave from that punch pierced through the soil layers, heading straight for where Swadaka was. Although the shockwave itself wasn't lethal, it churned the underground into chaos. Swadaka, hiding beneath the surface, was repeatedly struck by the violently shaking strata and was soon wounded. He tried to use an Earth Instant Body technique to escape, but the confused underground left him no way to perform it. In a moment of desperation, he could only reinforce the earthen wall beside him with a rock shield. It provided some scant cover, but his injuries were already severe. His right elbow and shoulder were heavily damaged, and his chest, abdomen, and back ached from being struck by flying stones. Even the left ankle, protected by the rock shield, was not spared. It was seriously injured. When the shaking finally subsided, Sataka crawled out of the ground in a sorry state. Unerringly, he emerged directly in front of Kazimasa. No sooner had he appeared than a cold kunai pressed against the back of his neck. Kazimasa's voice came from behind. "Give up." Sataka gritted his teeth and bowed his head. "I give up." Before his words finished, Kazumasa's wind clone dissipated on cue. The entire duel lasted only 2 moves, a wind release, great breakthrough, and an earth-shaking impact punch. From afar, Mihoko only felt a gale sweep by, then heard a thunderous boom. She frowned and looked toward the source, but the distance made it hard to see clearly. Is Kazumasa fighting Hodaka? Should I go take a look? But her injuries limited her movement. Never mind, I'll wait until the chakra points are unsealed. Kazumasa flashed over to Mihoko and noticed she had deliberately chosen an open area. Smart, he praised quietly. Knowing that hiding is pointless, she simply occupied open ground to prevent sneak attacks. But a surprise attack from behind should still work. Wait, this flaw is too obvious. Kazimasa narrowed his eyes. She must have traps all around her. 20 wind clones answered his call, scattering into the woods like phantoms and forming an encirclement. The real Kazimasa hid behind a tree, quietly suppressing his chakra fluctuations. One wind clone tentatively stepped onto a stealth path and indeed found transparent tripwires strewn across the ground. Just as I thought, the clone chuckled. When the wind clone tried to sneak around for a rear assault, Maiko suddenly spun around. Her right hand held 2 thin cords, a confident smile curling at the corner of her mouth. "I've been waiting for you." The moment the knot came loose, she had already instantaneously retreated to the rear. The rope loosened, and dozens of shuriken shot toward Kazumisa's wind clone like a rainstorm. Mieko activated her Sharingan and stared at Kazumasa. She frowned and found his chakra pitifully low. It's a wind clone. That bastard only knows how to dodge and strike from hiding. The wind clone easily dodged the shuriken, chasing while casting wind explosion jutsu. Miko managed to avoid all 7 consecutive wind explosion jutsu, but she grew increasingly anxious. Have to watch out for ambush. This guy must be hiding more clones. Rinjajiro, watching the fight, pondered silently. This kid's wind control is pretty good. Wind clones are normally the most fragile elemental clones. Any skilled ninja can see through them at a glance. But precisely because they're fragile, I can make a whole bunch in one go. And Wind's clones aren't afraid of Jinjutsu. Their movements are even faster than the original. He glanced at the real Wind hiding nearby and sneered. You're getting cocky too early. You may win, but if you think it's that simple, you deserve a good beating. Swadaka and Mieko didn't train for 3 months for nothing. The chakra of Wind's clones was nearly depleted. Wind was calculating. I need to pour more chakra into 2 or 3 clones so they can hold out longer. The rest can just be filler. What matters is a number strategy. The fading clone poured all its remaining chakra into one last wind release, Rasengan, then instantaneously lunged at Mihoko. After Mihoko dodged, the clone caught up and flung another wind release, Rasengan, then dispersed. Mihoko hurriedly threw a kunai, fitted with a detonation tag. The explosion scattered the wind sphere, but she had to leap back to avoid it. This is bad. The explosion, together with the earlier wind explosion technique, ruined all the traps she had painstakingly set. Even worse, as she jumped back, 2 wind clones suddenly appeared behind her and simultaneously fired the wind explosion technique. She was in midair with nowhere to escape. In desperation, she threw a tied shuriken that hooked onto a tree trunk and pulled herself away. The still explosive residual winds struck her again, cutting countless bloody gashes. The 2 clones mercilessly continued their fierce assault. While Mieko barely parried, 3 more clones appeared to sneak attack. Although she blocked them all, new wounds were added to her body. The wind in the shadows watched the battle and thought to itself, there's some improvement, but my wind clone isn't easy to deal with. That's all you've got? That was way too easy. Miko on the battlefield was covered in blood, grinding her teeth in fury. What's the use of just hiding and dodging? If you've got guts, come face me head on. Clenching her teeth, Miko painfully formed hand seals with both hands. The pain of her chakra channels being half-sealed made sweat bead on her brow, but the aura around her was rising sharply. Feng Zheng's pupils contracted. One of his clones, having exhausted his chakra, unleashed a great breakthrough. Though its power was greatly reduced, it was enough to send Mihoko sprawling to the ground. Got you. The other clone seized the opportunity to pounce, a wind release technique roaring out. At the last moment, Mihoko surprisingly flipped onto a branch in midair, her sleeves billowing. She shouted, "Fire release! Air burst technique." The wind clones prudently withdrew, but the expected explosion never occurred. Only a gentle breeze swept through the grove. Something's wrong. Wind Zheng's true body, hidden underground, suddenly sensed a colorless, odorless gas spreading at an astonishing speed. Within the blink of an eye, it had already covered a radius of 60 meters. 5 or 6 of his exposed clones were about to launch a fierce attack when they saw the girl on the treetop curl her lips. "Found you." A small cluster of flames blew from between her lips the moment they touched the gas. The entire forest turned into a towering sea of fire. The raging blast expanded the burning area to 100 meters, and 18 of Wind's clones were instantly reduced to ashes. How is this possible? Wind beneath the ground watched in horror as all his clones were burned away. The fire kept spreading, and the ancient trees crackled. From a distance, Swadaka watched in stunned silence. When did she master this technique? But he quickly calmed and analyzed. My Byakugan can discern gas flow as long as I dodge in time then. Feng Zheng likewise regained his composure and observed the remaining flames. The explosion's core temperature has dissipated, but being hit directly would still cause serious injury. A clone is ultimately too fragile. A soft sigh came from beneath the ground, and thoughtful eyes emerged from the darkness. I've never seen this move, never even heard of it. It's most likely a Uchiha family secret technique. We really shouldn't underestimate jutsu that never appeared in Naruto. There are countless ninjutsu techniques in the world used properly. They can be deadly, especially when you run into a move I have no understanding of. Although this technique's explosive power is terrifying, a big breakthrough would scatter the gas and easily neutralize it. All my fault for being too careless. The shadow clones were all lost. That shout of hers could have been a deliberate trick to deceive me. A corner of Renjiro's mouth lifted. He was quite pleased that Miko had managed to counterattack successfully from a disadvantage. Nicely done. I suspected she had left a reserve move, but I didn't expect it to work this well. Kazemasa had won too easily and even started to toy with his opponent, failing to press the advantage. That gave Mihoko the chance to unleash her killing move. Renjiru looked toward the ground where Kazemasa was hiding, his expression complicated. Too cautious. Though he relaxed a bit, he still kept himself well protected. Preserving your life is important, of course, but the experience of fighting to the death is priceless. If you've never been driven to the edge, when a real emergency mission comes up, you're likely doomed. Too bad I can't force him to take the risk. I hope he doesn't suffer a major loss because of it. Mieko collapsed after finishing the technique, her chakra nearly exhausted. To resist the flame backlash, she still had to maintain the fireproof jutsu, and now she was at the end of her tether. Fu would not miss such an opportunity. He immediately used 60% of his chakra to form a shadow clone. The shadow clone leapt from the ground to confirm the poison mist had dispersed, then split into 5 wind clones to encircle and surround the original body once again submerged underground. The first wind clone closed in on Mihoko. The Sharingan revealed the blood seeping from all over her body, her chakra like a candle guttering in the wind. Give up, you can't hold on. Mihoko sneered. A sneak who hides his head and leaves his tail exposed. Do you think you can make me surrender? The wind clone said calmly. If you stay still hiding, you'll still bleed out and lose consciousness. You just destroyed my clone a moment ago. I can force you to show yourself just the same. She formed seals to attack, but was simultaneously ambushed by 4 wind clones, and her technique came to an abrupt halt. Only the wind clones had seen the sealing gestures. The real wind didn't know the hand signs for this technique. But it no longer mattered. Meihuizi scrambled to dodge, but was still struck by the multiple air currents of the wind explosion technique. Immediately afterward, a powerful breakthrough slammed into her, sending her hurtling dozens of meters before she crashed down hard. Ugh! She was cut all over by the wind blades, and the scorching air carried the heat of the forest fire straight at her. Even with a fire-resistant constitution, the gust of hot wind did even more damage. She struggled to crawl up. It hurts, but at least I put some distance between us. Just as she was about to exhaust her chakra to perform the air burst technique, the Sharingan suddenly detected an abnormal chakra fluctuation underground. Trying to sneak attack again? Wait, this chakra amount. It's the original body. A gleam of delight passed through her eyes. Just need one chance. A hand bursting from the ground clamped around her neck, and Kaze was slamming her hard into the earth. With his right hand choking and restraining her, he looked down at the struggling prey. Give up. Mieko, however, let out a pained laugh. Kaze was caught off guard as he met those crimson eyes. Sharingan. The surroundings changed abruptly. The girl in his hands disintegrated into flames, and the burning trees converged toward him as if coming to life. Mieko flipped through the air and laughed triumphantly. You looked into my eyes. The burning trees transformed into blazing tree people that spewed flames. She proclaimed her victory. In a fair fight, no one can beat an Uchiha. Kazemasa let the flames burn him, sighing softly. You should learn to know when to stop. In the real world, the wind clone watched Mihiko, who was casting an illusion through the shadow clone, and chuckled. One clone whispered, Sensei, protect her. The wind wolf formed from spent chakra scattered the shadow clone, its claws still driving toward the girl's abdomen. In the illusion, Wind had not finished speaking when the shadow clone in the real world dissipated. Mihiko blankly dispelled the illusion and saw Renzuru standing at her side, 3 wind clones standing silently. The victor is Wind Masaru. What is going on? She hadn't finished asking before she fainted from chakra exhaustion. Renjiro checked his disciple's wounds and called out, "How much longer are you going to hide?" Kazemasa laughed as he leaped out of the ground, his clones disappearing at the same time. Renjiro pointed toward the distance. "Carry her over to Hataka. I need to get the fire under control before it spreads." Kazemasa nodded. He scooped up Mihoko and, in an instant, appeared beside Hataka. He gently set the girl down. Hataka had already seen the situation clearly. Seeing Kazemasa unscathed, he sighed inwardly. How can I possibly beat this guy? Fuma kept sensing and locked onto Renjiro. He had expected the teacher to use water release to extinguish the fire. He turned to Hataka and warned, "Watch the teacher's movements closely." Hataka activated his Byakugan veins bulged around his pupils. Renjiro, 100 meters up in the sky, was furiously concentrating chakra. The overwhelming energy made the two boys gasp. What an awful amount of chakra! Kazemasa's Adam's apple bobbed. So this is the true power of an elite Jonin. The moment the seals were completed, a roaring flood erupted from Renjiro's mouth. The water release. Waterfall technique raised a tidal wave covering a 500-meter radius, like an actual waterfall hanging from the sky. There isn't any water source nearby at all. Hataka cried, grabbing Kazemasa's sleeve in shock. Where did he get so much water? Ask the teacher about it yourself later. Kazemasa looked up at the sky full of cascading water and suddenly remembered the record in the clan scrolls. This scene was eerily like the classic battle when the second Hokage once faced Uchiha Madara. The flood swallowed the flames, and the rising steam blurred the entire sky. After confirming the fire was completely extinguished, Renjiro instantly returned to his disciple's side. For the first time, Hataka felt awe for his teacher, though daily training had already shown his power. Such a world-ending ninjutsu utterly shocked the 10-year-old boy's heart. Renjiro hoisted the unconscious Miko with one hand and suddenly grabbed the dazed Hataka by the back of the neck. "Let go of me." The Hyuga heir immediately lost his composure, flailing his limbs wildly in the air. "What kind of behavior is this?" Fujin snorted with laughter. The burly thousand-hand ninja had the arrogant Uchiha girl draped over his left shoulder and the spiky-haired Hyuga boy dangling from his right hand. The scene reminded him of a certain taijutsu expert running at full tilt with his arch-rival on his back, a famously embarrassing incident. Ha ha ha. It's exactly like Might Guy carrying Kakashi. Hataka struggled in anger and shame, and his nape immediately received a slap. What's all the noise? Renjiro frowned. Keep wriggling, and I'll toss you into the waterfall. I'll take the two of you to the hospital, Swadaka said. Sensei, I can walk myself. Renjiro retorted. Hop on one foot. I don't have an hour to waste with you. Swadaka wanted to argue, but Renjiro completely ignored him. He turned to Kazemasa and warned, no high-intensity training until it's healed. Its best to rest completely. Kazemasa smiled and nodded. Just before leaving, Renjiro suddenly remembered something and said seriously to Kazemasa, the A-rank ninjutsu is my personal reward, not the village S or the Senju clan S. You can only choose techniques that I know or can easily obtain. Kazemasa's smile froze, and before he could complain, Renjiro vanished in an instant. What a sly bastard, Kazemasa cursed under his breath. On the way to the hospital, Renjiro exhaled in relief. Glad that's cleared up, so he won't cling to me. That kid even had the nerve to ask for the third Hokage's millions-worth sword if we don't draw a line. Who knows what other jutsu he'll be demanding? At the hospital, Renjiro set Hataka down. Seeing Renjiro's reputation, the nurse immediately arranged a bed. Seeing Hataka limping, the nurse asked, "Do you need a wheelchair?" Hataka shook his head to refuse. Renjiro raised an eyebrow. "Want me to carry you again?" A chill ran down Hataka's spine, and he yielded. Fine, use the wheelchair. After settling the two of them, Renjiro instructed the nurse to find a medical ninja skilled in hand-sealing techniques. While they waited, he asked Hataka, "How do you view this battle?" Hodaka sighed. "We lost by choosing to fight rather than chase Kazemasa. At the very least, we should have stopped before anyone got hurt, to preserve our strength." Another mistake was the lack of intelligence. Those two moves from Kazemasa were too unexpected. If we'd been prepared, it could have been an even match. Renjiro nodded. It's a lesson for someone obsessed with taijutsu like you. Kazumasa and Miko both study high-power ninjutsu. Once they find an opening, they can finish you. And you have to get in close and hit first to gain the advantage. This move's okay, but you suffer against long-range ninjas. I know you're obsessed with taijutsu, but to make it truly effective, you need to learn a bit of something else. Hodaka nodded thoughtfully, keeping the teacher's words in mind. Before long, medical ninja arrived and treated Mihoko and Hodaka. Mihoko had mostly superficial wounds, bruised here and there, but nothing serious, and they were quickly dealt with. However, her chakra was completely depleted and she remained unconscious. Hodaka had a mild sprain on his left ankle. Although it was healed, the medical ninja advised him not to put weight on his left foot for 2 days. With the formalities completed, Renjiro left first. He brought news to both families about the children's condition and specifically told Kazumasa that he could rest for at least 3 days. A few hours later, Mihoko woke up and found herself in a hospital, her mother sitting by the bedside, and Sataka in the bed next to hers. The two families fussed over her and worried for a long time before finally leaving. Once the room was clear of outsiders, Sataka asked, "What ninjutsu did you use back then?" That question stirred memories of defeat, and Mihoko's mood sank again. An Uchiha's secret fire release, airburst technique. It can release a large amount of colorless, odorless gas, making it hard to detect, and it ignites at the slightest spark. Hodaka suddenly understood. No wonder Kaze hit the decoy. Mieko forced a smile. Unfortunately, gas diffusion takes time. I deliberately shouted the technique's name to scare his clone and buy time. Nice tactic, but it only hit the clone. No sooner had Hodaka finished speaking than Mieko's face fell again. I wanted to cast the technique quietly in close combat and take you both out at once, she said through gritted teeth. Who knew Kaze would be so sly and never show himself? I tried to provoke him, and he kept dodging. So infuriating. Hodaka couldn't help but laugh. That's right. Next time, let's not fight among ourselves. First, join forces to deal with Kazumasa instead. Mieko sighed and resigned herself. Her pride made it hard to accept, but she had no other choice. Meanwhile, the barbecue shop was filled with the smell of grilled meat. Unlike her two teammates, Kazumasa was enjoying his meal heartily. Earlier, when Jiro found him at Ichiraku Ramen, the kid had been eating ramen without a care in the world. Kazumasa finished his meal. Leisurely Jiro stood beside him, sweating bullets as he watched, but said nothing. The next morning early, Feng Zheng was pondering. Should I go check on those two guys? He changed his mind. After all, they're my teammates and I injured them. It wouldn't be right not to go. After washing up and doing a few stretches, he strolled slowly toward the hospital. Halfway there, he suddenly stopped. Wait, don't you have to bring something when visiting patients? In my previous life, it was always like that. Even in Naruto, people bring flowers and fruit when they visit. I need to bring them a gift. Kuxin's dilemma arrived. What to give? Flowers are too wasteful, fruit is tacky, their house must be overflowing. TSK, what should I buy? Suddenly a light bulb went off. Right. Burn ointment is the most practical, ha ha ha. Just kidding. He instantly bought the gift and then dashed to the hospital to ask for the ward number. When he pushed the door open, Suka and Mihoko were lying there. Suka's left leg was in a cast, his body wrapped in bandages. Mihoko was swaddled like a mummy, only her eyes exposed. At the sight of Feng Zheng, the two of them both shot him angry glares. Feng Zheng was amused by their childish reaction and thought, I really should have brought burn ointment. That was a mistake. Seeing that no one spoke first, he took the initiative to greet them. How is everyone? The two of them snorted in unison and turned their heads away from him. Feng Zheng sighed. I even brought gifts on purpose. Whatever, I'll eat them myself. No sooner had he finished speaking than Sudo snatched the cookies. Mihoko grabbed the rice cake, and they began wolfing them down. Feng Zheng tilted his head and appraised Mihoko. Aren't you going to check whether it's a clone first? Mihoko instantly bristled, jumped off the bed and shouted, Bastard! I'll beat you up right now. Feng Zheng took 2 steps back and raised an eyebrow. Are you sure I'm not a shadow clone? Just as she was about to lunge, a middle-aged woman entered at the sound. Her features were strikingly like Mei Huizi's, but her presence was much stronger. Who gave you permission to get out of bed? Mei Huizi instantly caved. Mom, I was wrong. She zipped back under the covers. Feng Zheng clicked his tongue inwardly. So she's afraid of her mother after all. Mieko was about to bite into the second skewer of dango when the bamboo stick suddenly went empty. Her mother was standing by the bed without her noticing, clutching that skewer and taking the whole bag of sweets with it. Sneaking sweets while you're supposed to be convalescing? Her mother's voice was like an ice pick into her ear. What happened to the fruit I cut for you? The doctor said I'm healed. Mieko twisted the corner of the blanket with her fingertips. Can't I just try one bite? The air froze. Her mother's gaze sliced through her excuse like a scalpel, and 30 seconds of silence bent her spine. I'm sorry, Mom. She apologized for the third time. I shouldn't have been greedy. The long sermon began. Feng Zheng turned his face away to stifle a laugh. His shoulders trembling slightly, the girl's apology lines sounded like a broken record. He remembered the mother-daughter confrontation he'd witnessed yesterday and hurriedly stuffed the smuggled cookies into his mouth. Feng Zhengkuan. The mother's accusation suddenly shifted. You hit my daughter first, then try to win her over with dumplings? Teacher said she's recovered. Feng Zheng shot up as if electrocuted, yanking open the window. I suddenly remembered I have to hand in my homework. Before he finished speaking, he was already scrambling out the window. Swadaka stared at the fluttering curtains with envy in his eyes. And Mihoko buried her face in the pillow, torn between shame and indignation. The brat had mocked her, Mom had confiscated her snack, and now the whole class had heard her being scolded. Just as you said, Mother suddenly picked up the empty biscuit bag and glared at Sataka. Your teammate doesn't even blink when he lies. Sataka stared at the crumbs left on the packaging. A cold sweat instantly soaked his back. The wind that had fled to the street corner exhaled. He looked at the hospital room window and sneered. What are you acting so proud for? You're just a pitiful creature who's been scolded too many times. Sigh. At least the wounds have healed. The day after tomorrow, we should be back on missions. What should we do to kill time these next couple of days? He rested his chin on his hand and pondered for a long while, finally sighing. Aside from cultivation, I really can't find any other hobbies in this world. Sealing techniques are interesting, but after all, they're still part of cultivation. Suddenly his eyes lit up. How about bringing over the comics and novels from my original world? This place is fighting all the time, and its cultural development is so backward. Those works would definitely be huge hits. But then he reconsidered and shook his head again. I still remember the main storyline, but all the details are fuzzy. Besides, how many years has it been? And creating takes too much time. Who has the leisure for that now? With nothing better to do, Feng toured all the restaurants around Konoha and finally spent his time soaking in the hot springs. A few days later, Team 7 assembled in front of the Hokage building. Renzuru led his team straight to the mission hall and addressed the Chunin in charge of assigning missions. Pull up all the C-rank anti-bandit missions from Konoha to Tansatsu Street. The Chunin handed over 7 scrolls. Renzuru flipped through them, pondering. They've been idle for 7 months. Clearly the third kept me around to heal. But my injuries are long healed, and they won't even give me an S-rank mission? I need something to do at least. Suppressing bandits is a pretty good start. Maybe we'll get the unexpected bonus of a C rank rising to B rank. Just what these 3 kids need for practice. They should have been promoted to Chunin a long time ago. After stowing the mission scroll, he turned and called to his team. Move out. The 3 answered in unison, and the squad hurried toward the village gate. In just a week, 7 bandit dens were wiped out. By the end of the month's tally, 18 bandit strongholds within the Land of Fire had been wiped out. At first, the team members were still full of vigor. Now each of them was listless. Hodaka, Kazumasa, and Mieko squatted outside the Hokage building waiting for missions and complaining. Mieko kicked at a stone and muttered, "Where did so many bandits come from? And they're all so weak." Suidanaka crossed his arms and sighed. 18 bases, and not a single decent opponent among them. Kazumasa squinted at the mission hall. I guess they're deliberately picking easy targets for us. That's what's most infuriating. Mihoko stomped her foot hard. Kazumasa nodded helplessly. I thought C-rank missions leveling up was routine. Looks like I was overthinking. Hodaka smiled wryly. That kind of accident happens once in 100 years. But these missions often leave people badly injured or even dead. That's why you always hear about those kinds of stories. When Kazumasa finished speaking, Miko interjected. I see. I hadn't thought of that before. You're off topic. Why not think about taking on higher-level missions? Want me to shout at the mission announcer again? Last time he gave a C rank mission, maybe this time we can get a B rank. Kaze lazily glanced at her. Last time I threatened to burn down his baby's house, a bandit is still better than a baby, right? Mieko's face immediately flushed. Just as the three were about to continue arguing, Renjiro walked out of the mission hall and announced, "We're not taking any bandit subduing missions today." The team brightened. Mieko couldn't wait and asked, "Teacher, can we take a B rank mission now?" Renshiro was amused. "No, we're escorting a merchant caravan to the T country's seaport." Their hopes instantly vanished. The three genin glared fixedly at their teacher. Kazimasa frowned. "Specifically, what are we guarding against?" "Of course, bandits." Renshiro, enjoying his students' twisted expressions, added, "This trip will take 2 weeks, 3 days back. We leave at noon, go pack your gear now." The genin replied dejectedly. As she was leaving, Mieko pulled at Kazimasa and murmured, "If we threaten the quest giver with a merchant's life, would that work?" Ryunji, who hadn't gone far, broke into a sweat and raised his voice. "Dare to try? From now on it'll be all bandit hunting missions." The students laughed and instantly vanished. Ryunji watched the dust and sighed. "These sly kids. I'm really getting old." At noon, in front of Konoha's main gate, Renziro's squad had finished assembling. Kazimasa, as usual, arrived last. 8 merchants stood guard over 2 ox carts. Renziro was speaking with the most well-dressed of them. Mieko and Hataka waited to the side. Seeing Kazimasa, Renziro introduced, "Mr. Toshio, this is our last member, Kazimasa." Kazimasa nodded in greeting. Merchant Iba Toshio bowed slightly. "I come from the land of tea. I ask for your favor on this journey, Kazimasa Koen." Fengzheng secretly raised an eyebrow. This guy is surprisingly polite, treating everyone so courteously. But to be honest, although he looked calm on the surface, his heart was pounding. Fengzheng stared at Lien Xilong, his eyes full of questions. Is this mission more troublesome than he said? Why would he suddenly take on such a long job? He was clearly focused on clearing the bandits around the land of fire before. Renjiro felt a jolt when he noticed Kazimasa's gaze. This kid's perceptive already? He can sense my unease? Though he can use chakra fluctuations to detect lies, sensing emotions isn't something ordinary ninja can do. Aside from the veterans of the Yamanaka clan, few have that ability. He hurriedly changed the subject. There are a lot of bandit dens along this road. On the way from Konoha to the Tea Country, there are at least 17 bandit strongholds waiting for us. The Chunin nodded in agreement. Mieko and Hataka sighed quietly, but Kazimasa was even more puzzled. Are they really just worried about bandits? Or is there something else going on? Whatever, we'll see. I need to stay on guard. When Renjiro was inventorying supplies, Iba Toshio was checking the cargo loading. 15 minutes later, the squad set off following the Tea Country trade caravan. 2 wagons, 8 merchants, for Shinobi, riding hard until dusk. This stretch of road is very peaceful. 3 months ago, the bandits here had just had 3 hideouts wiped out by them. While eating dinner, Swadaka complained, "This pace is way too slow." Fujin agreed. After all, the previous 4 months were all special training, or else suppressing bandits when has that not meant going full speed ahead. Mieko interjected, "Still better than last time. Last time escorting the river country caravan, all 12 of those crappy carts kept breaking wheels." Hodaka laughed out loud. "I remember you were furious back then," Kazumasa added. "The teacher stayed by the carriage the whole time, probably afraid you'd burn it in a fit of rage." Rentaro pretended not to hear, and Mieko turned away in anger. After the meal, Rentaro arranged the night watch. "We leave at 4 tomorrow morning. Kazumasa takes the first shift, call Hodaka after 2 hours, then Mieko, and I'll take the last watch." The genin nodded in agreement. Renjiro then said a few more words to Toshio, and the camp gradually fell quiet. Fengzheng sat cross-legged on a branch with his eyes closed, concentrating. In less than a moment, his perception had covered every wisp of chakra flow within a 1-kilometer radius. My perceptual training was neglected for months. I didn't expect that after increasing my total chakra, the sensing range would actually expand, he thought to himself. While my chakra is plentiful, I'll try to maintain extreme sensing for 2 hours. He sat motionless like a stone statue, his perception web expanding and contracting like ripples between 600 meters and 1 kilometer with ease. The metal tools and the scents of medicinal herbs in the caravan's crates were all clearly distinguishable in his senses, but he found nothing unusual. 2 hours later, he opened his eyes. 60% of his chakra remained. After waking the night watch, Sui Gao, he fell asleep immediately. On the fourth evening, the caravan's rear suddenly echoed with the sound of breaking branches. More than 20 bandits sprang from the shadows of the trees, forming a ring of encirclement. Who goes up? Kaze or Foam? Lowered his voice. I will. Swadaka pressed a kunai and was eager to go. Haven't stretched my limbs in 4 days. Mieko flashed forward to block the way. Last time it was you. This time it's my turn. Wait until the little brat grows up. Sataka sneered. You. Mihoko stamped her foot in anger, but was stopped by Renjiro. All 3 of you go together. The instructor folded his arms and stood. Remember, if 1 item of cargo is missing, add half a month of extra training. Fumesa looked toward the northwest. Found the camp. Do we wipe them out? Let me finish cleaning up what's in front of me first. Renjiro flicked out a shuriken. Remember, when suppressing bandits you must eradicate the roots. 3 afterimages suddenly dispersed. The merchant only heard the swoosh of air past his ear as 7 bodies fell from the tree. 1 bandit had barely raised his crossbow when a kunai from Sataka was embedded in his throat. 700 meters northwest. Kaze shook the blood beads from his blade. Time to clear the area. Whether it was an accident or just business as usual, none of them panicked. They had seen scenes like this many times before. But this time, it was different. The killers were 3 children of 8 or 9. The genin instantly burst into the bandits' lair and wiped out everyone inside. On the other side of the forest, they took out 2 more bandits. The cleanup mission was done in 5 minutes. In 8 days, they dismantled 14 bandit strongholds. The 3 of them were still wondering if they could earn the nickname Bandit Exterminators back in Konoha. Little did they know that moniker had already spread through the Chunin circles. The fact that Renjiro's squad had been sweeping the area around Konoha for a month was already common knowledge. Many bandit groups were so frightened they fled Konoha. Some even left the Land of Fire altogether, slipping into weaker countries like the Land of Rivers or the Land of Grass to continue their old trade. Now, the bandits along the routes were in for a rough time. In less than a month, news of the slaughter spread. Some didn't believe it and insisted on coming to see for themselves. The result was only a scene of blood everywhere. Either they washed their hands of it or packed up and left. From then on, Konoha's trade routes were unobstructed. The 3rd Hokage soon noticed this change. He ordered an even fiercer crackdown on the bandits. The Fire Country's trade prospered, the economy surged. The reputation of Konoha's ninjas grew louder, and the missions they received were both more numerous and easier. The stipend the daimyo allocated to the village also increased. This was exactly like sending coal in snowy weather for the post-war reconstruction. Within 3 years, over 1,000 genin would be added to the reserve. A few hundred newcomers began training under the guidance of instructors. Unfortunately, the jonin lost to the Nine Tails couldn't be replaced even in 10 years. Worse still, as the village regained its vitality, internal strife caused the strongest family to decline. It was already the 13th day since Renzuru's squad had been escorting the merchants of the Land of Tea. IBA Toshio reported, "We can enter the Land of Tea by evening, and it will take another 2 days to reach the port." Renzuru nodded. "Stay on alert." The genin carried out the orders immediately. At noon, the group reached an open plain and decided to rest and eat lunch. The plain was as large as a soccer field. On one side was a dense forest, on the other a small hill. Feng Zheng and Sui Gao made a round of inspections and found no danger. While eating, Renjiro sensed something, but said nothing. The students and merchants didn't notice any change in his expression, yet he was carefully observing the disciples. Feng Zheng habitually opened his chakra sensing while eating. The moment he activated it, his face changed dramatically. About 200 people were closing in on the forest, their distance reduced to only 600 to 900 meters. They were rapidly encircling. Fumesa's expression changed and was immediately noticed by Hitaka and Mihoko. The 2 instantly tensed, their nerves taut as they stared at Fumesa. "There are nearly 200 bandits surrounding us," Fumesa said in a low voice. About 150 in the forest and 50 more on the mountain. Mihoko frowned tightly. Bandits again? Kazumasa turned and added to Renjiro. Not just ordinary bandits. 50 of them have abnormal chakra levels. Over 10 are Chunin level. And there are 2 Jonin. Hataka and Mieko both inhaled sharply and looked at Renjiro in unison. Kazumasa's keen perception made a look of approval flash across Renjiro's eyes. This was originally a B rank mission, Renjiro said with a slight upturn of his mouth. Now it looks like it should be classed as a rank. His expression suddenly grew serious. You handle the bandits, and the lower-ranked ninja leave the stronger ones to me. Don't worry about the cargo, protect your teammates and the merchants first. The 3 of them nodded solemnly and rose. Seeing this, the caravan immediately grew alert, and Iba Toshio nervously pulled back behind the wagon in the lead. Time rewound to 2 days earlier. On a desolate clearing, 2 Jonin stood side by side. One was Karanfuo, the archenemy of the Wasabi clan. The other was the renegade ninja Gyokyo, wanted for 5 million ryo. Konoha has 5 escort teams heading to the wind port, Karanfuo said, narrow-eyed. The weakest of them will surely stop here to rest. Who are they escorting? Gyokyo asked casually. On the surface, they're a Genin squad. No sooner had Garen Tomio finished speaking than Tamayo Norio snorted. Garen Tomio warned sternly. The leader is elite Jonin Senju Renjiro. There are Byakugan users in the team. If you underestimate them, you'll pay dearly. Tamayo Norio's smile vanished. I have a subordinate who can command swarms of rats to conduct remote surveillance. Strike when they let their guard down. At minimum, we can annihilate the caravan. From the shadows, the death hunt targeting the Genin quietly unfolded. At that moment, Renjiro, staring at his disciples standing ready in formation, couldn't help but recall the secret meeting with the Hokage when he received the mission. Rengoro pushed open the door and entered the Hokage's office. The 3rd Hokage Hiruzen and an elderly man with white hair were waiting for him. Rengoro, this is Wasabi Daichi, Hiruzen introduced. Rengoro sized up the old man. Wasabi? From the land of tea? The old man nodded slightly. Exactly. Hisashi's expression was grave. The land of tea is rife with undercurrents. Someone is targeting the Wasabi family, and they may also be trying to undermine the daimyo. Rengoro immediately caught on. The Wasabi family has been friendly with Konoha for decades, especially close to the Senju clan. You want to offer secret assistance? Exactly. But we can't intervene openly. Hisashi sighed. Direct interference would damage our relations with the tea country's daimyo. Rengoro nodded thoughtfully. Hisashi continued to explain. Mr. Daichi controls the Wasabi family's finances. Clearly, they're trying to get rid of him. I want you to lead a team to escort him. Why give such an important mission to a Genin squad? Renjiro asked, puzzled. The enemy has hundreds of ninja. Even sending the Umbu might not guarantee his safety, Hishigaki said in a low voice. If we deploy a large force, it'll only alert them. Renjiro immediately understood, and the land of tea will think we're meddling in their affairs. Exactly. Hishigaki spread out a map. So we'll operate separately. 5 routes lead to the land of tea. You'll pretend to carry out a C-rank escort mission and take the farthest, 5th route to avoid Kirigakure. At the same time, send out 3 Chunin squads along the other 3 routes. Have the Umbu pretend to be the important target and take the middle road to lure the enemy. That way we can disperse the enemy forces. Renjiro replied. Once the other teams hold the main force in place, we can take the opportunity to rush at full speed to the wind port. The 2 of them then scrutinized every detail again, perfecting the plan until it was flawless. And now, at the edge of the clearing, the bandits drew ever closer. Swadaka's eyes lit up with excitement. Finally, we can have a proper fight. Mieko, eager to join in, tightened her grip on her kunai. Fujin suddenly spoke. Don't open the Sharingan or Byakugan. If they want to pretend to be ordinary bandits, we'll pretend not to notice. I have a new trick I want to try. After saying that, he walked toward the forest. Swadaka and Mihoko were about to object when the bandits rushed out from the trees. People on the mountain also began firing arrows. Swadaka formed hand seals and cast rock shield technique. A rock shield rose behind the merchant, blocking all the arrows. About 50 bandits surged forward, 15 of them being ninjas. They were disguised as ordinary thieves and deliberately slowed their movement. More people kept emerging from the forest. Feng drew his sword with his right hand, chakra instantly shifting into wind nature. He gripped the sword with both hands, stepped back, and swung with all his might in an arcing slash. When the sword energy first appeared, it was as thin as a hair, but it expanded dramatically as it flew. The oblique gale it whipped up swept dust into the air. Neither the bandits nor the ninjas understood the move. Seeing a child make the attack, they took him even less seriously. The slashing strike was colorless and transparent. The others couldn't see the sword energy at all. They only felt a strange gust of wind rush toward them, carrying dust as it closed in. Relying on their numbers, the bandits pressed forward. The ninjas, however, became alert and, as the slash approached, each jumped 2 to 3 meters into the air. By the time the sword energy reached the bandits, it had widened to 50 meters. The bandit at the very front was cut through the waist like a stalk of wheat. The bandits behind had no time to dodge and were likewise cleaved in two. The ninja who leapt avoided fatal wounds, but were slashed all over by the razor-sharp wind blades. Some had their throats and wrists split open. Some had their nails and the surrounding skin sliced away, and cries of agony rose up. Almost everyone's eyes were cut by the wind blades. In the end, only 4 genin and 2 chunin survived. 3 of them were blind in both eyes, and 2 were blind in one eye each. They were terrified out of their minds. The first wave of the assault was shattered by a single sword, but the crisis was not over. When the second wave of bandits rushed out of the forest and saw the carnage, their faces drained of color. The previously colorless sword chi had taken on a faint blood-red tint. A sword aura swept through the forest, and the trees fell together with the bandits. The group of ninjas reacted extremely quickly and dodged in time. Some hid underground. Some combined their strength to hold up layer upon layer of stone shields. Others climbed to the treetops and desperately leapt higher. The sword gale cleaved 40 meters into the forest before being exhausted by the dense trees. The clearing was splattered with blood and pieces of flesh. The nearby would have been reduced to ruins. No one knew that this sword would mark the beginning of a legend. In time, this young man would use it to pioneer an entirely new fighting method and sweep across the ninja world. Swadaka and Mihoko stared with eyes wide open, so shocked they couldn't close their mouths. The 50 bandits on the mountain were frightened out of their wits. A few timid ones fainted on the spot. Someone screamed, and panic spread like a plague. The bandits began to scatter and flee. Even the ninjas fled in panic. Leader Tamai Kifu tried to stop them, but found the army's morale had already collapsed. He gritted his teeth and ordered a retreat, eyes glued to the sword-wielding youth. He really is a genin? Even Jiro sighed, formed hand seals, and split off an external avatar. I figured Win's move would cause a ruckus. He sneered at the fleeing bandits. Tough luck for you. 2 silhouettes slammed into the ground at the same time. Rocks tumbled down from the mountain peak, and the ground instantly turned into a quagmire. The fleeing ninjas slipped and struggled in the mud. Boulders rolled down the muddy river, and desperate screams filled the air. Only one person survived. Tami Jifu was about to leap when his legs sank into the mire. He hurriedly formed hand seals and cast a technique. A water prison barrier formed instantly. The boulder struck the water prison and dragged him down to the riverbed. Just as the impact seemed to subside, and Jifu breathed a sigh of relief, PSH. A stone spear pierced through the water. He couldn't dodge in time and was impaled by the long spear. Although the spear pierced his body, it missed the vital organs. When Jiro saw that the other was still alive, he was startled, but he quickly calmed down. It's only a bit more suffering. The man had barely kept his life, but the excruciating pain of the spear through his body made it impossible for him to maintain the water barrier. The barrier collapsed with a roar, and the mud river instantly swallowed him. Kyo grit his teeth. Blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, he struggled desperately against the flow, trying to pull the stone spear from his body. Unfortunately, his stubbornness and will to live were doomed to remain unknown. The stone spear suddenly sprouted countless barbs, pinning him immobile. Jifu let out a piercing scream and spat blood. Mud surged into his mouth and nose, and soon those barbs transformed into new spears, piercing out from his body. The struggle finally ceased. A dozen or so stone spears nailed him to the muddy river, and he slowly sank to the 10-meter deep riverbed. While Jairu was clearing the battlefield, Kazemasa and the other two had already launched a fierce attack on the remaining ninja. Only 6 of the first wave survived, and only one Chunin was still able to fight. Covered in wounds and in a panic, they fled toward the forest. Of the second wave of 10 ninja, 2 leapt into the air to avoid the collapse, while the other 8 were buried under the rubble. 8 are trapped. Sataka opened his Byakugan and said, "Now." The 3 gave chase like lightning. Mieko instantly appeared behind the Chunin, a kunai thrusting straight into the back of his neck. He barely turned to block it and shouted sharply, "Even if I'm injured, you brats shouldn't underestimate me." But in his mind, he was calculating. As long as I hold out until I meet up with the other ninja. At the moment he shouted, he accidentally met Mieko's eyes. The Jinjutsu took effect immediately, and the Chunin's movements froze. On the other side, Swadaka faced an enemy who had lost his sight in both eyes and had a severely injured right leg. Though this Chunin was trapped in a desperate situation, he relied on his extensive experience to counterattack wildly. Swadaka calmly took his stance. "You have entered my domain." The 8 trigrams, 16 palms poured down like a torrential storm. The final strike struck the chest dead center, shattering the opponent's heart. Kaze targeted the weak. A flash of sword light, and the 2 blinded genin were instantly killed. He then swept through the ruins like a phantom, cutting down the other 2 genin beneath his blade. The only ninja among the 4 who tried to block was split in 2 along with his kunai. 2 ninjas stood on the rubble, one a Chunin, the other a genin. They were still unnerved by that world-destroying sword slash, and even more afraid of the sudden rockfall. When the 3 children's figures flashed before their eyes, the 2 of them stood frozen for a moment. By the time they reacted, the Chunin was about to move to help his comrade, but Kazemasa had already sliced through 2 of them. His feet immediately froze in place. In just a few seconds, Kazemasa finished off 2 more, his cold gaze stabbing straight at them. The Chunin hastily backed away, cold sweat pouring down his face. These lunatics, are they really children? Could they be a Konoha disguised Umbu? He scanned the chaotic scene, his heart screaming. Where did the others go? Run now. The lower-ranked ninja also took several steps back. Kazemasa stopped after finishing off his opponent. Half a minute later, Swadaka also finished his fight. Mihoko's opponent, in despair, slit his own throat and died. Kazemasa flashed to Mihoko's side. "Start." She nodded and formed hand seals. Fire and wind intertwined into a great dragon, shooting up into the sky. The 50-meter-long dragon's body rolled with waves of heat. Its claws and fangs were all formed of blazing flame. The 6 surviving ninjas in the ruins were desperately prying apart broken timbers, only to see the dragon pounce from the air. Enemy attack from above. Quickly use water style to defend, a novice sensory ninja warned hoarsely. Fortunately, there was a water nature Chunin in the team. He quickly formed hand seals, water release, water shield technique. A spherical water barrier suddenly expanded, over 10 centimeters thick, and continued to reinforce. The giant dragon opened its mouth in the 10-meter-high air and spat a wind blast fireball. Boom. The water barrier withstood the impact, but shattered with a sound. The next second, the dragon's body barreled into the crowd, the wind fanning the flames until they erupted into a sea of fire. The ninja tried to scatter and flee, but the ruin sealed off any route of retreat. The 6 of them just managed to withstand the blow, the trees around them instantly incinerated. As the tongues of flame spread, they had no choice but to leap into the pit blasted out by the dragon fire. Feng squinted. It's a pity the wind dragon doesn't have the intellect of a clone, otherwise the power of this technique would be far greater. 6 ninjas staggered out of the burning area. The water nature Chunin formed hand seals again. A water barrier enveloped the group and put out the flames, leaving only scorched marks on the ground. A stream of water gushed from the sensing ninja's hands and was poured over the other 5 teammates. The blaze went out quickly, but the burns were already done. He and the sensing ninja both suffered first-degree burns. 2 others were more seriously injured with second-degree burns. The final 2 companions were unconscious and critically injured, urgently needing medical attention. At that moment, there was movement beneath the rubble. The last two trapped ninjas finally freed themselves, and all the survivors of the second wave of attackers had now assembled. Dust rose at the edge of the forest as a third wave of bandits reached the outskirts of the ruins. Kazumasa, Hataka, and Mieko hid in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to act. Renjiro had just used a mudslide to slow the landslide, directing the last huge boulders steadily toward the ground. His main body teleported back to the caravan, while his shadow clone continued to guard the trembling merchants. The ruins formed a natural barrier blocking the bandits' escape, but the ninjas all smelled danger. Karen Fumio led his men up to the top of the ruins, and, when he rejoined the remnants, gasped. Over 100 vanguard troops, and only 8 left? Half of them wounded. And it's only been a few minutes. He suddenly stared at the opposite slope. 50 men on the flank are gone too. Where did that waste Tamakiba Norio go? What the hell happened with this landslide? He seized a lightly wounded Chunin and questioned him harshly, but his gaze remained fixed on Renjiro in the distance. Facing such a disparity in forces, Karen Fumio's palm sweating around the kunai, and 9 ninjas behind him simultaneously went on alert. While they're in disarray, we strike proactively. Fengzheng lowered his voice and suggested, his mind racing. If we defend, burning the forest and erecting a wall of fire is the safest. But to annihilate the enemy, a sea of flames would actually get in the way. Renzaru formed signs and split off a new shadow clone to protect the merchant, his true body pointing like a blade at the enemy formation. I'll behead the enemy's Jonin, you guys tie up the grunts. The new clone will cover you. The 5 of them shot forward like arrows released from a bow. Garen Tomio heard the Chunin tremulously report the wind blade strikes, and the earth release, killing formation, his pupils suddenly constricted. Prepare to move. I'll handle that, Jonin. All Chunin, follow me. Karen Takanori's gaze swept to his deputy at his side. Masato, take the Genin and deal with those 3 brats. Masato Mayano, a sword at his waist, nodded at the words. As an elite Chunin, his strength was second only to Takanori and Tamayo Norio. Years of fighting side by side had built such tacit understanding that no further words were needed. He immediately took the order. 20 meters away, Renjiro's squad abruptly halted. Forming seals, they launched into action. Sueton. Water bullet technique detonated. Spread out. Takanori formed seals at the same time, and a wall of water rose from the ground. As the enemy shinobi fell back, the raging water column slammed into the water wall. The wall held for barely half a second before shattering, but that brief moment was enough for everyone to see the trajectory and dodge. The water dragon skimmed the hem of the ninja robe as it swept by. Renjiro flicked his wrist and turned the jet into a horizontal sweep. Trees along its path were sheared off at the roots. The forest instantly plowed into a deep furrow. Split into teams. Tomio barked. 5 Chunin followed closely to form the first echelon, while Masato led 11 Genin to make up the second formation. Renjiro rushed straight at Tomio's squad. Kazumasa and 2 others confronted the group of Genin. Shadow clones clung to the rear like ghosts, holding the line. Leave that swordsman to me, Mieko said, speaking first as she dashed forward. Hodaka immediately objected. Let me deal with him. Kazumasa drew his twin blades. His chakra is second only to the Jonin. You fight together against the enemy, I'll finish off the grunts and come to support. Masato led the team to intercept the attitudes of the Genin. The surviving members of the third wave just wanted a quick fight, while the remnants of the second wave pinned their hopes on the elite Chunin. Watch out for the Sharingan. The sudden warning made Masato's pupils contract. At the moment the sword was drawn, Mieko had already transformed into a red streak and surged forward first, her speed actually half a step faster than Hodaka's. She rushed up to Masato and raised her hand, unleashing a fire release for techniques. Masato raised his sword to block. The heat scorched the blade, but the hilt remained cool. Suedaka took the opportunity to launch a soft fist attack from the flank. Masato sneered. Already walked into my trap. He deftly avoided the fire release and, in a backhand motion, swung out a searing long sword. Suedaka hastily retreated, but in the end was a step too slow. The sword tip sliced across his chest. His shirt tore with a sound, leaving fine streaks of blood. Fortunately, he had backed off in time, and the wound wasn't too deep. Just as Masato was about to press the attack, Mihoko tossed out several shuriken. The glint of blades flashed, and all the hidden weapons were intercepted. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, Mihoko slid up beside Swadaka. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, assuming a combined strike stance. On the other side, 11 Genin wanted to join the fight. Kazemasa instantaneously blocked them and separated into 11 wind clones. One kept an eye on Masato, while the others each confronted a Genin. A Genin charged at Kazemasa. They both stepped forward at the same time. Kazemasa gripped his sword in his right hand. His opponent clenched a kunai tightly. The blade sliced through the air. The Genin sneered, stamped his foot, and leapt back. Kazemasa's sword struck empty air. A rookie is still a rookie. The Genin sneered and raised his hand to throw a kunai. A cold flash. From his right shoulder to his left hip, a bone-deep wound suddenly split open. The Genin was severed in two. Good skills. Kazemasa sheathed his sword. Too bad the gap is too large. 10 wind clones entangled the remaining lower-level ninja, while at mid-range he unleashed wind burst to suppress their hand seals. Feng Zheng scanned the battlefield. It's time to clear the field. He flashed behind a lower-level ninja. The opponent turned in alarm, but the tip of the sword had already pierced his heart. The sword light flashed repeatedly, and 4 more people fell. The survivors hastily retreated, trying to regroup. Sejin wanted to provide cover, but was tightly pinned down by Miko and Hitaka. Kaze again vanished. A lower-ranked ninja whipped his head around and flung a kunai in a panic. Kaze split him with a downward slash. The moment the kunai clashed with the blade, the attacker tried to use the momentum to leap behind him. But Kaze's sword actually cut the kunai in two, and without losing force split the lower-ranked ninja in half. The enemy's face still wore an expression of stunned disbelief. On the other side, 4 wind clones surrounded another enemy. 2 clones exhausted their chakra to cast wind explosion technique. At the moment they gravely wounded their opponent. The other 2 clones immediately slit his throat. The remaining 3 genin gathered back to back, but were encircled by 8 wind clones. Kaze stood behind the clones, watching coldly. There's no way to get behind them now, he murmured to himself. It should be over. Wind release. Great breakthrough. All 8 clones formed hand seals at once. Gale force winds attacked from all directions, trapping the 3 genin in a wind eye so they couldn't move, and they collided with each other while screaming. Kaze seized the moment and swung his sword. A blade of sword chakra pierced through the gale, and the 3 were instantly beheaded. After dealing with all the genin, Kaze turned his head to look at the Chunin who was fighting Mihoko and Hitaka.